The big day is finally here, the high-stakes awakening ceremony, and elite students from prestigious noble families. To pass, a student just needs to leave a pretty visible mark on this massive, insanely sturdy. The bigger the damage, the higher your score. It is really that simple. An average student from a low-ranking family steps up to take the very first shot. He channels every ounce of his energy into one massive hit, but his absolute best effort barely leaves a. Up next are the true elites from the absolute top families of the continent. Carrying insane amounts of mana, they take turns slamming the wall, but the results are still pretty disappointing. The wall is barely scuffed after all that effort, leaving everyone convinced that average kids cannot even dream of. But check this out, our guy has the crazy nerve to step forward when he is totally outclassed. Say hello to Theo Ragnar, an illegitimate son of the powerful Ragnar clan holding the blood of dragons. Because he is basically an outcast, his elite pure-blooded siblings have always treated him like absolute trash. To them, he is just an useless extra, a total bottom-tier loser. That is exactly why everyone in the crowd expects him to fail. But Theo, he does not hesitate, confidently walking out there with total main character energy radiating off him. Drawing his weapon, he steps to the steel plate and lets loose a clean slash that literally cuts the solid metal like. This jaw-dropping show of pure strength stuns everyone. Jaws hit the floor. It is a legendary flex that absolutely shatters every single expectation they had of him. And honestly, their shock makes perfect sense because Theo was not always an overpowered monster like this. For over 1,000 years, the legendary Ragnar clan stood as the absolute northern shield of the empire. This was all thanks to their unique genetics, which rumors claim came straight from dragons. Every kid born in the family possessed insane mana pools, high durability, and incredible talent with everyone except our main character, Theo. Since he had zero magical talent, they treated him like garbage. Then came the day their family home was suddenly attacked. Theo was completely helpless, bleeding out from a mortal wound when he finally realized the killer was Rendon. His master betrayed him. Rendon laughed, saying he watched Theo train hard every single morning. All those painful hours of practice were completely useless, because no matter how hard Theo struggled, he would never succeed. With one cold swing, the traitor sliced off Theo's arm, sending blood spraying as the boy collapsed, screaming. Rendon yanked him up, telling him that all this tragedy was entirely Theo's own fault. He forced the boy to watch Rose Palace burn down, mocking his weakness before another soldier dragged his mother's cold. Rendon blamed her death on him. Broken, Theo still tried to fight. He picked up his blade and charged, but before he could even touch the master, another soldier ran a sword right. Theo crashed to the dirt. Rendon casually apologized, saying he got carried away remembering the past. As Theo lay dying, the burning world faded away, leaving him with deep regrets before his vision went completely black. But get this, he regresses back in time with wild hidden skills. Suddenly, Theo opens his eyes to find the smug face of Rendon staring back at him during what looks like a training session. Rendon snaps at him to pay attention and stop spacing out, but Theo still has absolutely no clue what is happening. He wonders if his entire life is flashing before his eyes, but he cannot believe the universe chose this annoying jerk as his last. It feels like a joke. Suddenly, a system screen appears, leaving him totally confused. The blue window tells him to punch Rendon right in the face for a tutorial quest. Theo is now more lost than ever about what is actually going on, wondering if flashbacks are normally this weird. Rendon clearly cannot see the window either, and Theo is definitely not complaining. He drops his training stick, balls up his fist, and channels all his power. He delivers a massive punch straight to the bastard's face, but surprisingly, Rendon's expression does not even change. He has no clue what this is. Meanwhile, Theo grins, feeling how incredibly real this is. Rendon snaps in anger, throwing a solid counterattack that sends Theo flying backward. Theo is seriously annoyed that he has to feel this terrible pain even inside a flashback. Meanwhile, this trash teacher just sighs and pretends to understand his frustration, blaming it on the upcoming awakening, but he still refuses to forgive any student who dares lash out against their master. Hearing about the awakening ceremony completely shocks Theo since that event went down nearly 10 years before he died. Rendon keeps trash-talking his behavior before walking off, telling the boy he will see him at their next lesson. The surrounding clan members snicker, mocking this loser for blaming his master when he is clearly the talentless one. Digging his fingernails into the dirt, he can feel the cold ground clearly beneath his fingertips. Then he stares down at the bleeding wound Rendon gave him, and that brutal realism hits him hard. He is definitely not just having a dream. He actually traveled 10 years back to when he was only 17. Talk about a massive second chance. Just Ragnar's legendary talent has been activated. The screen asks if he wants to claim his prize, and he clicks yes without a moment of hesitation. Blue energy swirls in the center of his chest as the system locks in the reward, promising that his physical stat. Meanwhile, back inside the Rose Palace, that absolute fraud of a master is sipping tea with Theo's mother. He straight up tells her that he has never met a child as talentless as her son. But then he smiles wide, claiming that is exactly why he is here. This fake master promises he will do whatever it takes to get young Theo ready for the awakening ceremony 5 months from. Cecilia Ragnar, the lady of the Rose Palace, gladly trusts the master with her boy. She even hands over a heavy. The corrupt teacher snatches the coins and quickly assures her that she has absolutely nothing to worry about. She gently replies that she is not worried at all because she believes in her beloved Theo. Later on, Rendon struts down the hallway with that fat bag of gold in his hand, grinning like a maniac. He is ecstatic about getting a massive fortune to teach Theo absolutely nothing, laughing to himself about how getting rich off training a direct member of the Ragnar line is one thing. He is also set to get a massive payout from his secret boss for leaking Theo's weaknesses and sabotaging his training. This corrupt gig is the sweet spot he has been waiting for. But check this out suddenly. Theo comes sprinting down the hall. The trash master just scoffs, muttering that the kid is a complete idiot as he dashes past. Theo is desperately running to find his mother, shouting her name as he gets close. When she turns around, saying absolutely nothing, Theo throws his arms around her, crying tears of pure relief just to see her alive and well. Holding her warm body is the final proof he needs. He really did travel 10 years back in time. In his past life, Rendon forced him to watch his mother's cold, lifeless body, but holding her right now fills his. Right here, he vows to change this tragic future. If that mysterious system and his newly unlocked Ragnar talent are real, he can definitely survive. Most of all, he is absolutely determined to get strong enough to slaughter that piece of trash Rendon. His second tutorial quest arrives, commanding him to train his physical body to its absolute limits. The sun is not even up yet, but Theo is already dripping sweat and working his bones to the core, fueled pure. Power is urgent. He needs it now. See, in his past life, he worked for a shadow, but with zero combat skills, they kept him on brain-dead desk work. He was never given real missions. Who would have thought those classified files would become his ultimate cheat code? He clearly remembers a special secret body-refining recipe, the legendary Bloody Sword Emperor elixir. Its incredible value is only going to be revealed later on through hidden manuals. On top of that, he remembers a brutal training routine he once abandoned due to his lack of talent. A wild grin spreads across his face as he notices his sprinting speed picking up, while the system screen continues. Soon, other clan members start filtering into the training halls, looking completely stunned to see him. They wonder if he was secretly fit this whole time. Afterward, he takes a training sword and swings immediately, noticing that his strikes are faster and cut to a few days later, and he is still training late into the night. That is when we meet the exhausted training ground manager, Evelyn Nerville, who is yawning her head off. She realizes he has been training for days without a single wink of sleep, making her wonder if he is actually the talentless fool. Honestly, Theo is so exhausted he is about to pass out, but seeing that progress bar keep climbing, that just the night before, the brutal training had him completely wiped out. He actually hit 90% progress, but the second he paused to rest, the system brutally dropped him back down. That is why he has been grinding like a madman, pushing himself forward without even caring about how fast he is going. Now that he is at 98%, he pushes even harder. But after this final sprint, he is completely out of breath. There is still 1% left. Somehow, he forces himself to push through. His hard work finally pays off when he sees that 100%. The system congratulates him for beating the tutorial quest, announcing that his legendary reward is none other. But before he can even read the details, he collapses right there on the floor while the system window hovers above him, asking if he wants to claim his reward. His hand is shaking like crazy, but he manages to tap the yes. The moment he claims it, a blinding blue light wraps around him. Evelyn Nerville watches in absolute shock as he undergoes. Sometime later, he wakes up inside a strange room. As he looks around, Evelyn Nerville appears and tells him he is safe in the break room of training ground, scolding him a bit for pushing his body way too far. Theo recognizes her right away, which completely catches her off guard. She quickly recovers and she explains that he passed out while training alone early this morning, so she brought him in here to get some. He thanks her for saving him, and as she hands him some water, she strictly warns him that opening a mana hall before. Theo has no clue why she is bringing this up, but he nods and says he knows the rules. So she looks at him and asks, "Why did you break them then?" He acts confused, asking her why she is interrogating him like this. She points out that right when he blacked out, there was a massive mana wave matching the exact signature of an opening mana hall. Staring him down, she demands to know if he actually opened his mana hall. Theo is totally lost. Remember that reward? He got the legendary Dragon Heart, plus a special early clear bonus that granted him the magic power of 10 of his past lives. Thinking back on this, he is speechless because getting a real Dragon Heart is normally an impossible feat. A Dragon Heart is incredibly special because you can actually house a mana hall inside it, allowing the energy, but humans cannot do that, normally keeping their mana halls down in the lower abdomen, since a fragile human heart would explode from that kind of power. That is why every warrior in the Ragnar clan, as it is the ultimate shortcut to insane power without relying on the abdomen. Yet, no human has ever been able to bypass the biological limits of their own chest. But now, with this system-granted Dragon Heart inside him, Theo is in a seriously weird spot. The power-up is absolutely massive, but it has definitely painted a giant target on his back. Worse still, he is sitting right in front of Evelyn Nerville, a legendary retired swordswoman who lost her. She used to lead the elite white-armored dragon cavalry, and her swordplay was so fearsome that even demon dragons respected her. She is a woman of strict principles she hates liars, and when she found her last pupil too stubborn, she threw away her position as his master. Basically, if she finds out about his secret Dragon Heart and mana hall, she might just slice his head off. But Theo just grins because he already has a plan, knowing he is perfectly safe as long as he does not get caught. He delivers a cheeky comeback, asking how she can threaten his life based on nothing more than a simple gut feeling. He demands to know if she can actually take responsibility for those words. Evelyn Nerville falls completely silent. Capitalizing on her hesitation, Theo applies more pressure by, if anyone finds out she falsely accused him, it would be treated as a direct insult to the entire Ragnar family name. She nods along, completely accepting that those are the rules. Glaring down with a menacing look, he asks if she knows the penalty for disrespecting an heir, and he's pretty pleased she gets it, warning her to think before she speaks next time. The woman is absolutely stunned by this new side of him, wondering if he's even the same person she once knew. Still, she's positive that was a real mana wave back there, so she decides to dig a little deeper. Bloodline or not, rules are rules, and she's ready to hold him to them, but then she suddenly realizes he doesn't even have a mana hole. Her face completely drops when she realizes she made a massive mistake, while Theo just acts smug and asks. Following the rules, she immediately drops to her knees at his feet. And without a single moment of hesitation, she begs him to execute her to pay for her sins with her worthless life. But get this, as she bows down, he reveals that a Dragon Heart is totally different from a normal mana hole. Having a Dragon Heart is basically like having a mana hole you can control completely, meaning he can hide his mana at will. On top of that, the world won't even discover that humans can possess a Dragon Heart until years down the line. Because of this, Theo is absolutely sure nobody can accuse him of having one. So instead of executing her, walking away, he says she was just doing her job, noting that few would risk their lives to demand the truth from an. But honestly, Theo just avoids killing her because she's one of the strongest fighters, and keeping her around. He then explains that restricting anyone from opening their mana holes before the awakening ceremony is strictly to prevent overflow. Deep down, he is glad she's worried about a mere bastard of Ragnar, and with that, he walks away. Theo walks with absolute confidence, feeling completely unstoppable, knowing he doesn't just have the Dragon Heart, but also 10 years. Fast forward a few days, we see that annoying instructor screaming at Theo again, ordering him to swing a little more to the right. Theo has been actively pretending to be weak, but honestly, it is getting pretty hard to listen to Rendon. Theo easily notices how this bastard is subtly but very deliberately teaching him incredibly bizarre sword technique. He is getting more certain a mastermind is behind Rendon's actions, and he is convinced that whoever dealt him that Theo decides it's finally time to unmask the puppet master, and a sharp smirk spreads across his face as he realizes Rendon just keeps screaming at him, and that is when Theo suddenly snaps the training stick he was holding in two. He lets this absolute jerk know that he's done listening to his endless yapping because his training, asking him mockingly. Theo wonders how someone with such pathetic, trash skills actually became a mid-rank. Pushing him further, Theo scoffs that he would probably struggle to defeat even the weakest demonic beasts. Naturally, Rendon completely takes the bait and is absolutely fuming, but Theo doesn't show any. He strides right up to the old man, making it totally clear that his skills are pathetic, as he secretly plans. If the guy panics, Theo is absolutely certain this bastard will run straight to his hidden mastermind. Now we transition to Camellia Palace, where this random guy bursts into a pub with a massive grin on his face. Shouting out to some guy named Axion, he loudly announces that the useless bastard of Ragnar is actually dueling his master, but Axion just sits there in dead silence, unable to even lift his glass off the table. Meanwhile, the loudmouth keeps laughing about how Theo blamed his instructor for his own lack of talent. Suddenly, the glass Axion is holding smashes directly into the loud guy's face, knocking him out cold with a single hit. He is absolutely furious, making it clear he doesn't care if a bastard ends up half disabled. And honestly, after all, he's a true Ragnar. Specifically one of the 4 hounds of the north. Dark Tiger Axion Ragnar. Sitting right next to him is Remington Narcio, another of the 4 hounds of the north, the Silver Lion. Right then, another powerful figure enters, and this annoyed man is Ed Trovan, the 9-dragon Sky Dragon. Looking pretty worried, he warns them that things could easily turn bad if they drop their guard. But Axion reassures him that only applies to people with talent, so they really don't need to worry about a brain-dead nobody. Still, Ed points out that within the Ragnar clan, unprecedented things can happen from the absolute small. Axion thinks it is actually pretty great that Theo is trying to pick a fight with Rendon. It means the seasoned instructor should have absolutely no problem putting our boy in his place. 1 week later, a huge crowd gathers at Training Ground 4, and it is not just clan members. Some major power. Down in the arena, Theo looks incredibly nervous, standing under the heavy gaze of hundreds of watching eyes. He curses his luck, remembering how he only wanted to get this guy fired after the disrespect, but things have come. Still, he is not overly worried since this clash was bound to happen, and he is ready to crush Rendon. A system alert confirms that his third tutorial quest is simple: fight Rendon and win. We then flash back to Theo confronting Rendon about his terrible teaching, telling him he is fired and can get lost. He claims there is still time left on their contract, but Theo snaps back that the employer has spoken, so there is nothing. Theo wants to punch him, right in his arrogant face. But he is still unsure of his own power. Meanwhile, Rendon cannot afford to lose this job. Before stepping closer, the old snake tries to smooth talk our boy out of it. But look at this, a system prompt flashes before him, demanding a complete victory over Rendon. This completely catches him off guard. Just then, Evelyn Neville appears, urging Theo to settle the dispute. The Ragnar. A quick sword match will settle everything, completely skipping the need for a tribunal. Let the winner dictate. The old snake sees his opening and quickly agrees, calling it a perfect way to settle their little issue. Theo is left completely speechless, but Evelyn just keeps pushing, acting like this is the best idea ever. Deep down, Theo is not confident. He does not feel ready to fight this guy. Yet here they are, up in the stands. People smirk and gossip about how weak and pathetic Theo is. They whisper that he does not even know how to swing a blade. They are sure he will get crippled, because he can't. Rendon cockily tells our young hero that if he apologizes right this second. Apparently, pride is not worth dying for, but Theo fires back with pure attitude, telling Rendon he warns the old cheat that if he does not want to end up as a one-armed swordsman, so the old cheat should just accept the firing and walk away while he still can. Rendon just grins, confident that the fight is already won. He decides to use this chance to quietly. As the match begins, Rendon generously offers our boy the first move, acting like a true mentor. Theo charges straight at him, sword raised high. And honestly, the crowd cannot help but laugh seeing this kid rush in like a complete amateur. Rendon unleashes a few quick strikes, but Theo manages to block them. Undeterred, the old man keeps up, pressing Theo into a corner. He chuckles at how obvious this result is. After all, this kid is not even low rank. He is just a lowly apprentice, and even a slight improvement is still not going to save him. Even if Theo were on the level of the 4 hounds of the north, things might be slightly different. But there is absolutely no way this useless trash from the Ragnar clan is going to touch him. Rewinding to a few days ago, we see Theo asking Evelyn what she was actually thinking when she suggested this duel. She simply answers that she is trying to help him. If he wants to kick Rendon out, they must be smart, since someone simply firing him? Not going to solve a thing. Theo asks how she figured that out, and she points out it was obvious from the weird sword style Rendon was teaching him. She had her spies quietly look into him, leaving Theo absolutely stunned. Evelyn never bothered with this guy in his past life, but now she is taking action just because Theo caught her eye. She explains that all of Rendon's tracks lead directly back to the prestigious Camellia Palace. None of this surprises Theo, though he is highly annoyed that he is caught up in their miserable war for the throne. Pushing his frustration aside, he admits he is pretty impressed she managed to piece everything together so quickly. Still, he admits his current skills are not enough to defeat Rendon, so he asks what her actual plan is. Evelyn reassures him that he is more than ready, advising him to stop doubting his own crazy potential. Back in the present, Rendon keeps throwing heavy strikes, but Theo casually parries every single blow like it is nothing. This makes Rendon Harvey wonder what happened to this kid, because he is clearly not the Theo Ragnar he used to know. The tables are completely turned, and now Rendon Harvey is the one struggling. Everyone in the crowd can feel the heavy weight of defeat, and we even see this hoodie guy, Remington Narcio, sweating. Even if we are not totally sure if he is Remington Narcio, Evelyn Nereville is having the absolute time of her life watching. For some reason, she is incredibly proud of Theo Ragnar. Then, we flash back to the past, revealing that in just one single week, Evelyn Nereville, she admits it is technically against the rules, but since Rendon Harvey is such a massive jerk, he does not deserve. This revelation puts a smirk right on the face of Theo Ragnar, making him feel a mix of excitement and hype. However, there is still one thing Theo Ragnar is concerned about, wanting to know her real reason for going. Theo Ragnar asks if it is just because of what happened last time. Evelyn Nereville agrees that is true to some extent, but mentions she knows someone who would love Theo. Back in the present, the battle rages on, and Rendon Harvey is getting more desperate by the very minute. Rendon Harvey is left wondering if this kid was faking his weakness all along, and let us be honest, we are all. Theo Ragnar demands to know who is backing him, which makes Rendon Harvey lashing out, furiously questioning, but Theo Ragnar reminds him that he already knows the old man was deliberately teaching him trash lessons on purpose. Theo Ragnar finally gets blunt, asking if he is working with the Camellia Palace, a question that leaves Rendon Harvey. With that mystery fully cleared up, Theo Ragnar swings his sword the very next second, completely severed. The severed hand flies straight through the air, leaving the entire crowd absolutely speechless. Rendon Harvey cries out in agonizing pain, desperately cursing Theo Ragnar under his breath. Theo Ragnar strides forward confidently, finally feeling his true strength, as he reminds Rendon Harvey that it was his own fault things ended up like this, simply because he was a weak, talentless fool. With a menacing swing of his sword, Theo Ragnar throws those exact words back in the face of Rendon Harvey. Theo Ragnar tells Rendon Harvey that in a family like Ragnar, where might makes right, a weakling like him should have. Then, with one final decisive swing, the blade cuts clean through, sending the head of Rendon Harvey rolling. The system screen pops up, warmly congratulating Theo Ragnar for successfully completing tutorial. Not only did Theo Ragnar win the fight, he actually exceeded the quest objective, earning a sweet bonus reward. And when the system asks if he wants to claim it, we already know his answer. The entire crowd is absolutely terrified by this point. It is completely insane to watch an apprentice swordsman slaughter a mid-tier expert like that, while Theo Ragnar is honestly embarrassed that he ever suffered at the hands of a weakling like that in his past life. But things are completely different this time, and the system suddenly reveals that his observation skill has been unlocked and as an extra bonus, Theo Ragnar gains 1 full year of magic power. And just when you think it is over, a massive figure crashes down from the sky like a meteor. Before Theo Ragnar can even react, this newcomer shouts his name with a wild grin, revealing himself as Julius Ragnar. Theo Ragnar is completely stunned to see him. He cannot believe Julius Ragnar is actually here, wondering exactly how long the commander has been. Meanwhile, the spectators start losing their minds, knowing this man is the fearsome commander of the White Army, and everyone is freaking out over why a legend would even show up here. Realizing Julius Ragnar must be Then we see Evelyn Nereville looking completely exhausted and dejected because Julius Ragnar literally destroyed the. On the flip side, Julius Ragnar looks like an absolute beast, and his terrifying aura leaves Theo Ragnar sweating. But those worries quickly fade as Julius Ragnar just bursts into laughter, flashing a massive friendly grin. Looking like a friendly giant, Julius Ragnar slaps Theo Ragnar on the back with some pats that, let us be. He keeps laughing, shouting that he is highly impressed to find a kid carrying around this much raw potential. Julius Ragnar adds that, while slaying his own tutor was pretty disrespectful, he readily admits Rendon. Then Julius bursts into laughter again, patting Theo on the shoulder before offering him a spot in the elite white armor. Evelyn pretty much expected this, but the rest of the crowd is left standing there with their jaws wide open. No one can quite believe that the legendary Julius Ragnar just personally scouted an inexperienced kid for his elite. That is when we spot Remington in the crowd once again. He asks a nearby guy if there is ever a case where an unawakened apprentice swordsman gets scouted before. The stranger looks totally lost and admits he has never heard of anything like that happening. Remington already knows the answer. It has literally never happened in history. Meanwhile, we get a peek into Theo. Theo knows it is basically impossible to judge someone's true potential, while their mana haul. Great swordsmanship is fine, but their actual magical power might still be completely lacking. So, no matter how legendary Julius Ragnar is, he cannot be entirely sure about Theo's actual potential. Still, he wonders if the demon dragon actually saw something special in him. But instead of accepting, Julius is left looking like he just bit into a pretty sour lemon. The crowd goes dead silent, completely shocked by how coldly Theo just rejected such an incredibly prestigious war. You can practically hear a pin drop in that hall as everyone processes this. Soon, news of the madness spreads. All anyone talks about is how young Master Theo, previously seen as a total fool, completely destroyed his teacher. And when the legendary demon dragon tried to recruit him into his elite cavalry, he just casually turned it down. Opinions are split, debating whether he is being remarkably humble or just incredibly arrogant. Meanwhile, over at Camellia Palace, we meet a lady who is pretty pissed off that Rendon was killed. This angry woman is actually the lady of the Camellia Palace, Ragnar. Her companion tells her not to worry, calling Rendon a useless amateur who was only chosen for his terrible skills anyway. The man speaking to her is her brother, Sky Dragon Ed Troyvan, whom we previously spotted hanging out at the pub. She points out that the demon dragon personally approached Theo. And worse, rumors claim Evelyn was the one. This development means they cannot easily step in to assign Theo a new master anymore. If Theo actually starts to stand out, taking control of the Rose Palace is going to get a lot harder. Right then, Axion strolls in, casually asking why they are so stressed out when the clan head, Ragnar, asks if he understands that the safest way to seize the Rose Palace is for Theo to remain completely powerless. Her son nods, saying he is fully aware and feels quite certain that Theo is still as weak as ever. After all, how much could a loser like him really have changed? He figures Evelyn and Julius just have a soft spot for but Ed Troyvan is not vibing with his nephew's reckless attitude at all, warning him to take this pretty seriously. That is when Axion pulls out a letter. With a sly grin, he says since his mother and uncle are so worried, he will just play with Theo and teach him his Check this out. We cut to the training grounds where Evelyn is praising Theo for a pretty solid practice session. He thanks her, admitting that training under a truly proper master like her makes a massive difference. She mentions it would have been quite amazing if he joined the white armored cavalry, asking why he turned down such. Theo quietly thinks to himself before responding. He knows it would be a lie to say he does not regret turning down that juicy offer, especially since it was his past life dream. However, he just smirks, knowing that joining now would actually hold him back. There is simply no reason. When he thinks about the insane privileges waiting at the top after his awakening ceremony, joining the white armored cavalry does not even compare. So, he just smiles and says he's quite happy training with her for the upcoming ceremony. Evelyn warns him that the commander will probably be pretty disappointed after getting rejected like that. Right then, Theo decides to use his observation skill for the first time, scanning her stats to confirm she is a. He discovers that she highly admires his humility and outstanding character, finding a real sense of purpose and excitement in teaching him, something she has not felt in a very long time. The text reveals she actually misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo is pretty thrilled to realize just how Squinting a bit, he focuses on that last line about Evelyn missing her old dragon cavalry days, which he finds quite surprising. Right then, a strange guy walks in, introducing himself as Sybil Drea. He says he came all the way from the Southern Inspection Post to discuss some business with Theo. Honestly, this guy looks pretty intimidating, and Theo has no clue what he actually wants to talk about. Deciding to use his observation skill once more, he discovers that Sybil Drea actually holds a strong longing to. This revelation makes him break out in cold sweat. The thought of fighting someone with such a scary face is terrifying. Right on cue, a system notification pops up with his 4th tutorial quest. His goal is to lose the title of Ragnar Imbecile. And get this, Sibildrea is incredibly frank about his intentions. He bluntly declares he wants to follow young Master Theo, even confessing he was originally part of the crowd that completely— in fact, he used to think the title of Ragnar Imbecile fit him perfectly. Theo appreciates the brutal honesty, but he cannot help feeling a little ticked off by it. The guy is straight up insulting him to his face without even realizing it. But plus, he felt truly honored witnessing the results of that hard work during the showdown with that fraud, Rendon. Sibildrea was absolutely thrilled watching that corrupt instructor's head go flying through the air. Seeing Theo's insane growth firsthand completely blew his mind. The image of demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally inviting the young master into the legendary cavalry was forever burned. Sibildrea declares that Theo became his ultimate idol right then. He almost gave up on life after being— now, all he wants is a simple chance to clash swords with his hero. This level of honesty is pretty shocking. Normally, Theo would doubt anyone's motives, but his observations— Sibildrea holds massive respect for him, and he truly just wants to spar. Everything proves he is telling the truth. It is pretty unexpected, but Theo— after he defeated Rendon Harvey and rumors of Lord Julius taking an interest in him began to spread, Theo assumed jealous people with deep inferiority complexes would swarm to challenge him. He never expected to find someone who actually admires and wants to follow him. It seems some members of the clan still— honestly, this works out great, since Theo definitely needs trustworthy people in his inner circle. He is going to need highly competent followers if he ever wants to become the Ragnar Patriarch. Besides, he can use this duel to advance his final tutorial quest and wipe out his loser reputation. With the system backing him, watch how he plays this. He is determined to completely destroy that humiliating title once and for all. Asking Evelyn for permission to spar, raising his blade in a formal salute, he introduces himself as Theo Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman of Rose Palace, currently training for the awakening ceremony under the legendary Master Evelyn. The famous one-armed swordmaster smiles with clear approval. Sibildrea clumsily returns the salute, introducing himself as an apprentice swordsman from the southern. Finally, the duel begins, and Sibildrea instantly lunges forward with incredible speed. He looks like a complete madman aiming for a lethal blow right from the start, but Theo blocks the strike. The self-proclaimed dummy of the southern post is undeniably fast, and speed is clearly the one thing he feels most confident about. Just from this single opening exchange, Sibildrea can tell the young master's strength is absolutely the real deal. Meanwhile, Theo is honestly wondering why this talented kid was even labeled an idiot in the first place. If he had fought him in his past life, he would have struggled to block even a few simple blows. But today, shifting to the offensive, Theo swings his sword and sends Sibildrea flying through the air like a rag doll, instantly disarming him. For the present Theo, this fight is pure child's play, though poor Sibildrea almost throws up from the— he crashes hard against the training arena stands, but luckily, he is not seriously hurt. Sibildrea struggles back to his feet, instantly praising young Master Theo's mind-blowing mastery of the blade. He happily concedes defeat with genuine gratitude. Theo remains humble in victory, saluting the young warrior. Standing with his sword raised in salute, he caught his own reflection in the shining steel. Suddenly, what if he used his observation skill on himself? He activated it, and to his surprise, the system he had talents like observation, player, and Ragnar, plus a whole list of locked skills he couldn't access yet. He was just a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats, except for an abnormally high 190 in magic power. Now that he could perceive stats, they finally showed up as solid numbers, putting his full abilities on display under his— looking at the locked slots on his screen, he figured grinding out quests would unlock at least 4 more abilities. Having the power to pull up his own status whenever he wanted was a huge advantage. Theo figured his insane magic stat came from his past life's power and the dragon heart beating inside his chest. He seriously wondered if some kind of curse was behind this absolute joke of a luck stat. Maybe every single piece of misery he endured in his previous life was actually caused by this rotten luck. Theo was so hyper-focused on reviewing his status screen that he completely missed the crowd of young men gathering all around the train. And look at this, they are already surrounding him with God knows what intentions. He knew that even though his old instructor was a total fraud, that garbage bastard was still officially a mid-rank swordsman. But since he had just decapitated Rendon and won the respect of a legendary commander, these rookies swarming him was inevitable. Under Ragnar's law of the strongest, people in this world really only react— they either burn with absolute jealousy toward Theo, or they end up completely worshipping the ground he walks on. Watching from the side, Evelyn could clearly see where this specific crowd stood. They were definitely the worshipping type, totally blown away to see that the wild rumors about the young master were actually pure. Respect shined in their eyes. Every single one of them put themselves in Sybil's shoes during that spar, and that terrifying thought only made them want to test their steel against the young master even more. Standing right at the front was Ed Nolan. Theo glanced over the crowd, pretty satisfied with the look in their eyes. He pointed straight at Ed Nolan, catching him completely off guard, and called the young warrior up to have a spar. Ed Nolan snapped a crisp salute, introducing himself as Viscount Nolan's third son, specializing in the double. Theo saluted right back, calmly telling him to show what he had. Skipping any more useless talking, they immediately assumed their combat stances and locked blades. Each heavy. Ed was actually pretty decent, moving fast enough to slip in a tricky slash that looked completely impossible to block. But right then, time itself seemed to slow down for Theo. He adjusted his grip and met the incoming strike with a flawless, angled parry, sending Ed's swords. That clutch defense instantly boosted Theo's progress in the changing heart swordsmanship, leaving Ed standing there completely. It was a total, crushing defeat by the young master. Ed bowed, admitting he lost, and offered his and here's the crazy part, getting Ed's respect actually increases his luck stat. What if luck was tied directly to his reputation? If so, he had finally found a way to fix that garbage stat. All he had to do was keep beating people up until his luck flipped. Next up to get crushed was Bernat Ramiro, and another victory, another point added to his luck. Right after that, Eric Moran stepped up. The guy tried his best, but it was still a total sweep. Then, he secured the respect of keeping his streak going. He absolutely flattened Manuel Noir, while some thuggish-looking guy named Vero Perang. By now, Theo was completely lost in the thrill of the fight, easily maintaining his streak against Daniel Riemann. After running through almost every young swordsman in the arena, he was still practically begging for a real challenge. He yelled for the next challenger, but the crowd just stared. He had fought himself to the point of near exhaustion. It made sense, all these rookies had already acknowledged him. To keep progressing, he either needed to hunt down much stronger opponents, or humiliate the elites who still he needed a real change of pace. Just then, the crowd parted, and a voice called out that he looked complete. Theo fired back that he would rest when he felt like it, but right now, he was still good to go. Seeing that the kid was still standing, the massive armored warrior known as the Silver Lion, Remington Nardio, he formally requested a sparring match, shocking both Theo and the surrounding rookies, who never expected it. After all, Remington is one of the 4 Hounds of the North. This elite group consists of Holkus Lanka. They hold the absolute title of the 4 strongest warriors in this generation's awakening ceremony under the Ragnar clan. Remington Nardio says he actually showed up early just to inspect the young lord's swordsmanship before the big awakening. Offering a polite salute and a warm smile, Remington thanks Theo for accepting his sudden request. This Silver Lion is a brilliant sword genius, known for sharp senses and a seriously intense work ethic. Right now, he is shocked to find such an unexpected rival in Theo. Theo Ragnar returns the salute with pride. Now, he formally introduces himself as the 31st son of the great he never expected to meet, let alone trade blows with a legendary sword genius like Remington. Having deeply respected this man in his past life, when Theo admits he is highly honored to cross blades with the famed, riding the thrilling high of these back-to-back battles, Theo simply wants to show Remington what he is made of. Both are ready. They want an epic fight. Watching the Silver Lion's aura erupt to a truly terrifying level, Theo wonders if his present self can actually. They charge. Blades clash, sending sparks flying everywhere. Just think about it, how insanely powerful is one of these northern hounds? Every single clash, Theo stays completely focused even as sharp metal shards spray across the arena, while Remington just wears a confident, sustaining a massive amount of wear and tear. One of their weapons is sliced clean through as Evelyn watches, completely breathless. All the young swordsmen who just got beaten by Theo are left totally speechless. Across the dead silence of the arena, the sharp metallic ring of a broken blade hitting the floor echoes. With one quick display of overwhelming power, Remington cleanly shears the blade, stopping his follow-up mere inches from. To everyone watching, the outcome is absolutely clear: Theo has lost. Sybil hates to admit his idol got taken down this fast, but the painful reality is right there. The crowd quickly accepts that no matter how much Theo has grown, defeating one of the legendary 4 Hounds is. Sybil still argues that the sheer level of fighting spirit Theo showed is something to highly admire. But look at this, to everyone's utter shock. The White Lion suddenly claims he is the loser. Giving a highly respectful salute, his form is flawless as he humbly thanks the young lord for such a great match. Remington points out that Theo's sword was already quite heavily damaged before they even began. On top, Theo argues that on a real battlefield, no one ever gives you those breaks. Therefore, he already accepted his defeat the second his blade broke. Remington can only respond with an under. The White Lion and the young lord shake hands, a deep sense of mutual respect growing between this unlikely pair. Remington truly hopes they can have a proper duel under much better conditions next time, and Theo completely agrees. The crowd watches in absolute amazement as Theo gets recognized by one of the legendary Four Hounds. This duel with Remington actually boosts his quest progress all the way to 35%, a pretty massive leap. Evelyn lets out a sigh of relief from the sidelines. This really couldn't have ended any better. Thanks to Remington's incredible show of force, Theo now has a solid gauge on how strong the hounds truly are. Even though his unlocked talents and secret manuals made him way stronger than before, he felt what real power is during the. He is still lacking. He has way too many weak areas left to fix. While it's a bit of a shame the match cut short due to his exhausted state, he still walks away with massive gains. His luck stats increase by 10, and his reputation dramatically improves. But as for the main quest, he is still quite away from fully completing it, meaning he needs to find another. Suddenly, Remington admits he didn't just show up here for a casual sparring match. He actually has an important. Turns out, it's a formal invitation to the highly exclusive Scaled Dragon Society. Just hearing the name of this Scaled Dragon Society is enough to make the surrounding young swordsmen go completely wild. It is an elite, high society group with a brutal selection process, and Remington himself is personally handing over the landing an invite to this group is a dream honor for any rising prodigy. So Theo humbly asks if someone like him is. The White Lion quickly reassures him that he is honestly more than qualified. Besides, he insisted the group was not even that serious. Most top members just view it as a Theo cannot tell if Remington has some ulterior motive for this invite, but he is well aware that this Scale Dragon Society revolves entirely around his arrogant half-brother, a total snake pit, filled with arrogant elites looking down on him. But that makes it the absolute perfect place for Theo to advance his quest, while spying on Axion and the power. Seeing no real reason to refuse, Theo takes the invitation and formally thanks Remington for going out of his way. He promises to attend. Right into the enemy den. Remington happily shakes his hand, glad to rope in another rising star, telling Theo to never hesitate. With the gathering just 2 weeks away, he has very little time to prepare a proper plan. Evelyn takes a slow drag of her cigarette, looking a bit worried for her new disciple. Just as word of the invite reaches Theo's mother, Cecilia, bursts straight into his room with a massive, excited smile on her face. He was just about to tell her himself, but that is clearly not necessary anymore. Cecilia has already brought the entire palace styling team to his room. Since this is his first time getting invited to something this big, his mother is incredibly thrilled, especially since the club. These elite youngsters even get attention from the council itself. Cecilia knows that everything, from his outfit to how he carries himself, will be under intense scrutiny. She pulls out a tape measure and starts sizing him up. She knows her boy is flawless when it comes to manners. Fortunately, this is one area of elite high society where Cecilia can actually help him shine. A major star actress. It makes perfect sense. She is just happy to be of some help to her beloved son, while Theo knows she has always carried the heavy burden of rape. Cecilia always felt guilty for giving him that painful label, even though none of it was her fault at all. The brutal Ragnar clan, where power is everything. He can only imagine how devastating it must have been for her to raise a weak kid in his past life. You can see right through her act. Behind that happy face, she is just a mother terrified for her son. She pulls Theo into a tight embrace, whispering that she will always believe in him and that he can achieve literally. The warmth of her embrace melts the cold walls around Theo's heart, and he gently hugs her back with genuine. This time, he is going to work his absolute ass off. No more worrying. And while she is thrilled he is joining this society, Theo is only thinking about completely tearing down that snake. 2 weeks pass. The night of the banquet is finally here. Remington rolls up to the Rose Palace in a luxury carriage to collect Theo, but he almost does a double take. Theo ditched his training gear for some sleek, high-class attire his mom picked out. Instead of a scrappy warrior, he looks like a true elite noble, which makes Remington tease him about his dramatic makeover. He is not joking. The White Lion is genuinely impressed by this massive glow-up. Theo has to admit his own body has gone through an insane overhaul recently. He has gotten taller, filled out with solid muscle, and all of this happened in just 2 weeks of hardcore training. Over those 2 weeks, Remington actually kept showing up to train with him daily, turning them into solid friends. Plus, he managed to gain a pretty decent following with Sybil and the crew. Poor Evelyn ended up coaching a literal army of Theo fanboys when she only signed up to train him. To say, even now, Theo is still socially drained from dealing with so many hyperactive people, but today, he faces his first. Remington tells him there is absolutely no reason to be anxious, though he does leave him with one crucial warning. He explains that his buddy, Axion, can get pretty damn mischievous at times. Turns out, Axion was the one who insisted on inviting Theo to meet the new talent, meaning this entire fancy bank. This completely flips the script, but honestly, it is actually a massive win for him. In fact, this is way better. Theo is already anticipating all the trash talk coming his way. Over at the Grand Hall, the Dark Tiger, Theo Ragnar, is already sipping high-end liquor, thoroughly excited to turn the family. A carriage rolls up to a massive, glittering palace, marking their arrival at the grand banquet. Remington and Theo step down, with the young lord quickly scanning his surroundings. He is stepping straight into Camellia Palace, the base of the trash who used Rendon to stunt his growth. In his past life, these monsters devoured him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace without a shred of mercy. Remington snaps him out of his dark thoughts, gesturing to head inside. The eager Remington heard that Axion is personally coming to greet them, and should already be waiting by the entrance. Axion's motive behind this invite is completely obvious. He probably thinks that since the supposed family idiot. However, the young master does not walk straight into a nest of vipers without a backup plan. He is going to show Axion exactly what kind of monster he is messing with. As they approach the main doors, Theo freezes in his tracks when something strange catches the corner of his eye. Glowing high up on the balcony of Camellia Palace, the familiar blue light of a system quest is calling his name. He gets so sidetracked by this unexpected quest prompt that he completely misses an object falling directly toward. Remington lunges forward to shield him, but the mysterious object explodes into a thick cloud of white dust. Frantic yelling follows. But Theo is completely unharmed. It was just a cheap sack of white flour dropped from. This is childish. Remington is absolutely furious. Theo knows that in his past life, he never would have dodged this, and the clothes his mother carefully tailored would be ruined. At first, he thought Remington was playing along, but the White Lion's genuine rage proves he has no. Honestly, a flower bomb is probably the absolute peak of creativity for the idiots hiding up there. The cowards behind this childish trash are currently snickering behind the second-story glass, looking down like they act. Then, a very familiar voice cuts through the crowd, claiming that this was merely a harmless welcome among dear friends, just a friendly gesture. But Remington is not buying the excuse. The beastman is genuinely ready to tear someone apart. Axion finally steps into view with a mocking grin, reiterating that he was only showing his beloved brother Theo some love. Look at those stats. Theo's appraisal reveals absolute madness, psychopathy, and a monstrous talent for the sword. The psycho is clearly thrilled to have a brand new toy, but Theo just smiles and offers a calm thanks. This completely throws his deranged brother off guard. Theo calmly adds that he appreciates such a warm welcome. He is genuinely thankful, and says he is looking forward to the feast, which instantly turns Axion's confusion. This pathetic little brother of his has actually gotten pretty entertaining since they last crossed paths. Moving past the drama, they enter the main hall where the Empire's elite youth are gathered for this highly Only a handful of high-tier prodigies were chosen to mingle, eat luxury food, and build powerful connections. Naturally, all eyes lock on to the unexpected guest, with whispering nobles wondering why Axion would invite such a loser. Sure, Theo might carry the direct blood of the legendary Ragnar family, but he is still known everywhere as the useless idiot. Letting a trash-tier noble into their prestigious circle feels like an insult to them, though they secretly admit his. Everyone here already knows Axion is just playing with his food. Since these arrogant snobs are not even trying to. Remington softly apologizes to Theo, muttering that these gatherings are not usually this hostile. But Theo does not care what they say. In fact, the more these fools run their mouths right now, the better. It is only going to make breaking them later feel so much sweeter. Plus, he can tell the blue quest light is very close. You just know this quest is huge. But finding an excuse to slip away is not going to be easy. Right then, Axion walks down the grand steps. Theo forces down his rising irritation, reminding himself to play the part and stick strictly to his strategy. With a fake smile, he thanks his brother again. Axion casually offers a sarcastic apology for the flower prank. He closes the gap between them instantly, gripping Theo's shoulders with crushing force while loudly demanding. Remington moves to step in, but Theo quickly interjects, saying there is absolutely no need for an apology. He throws Axion's own words back at him, calling the flower drop just a harmless greeting between brothers. The psycho is speechless, completely dumbfounded. Theo is simply too cold to shake. Masking his shock, Axion laughs it off, slapping Theo on. Axion never expected the kid to have this much spine. Theo had changed so much since they were children. Meanwhile, the snooty nobles watched Theo smile and just go along with his brother's weird whims. They sneered, calling him Axion's dog and whispering nasty comments about his illegitimate birth compared to Troyvon's pure. Sure, they were half-brothers, but those high and mighty nobles believed Theo and Axion were on completely different levels. Both were Ragnars, yes, but Troyvan was a legendary Eastern sword clan. Theo's mother, on the other. Theo kept smiling as he listened to their blatant insults, quietly letting their trash talk fuel the fire burning. What really baffled the crowd, though? Remington's closeness to him. Why stand by the family idiot? So, they dragged Remington into it, mocking him as some cheap, illegitimate child of the Narcio family. The White Lion was already highly stressed at this banquet. Hearing these snobs drag up a forbidden topic, Theo realized if he did not act in a few seconds, Remington was going to steal his entire spotlight. He wanted to sit back and collect a few more insults first, but that plan was officially out the window. Before Axion could lead him upstairs, Theo stopped. He insisted that since he just got here, he had to greet. Smiling, he strolled right over to the table where all those snickering nobles were huddled together. Every eye locked onto the supposed idiot of the Ragnar family. Theo casually reached down and grabbed a heavy wine. Walking up to the jerk who was mocking Remington, Theo offered to pour him a drink. The guy just smirked, asked, "Oh, you are not ready for this." Theo shifts his grip and shatters the bottle right over Blondie's head. Even the wildly unhinged Axion froze. Remington did too. The sudden, brutal escalation left The noble clutched his head as dark blood ruined his blonde hair. Theo just towered over him, casually The bleeding jerk actually tried to sit up, screaming and cursing Theo for humiliating him in front of everyone. But before he could spew more arrogant, noble garbage, Theo delivered a lightning-fast kick that absolutely shattered the guy. The real plan was officially in motion. Right now, Theo's eyes turned incredibly cold and dangerous. Theo casually joked that he was only saying hello, but got a pretty rude reaction. The surrounding nobles best of all, his hidden quest progress was already shooting up, hitting 43%. Remington had trained with him for 2 solid weeks, and he knew Theo was definitely not just some mindless thug. Realizing Theo was doing this for his sake, Remington watched as Theo stepped up to the bleeding noble, declaring this. He dragged Blondie's limp body onto a raised ledge, stepping right over his arm, while slowly pressing down with his. He whispered that since the greetings were done, it was time for goodbyes. The noble shrieked in absolute terror, begging Theo to stop and wait, but it was useless. Get ready for this. Theo stomps down and completely shatters his bones with a sickening crack that echoes everywhere. Those talkative snobs who were happily mocking everyone just minutes ago were now completely paralyzed. That brutal bone-shattering strike pushed his quest to 58% as Blondie passed out right on the carpet. No hesitation. Theo casually tossed the unconscious noble aside like total garbage. He casually asked the silent crowd if anyone else wanted a greeting, pushing his progress to 66%. Suddenly, a squad of royal knights who had been waiting in the shadows burst forward, instantly surrounding Theo. They immediately drew their weapons, trapping Theo in place with 4 sharp blades pointed right at him. Furious over their young master's broken body, they declared that the only fitting punishment for such a crime was Theo just smirked, loving how his plan was coming together, and casually asked who this loser even was. They proudly yelled back that this was the 3rd young master of the Hanabi clan, Ian Hanabi. He found their sheer confidence pretty hilarious, knowing the Hanabi clan was just one of the 6 snow clans serving Ragnar. He already knew these pampered nobles' bodyguards wouldn't be able to just stand around and watch for long. They always looked down on the family idiot when he caused trouble, so Theo calmly asked them what the issue even was. Dripping with sheer arrogance, he asked them if the mere dogs of a Ragnar vassal clan truly dared to demand his death. Could they actually do it? Threaten the direct bloodline of Kyle Ragnar? He certainly was not someone to tolerate disrespect, and the knights felt their swords slip slightly at his will. The fury of seeing their master broken quickly vanished, replaced by the terrifying, deep-rooted fear of the. On top of that, the heavy pressure radiating from the young man was completely suffocating them. This definitely wasn't the useless Ragnar failure they were used to laughing at. When they actually think about it, Theo is a direct descendant with a legitimate claim to the throne. Let's not forget that ordering the execution of someone with dragon blood isn't something a sane person would ever dream of. It's the kind of massive sin that could easily get their entire small snow clan wiped off the map. Sure, Theo was considered trash for so long that people totally forgot he even had that kind of protection, but those days are over. All 4 knights instantly realized they made a massive mistake and had to beg for mercy, but Theo had already given the execution order to a mysterious ally hiding nearby. A sudden flash of steel blinds the room with impossible speed. And just like that, 4 heads are flying through the air, painting the palace floor red. While enemy blood sprays everywhere, the deadly assassin who just butchered the knights lands on the carpet with perfect grace. It's actually none other than his master, Evelyn Narvel. With blood dripping everywhere, the arrogant nobles finally realize they are in actual danger. The easy game is official. Theo's personal mission to shed his useless reputation is already 70% complete. Axion can only watch in silence as his grand banquet becomes Theo's personal playground. Meanwhile, to him, it was pretty obvious. He has no idea why she followed him all the way to Camellia Palace, but having her here means he can deal with these idiots without While the silent crowd holds their breath to see what he does next, we flash back to the night before, when Commander Julius he showed up just to tease her about refusing to take on new students. Despite the fact that she trains her current disciple every single day, Evelyn is clearly used to this Lately, annoying his old comrade seems to be Julius's absolute favorite hobby. And of course, that includes stealing her most expensive wine. But tonight, Commander Julius wants to know exactly. She knows there's no way she's getting that bottle back from his massive hands. She simply replies that Theo is way beyond expectations. With his insane drive and raw talent, he's easily one of the best students she's ever trained. That's a huge statement. She doesn't hold back either. Based on Theo's incredible potential, she truly believes he surpasses even young Master Axion. And to be fair, Julius always trusts her judgment. She has 2 working eyes, while he only has 1. But Julius points out that people don't change that fast. So the logical explanation is that the kid was secretly hiding his real strength all this time. Still, it's pretty hard to believe someone would actually play dumb for years, only to suddenly start showing off his power now. As a teacher, Evelyn knows that rushing your training only makes you stumble and fall. But what she saw in Theo, it's like he's running from an invisible monster, pushing himself out of sheer terror. Genuinely, Julius drains his glass and agrees that the young Axion is definitely someone to watch out for. In fact, he's the one who told Evelyn she should secretly tail the kid just in case. The commander has a bad feeling about this banquet. It might not be what she's expecting, but something. As a Ragnar himself, he knows firsthand that when hungry young wolves gather in one room, they immediately start fighting for dominance. Tossing a uniform onto the table, the commander tells her to recruit Theo to his squad. But he's not just after the kid, he flat out refuses to let her go. Just because she can't ride a dragon anymore doesn't mean she gets to retire. He wants her back to take responsibility. Julius leaves her room with a grin, thanking her for the drinks. She might be out of good wine, but she definitely got her spark. Now back in the present at the Camellia Palace, Evelyn starts putting the puzzle pieces together. She realizes Theo probably knew she was trailing him and set up this entire situation on purpose. It's highly likely he joined the Scale Dragon Society planning for this exact showdown from the start. Evelyn realized her worries were pretty pointless from the start. She just wondered when exactly he noticed her following him. In reality, Theo sensed his master discreetly tailing him the very moment he stepped into that carriage. Thanks to his dragon heart, he can spread his energy perception around him basically like a 6th sense. Theo turned back to Evelyn and pointed out that almost all the nobles in this banquet hall just showed blatant disrespect. He calmly asked what the penalty for such a horrid crime would be. The guilty nobles almost fainted on the spot because they knew exactly what that punishment meant. Evelyn, always a stickler for the rules, coldly stated that clan laws allow for the immediate execution. Now watch this. Theo set them up, and Evelyn finished them. Playing the role of a merciful man, Theo argued that these offenders are pretty much just kids who haven't even. Taking just one arm from each offender would satisfy him to consider them forgiven, and Evelyn moved instantly. She became an unstoppable slicing machine, tearing right through the desperately panicking nobles of the Scale Dragon Society. The second son of the Byron clan tried to dodge out of the way, only to get his right arm instantly severed. Over on the side, the eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps screamed as blood spurted from his stump. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run, but outrunning Evelyn was completely impossible. By the time the eldest daughter of the Howard clan lost her arm, Theo's quest had reached 79% complete. One pathetic noble crawled straight toward Axion, begging Axe to help him escape this nightmare. Axe just echoed his brother's words, stating he could not intervene since this was simply another form of friendly greed. The crawling noble caught a cold glint of steel in his vision right before his arm was sliced clean off, while the eldest son of the parent family writhed on the floor in pure agony. Axe stared at his former trainer. Our female swordfighter nonchalantly met his eyes and gave a small nod. Axe never expected to reunite with his. Evelyn simply saluted with her sword. Looking around the bloody banquet hall, Axion realized that Evelyn only targeted those who had made outright remarks. Theo set things up so that even as a fellow successor candidate, Axion had absolutely no authority. It took Evelyn only a few short minutes to sever the right arms of 14 people on Theo's orders. Sure, they could take their severed limbs to a priest right now and get them reattached, but their future careers as sword. Everything went exactly as planned, but Axion was mostly curious about how Theo won over both Remington and Evelyn. Theo Ragnar, the useless imbecile of the Rose Palace, had evolved into something truly terrifying. The psycho inside, he desperately wanted to crush this brother beneath his heel. But since Theo had finished what he came for, they slowly walked out of the palace, leaving the remaining nobles staring at Theo in absolute terror. As you can literally feel the tension as the two brothers locked eyes without a single word. But right before leaving, Theo suddenly grabbed Axion's arm, squeezing hard enough to leave deep wrinkles in his brother. A moment later, Theo let go with a cheerful wave, telling Axion he had a total blast at this bloody little banquet. With that, the final tutorial quest to shed his imbecile reputation was complete. Meanwhile, Axion he wanted to strike right then and there, but he knew doing so would be incredibly foolish. Instead, the psycho vented his rage by destroying his own room and screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. The tutorial stage might be over, but his real revenge is only just beginning. His reward for completely flipping his public image was a rare experience elixir. It was a special tonic that instantly boosts your level by 5 if you are under level 30. Naturally, anyone would be shocked to hear that Axion's prestigious Scale Dragon Society was torn limb from limb, both literally. As for Theo, he was in a great mood for celebrating after absolutely flexing on all those snobbish nobles. His loyal crew dragged him to a local pub to celebrate his flashy, incredibly violent high society debut. Even Evelyn dropped in to grab some drinks. Theo couldn't help but wonder how the Scale Dragon Society was feeling after getting absolutely wrecked by a guy they used to mock as an imbecile. Over at Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar was in total shock after hearing how they justified Theo's actions, but that he also chopped off all those arms right in front of Axion. It made zero sense to her, leaving her deeply frustrated. She's pretty annoyed that they didn't just force him to submit, but instead gave our boy full freedom to go wild. Axion tries to save face, arguing that if Theo gains real recognition, taking over the Rose Palace will be nearly impossible, telling her not to worry. But she snaps back, telling him to reflect on his failures, refusing to hear another word. She lists all his reckless blunders that almost ruined their master plan, leaving Axion with no choice but to walk away. Emil wonders why Axion is so obnoxious, and Ed says he is just like her. She's definitely not in the mood for jokes, so he quickly apologizes, saying this whole setback isn't worth. He explains that the Rose Palace was part of the leader's harem, meaning taking ownership is pretty tough. Even though it is ignored because of the riffraff inside, Ed shares his actual plan. They just need a solid justification. Luckily, since our boy Theo caused absolute chaos during the Scale Dragon Society meeting, he is slowly by using that drama as leverage, they can legally shut down the main character. Emil is left completely speechless as she processes his brilliant plan, realizing that she was only terrified of Theo getting stronger because his growth might attract the clan leader's attention. But look at this, by utilizing Theo's own slow rise in power, she realizes the Camellia Palace can legally crush him, forcing the entire Rose Palace to bow down before the mighty. Believing this devious plan will work, she asks Ed how long preparation will take. Ed assures her that everything is already set, promising that she'll wake up tomorrow morning to some absolutely He comforts her, telling Emil to just enjoy a relaxing bath and sleep well. He even prepared a special volcanic candle from the South Akron region to help her unwind. She trusts her elder brother completely and shows her deep gratitude. In a tavern, Remington admits he never knew Theo cared so much about him. Theo has no idea what he's talking about, laughing at his friend acting drunk on plain orange juice. But Theo did not hesitate for a second to step up the moment they insulted his friend. He feels completely useless now. Remington looks at our main character, amazed that Theo endured years of being treated like an untalented, yet he never gave up, pushing himself to become stronger even against monsters he had zero chance of defeating. He showed insane willpower to win his fight against the untouchable Camellia Palace. Remington knows Theo swung his sword without a shred of fear, and he did it all for him. As his friend's eyes tear up, Theo realizes Remington has completely misunderstood the whole situation. The guy stands up, declaring that, despite his own clan's strict orders, he wants to walk a different path and follow Theo instead. Nearby onlookers start cheering loudly. Theo desperately tries to explain, but Evelyn telepathically warns him to just let his friend be. He spots her, and she says this misunderstanding might help everyone get along with him. Hearing this, he smiles, but knows he is nothing special without his cheat status window. Staring at his stats, he remembers how he originally thought this screen was just a manifestation of his own deep regret, but seeing how detailed it is, he knows this system is something else entirely. He gets a strange sense of déjà vu, but shrugs it off. After the Scaled Dragon Society incident wraps up, our main character notices his level has increased. Since level ups give him stat points, Theo can build his strength however he wants. Honestly, even he gets a little terrified thinking about the absolute beast he is slowly becoming. Evelyn catches him flashing a pretty evil smile and gets instantly concerned. Theo decides to prep for the Camellia Palace's inevitable counterattack first, asking Remington if he is. Remy says he can ask for literally anything, pleasantly shocked by the friendly nickname. As Theo pulls out an item, he warns that the war for the throne between Theo and Axion is going to kick off very soon, so he needs serious help preparing before the storm finally hits. Remington falls silent, remembering how in his past life, he became the Narcio clan leader, building a force. Our main character knows this is a golden chance to win Remington over, so he hands him a slip of paper, and the man promises that since he already swore loyalty to Theo, he will do everything he can to assist. Theo nods in gratitude, but suddenly, a loud voice screams his name as someone crashes into the tavern. Stunned silence fills the room as fully armed knights march inside, declaring that by the sword of law, Theo is under arrest for assault and intimidation. Evelyn calls it total nonsense, but our boy tells her to stay calm and he sees the paper as genuine, and the ink is still incredibly wet, meaning his enemies were in a desperate hurry. He agrees to go quietly, letting them snap the cuffs on him. Led away in chains, he just smiles at his crew, trusting them completely to handle things. Remington immediately looks down at the paper Theo slipped him. Word of the arrest spreads to the Rose Palace, where Theo's mother, Cecilia, collapses to her knees. Her worried servant rushes over, but she brushes it off, demanding to know exactly why they took her boy. He explains it involves the Scaled Dragon Society, and her son is actually being accused of starting a rebellion. Stunned, she asks if they are really putting her son on trial for this. The servant warns that escaping this will be tough, especially since Theo completely wiped out the entire Scale Dragons. Cecilia never imagined her son's invitation to the capital would spiral into a nightmare like this, but she knows he will make it through because that is just who he is. She prays for his safe return. Meanwhile, our main character is escorted to the tribunal. Arriving at the gates, he realizes it has been a very long time. Knowing he completely crushed the Scale Dragon Society, he knows a light slap on the wrist is out of the question. A full tribunal is inevitable. As the successor of Ragnar, they are definitely going to put his worthiness under a microscope. The knights his enemies want to bury him, but get this, he is smiling because everything is going exactly to plan. The guards announce that the prisoner Theo has arrived, quickly securing permission to bring him into the main hall. Theo realizes that if he is going to unveil the cards he has been holding, this massive stage is the perfect place to do it. Standing before some of the most powerful figures in the Empire, even he feels a slight shiver of tension seeing them all. There is Julius Ragnar, the terrifying demon dragon captain of the white armored dragon cavalry, along with Ed Troyven, the sky dragon who ranks among the 9 protectors of Ragnar. Theo admits his past self would have folded under this pressure, especially with Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon of the Plum Blossom Palette. Not to mention Wolfgang Ragnar, the formidable elder head counselor. Wolfgang locks eyes with him, and Theo remembers he certainly did not expect to face Wolfgang here. Theo knows this man is utterly obsessed with meaning a half-blooded illegitimate child like Theo is pure filth to him, and Wolfgang does not even bother hiding his disgust. The elder demands to know if Theo understands he has been dragged here to answer for his severe crimes. He growls that the Byron clan and the massive Ceres Merchant Guild, along with the Red and White Mercenary Corps and the Hunavi clan, are all cutting ties because of his brainless stunts. Wolfgang snaps, calling him a worthless bastard, and demanding to know how he expects to pay for this damage. He warns that Theo is going to take full responsibility for dragging the proud Ragnar name through the mud. Theo calmly agrees, admitting he was indeed far too soft. He should have chopped off their heads instead of just their shockwaves ripple through the room, but Theo presses on, reminding everyone that those other clans are merely their sub. The Lord gave them land and title, so those subjects are the ones who must offer their lives and loyalty to Ragnar. That is the true code of chivalry, yet those cowards dared to defy their rightful lord anyway. Looking disgusted, Theo declares that had he known of their utter insolence, he would have taken their heads. He insists he simply could not stand by and watch centuries of Ragnar glory get stepped on by trash. The elders are left utterly speechless, while Julius chuckles, calling the boy impressive and hinting his punishment might be. Wolfgang believes that the main character is mocking them with his sophistry, but Osa Ragnar actually gets his point and admits Theo is right. Wolfgang is completely shocked to see her side with him. Osa Ragnar explains that while Ragnar is strong, they are not invincible and must still listen to their loyal vassals. Otherwise, their clan will fall, because strength alone cannot rule the world. He actually understands. Theo quietly observes that the first wife of the clan head, who happens to be the best swordsman in the north, is luckily standing on his side instead of acting hostile. Still, he is deeply surprised and has no idea why. Osa Ragnar hopes Theo understands that the punishment he is about to receive is completely justified. When he asks about his sentence, Wolfgang coldly tells him he faces 3 months of probation. Theo speaks up and asks to participate in the ceremony, which immediately angers Wolfgang, who thinks the boy is talking back. But Ed believes it is already set in stone that the children Theo injured will participate next year. But thanks to the demon dragon's sudden interference, Theo got off with a much lighter punishment. Ed is thrilled with how his plan turned out. And since Theo is the one representing the Rose Palace, him carrying this disgrace will easily allow the Camellia Palace to finally take over the Rose Palace. He starts smiling, fully believing that as his grand plan is set in motion, our boy won't be able to. Ed knows that if Theo actually tries to appeal, it will mean his death. But surely the boy isn't that foolish. But here's the thing, Theo suddenly announces his plan to appeal, absolutely stunning every single person in the room. Ed can barely hide his grin, thinking Theo is a massive idiot whose arrogance knows absolutely no bounds. This is getting too easy, Ed gloats. Meanwhile, Julius steps up, asking if Theo nods. He knows this isn't something that can be swept away with a simple 3 months of probation. The demon dragon clearly pulled some strings. Still, Theo sticks to his plan, reminding them that in the proud Ragnar, Theo refuses to accept even a light slap on the wrist. He flatly states that in the end, only the strong speak the truth, and he should actually be rewarded. His words leave the entire hall dead. Meanwhile, at the hidden northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild, everything is suddenly engulfed in roaring flames as Evelyn finishes off the last surviving guard. Remington realizes this was indeed their hideout, exactly like Theo. After destroying the place, Remington and Evelyn find something huge. At the trial, Ed's eyes gleam, believing as Theo stands firmly before all the powerful clan elders. Wolfgang demands to know why he wants to turn a simple 3-month probation issue into an all-out war. Wolfgang calls him arrogant, asking if he truly has the confidence to face 15 clans alone. Theo calmly replies, since the power gap between them is quite massive, he points out that a proxy battle is completely standard procedure. Theo fully understands that this appeal means settling the score by choosing a winner through direct combat. However, if a war is entirely unwinnable because the difference in raw strength is too great, each faction is allowed to send a single representative, with the winner decided in a 1-versus-1 duel. This is how a proxy battle, while the opponent will almost certainly choose the powerful Axion as their champion, Julius knows that if things he wonders if Theo has some hidden plan. Because if the kid expects someone else to step forward and fight his battle, he is going to be sorely disappointed. Theo steps forward and requests a formal proxy battle in 1 week, exactly as the rules allow. Ed believes he can see right through the boy's strategy, assuming Theo is hoping either Julius or Evelyn will, but since neither will agree, he will have to fight alone. Ed plans to send Axion to teach the brat a lesson, and Ed steps up to announce his champion. And just when you think it's over, a sudden voice echoes through the room, praising Theo's clever tactics and noting how much our boy. It is none other than the almighty clan head himself, Theo Ragnar. As he steps inside, the entire room instantly drops to their knees. Even Theo bows low, greeting this living incarnation of the legendary dragon. Right then, a system window pops up with a new quest: seize the Camellia Palace and uncover its dark, hidden secrets. He realizes this is his very first quest after the tutorial, wondering if it is connected to that mysterious blue light from earlier. Theo realizes he completely forgot about it because of all the recent chaos, but he definitely remembers there was something. Focusing on the present, he puts his doubts aside to face his father. Dealing with this situation comes first, because the king showing up in person is a wild variable that could complete. Theo directly asks his father why he is here. Theo Ragnar tells his son to stand, admitting he knows the whole situation and understands Theo is trying to. Theo nods, and his father admits it will be pretty tough for his son to step into the fight himself, asking who Theo is planning to choose as his proxy representative. Our boy realizes his father is testing him. He answers that since no one else can possibly stand in his place, his father expects him to lose, but Theo thinks he shouldn't jump to conclusions without at least letting his son try first. The young man resolves to face his struggles and never bend to anyone. Hearing this, the king bursts out laughing and asks the other members of the trial if they just heard his son's bold. Theo Ragnar is impressed that his son refuses to back down, recognizing this fierce pride as the true mark of. The patriarch praises his son for showing such an amazing, fearless attitude. Theo feels pretty grateful, letting out a small smile as everything goes exactly according to his plan. Knowing the proxy battle is just bait and he won't actually have to fight, it feels great to talk this big without holding back. Once his friends, Remy and Evelyn, deliver the proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, the king decides to give Theo a real shot, and as the master of Ragnar, Kyle offers to test him with a single strike. What an insane twist. Theo is completely shocked when Kyle tells him to forget the trial. Kyle says if his son can endure just one single blow, he will clear all his charges without punishment. The king summons Theo forward, but Ed immediately yells out in a panic to object. Ed realizes that testing Theo with a single strike means the king is already showing him favor, meaning if Theo somehow manages to survive that strike, he will win the official recognition of the clan head himself. Ed is positive the kid cannot survive it, but just in case he somehow pulls it off, Ed objects to stop him from looking favorable in the. Kyle demands to know how mere vassals and bannermen dare to judge the blood of the patriarch's son. As Ed desperately keeps talking about the proxy battle rules, but Theo Ragnar tells him to shut up, making it clear that any vassal who dares speak against a Ragnar should. Ed has no choice but to back down, and Kyle turns to ask Julius if he has anything to say since he has been giggling this whole time. The demon dragon replies that he is just surprised to see the patriarch showing such intense interest after all this time. Theo Ragnar gets straight to the point, asking if his son accepts this challenge. Just look at that confident smirk. Although this is a pretty massive, unexpected shift in his plans, Theo smiles and accepts the challenge. Theo speaks up, telling the clan head this is a bit too heavy. Since comparing a strike from Kyle himself, the king asks if he is trying to back out. But our main character quickly shakes his head, saying he only wants a fair deal since the stakes of this trial have suddenly skyrocketed. With a cheeky smile on his face, he demands that his compensation should be increased as well. Theo Ragnar asks what his wish is, and Theo turns to look right at Ed, declaring he wants something like Camille. As Ed seethes, Wolfgang calls it absolute madness to propose such a ridiculous deal to the clan leader himself. Wolfgang believes he needs to put this bastard in his place, since agreements are only made between. Wolfgang assumes Theo will fail miserably because of his arrogance, But to his utter surprise, the clan leader actually agrees with our boy. Kyle thinks a true potential successor needs to be at least this bold. The clan leader asks if the Sky Dragon has any objections, but the man assures Kyle that everything belongs to his lord, so he would never dare to comment on his decision. Pleased with this, the lord orders his men to quickly prepare a stage so he can test his son. Theo feels a bit hesitant as he prepares to confront his father, Kyle Ragnar, while the other vassals gather at the side. Ed is absolutely losing his mind with frustration because the trap he set to crush Theo is suddenly making the kid look good. But Ed tells himself not to panic. Sure, Theo got stronger, but there is no way he survives a single blow from. Surviving that is something even elite swordsmen cannot easily do. In Ed's mind, Theo is already a dead man, but Theo sees right through the plot. He is pretty confident he will survive, all thanks to his tutorial rewards. Even the king notices something is different about his son, wondering if Theo secretly chugged some kind of rare elixir. Still, he doubts even a powerful elixir could trigger a change this massive. But he ultimately decides not to care because how Theo got this strong is irrelevant. Meanwhile, Theo realizes not even the 9 dragons noticed the elixir, yet his father did. The king coldly asks if he is warmed up. Theo says yes, and his father laughs. Normally, the king wields a massive greatsword, but since he decides to go easy on him, pulling out a rusty steel sword instead. The clan leader asks if he has any objection. Theo has none. Suddenly, his father's eyes turn ice cold as he prepares to unleash his attack. You can actually feel the tension skyrocketing as this massive aura explodes outwards, making Theo sweat. Theo can barely breathe under the sheer weight of his father's fighting spirit. Surprised his son is still standing, but Theo stays calm. His raw strength has almost tripled thanks to the tutorial reward he got. That magical drink boosted his character level by 5, and he dumped every single attribute point straight into his strength stat. Feeling this insane power, he experiences real freedom as he leaves the ranks of the weak and enters the world of. Theo is quite sure he can survive at least one hit. But as the clan leader swings, the crowd goes silent, and locking all his focus onto defense, Theo's enhanced eyes actually manage to track the incoming blow. A massive red beam of energy slams down, completely obliterating the stage. But as the heavy smoke slowly clears, the clan leader grins, genuinely happy to finally have a worthy son. Because Theo is still standing. Through pure willpower and grit, Theo proves his innocence. Having survived that deadly strike, the trial ends, and the system alerts him that his emergency quest, Survive a Strike from Kyle Ragnar, is complete. As a reward, Theo unlocks a personal inventory and a mysterious blue key. Some time passes, and our main character his mother, Cecilia, is overjoyed to see him open his eyes, explaining that he literally passed out while still. Tears run down her face as she holds his hand, admitting how terrified she was when she heard the clan leader. Worried sick, Cecilia asks if he is hurt anywhere else, promising to summon a doctor immediately if anything is broken. Theo gently tells her he is fine, but admits he doesn't recognize this room. Suddenly, Julius walks in with news. By order of the clan leader, the former lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the chief of intelligence have all been evicted. Theo, a prompt from his system updates the current quest line. All he has to do now is uncover its deep hidden secret. Out in the palace gardens, Amel is throwing an absolute tantrum, screaming that she shouldn't be forced out of her own home. Her terrified servants try desperately to calm her down, begging her to stop making a scene before they all get. Watching this chaos unfold from the shadows, Ed coldly orders Axion to assassinate Theo Ragnar. Axion tries to suggest waiting for the awakening ceremony, but Ed snaps, telling him to just slice Theo's head off and end it. Looking into Ed's eyes, Axion sees a terrifying, burning thirst for pure revenge. Once things actually turned out much better than he ever anticipated. He secured the entire Camellia Palace without even exposing his main trump card, and even gained a brand new authority. Curious, he activates his inventory skill and reaches inside to pull out a strange item. Munching on a fresh apple, Theo marvels at how this gaming system even works, though he admits it is pretty handy. A recent reward that he is pretty sure connects to some major secret. The second his eyes lock onto a nearby door, the keyhole suddenly flashes. And guys, the moment he unlocks and pushes it open, a system alert pops up, confirming he has officially discovered his first hidden dungeon. As a special first-time bonus, all experience points gained inside will be doubled. Staring down into the dark cavern, Theo figures this has to be a secret quest, and there is no way. Before stepping in, Theo remembers he really shouldn't go inside this dungeon and starts preparing. A bit later, he returns with an inventory packed full of weapons and finally decides to check it out. Stepping forward, he spots a massive wolf glaring his way, clearly large enough to be a demonic beast. The monster suddenly lunges. The wolf is pretty damn strong, but he quickly shoves it back. Absolutely refusing to lose a pure contest of power. Standing his ground, the howling beast charges right at him. He swings his sword and lands a quick slash, but it barely leaves a scratch. Its hide is incredibly thick. Half-hearted attacks definitely won't cut it here. Theo realizes this is no ordinary predator. It has to be a genuine, high... Defeating this creature is going to be pretty tough. Suddenly, the monster swipes its sharp claws, charging at... In this moment, Theo wishes he could replicate that blinding ray of light from his father's ultimate single... It was absolute genius. He tries to unleash that same pure white arc directly at the wolf, but he completely fails to replicate his father's godly move, realizing it won't be that simple. He finally gets it. The entire secret to copying his father's move is pouring every ounce of power into... Dropping his heavy shield, he focuses entirely on his blade, recalling the high-speed secret. Charging straight forward, he stabs his blade directly into the wolf's eye. Oh yeah, that had to hurt. The beast shrieks and stumbles back. Realizing his plan is working, 2 months pass. Over at the training grounds, Eod notices the crowds are getting way bigger. Sybil completely agrees, suggesting they might actually need to expand the entire training area. Word has been spreading that the clan leader personally taught young Master Theo that legendary single strike. Now, everyone... While Sybil is talking, a voice sneers from behind, calling him a mere lackey. It's Henry Morris. He mockingly asks when their so-called incredible young master is finally showing up. Considering it's already been 2 whole months, Morris claims he's pretty disappointed, since he calls Theo a total coward, claiming the kid probably ran away after his fake rumors spun out of control. Sybil gets absolutely furious, but Henry keeps going. He scoffs that the rumor is likely a massive lie. Henry even claims the destruction of the Scared Dragon Society must be total fake news too. But that's the final straw. Sybil snaps and throws a devastating punch, completely shattering Henry's annoying face. Another guy from the Plum Blossom Palace loses his temper, shouting insults and calling Sybil a dropout, but Sybil mocks his ugly face, declaring that absolutely nobody can ever compare to their incredible young master. Eod is actually pretty surprised to see his friend roast someone's looks so bluntly. Sybil admits he was already sick of these Plum Palace punks coming around just to stir up trouble, making it clear. Sybil and his buddies instantly draw their swords, basically declaring all-out war on the Plum Palace guys. They're fully determined to put these arrogant dropout losers right back in their place. Right as they clash, someone steps between them and instantly freezes all their weapons. Everyone gasps in shock. Another figure joins in on the action, laughing loudly. It's Holkus Lanka, also from the Four Hounds. Sybil is stunned to see 2 of the legendary Four Hounds show up, while Holkus quickly notices someone is missing. Holkus demands to know where the Luster Tiger is, leaving the confused Plum Palace guy completely speechless. Getting impatient, Holkus asks if they're all deaf, reiterating that he's looking for the master of this training ground. Holkus loudly announces his challenge to Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, talk about bad timing inside the dungeon. Theo is pushed to his absolute... The system alerts him he leveled up. Multiple notification screens flash before his eyes, showing his rising stats and confirming he has successfully hunted 100. Catching his breath on a pile of slain monsters, Theo sees the system update there's only one single beast remaining. Downing a quick healing potion to recover his energy, he recalls almost dying several times. Though these potions... Defeating these beasts was incredibly tough at the start, but with every single level he gained, the battles got much easier. Honestly, he's pretty shocked by how fast time flew by. He has already survived 2 whole months inside this dungeon. The screen confirms there is only one demonic beast left. Spotting a flight of stairs, he realizes this must be the final boss. Theo steps forward, finally entering the 5th floor. Staring down at his ruined weapon, he knows it's completely... He finds only one sword left, realizing it is his very last option. Looking at it, he remembers getting this weapon from his mother as a birthday gift back in his past life. Back then, they fought constantly right before his awakening ceremony. In a petty fit of rage, but examining the steel now, he realizes the ceremonial sword is actually high-quality white snow steel. Theo goes dead silent as memories of his past life flood back. He remembers his mom bursting in, wishing him a happy... But back then, he snapped at her, yelling that he had zero time to waste on stupid gifts with the ceremony so close. He expected far more from her, coldly telling her that no fancy gear would ever fix his trash bloodline anyway. Remembering how he begged her to leave him alone, he vows not to repeat those same past mistakes. Reaching the boss room, the system issues a warning, and honestly, things are about to get pretty crazy in here. Stepping inside, Theo spots a massive dragon peacefully taking a nap. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief, finding only a lesser drake, but wonders why this final quest boss is draconic. Rumor has it that the Ragnars are descendants of actual dragons. Is this just a crazy coincidence? Maybe, but he has to focus on killing this beast if he ever wants to leave. The system panel pops up, showing his current quest progress and how many targets remain. She doubts he can win against a literal dragon, but our guy tunes her out, focusing entirely on preparing his signal. He spent hours practicing this move on those dungeon wolves, and while it is not quite at his father's legend, now, he bolts straight toward the beast, knowing that if he pushes his dragon heart to the absolute limit. With that, he drives his sword deep into the beast's giant eye, causing the massive drake to shriek in sheer. Instantly, the beast whips its massive tail right at him, but he slides away easily, pretty annoyed that his strike was too weak to pierce all the way through to its brain. The furious drake roars, getting ready to tear our boy to pieces. But he starts seeing a real path to victory. He lands a few quick strikes, keeping the beast occupied with basic attacks while searching for a fatal weak spot to. Out of nowhere, the lesser drake unleashes another ear-piercing shriek, and sheer, overwhelming dread floods the entire room. Theo's body completely freezes up in terror. He gets sent flying straight into the stone wall, realizing just how strong this boss truly is. Admitting he cannot keep this up much longer, he forces himself up to face the charging beast, desperately aiming. He knows a dragon's ultimate weak point is its reverse scale, so he leaps onto the drake's back while dodging its frantic attack. Driving his sword deep into the reverse scale, dark blood begins gushing out from the massive wound. Stabbing the exact same spot, the monster screams in absolute agony. He thinks he won, but check this out, the stubborn drake refuses to drop, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Holkus snaps at Ray, making it quite clear he wants first crack at the young master. She mocks him as a total loser and warns him to back off, but he quickly argues that his loss was 3 whole years ago. He has been grinding his skills every single day since then, so 3 years was plenty of time to close the gap. Ray completely ignores his claims and calls him a loser once more, which only makes Holkus rage even harder. He challenges her to a duel on the spot, declaring that the winner gets the right to fight Theo Ragnar. He swings a massive weapon directly at her, but she casually blocks the heavy blow without even flinching. Sybil and Henry have no idea what is happening, but they watch in fear as the Four Hounds members fight. Just as they clash, Remington suddenly steps right between them, telling them to take their fight elsewhere because he states plainly that he will not tolerate anyone causing trouble for their lord. Holkus is thrilled to see him and, suddenly, a crushing pressure descends on the entire field. Remington instantly senses a terrifying killing intent, and they all spin. Remington is shocked by this massive aura, wondering what on earth happened to Theo during his seclusion training. Both Ray and Holkus grin, thrilled to see the young master finally return. Theo completely dominates the area. How? By unleashing his terrifying new skill, Lesser Drake's. Earlier in the dungeon, right after he pierced its reverse scale, the Lesser Drake collapsed dead to secure his victory. The second he grabs those reverse scales, the beast starts losing its absolute mind. Theo honestly thought he was done for, but the creature quickly exhausts itself since that scale is quite. Then the system alerts him that he just acquired the Lesser Drake's tooth and claw. Turns out the tooth is for upgrading gear, while the claw can grind any weapon to a pretty insane sharpness. He plans to use these materials to repair his current sword, desperate to save a precious gift from his mother. But, scanning the stats, he realizes this skill lets him project sheer terror onto anyone weaker than himself. He is completely stunned by this, knowing only a hand-picked elite ever get their hands on a skill like this. He smiles. He really can't wait for a chance to test this out. Packing his gear back into his inventory, he wonders if this skill can actually keep him and the Ragnar family safe. With the Camellia Palace dungeon officially cleared, our boy finally steps back outside after solving the mystery of this ancient. For wrapping up scenario, quest number 1, the system hands him a mysterious nest compass. He has no clue. What does this thing even do, and will it help him in the next quest? Theo stashes it away. He needs to head to his room and sleep because he is totally exhausted. No rest for him. A frantic maid suddenly runs up, shouting that he needs to handle an urgent crisis. The girl freaks out seeing his fresh battle wounds, but Theo just shrugs it off, asking what is wrong. Now check this out, he steps inside and instantly paralyzes everyone with the dread of his new lesser Drake's fear. Scram. He angrily tells everyone he just wants to rest. While the crushing pressure knocks weaklings out cold, Hulkus actually gets hyped by this insane killing intent. Charging straight at our boy, Hulkus lunges forward with a massive slash, but Theo effortlessly bats his blade aside with a single swing. Shock. No way. Hulkus is utterly shocked his heavy blow got parried so easily. Theo is secretly pretty amazed at his own growth from the dungeon, but Hulkus refuses to quit. See, he is widely known as the absolute weakest of the four hounds of the north, mostly because he is pretty blockheaded. Again, Hulkus lunges forward, challenging him to block this strike. Even as the weakest, Hulkus has never been overpowered when it comes to raw muscle. Yet Theo is surprised to find himself easily with one fast counter, he completely overpowers Hulkus, sending him crashing down. As Theo revels in his crazy level-up game, my bad. Theo realizes he should have held his strength back. But he is glad he fought Hulkus, a walking tank known for taking hits. Looking closer, Theo realizes the giant only passed out. While Sybil watches in total disbelief, the crowd erupts into wild cheers for the young master who just shot down the black. Chill. The big guy is still breathing. But then his blade suddenly snaps, leaving him pretty gutted since this weapon was a special gift from his mother. The onlookers keep cheering, actually praising him for shattering his own sword with just one attack, leaving our boy totally. Watching this, Ray suddenly remembers a pretty warm moment from her past. Back when she was just a small child, Theo found her wandering in the freezing cold, asking why she was wearing almost nothing. Theo wrapped his own scarf around Ray, and since she still seemed freezing, he decided to bring her to his place. Remembering those simpler days, she quietly smiles and slips away from the training area. Unbelievable. Remington is completely shocked to see her smile. Later at the Camellia Palace, Theo looks pretty flustered as the excited maids congratulate him on earning his badass new. One maid is thrilled to see his efforts finally bear fruit, urging him to keep this crazy momentum going she has total faith in him. But suddenly his mother bursts in, aggressively stuffing spoonfuls of a new abalone. He frantically tries to dodge, but she just keeps cramming food down his throat while he desperately begs her to chill out. Chewing through the chaos, he thinks of his tragic past life and feels deeply grateful, telling his mom how amazing it. Total shock. Theo starts sweating bullets as she stares him down. He stammers out an apology, explaining it broke during training, and he feels awful because it was her special birthday gift. Instead of being mad at him, she is furious at the merchant who promised this white snow steel and ebony steel wood blade could never. He blinks, asking if she means that legendary steel wood imported from the southern jungle. She confirms that it is indeed a rare and precious material, though her heart sinks realizing it was pretty much all. In her mind, if that blacksmith had actually told the truth, this sword would not have shattered so easily. Theo is blown away, realizing how insanely rare these materials actually are. He never expected this kind of value. Right then, she decides to hunt down the blacksmith for some real answers and force him to forge a flawless. Theo quickly reassures her it is totally fine and he can easily grab another weapon. But she is not having it. Everyone is finally starting to notice his true potential, she warns. Meaning with the big awakening ceremony just around the corner, she refuses to let her son show up dragging some beat-up. Seeing his mother care this deeply warms Theo's heart, and Cecilia declares it is time to move. Confused? Our boy definitely is. Until she drops a bomb. They are heading straight to Winterra's absolute. The Basque workshop stands as one of the top 3 forge houses in all of Winterra, famous for its massive, factory-like scale. Yet, the most legendary aspect of this entire place is the master running it. Officially classified as a special rank threat by the intelligence agency, she is a master craftsman blacksmith. Theo is absolutely stunned to come face to face with the capitalist high elf herself, the demon craftsman Curson. Meeting an industry giant like this was never on his radar, leaving him wondering how his mother even knows this legendary. Cecilia immediately demands to know why her mother is still smoking. Hearing his mom address Curson as mother leaves Theo completely speechless. Curson coldly snaps back, warning Cecilia. Back when Cecilia chose to run away. Think about this. Theo was always told his mother was a lonely orphan with absolutely no family, making this high elf connection up. Suddenly, his own handsome looks make perfect sense. He is actually a quarter elf. Curson then demands to know why Cecilia. Theo's mother casually tosses the broken weapon onto the table, calling it a total piece of garbage. Curson gets instantly offended hearing her own masterpiece called defective. Grabbing the hilt, she slides the blade out only to. Cecilia smugly asks if she still thinks that is a quality weapon, leaving Curson totally speechless. The high elf demands to know who was wielding it, and Cecilia proudly points to Theo. Curson squints at the boy standing behind her. Cecilia quickly warns her mother to show some respect. Theo politely introduces himself, expressing how incredibly honored he is to meet the legendary master behind the famous Curson recognizes the name and actually praises Cecilia for raising such a well-mannered boy. She asks if he was truly the only person wielding the blade, and Theo nods to confirm it. While Cecilia still blames the forging, Curson senses something deeper and realizes this calls for a much longer chat. Walking in, Theo asks his mom if she truly has ties to this legendary smith. She confirms it, making him. Cecilia softly explains that he wouldn't know because she rarely spoke about her past life, but reveals that even if it was only temporary, Curson did raise her as a foster mother. Cecilia adds that Curson is obsessed with beautiful things, whether it's music, sparkling jewels, theater, or even striking. Curson tells them to drop the old history talk, calling the topic entirely useless. Cecilia smirks, knowing she is lying. While Theo asks how his mother ever escaped this, Curson never imagined her foster daughter would willingly run to such a miserable family, and is pretty shocked. Cecilia defends herself, saying she just could not resist how handsome and manly the clan leader was, and he loved her deeply. Curson grumbles that despite running away, Cecilia came crawling back last year, begging the high elf. Curson calls her completely shameless, which immediately annoys Cecilia since she does not want her son hearing all this petty drama. As the two women bicker back and forth, Theo cannot help but smile. He has never seen his mother act this lively. Looking at her, he remembers his past life, back when he never bothered to learn anything about her, living as a highly ungrateful son. He wonders if he was simply too blinded by his obsession with the clan. He also notices Curson genuinely cares. The group finally reaches the inner sanctum, with Curson pointing out that this is her private workshop. Cecilia asks why they had to walk so far inside, demanding her foster mother create the ultimate sword for Theo. Curson suddenly orders Cecilia to wait in the hall, grabbing Theo and slamming the door shut right in his mother's face. Inside the room, Curson completely ignores Cecilia, calling out to her and gets right straight to the point. She demands to know if Theo has the relic of the primordial dragon. Completely confused, Theo asks if she is talking about the ancestor of the guardian dragon. He explains that he has heard legends of treasures scattered across Winterra for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. Making it clear it is no legend, she demands to know if he truly lacks a relic. Curson starts tearing up and baffled by how he managed to break her sword when she poured her entire heart and soul into crafting it. She refuses to believe it could shatter against anything but a relic, asking if Theo has any idea how. Apologizing, Theo nervously recalls that the sword actually got damaged while he was busy fighting off a lesser drake. Since he still knows nothing about relics, she sighs and decides to just show him so he gets it quicker. Now look at this casket. She points at the chain-wrapped chest and asks if he can sense anything weird. Theo immediately spots a faint blue glow on the box, wondering if this is a system quest. It looks exactly like the glowing. Curson admits she cannot see a thing, but his intense reaction proves he definitely noticed something special. Dragging the heavy box over, she explains how she tried countless times to break the chains and claim the treasure inside. Curson shares the legend of the ancient beast removing its own fang to forge a terrifying weapon. The monster. She tells him that if he can somehow manage to break this stubborn seal, the legendary white moonlight blade will finally be handed over to him. Theo looks hesitant, so she warns him that failing to unlock this thing could easily cost him his very life. When she asks if he still wants to risk it, Theo just grins with absolute excitement, declaring that the sword already belongs. Right on cue, the system alerts him that his next quest scenario is to be chosen by the relic itself, the White Moonlight Blade. This sword belongs to the leader of Black Snow, one of the Elite 9 dragons notoriously known as the Terrifying. Almost nobody knows about this weapon, because anyone who ever laid eyes on it ended up dead or completely vanished. Theo suddenly remembers a mysterious, powerful man who was highly shocked that the boy could even perceive his presence. He had only seen the sword's true shape by sheer accident, leaving him completely baffled as to why the black dragon spared. He cannot believe the fabled weapon is resting right here, serving as the genuine relic of the primordial dragon. Recalling his encounter with the black dragon 4 years back, he realizes Kherson must have held onto the sword all this time. When she asks if he is ready, Theo smirks, utterly determined to claim this legendary weapon no matter what stands in his, assuring her the blade is already his. Theo closely inspects the casket and notices its design match. He inserts the blue key to unlock the sealed casket. Kherson watches in complete disbelief as the lock clicks open, releasing a blinding, eerie light. Panic strikes Kherson as a sudden, dark fog erupts and begins dragging Theo inside. He fights with everything he has. He opens his eyes, and honestly, where even is he right now? Those burning flames consume the familiar sight of the Rose Palace. Baffled by these sudden, painful memories, Theo is forced to remember just how utterly helpless he used to be in his past life. To change power enough to slaughter Rendon and crush the Camellia Palace. Suddenly, a monstrous griffin attacks his mind and snaps him up to devour him. But Theo snaps awake. He realizes this demonic beast is attempting to manipulate his mind by weaponizing his raw hunger for absolute power. It clicks why they call it a demonic sword. The griffin screeches in anger, calling him insolent but Theo confidently sneers, reminding the beast that he conquered all this petty despair a very long time ago. Did this creature honestly expect its cheap illusion to tempt someone who has already cleared countless system quests? The griffin falters in confusion, and Theo notices this beast looks vastly different from the colossal monster in his. It struggles desperately to escape his iron grip, but he holds tight, remembering the real one was at least 10 meters tall. Right now, they are standing almost eye to eye. Theo wonders if the creature shrank because its true form was. Shrugging it off, he declares the moonlight blade belongs to him now, winding up a heavy punch with a highly. The beast tries to negotiate, but back in Kerson's room, Cecilia suddenly screams as she finds her son completely unconscious on the. She frantically shakes him, but he won't wake up. Cecilia bursts into tears, demanding her mother explain why her boy is in this state. Carson stands speechless as Cecilia weeps, crying that she never asked for any of this. She only wanted. Peering closer, Carson notices some bizarre monster energy fusing with Theo's bloodstream. She assumed he would handle it easily since he already owned a relic. Cecilia glares at her mother, warning Carson she will never forgive her if anything happens to Theo. But right then, the kid grabs. Horrified, Cecilia tries to pull him back, but thankfully, Theo finally opens his eyes. She hugs him tightly, sobbing with pure relief. She gasps that she was terrified, but he tells her not to worry because he is totally fine. Right on cue, as his ultimate reward, he now owns the legendary white moonlight sword. Theo knows deep down he got incredibly lucky to survive this. That griffin was pretty weak, since it had just been unsealed, plus its mental attacks did absolutely nothing to him. The system chimes in to announce that absorbing the sword's monster energy has massively boosted his raw magical reserves. His power level shoots past 200, making his entire body glow. He realizes his mana is taking on a divine quality. Too bad he cannot show off this power yet. He has to suppress it completely until his official. Carson recovers from her shock and congratulates him on surviving the trial. He instantly asks if she intends to keep her word. She promises him that elves never break their word, but as he holds the weapon, it thrashes wildly, making him wonder if it still. He gets a bit nervous, but Carson chuckles, explaining it is just hyped after being sealed away for 4. Now that it is finally free, it desperately needs to vent all of its pent-up rage. And check this out, Carson actually tells him to blast the wall with all his power. He asks if that is safe, but she just laughs it off, mocking him for being paranoid because even with a legendary blade, a swing from an unawakened, rookie brat like him could never scratch the legendary bat. Slightly annoyed by her mocking tone, he decides to test it. Luckily, he can completely mask his dragon heart when. This makes it the perfect chance to test the limits of his shiny new legendary sword. He steps up to the stone wall and starts channeling every drop of his magic power. Theo politely warns them, unsheathes the legendary weapon, and prepares to swing. She screams at him to stop, but it is too late. His single flash strike completely obliterates the massive wall. Cecilia stands there frozen in shock, while Carson starts tearing up as she looks at the ruined building. Carson was dead wrong. This kid literally sliced the entire workshop building in half with a single casual swing, and he was not even trying to break. Carson sinks straight into despair, grieving another massive bill caused by this boy, especially right after his last broken weapon. Even Theo admits this is absolute overkill, and he is already running on empty since that greedy blade drained. But in an instant, Carson begins transferring her own mana into him. She moves so incredibly fast that he cannot even track her. Grabbing him, she is shocked to realize he has but staring at the giant rift in her 10-foot thick stone wall, she knows this kid is a terrifying genius. Suddenly, she feels a strange surge of pride to have such a powerhouse grandson. And just look at those literal dollar signs in her eyes, you know her greedy brain is cooking up a major profit scheme. Slapping a hand on his shoulder, she declares she will be his official patron, so all he needs to do is go wild and show. Basically, she is using him as a walking advertisement for her workshop, and Theo can easily spot. He flat out tells her that he can see those money signs reflecting in her glasses. As the night grows cold, Theo and his mother pack up to leave the Basque workshop. After saying their goodbyes, they finally hit the road. Back inside, she smiles down at some massive fangs Theo left them behind to pay for her ruined wall. She is absolutely ecstatic to get high-grade Drake loot, figuring he must have snatched it while hunting down. Deep down, she cannot help but feel proud of her daughter for raising such an incredibly talented young warrior. Right then, a visitor arrives, calling her by her title of Demon Craftsman. Hearing that pretty familiar, she turns around. Why is he even here? But this mysterious crow of Robur Ragnar just stares back. Red eyes, dead silence. Like clockwork, Evelyn and Theo are locked in a fierce spar. Clashing swords with him, she quickly realizes his blade work has gotten significantly faster and stronger overall. Our boy just flashes a cheeky grin. He says he is glad because he never expected a compliment from someone like. Meanwhile, the crowd is sweating buckets. They feel completely outclassed compared to Theo. It has only been 6 months since Theo started changing. Evelyn is somehow amazed he is already strong enough to push her back. If he awakens his magic today, a real monster will be born. Stopping their spar, the lady praises his hard work. She mentions he might even aim for valedictorian of the ceremony, and says her prayers are with him. Theo smirks warmly. He thanks her for the pretty kind praise. He says that if he actually wins, he'll shout her name out during his big speech. Evelyn gives him a pretty tired look, wondering if that is truly necessary, as the other guys crowd around them. Talk about excited. They beg him to drop their names as well. Theo gets a bit smug, thinking popularity is quite a heavy burden. Evelyn just stares with a creeped-out look. Next, the scene shifts to the central headquarters as Theo finally makes his grand entrance. He introduces himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Stepping inside, he notices the massive crowd gathered for the most critical annual event of the entire Ragnar clan. Every young swordsman here hopes for great results. This is their shot, their first real chance at honor. With the entire clan watching, including the grand head Kyle Ragnar himself, the pressure is insanely high. Even absolute legends are here, like the 9 dragons and the former clan head from 2 generations ago. Staring at Hilda Ragnar, Theo finds it hard to believe she is 150 years old. He is just glad she. Suddenly, a loud drum beats to grab attention. This is Vana Ragnar, the official judge, and an elite. He silences the room. Time to begin. The preliminary trials are officially on. The test is simple. Pick up a sword from the floor and leave a deep scratch on that solid steel wall. He explains that the massive wall is forged from rare white snow steel. Regular swords will not even scratch it unless they channel their raw magic power straight into their blade. To make this possible, everyone gets a single Soma pill. This powerful elixir grants 10 years of magic. He orders them to swallow it and focus on opening their mana hall in the Dantian. Only then can they hope to cut that white. The deeper the cut, the better. Simple as that. Vana Ragnar yells. The test begins. When your name is called, step forward, take a Soma, and head up to the platform. The first candidate summoned is. Check this out. Our boy steps forward without hesitation and takes the pill. He remembers that in his past life, Axion was the top valedictorian. Gripping a sword, he walks to the white wall. Just then, a glowing screen pops up. Scenario Quest 3 is active. The quest requires him to become the valedictorian of the ceremony. Meanwhile, the 150-year-old Hilda Ragnar asks. Kyle Ragnar nods. asking if the kid has caught her sharp attention too. Hilda Ragnar admits she is pretty curious after hearing the rumors, wanting to see firsthand how capable this descendant. Our boy stretches his shoulders. He is pretty nervous. The judge Vana Ragnar looms close, reminding him to swallow the soma. Theo swallows the pill. He remembers his past life when he took the soma, failed to control the wild energy, but today, that failure will not repeat. The instant he swallows it, massive power surges, and raw mana. Vana Ragnar watches in pure shock as this kid unleashes a mana wave this massive. He worries that Theo might not be able to control it. Normally, swallowing soma requires extreme focus to properly settle the mana hall in the Dantian. Otherwise, they could end up crippled, and Vanna is absolutely certain this brat is finished. But to everyone's shock, our guy quickly stabilizes himself. Theo can't help but feel a massive wave of joy. It's actually kind of frustrating how incredibly easy it feels this time around, compared to his brutal past life. But either way, he is officially cleared to use mana now, meaning he no longer has to suppress the absurd amount of power inside his dragon. He steels himself, leaps high, and just lets fly. A massive dragon formed of pure mana manifests, soaring directly toward the target. In one blinding flash, Vana is left completely stunned, and he immediately announces that Theo Ragnar has officially passed the test. The crowd, shocked to their core by this unreal display. Right then, a system screen flashes in front of Theo. It announces that his long-lasting curse of bad luck has finally— Just look at that smile, our boy has finally caught up to the starting line with everyone else. Next, the system alerts him that several heavy hitters have taken a serious interest in his incredible showing. Osa Ragnar Plunus wants to claim him as a personal disciple, while Julius Ragnar is pretty annoyed by all the eyes shifting onto him. Meanwhile, Robber Ragnar is keeping a cautious eye out. And lastly, Hilda Ragnar is showing some interest too. He is absolutely thrilled. Not only did he grab the attention of the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon, after all, she possesses the legendary Heart of Garuda. He quietly thinks about how massive of an upgrade it would be if he could. Soon, the other competitors step up to test their strength against the white wall. But one guy barely leaves a scrap. The poor guy despairs aloud, admitting he has a mountain to climb if he ever wants to get anywhere near Master Theo. Ray Ragnar steps up to take his shot, followed by Holkus Lanka and Remington Nakrio. They give it everything they have, but none of them can match the giant gash our boy left behind. A frustrated— Yet, not a single one of them left a mark that compares to Theo's. Finally, it is Axion Ragnar's turn to shine. As he steps up, the crowd starts whispering. Some whisper that this is now a direct showdown between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others wonder if even hearing everyone praise Theo like this only pisses Axion off, making him lose his cool completely. He marches toward the wall with his weapon ready. The moment he gulps down a soma pill, his power lights up. Wild mana crackles violently around his body, and a massive red dragon erupts, slashing directly into the insane impact leaves Vana completely speechless. It is easily the first time he has been shocked this— A massive crack splits the wall, and Vana quickly shouts out that Axion Ragnar has passed the trial too. The entire arena goes wild. Axion's strike carved out a mark that looks just as deep as Theo's. Now, everyone is sitting on the edge of their seats, knowing the final scoring will decide who actually wins. As the sun begins to set, Vana announces that the first round of the awakening ceremony is officially complete. He tells the passing candidates to get ready, because stage 2 of the awakening ceremony starts in just 4 days. And now, the moment everyone's been sweating over. The official rankings are coming out, including the top scorer of— Every single person in the stadium holds their breath as the announcer prepares to name the ultimate winner of the first— Who do you think takes it? Both Axion and Theo are dead silent, praying to hear their name called. And the winner? Theo Ragnar clutches the victory. He is completely stunned, but the entire arena suddenly erupts into deafening— Vana Ragnar proudly declares that Theo's stellar performance scored him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. From raw technique and magical output to control and speed, his trial was flawless. His supporters celebrate loudly, but most other candidates just can't believe the Flash Tiger actually beat out Axion for first. As it turns out, the depth of his strike was extremely close to the legendary record held by young Master Thorkel. Thorkel Ragnar is a total mystery. As one of the 5 main candidates of Ragnar, Many believe he is the absolute. The runner-up spot goes to Axion Ragnar, and his pure disgust is plain to see. He actually scored a perfect 10 out of 10 too, but he was pushed to second place because his blade's mark, and that reality makes his blood boil even more. Remington Nakrio snags third, Ray Ragnar takes fourth, and Holkus Lanka lands in fifth. The Hounds of the North. Meanwhile, the fool of the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's very first follower, Sybil Drea, barely grabbed the 87. In just 4 days, the treacherous second stage begins at the icy winter mountains. All 87 passing examinees are warned to prepare themselves. With that, they are dismissed. Night falls. Theo's loyal crew head straight to the tavern to celebrate. The whole tavern shook with wild cheers for the top 2 winners. Everyone felt vindicated now that training ground number 4 had proved its real power to the world. Endless praise and drinks. Theo smiles, thanking his crew for their incredible support. But he knew better than anyone that the real trials were just beginning. His goal is simple. Everyone has to survive the next. He pulled his close friend Remington in, confidently declaring to the whole room that they are aiming for the top 2. Evelyn is in high spirits too, genuinely believing that these 2 crazy guys might actually pull off the impossible. Remington congratulated his young master on his incredible display of power. Watching Theo's relentless training pay off filled them with pride, but at the exact same time, Remington could not help feeling ashamed of how far he had fallen behind. Theo just smiled, promising him that after all, ranking doesn't matter between true brothers, right? Those words completely wiped away Remington's anxiety. Clinking their orange juice glasses, they made a solemn promise. Now watch later. Theo is out roaming the freezing, snowy mountains. Safe from watching eyes, he finally lets it sink in. He actually took first place in the ceremony. In his past life, he would never have dared to even dream of this. True fight or not, it is hard to believe how incredibly far he has come in such a short time. Clenching his fists, Theo vows that this is only the absolute beginning of his story. Slaying that traitorous fraud, Rendon, was just a warm-up. That garbage was nothing but a tool for the real players. His real enemies are the insane Axion and the Sky Dragon behind him. Theo will gladly use every single dirty trick at his disposal to get his total, brutal revenge. But right now, he has an incredibly urgent matter to deal with: the mysterious nest compass he received as a reward. The strange artifact is vibrating and pointing straight toward the icy winter mountains. During this upcoming second, he stops. His sharp senses suddenly pick up a strange presence nearby. His combat instincts flare up instantly, ready to slaughter whatever might be creeping around in the dark. A shadow is tailing him, and Theo absolutely loathes being watched. The hooded spy gasps as his target vanishes. Theo coldly demands to know his identity, and the terrified guy desperately tries to convince Theo that he is not an enemy from Zeus. He introduces himself as Gatsby insists that his captain sent him personally, after seeing such a jaw-dropping performance during the first stage of. Theo just keeps a completely blank poker face, staring straight into the man's soul. Looks like the recruitment offers are coming in way earlier than expected. Gatsby explains that his captain wants to offer Wait, is he serious? He is deeply offended that they want him to take some worthless exam instead of giving him a direct, prestigious invitation. Gatsby proudly boasts about their elite platoon. He claims that even getting a chance to test is an incredible privilege. But before the guy can say another word, a fiery voice cuts him off, calling the entire Gale platoon a bunch of complete idiots. A fierce woman carrying a massive greatsword on her back steps up, calling Theo young master, and this hot-headed warrior is Eon Sasoli, famously known as the Fire Goblin and vice commander of the elite Black Iron Cavalry. She came here personally to extend a direct, prestigious invitation to join their ranks. Gatsby immediately starts stuttering the second he sees her. Anyone who knows the Fire Goblin's terrifying reputation, she's stopped. Before Ion can even step closer to Theo, a dozen scouts from rival factions jump out of the shadows. Terrified of losing such a legendary talent, the Black Sword platoon steps up first, promising to make him a squad leader within 3 years. Even the Swords of Law and the Security Bureau throw their hats in the ring too. Sick of this chaotic bidding war, these scouts were supposed to win the young master over with career promises, but they ended up just bickering like abs. Theo just stands there, watching these idiots scream at each other. Time to sneak away before they start annoying him again. But his escape has to wait suddenly. Bright pink plum petals begin floating down, filling the entire air. A smooth, dangerous voice instantly cuts through the noise. She knows people will call her greedy for showing up, but risking her flawless reputation is a tiny price to pay for bringing a rare genius to her side. The legendary sword dragon herself, Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar Plunis, has entered the scouting war, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. Only Aeon is brave enough to ask why. The Lady Osa calmly admits she is here for the exact same reason as everyone else. She traveled all this way just to see Theo in person. Meanwhile, while Theo deals with all this crazy pressure, the runner-up is relieving his stress by literally decapitating. He is slaughtering his own soldiers just to keep himself from exploding with rage. He weaves, slipping and slashing through dozens of young swordsmen, treating them like simple training dummies as he snuffs out their lives one by one. Theo Ragnar wants blood and he is going to get it. With every single strike, he pictures Theo's smug face from when he left that armless, bloody wreck at the Scale Dragon Society banquet. The sight of Theo releasing that massive draconic aura during the first strike of the trial is burned deep. Losing by just a tiny hair makes the defeat sting even worse. The only thing he can think about is ripping Theo Ragnar apart, but slaughtering his own soldiers will have to do for now. He drops his sword entirely. Instead, he uses his bare, bloody hands to brutally vent his absolute fury. When he finally cools off, the ground is littered with dead swordsmen who honestly thought they were just having a friend. Then, a new visitor arrives. Axion's eyes snap toward them. Without even checking who it is, he snatches his weapon and lunges forward to kill. He hurls the sword straight at the intruder's head with lethal accuracy. But to the Sky Dragon, stopping a temper tantrum, he effortlessly catches the spinning blade right by the sharp tip. Edrivin snaps at his nephew, calling him pathetic for taking his anger out on helpless recruits when it won't change the outcome. The Sky Dragon warns that he needs to stop reacting like a child, clear his mind, and build a real strategy. Edrivin has already set the gears in motion, and Axion just has to play his part. This crooked uncle and nephew duo are determined to turn the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo. Meanwhile, back in the snowy woods, the scouts back away for Lady Plumblossom out of sheer terror and respect. They realize that whatever they offer, Theo will look like trash next to her rewards. But just as they start to, suddenly, the entire space around Theo and Lady Osa gets completely cut off from the world, sealing them inside her personal domain. Outside, Aeon figures that deploying a massive barrier, she is likely going to share her personal teachings with the young Ragnar inside that swirling storm of energy. On the inside, the isolated zone is actually massive compared to how small it looked from the outside, stretching endlessly, and Theo recognizes this signature move instantly. She can create a pocket space completely severed from the outside world. He only heard crazy rumors about this technique before, but now he is actually experiencing it. His massive reputation is finally catching up. She just chuckles at his shock. She knows the demon dragon is going to lose his mind when he hears what she is up to, but absolutely nobody can stop her, and by gift, she can only mean one thing. She slowly draws her sword, describing the overwhelming fury of the clan head. It is like a torrent of dragon fire falling from the heavens, reducing everything in its path to ash. But Lady Plumblossom's style is the absolute opposite of that. Her swordsmanship thrives on endless, unpredictable variations. Theo looks around in shock, rhythmic, quiet steps, sending tiny ripples across the still water beneath her feet with every stride. This is the dragon she sees. Slowly, the lethal sword dragon begins gliding forward. She starts swinging her blade, conjuring plum blossoms as countless pink petals drift gently to the ground. Her steel softly traces the falling petals as they dance with her, executing an impossible, mind-bending flow of movement. She slashes, stabs, and strikes with an incredibly strange tempo. Ending her display, she slowly lowers her steel, letting the petals spiral around the blade before softly settling down. Seriously, think about this. She pulled off that entire legendary sequence in just one single breath. What she just showed him is the celestial flower rain, the very first full-bloom plum blossom technique. Opening her eyes, the First Lady locks her deep gaze on Theo, leaving the young man speechless as his heart beat. He counted exactly 120 variations within that single continuous movement. It proves the crazy rumors that she is easily better than the clan head. If Theo can absorb and apply even a tiny fraction of this into his own single flash technique, his raw power will absolutely skyrocket, and he humbly asks if he even deserves such a legendary gift. She laughs softly, telling him it is fine as long as he enjoyed it, before Lady Plumblossom dissolves the isolation. The quiet field of plum trees vanishes, and the snowy woods return. She tells him that if he ever wants to see the next technique, he can come find her any time after his awakening ceremony. This crazy, direct offer shocks the watching scouts, but the First Lady just wants Theo to become a fresh. With that, her body turns into a cloud of beautiful plum petals that drift away. Theo knows better than anyone that he just received an incredibly massive favor, making it pretty impossible. Talk about a tough, complicated spot. He figures it would be way too greedy to become Lady Plumblossom's disciple, while also joining the white-armored dragon cavalry. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial officially kicks off as 87 eligible candidates gather at the. This brutal and dangerous venue is absolutely perfect for their next challenge. These freezing mountains stretch across a massive, crazy distance, reaching from their home all the way to the Demon Sea. Here, the Ragnars have protected humanity with everything they have, waging a brutal war against the cursed land. They are constantly fighting back the Demon Sea, a nightmare place where countless demonic fiends destroy everything. High-rank swordsman and second-stage exam overseer Theo Ragnar warns everyone that their generation will inherit this heavy duty. This makes the mountains a perfect testing ground. But as apprentice swordsmen, candidates are forbidden to cross into the dangerous Demon Sea, keeping the exam restricted strictly to the inner side of the Great. The rules today are pretty simple. They have 15 days to hunt down the demonic monsters roaming the mountains and bring back the bells tied around their neck. There are 7 different colored bells scattered out there, representing all the beautiful colors of the rainbow. Each color is worth more points than the last, meaning higher scores require hunting far more dangerous, powerful fiends. Overseer Jackie warns them about the violet bell monsters, calling them terrifying abominations that no apprentice swordsman. But man, they are worth massive points. How they hunt is entirely up to them, and any method they choose to use is fair game. Wait, here is the catch. All they need is the bells, and everyone instantly picks up on the dirty implication. Since any method goes, stealing another candidate's prey or bells is fully allowed, and honestly, even encouraged. The leaders are purposely sowing chaos among the group, showing off the brutal law of the jungle that rules the. Finally, the overseer explains there are special monster-repelling totems set up all across the frozen peaks. Inside these safe zones, vital supplies have been buried, and they are encouraged to use them well, before Overseer Jackie officially signals the start of the trial. The moment they are dismissed, multiple candidates dash off into the snow, and most have the exact same idea. With this trial lasting 15 days, grabbing those supplies is absolutely vital. They need to lock down those resources before starting their hunt, and candidate Holkus Lanze is already loving every single. He is in his element, while Axion, fueled entirely by revenge, enters the mountains with a dark, malicious goal. His powerful sky dragon uncle ordered him to follow the plan exactly, knowing that if he plays his part, Theo will Axion sprints ahead at a breakneck pace, focusing only on speed, completely missing the shadow tracking his steps. It is none other than the incredibly mysterious Ragnar. With the others already moving, Theo heads toward the forest to start his search. But before he can take 10 steps, Remy catches up to him, asking if Theo still remembers when they agreed to be friends. The Silver Lion spent 3 whole days overthinking before this trial. Turns out, he sees Theo. That realization sparked a new fire inside his chest. A burning urge to finally surpass young Master Theo. Our young dragon is surprised at first, but a massive grin quickly spreads across his face. He knows that feeling perfectly. Ever since they first clashed on the training grounds, deep mutual respect has. Theo feels the exact same way. He truly values the Silver Lion as both a close companion and a rival. Remy lets out a loud, relieved laugh. Admitting he was terrified, the feeling was completely one-sided. Eyes shining with determination, Remy vows to beat him during this second stage, while Instantly, Remy bursts forward like a rocket, disappearing into the freezing depths of the winter mountain. Theo stands there, letting it sink in. An absolute beast like Remington is aiming directly for him. A wild shiver of excitement runs down his spine. He is actually becoming strong, and he absolutely loves it. Shaking off the emotional warmth, Theo opens his system inventory to focus back on the test. Pulling out the nest compass, he officially begins his hunt. The ancient needle spins. High up on a treacherous cliff face, a faint blue system light flickers from the depths of a concealed cave. Following the guidance, Theo soon arrives at the extremely dangerous borders of the frozen peak. But looking around the target area, he frowns. There is absolutely nothing special in sight. Wait, the needle is pointing straight down into the cold snow. Does he seriously have to start digging to find his target? If that is the plan, he really should have packed a shovel first. Destroying his legendary white moonlight blade on frozen dirt would be a total sin. But as he ponders his next move, slowly gripping his hilt, he spins around on a dime, locking his sharp gaze onto a hidden threat. Sometimes, if the wind will not help you move, you just have to grab the oars yourself. He unleashes a massive, sweeping slash, the sheer pressure of his blade leveling everything in its path. Giant trees are sheared clean in half, sending a wave of raw, unfiltered killing intent toward his. He coldly tells them to show themselves. From the shadows, 3 suspicious figures emerge, completely. The moment Theo locks eyes with them, his breath catches. It is not a single assassin, there are 3 of them. In his past life, Theo knew these monsters as the infamous 3 scoundrels of Voke Mountain. Hyde, Cow, and Rune. These absolute bastards are widely known as the literal scum of the earth. They are famous for slaughtering innocent civilians and framing it as tragic accidents during their missions. And Theo can never, ever forget the horrific massacre they carried out in Voke Village. Back when he served in Black Snow, he was the poor soul ordered to clean up after them. He knows the true, stomach-churning horror of what these 3 are capable of better than anyone else. Public records listed the official death toll at 761, with 220 missing. Worse yet, that is because their signature method is completely crushing the skulls of their victims just for fun. Theo already knew their twisted nature would eventually become a major obstacle for his plans, so he was planning to execute them eventually, but who would have guessed they would clash this early? Seeing how carefully they tracked him, Theo asks if Axion ordered a hit. One of the scoundrels just bursts out. He makes it clear that little kids cannot boss them around. They work for someone so high up the food chain, Theo could never. But our young dragon does not need to guess. He already knows the culprit for certain. The head counselor. Just watching their sudden facial reactions, Theo nails the identity of their boss on the very first. It is a pretty easy deduction, especially since those snobs are always preaching about pure bloodlines and heritage. And with absolutely no exam proctors in sight, it is obvious they are in on the dirty conspiracy as well. Theo is clearly too smart for his own good, but these 3 killers are still completely confident they will finish this. The leader of these thugs brags that nothing feels better than crushing a handsome face like Theo's. Honestly, but the Flash Tiger stays completely unfazed, refusing to let the 3 thugs out of his sight. He doesn't even let the loudmouth finish his childish trash talk. Theo immediately slashes forward, summoning the glowing. The thugs don't even get a chance to close the distance, and they're already at death's door. Theo unleashes 3 lightning-fast sword strikes with absolute precision, each strike targeting 1 thug. Our young master never shies away from violence, but he refuses to become a monster. Instead, he takes a ruthless shortcut to revenge. He does the exact opposite of what these scumbags plan to do. The sheer power of the dragon's claw is so insane it can pulverize a human body into mush, while leaving the head perfectly in. He basically flexes on these trash-tier criminals, giving them the brutal ending they deserved. Honestly, Theo is pretty surprised by how fast these guys go down. Maybe it's because they're still young and green. He owes this incredible new skill to the celestial flower rain technique Lady Plumblossom briefly showed him. Essentially, he spent the last 3 days tearing that style apart and rebuilding it, finding a way to fire off 3. Drawing those curved lines of slashes with circles and arcs was tough, but now a whole new world of combat options has opened up. Sure, pulling off those shifts 120 times in a row like the First Lady is still way out of reach. Theo quickly grabs the severed heads, their faces still frozen in pure shock and agony. He tosses the evidence right down the cliffside for wild beasts to eat, then goes back to figuring out how to. To his absolute surprise, he hears a dull thud just a couple of meters down the cliff. Looking closer, he realizes there is actually an invisible staircase winding its way down the cliffside. And look at that, it's already stained in thug blood. Our hidden quest to find these secret stairs has officially begun. Theo excitedly leaps down the cliffside to hunt for his hidden treasure. He doesn't notice a strange bird watching him from afar. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the officials are currently, Ragnar dominates in first place with 41 demon bells, tearing through the exam with 20 of his men. Just how is Theo Ragnar faring? The messenger actually has to scroll all the way to the very last page to find his... Right now, the young man has collected 0 demon bells, and he is moving completely solo without a team. It is safe to assume he is either moving quietly or lying in ambush somewhere out there. Those theories are easy to verify if the proctors can confirm them, but everyone at the table can already hear Lady Plumblossom. The head counselor argues there is no rule saying a great performance in the first stage guarantees the same results. He even suggests the kid might not have the heart for real battle, especially since he is just a bastard child and not a pure Ragnar. The old counselor is secretly confident his hired thugs have already taken care of business, doing their dirty work. Suddenly, the old counselor gets a private voice transmission from Ed Troyven, asking if he pulled any dirty tricks behind the scenes. The head counselor doesn't even bother to deny the accusation. He's just a bit bummed he couldn't share the news earlier, but since things worked out, he is perfectly fine with it. Even the Sky Dragon is shocked by the old man's brazen attitude toward a child of the throne. It seriously pisses Ed Troyven off that, ever since Camellia was taken from his family, the Sky Dragon has been desperately plotting to seize control of the road. However, he couldn't find the primordial dragon's relic anywhere, leading Ed Troyven to believe that Theo must hold some clue to its location. The Sky Dragon can feel it in his bones that this boy, Theo, is keeping the key to that relic. He has grown way too fast and is now a real threat, so Ed Troyven uses telepathy to order a guard to speed Ragnar. Meanwhile, Lady Plumblossom can tell the head counselor and the intelligence director are plotting something, and they are not. The pro-Theo faction might need to start preparing some solid countermeasures of their own. It sounds like a smart plan, but Julius Ragnar strongly opposes doing anything like that. The demon dragon genuinely believes that Theo is not the type to break under a minor challenge. Julius just trusts his gut that Theo is completely safe but trapped in some weird situation. Still, he can't let go. The First Lady plays dumb, just laughing it off. Back during the winter, Theo finally tracked down where those hidden stairs actually led. He finds a pretty simple cave structure, but tons of annoying skeletons are guarding the edges. Normal people would completely lose their minds if they got caught in this thing. But for Theo, cheap mind tricks are nothing after surviving White Moonlight Blade's brutal test. More importantly, Theo follows his compass and locates his target, spreading his senses out to check the area. Honestly, a special divinity skill is just way too useful in a pinch. He can spot exactly what is hiding around every corner. Shaking off the distraction, Theo steps forward to face the... Finally, he finds the hatchling's lair, though things will be pretty different in 3 years. That is when the Black Snow Guild kills the beast and uncovers a priceless, legendary artifact. Heading deeper inside, Theo silently apologizes to Black Snow because he is about to swipe one of their historic... Behind the gate is the Amon Grimoire, a total, one-of-a-kind masterpiece. But as Theo steps in, there are literal mountains of gold, legendary weapons, gems, and rare trinkets scattered everywhere. One thing is certain, this is not a hatchling's nest. In the center of the giant room lies a sleeping draconic beast, an ancient dragon using a sea of gold coins as... Looking a bit closer, she seems to be deeply asleep, completely uncaring of the outside world. Theo isn't delusional. He knows that if this beast wakes up and attacks, he can forget about the relic and all the riches he'll sure... Were those reports from Black Snow completely fake? Why is a massive, full-grown dragon in this cave instead of a tiny hatchling? Maybe he got bad information. Either way, he has to carefully plan his next move in this totally unexpected situation. He seriously thinks about turning back without touching a single coin. It is a shame, but he can easily return here. But that choice? Gone. The massive dragon suddenly opens its eyes. Turning around, Theo finds himself locked in a tense staring contest with one of the oldest living beings in the world. To his absolute shock, the ancient dragon Roadbroke speaks in perfect human tongue, calling him the first selector she has seen in ages. Surprisingly, the giant beast is actually kind of chill, introducing herself without a single hint of hostility. Roadbrook explains that the Ragnar clan calls her their guardian dragon and the ruler of Winter Mountain, a legend. Desperately trying not to seem rude, Theo drops straight to his knees and pays deep respect to his ancient ancestor. Roadbrook seems quite interested in the fact that this young human just called her an ancestor. From what Theo was taught his entire life, the guardian dragon Roadbrook was the companion of the Ragnar progenitor. The massive beast snorts that Frades, the bastard, must have been spreading lies out there. She admits that while she and Sigurd were companions, she only did it. There was barely any real connection between them. In the first place, it is completely impossible for humans to mate with dragons. I guess the humans here are not. This makes Theo ask if his family line truly possesses the blood of the dragon, or if it is just massive propaganda to boost the Ragnar name. Roadbrook quickly clarifies that the claim is not wrong at all. Because of the long-term contract between her and Sigurd, her dragon blood was indeed shared. Just as Theo prepares to ask more about his family history, Roadbrook cuts him off, completely done with the cat. Now, she is officially starting her sacred duties as the guardian dragon to the selectors. From this moment on, Roadbrook will honor the ancient covenant of the clan, allowing any selector who passes her trial. Theo can finally breathe a sigh of relief, thanking the gods that this is a non-combat situation. Since his ultimate goal is to stand at the absolute peak of the clan, learning more family lore is incredibly. Using these 3 questions, he has to extract as much vital information as possible. Meanwhile, outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony is still in full swing. With Axion, his signature Thousand Dragons roar is easily powerful enough to instantly one-shot most enemies. The bloody, lifeless body of a white tiger beast collapses onto the snow as Axion steps up. His eyes are locked. Grabbing another bell brings his total to 57 confirmed kills, rapidly pushing his score higher. But hunting monsters? Just a side quest. Axion is practically burning to find Theo, yet his scouts keep repeating the exact same frustrating report. The guy is no. Smug little Orion Gardner remarks that Theo is probably hiding in fear now that real beasts are involved. Orion is desperate to cling to this circle till the very end, terrified of yet completely believing in this maniac's absolute. But the fool crosses a line by casually pointing out that while Theo got stronger, he still spent way too. Instantly, Orion is choking, tears welling up as Axion grabs his throat and starts slowly crushing his windpipe, and Axion scowls, noting this little insect clearly doesn't understand a basic truth of life since he has never. Strength is everything. If you have it, you fear nothing. Seriously, this guy is teetering right on the edge of absolute madness, looking just as cruel and paranoid. Orion barely manages to choke out a desperate apology between his gasps for air. This violent outburst would have definitely gone further if a messenger hadn't run in carrying orders from Ed Troyven. The order is simple. Get moving. Execute the plan immediately. Axion tosses the pathetic worm aside like absolute trash, telling the scout to tell his uncle to. He doesn't need some nagging reminder, because absolutely nobody on this earth wants to murder that annoying brat Theo more than his own. Meanwhile, Theo is just chilling down in the dragon's den, racking his brain for a clever question. Eventually, he finally lands on his opening question, eliciting a massive yawn from Roadbrook. Honestly, the ancient dragon is just relieved. The kid made a decision before her sheer boredom put her back to sleep. He keeps it simple and direct. Why is the guardian dragon still lingering around this place? Roadbrook immediately sees through his plan to dig up deep secrets using simple questions, and she actually. Turns out, her reason for staying is pretty straightforward. There's a colossal monster sitting right at the edge of the world, a creature whose massive body spans across entire oceans, known only as the Nameless Monarch. For over 1,000 years, Roadbrook has been waiting in this very cave, bound by a solemn duty to keep. This whole mountain range is merely a frontline outpost. Theo goes dead silent, trying to process this insane bombshell from. He's certain of it. His senses aren't playing tricks. Just for a split second, he spotted raw, genuine fear in Roadbrook's eyes. It's wild to imagine that some terrifying entity out there actually scares a literal god who's ruled for over 10 centuries. He must be an absolute nightmare. Theo is dying to dig deeper into this lore, but he knows there are much more pressing matters he needs to. Moving to his second question, he asks what these legendary ancient dragon relics he keeps hearing about actually are. Roadbrook reveals that only 3 of these mystical relics currently exist in the world. While details are scarce, She senses this young selector has been incredibly lucky. But the final one is far more complex. She calls it the ancient dragon Fafnir's relic. A legendary dragon's soul, shattered into 31 separate pieces. Those fragments were scattered among humans, meant to help them stand tall and fight back against the nameless monarch. Relics aren't just objects either. Some are physical items, while others take the shape of a life-altering experience. A rare few even manifest as intangible, bizarre phenomena, and you can practically see the gears in Theo's head. The final relic. He had it inside him all along. Every crazy event since his temporal regression flashes before him, living 20 full years only to be ripped back to the edge of... His time travel wasn't some random luck. It's literally a manifestation of the relic, meaning Theo himself is the vessel. He must have been given an actual fragment of Fafnir's soul. Yet one massive detail doesn't add up. Every relic has a dragon guardian, but no dragon was around for him. Piecing the puzzle together, Theo finally readies his third and final inquiry. Looking directly into Lodbrok's piercing eyes, he asks why he was chosen. Why would fate select... Lodbrok stared right back at him, choosing to answer his final question with a sharp query of her own. She simply asked why Theo thought he was the only chosen person in this entire world. That simple question forced Theo to look at the bigger picture, realizing he might not be the sole survivor chosen. Legends like the Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, the demon craftsman Curson, and even the Black Dragon all knew about these relics. In fact, they all actively searched the continent just to collect these dangerous items. It is highly likely they were also chosen by some fragment of Fafnir's soul, meaning they might see the exact same system screen. Could they have also traveled back in time? While these questions brought Theo closer to the ultimate truth, they also made his entire mission a whole lot more complicated. Basically, a nameless monarch is lurking at the edges of the world, someone so terrifying that even the ancient dragon... Plus, there could easily be other regressors besides Theo. But now that Lodbrok has answered his 3 questions, the young man was so caught up in the shocking revelations that he almost forgot his original goal of obtaining Amon's grimoire. But now that his vision has expanded, Theo has completely changed his mind. He needs something much bigger, something that cannot be compared to any normal... For clearing the quest, he gets the ultimate reward, the chance to claim absolutely anything from the ancient dragon's collection. Lodbrok proudly boasts about the incredible variety of treasures she has hoarded from every corner of the world over priceless gems, legendary relics, rare elixirs, top-tier skill books, and supreme weapons. She has it all. Every single option is a priceless fortune, capable of granting him power beyond his absolute wildest dreams. Lodbrok urges him to choose carefully, promising to deliver whatever he desires, which makes Theo's lips curl and get ready for this when prompted to state his desire. Theo Ragnar proudly announces he wants Lodbrok herself. That bold demand completely catches her off guard, sounding like a wild joke to the Dragon Queen, who quickly laughs it off. But she is done joking around now, telling the young Ragnar descendant to finally state his real choice. Standing his ground with absolute confidence, Theo firmly replies that he already told her exactly what he wants. The dragon freezes, demanding to know if he is actually serious. Once he confirms, her terrifying pressure using her paralyzing dragon fear, the ancient dragon considers his demand incredibly disrespectful, roaring at him for crossing the line. Under the crushing weight of her aura, Theo struggles to stay upright. That single raw blast of draconic power is so desperate to survive, he tries to counter her massive roar with his own lesser drake's fear. Naturally, it is a completely useless counter. Even Lodbrok thinks he is a total fool for trying to challenge still refusing to back down, Theo yells out his demand. He reminds the colossal dragon that she promised him any treasure found inside this cavern. By her own rules, there was never a clause forbidding him from choosing the guardian dragon Lodbrok himself. But deep down, Theo knows this is an insane gamble, one where he is literally betting his entire life. This ancient beast, the guardian dragon Lodbrok, originally founded the Ragnar clan alongside their legendary progeny. If he wins her over, Theo will finally prove to everyone that he is a true, worthy successor of the clan. To stop the horrific tragedies of his past life from happening again, he is ready to throw his life away here. Theo commands the guardian dragon to submit to him, just as she promised with her own words. Through his blood-choked, straining voice, the young warrior begs for her help. At that moment, Lodbrok glimpses the phantom of the... Seeing Sigurd's massive shadow looming behind Theo, Lodbrok halts her aura and accepts, leaving him completely stunned. Moments later, The colossal dragon morphs into a compact, human-like form, her piercing golden eyes staring directly down at him. Lodbrok is genuinely impressed, so she agrees to give the crazy kid a shot. Standing before him in her breathtaking human form, she leaves him completely speechless. She quickly reminds him, ignoring her warning. Theo simply points directly at her chest. And no, he is not talking about those assets you guys are probably staring at right now. He is pointing to the massive hole left from a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart back then and has been waiting for death ever since. She only has 3 years left before her life force completely runs out. Because of that, she cannot, so she extends her offer one more time, wanting to know if he is truly serious about choosing her as his treasure. Smiling like a total fool, he confirms his mind is completely made up, and he is definitely taking her as his reward. Honestly, without any context, that sounds incredibly. Right on cue, the system locks in the guardian dragon as his official prize. Lodbrok calls it a pretty dumb move, though she figures that is just how the chosen one rolls. Suddenly, along with being named the descendant of the clan's original founder, which basically guarantees he is going to reach insane new heights. Theo then promises to track down the rest of the primordial. Just as their soul link connects, Theo promises to find an artifact that can perfectly substitute for Lodbrok's missing heart. He is pretty sure that among the godlike dragon's lost relics, there has to be some miracle item that can help her out. On top of that, the massive experience points trigger. Theo figures it is the least he can do if he is going to carry the title of her partner. You see where this is going, right? She just smirks, hoping her new companion takes good care of her. Yeah, this is definitely going on the naughty list. Lodbrok reminds him she cannot actually leave this area yet, so he needs to figure things out on his own before she goes in. To help him out, she hands over a gift, an incredibly ancient-looking book. She explains that to truly synchronize their souls, he absolutely has to study this artifact and awaken his hidden mind gate. She figures it will take him about a month, suggesting he take his sweet time going through the pages. Right then, the system alerts him of a bonus reward, a legendary grimoire named Amon. Checking its stats, Theo is pretty shocked to see it holds magical secrets from the very beginning of time. This legendary book basically holds the secrets of the entire universe. Theo is thrilled to score such an item. He asks Lodbrok what she means by 1 month. She tells him it normally takes at least that long to open a mind gate, asking if he has somewhere more important to be. Theo sighs, explaining that he is currently in the middle of the second stage of his critical awakening ceremony. The catch? This exam only lasts 15 days in total, meaning he has less than 2 weeks to get this done. That is why he wants to wait until the test finishes to start. Glaring at him, Lodbrok admits that while he could wait, she is absolutely not going to let him. There is no way she is letting him slip away so easily. She demands he unlock his mind gate before the exam even wraps up. Until he does, she is keeping him locked in here. Talk about a terrifying ultimatum. He only has 13 days left, meaning roughly 300 hours of absolute grinding to pull it off. So he is on a tight clock. Time to rewind a bit. Exactly 3 days before the second stage kicked off, Axion's uncle was busy explaining how totems establish these anti-fiend. It turns out, a special fiend summoning marble is kept safe inside every single totem. This small sphere radiates concentrated dark energy, which actually repels other monsters from the area. The moment the glass shatters, a vicious fiend is instantly summoned, meaning you can unleash a monster at any time or place. Suddenly, several terrifying beasts surround him, proving just how he instantly obliterates them using his dragon spirit, explaining that the test's main goal is to hunt these fiends for points. Because of this, Theo has no choice but to track down these monsters to score. Axion starts piecing together his uncle's real plan, which is using these marbles as perfect bait to trap Theo. While that is indeed the play, his uncle warns him that the situation is not that simple. They cannot just assassinate him with a basic trap because they still need to squeeze out clues about the Rose Palace relics. Since Axion absolutely despises Theo, he wants nothing more than to torture the guy and beat the info out of him. But his uncle quickly shuts down his arrogance with a blunt, cold reminder. There is barely any gap between his strength and Theo's, meaning he will not get his way as easily as he thinks. However, Theo is a pretty compassionate guy, meaning his loyal friends can easily be used as leverage against him. To get the job done, his uncle suggests recruiting the desperate dropouts currently gathering at the fourth. He figures taking hostages is the easiest way to drag Theo out and force him to talk about the artifact. Axion hates relying on cheap tricks instead of raw power, but he still agrees. And just like that, their trap is. The Dark Leopard still can't believe how Theo hid his true strength until the very final hours of the exam. After all, there were only 12 hours left before this second stage wrapped up. The Ragnar prodigy grabbed first place with an insane 860 points. But he still feels it's a shame one henchman wonders if those council thugs got to him first, which would explain why the kid suddenly vanished. Felix Ragnar, currently holding 7th place, chimes in with his own theory. But Axion immediately shuts him down, calling his little observation nothing short of brain dead. He deliberately rubs salt in the wound, reminding Felix why Lady Plumblossom chose Theo over him. Felix is absolutely furious. He was only trying to help catch Theo, and now he has to take this abuse. Axion stands up. Smiling like a psycho, he makes a promise. If Theo wants to keep hiding like a coward, he's more than happy to drag him out. With both the Scale Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace under his thumb, it's time to hunt down and slaughter. This absolute psycho is ready to start a bloodbath to force him out. Talk about a villain. Shaking in her hiding spot, Ragnar overhears the entire plan and she's currently holding 3rd place. Meanwhile, a massive frost lizard fiend gets brutally taken down by a group of warriors. They cheer like crazy over defeating a yellow belt beast, acting like they just saved the world. With barely any points and only 12 hours left on the clock, these guys are still worrying about Theo. They even prepare. One of them guesses that Theo must be busy working on something way more important. After all, simply surviving is the bare minimum here, and rankings shouldn't even matter that much. Still, they desperately wanted him to become the valedictorian again. And then boom. A brutal blade impales one of them. Orion Gardner just slaughtered Sybil in cold blood, leaving the surviving friends screaming at the scale dragons. They are deeply terrified to find out they are nothing but bait to lure out Theo. These poor guys are literally being hunted just. Meanwhile, we cut back. Lodbrok's nest is overflowing with gold. The guardian dragon is deeply impressed by how Theo managed to open his mind's gate in less than half a month. The system chimed in to confirm his basic grasp of magic. Honestly, it's all thanks to knowledge from his past life before. The biggest secret to mastering the amulet grimoire comes down to the sheer quality and quantity of your mana. Since Theo holds both a monohall and the dragon heart, this stuff comes naturally, letting him learn twice as fast. The result? He unlocks a lower tier skill called Hatchling Synchro. It lets him read the memories of objects using raw psychokinesis. Lodbrok realizes he's truly worthy of being her partner. Now that he has the basics down, he can refine the rest through steady training. She promises him that once he reaches a higher level, he will finally start hearing her real voice. And best of all, he will get a massive buff, allowing him to channel Lodbrok's power directly, inheriting the. But first, she needs to recover, since she only has 3 years left to live. But Theo's ready to prove himself. Hearing that, she completes the primordial covenant. Lodbrok bids him a warm farewell, hoping they meet again soon. And with that, our boy finally steps back outside. Getting the contract signed is great, but he's currently sitting at 0 points with 12 hours left. Honestly, talk about playing life on extra hard mode, right? Theo weighs his options. If he just hunts normal monsters, there's absolutely no way he can take first. His only real play is to start stealing bells from other candidates. Remembering how Axion secured first place in his past, so all he has to do is crush his Ragnar rival and steal that top spot. Easier said than done. Suddenly, a bloody figure stumbles out from the dark woods behind him. Barely alive and covered in deep wounds, they instantly grab his full attention. It's Ragnar, and she's in terrible shape. Theo wonders if she was jumped by some high-tier monster, but Theo instantly spots the brutal sword wound on her body, realizing this was definitely the work of a person. He frantically asks what happened, but Ray can barely breathe and only gasps for him to head west. Before another word escapes her lips, she collapses right into Theo's arms. Triggering his psychometry to read the blade, he watches a memory of Ray quietly keeping watch on the exact crew, hunting for his friends. The dropouts from Training Ground 4 are all bound, battered, and utterly beaten into the ground. A decision was close. Should they live, or should they die? Someone mocks Orion, asking why on earth he dragged 9 of these absolute clowns when 3 hostages would have worked. But right before these psychopaths could butcher them, Ray boldly steps out, confronting Axion directly. The Dark Leopard warns that this is private family business and she won't step in. Still, Ray rejects the cruelty. Axion's disappointed that Theo swayed her, so he readies his weapon to slaughter his own kin. A fierce clash erupts instantly, but in the end, Ray takes a devastating hit. And here's the crazy part: those memories cut off. Theo is left absolutely furious, wondering why Axion would kidnap. Ray just stares in complete disbelief, stunned that he learned the truth without her uttering a single word. He desperately begs her for answers. Barely holding on to life, she gasps out that Axion's true goal from the very... Since the target was nowhere to be found, Axion resorted to this dirty play to drag him out. That does it. This news sparks pure rage inside him. He realizes his enemies from his past life are just as ruthless this time around. But luckily for his friend, where is Axion? Theo demands to know his location. Meanwhile, over at the main camp, a scout reports that Theo has been spotted near the northern cliffs. This sudden news catches Axion off guard, but his men are absolutely certain he will meet up with Ragnar. Absolutely thrilled by the chance to cut him down, Theo looks ahead with a pretty dark grin. But then, he is quickly reminded that a duel is completely unnecessary, since finding clues about the ancient relics, his men, they will take care of Theo for him. To do that, they suggest activating the beast, summoning marbles to trigger total chaos in the area. Back with Ray, she desperately begs Theo not to walk into this trap. She reveals that even the Academy proctors are in on this massive conspiracy to bring him down, making this a fight completely beyond. She warns him that this exam has turned into a bloody hunting ground. An elaborate, targeted death trap designed solely for him. Marching in solo is pure suicide, making it way smarter to track down an official proctor instead. But Theo knows there is simply no time to waste. He is deeply grateful for her bravery, but his conscience, he demands Axion's coordinates so he can move out immediately. Hearing this, she is convinced the guy has completed. You know this is pure suicide. Going in there means certain death. She begs him to play it safe, but Theo snaps back, shouting that he refuses to watch his loved ones die a second time. They made a pact to survive this second stage together, after all. Ray softly reminds him of their clan's brutal reality in the Ragnar family. Sacrifices are always required. He fires back, highlighting her own brave decision to stand up to Axion. Even she could not just... This painful moment drags him right back to his tragic past. The horrific memories of his original life going up in flame. It was all because he was too weak inside a clan that only valued supreme power. Theo is absolutely finished with losing the people he cares about and being played like a puppet, emphasizing that driven by a burning rage, Theo demands Axion's exact location. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to Remington, who stumbled upon the discarded gear left behind by Sybil and the rest of their captured friends. Blood on the snow. He turns to face 2 formidable warriors waiting in the distance. It is the 5th-ranked warrior, Holkus Lonka, standing right alongside the 4th-ranked Erica Lonka. Remington Narcio himself holds the prestigious 2nd rank, just behind Axion. Back with Theo, he easily weaves past the initial strikes before instantly ending the beast with one clean hit, focused entirely. Theo dashes toward Axion's location, hoping with everything he has that his allies are alive. He knows for a fact that Ed is playing Axion like a fiddle, pulling the strings to get Theo eliminated without causing a massive uproar. Plus, the Intelligence Bureau proctors are actively siding with Axion, which is the absolute best. Theo easily shreds the monsters using his signature Triple Dragon's Claw Strike, knowing the very proctors sent to assassinate him will probably keep Axion from completely losing his mind. Even so, he pushes his speed, well aware that Axion is incredibly easy to trigger and highly impulsive. Diving down for an aerial strike on the beast, Theo realizes he can easily weaponize that reckless temper. His blade drives straight through the monster's skull, spilling black blood. Now, let us check in on Ray. She gathers her thoughts, quietly remembering how Theo has not changed a single bit since they were kids. Despite her painful injuries, she truly wants to help him this time around. Nearby, the hostages are getting brutally beaten under Action's boot, and he is ready to slaughter them if they make a single peep. So, Axion holds back. He lowers his sword and waits. He knows that 4 elite swordsmen among the proctors have already been dispatched to quietly assassinate Theo. See, his uncle believes Axion actually lacks the power to defeat Theo. It is incredibly frustrating for Axion. Right on cue, the legendary devil himself finally decides to show his face. Axion spots him walking out, covered in blood, like a literal weapon of war. Theo's eyes burn with pure he glares coldly at the trash who caused all this chaos. Before locking eyes with Axion, who has been waiting all this time, when his gaze finally falls on his fallen friends, Axion draws his own blade, itching for a fight, but his advisors tell him to hold back. Grudgingly, he lowers his weapon. Trying to start a negotiation, Axion demands that Theo hand over everything no backing down. Theo Ragnar mockingly asks if he is just scared. This is where Theo plays his cards. He is actively trying to bait Action's hot temper. Theo openly mocks him as a coward who resorts to cheap hostaging tricks just to avoid suffering an absolute beating. Action's blood immediately begins to boil, but Theo keeps going. He insults him by saying Action only surrounds him. As for the pathetic hostage situation, Theo calls it a desperate struggle to avoid losing, proving Axion is totally unworthy. Axion is furious, absolutely livid, and that is exactly what Theo wanted. He keeps fueling the fire, demanding a one-on-one duel like a true Ragnar would do. Unless he wants to tuck his tail and run, that is the ultimate insult, and Axion completely snaps under the pressure. Theo quickly lays down the terms of the duel. If he loses, he will hand over the secrets and his life, but if he wins, he walks away with his friends unharmed. The Black Leopard, completely consumed by fury, sneeringly reminds this foolish Ragnar of his low standing in the clan. Bureau agents try to step in, clearly seeing that Theo is just trying to manipulate Axion. They beg him to stick to the plan, but Axion is done playing. Axion takes the bait, stepping forward to fight, which is exactly what we were waiting for. The watching proctors quickly realize this is going completely sideways. They prepare to step in and execute their backup, but the furious warrior barks at his men to stay back, intending to uphold the sacred honor of a Ragnar duel. He also commands them to leave the hostages alone for now. The battle begins, and Theo takes the initiative with a lightning-fast. Playtime is officially over, as both master swordsmen clash, exchanging brutal blows on equal ground. Axion mocks him. Then he unleashes a flurry of heavy strikes. Eager to show the massive gap in their power, he lets loose a devastating Heaven Dragon shout. The booming attack actually puts Theo to counter. He prepares a charged slash of his own, unleashing the Triple Dragon's Claw, completely shredding Action's strike and leaving him utterly shocked. Now, standing before him is a highly confident Theo fires back some trash talk, asking if someone of Action's low caliber should really be lecturing him. Orion is sweating absolute bullets right now. That strike was terrifying. He originally doubted the young warrior's skills, but now even he is beginning to recognize the kid's terrifying power. The tide has completely turned, and suddenly Axion is on the verge of losing. Fearing for his own skin, he is pretty sure Axion totally underestimated his opponent here. In the end, Orion avoids betraying Axion because those annoying Intelligence Bureau proctors are keeping a close eye. He figures they will still take down Theo anyway. Ordering his crew, Orion tells them to fan out and hunt down the others. They just want to avoid getting dragged into that fight. Back in the day, everyone expected a young Axion to grab the clan throne. Both his mother and uncle. To them, the proud Ragnar name was just a convenient shield while they treated the boy like a secret weapon. Axion actually praises his rival's skills for a second before charging forward to cut Theo down. Naturally, Theo blocks the strike with a smug grin. The arrogant jerk is dancing exactly to our hero's tune. Moving away from the battlefield, the council members are busy gossiping about Theo's sudden return. His supporters are completely thrilled he is alive and well, while his haters are totally shocked those scoundrels failed to finish him off. Axion's uncle is glad he made it, but honestly, nobody knows what kind of scheme he is cooking up. They could easily advance their goals by squeezing info out of him. Now, he is just waiting for the report. Suddenly, fresh reports arrive about the intense showdown happening between Theo and Axion. Talk about a backfire. The guy is absolutely terrified because this is completely ruining his little plan. Returning to the arena, Theo activates his Gesture's footwork secret technique, instantly boosting his speed and dodging abilities. Axion swings his sword like a madman, but he cannot land a single hit. Trading blows makes Axion realize Theo has grown ridiculously strong. Getting dead serious, Axion, having finally timed his opponent's dodging pattern, he hurls his blade directly at our hero's head with full deadly force. This sudden throw catches Theo off guard, triggering an ugly memory of a similar attack from his past life. Back then, a split second of distraction allowed a razor-sharp blade to pierce him right through his side. Axion mocks him, shouting that his secret footwork technique is actually pretty predictable once you know the pattern. He easily predicts exactly where the kid will show up next. Blood drips slowly down the steel, but somehow, Theo managed to survive the deadly strike by catching. With this, he finally confirms the face of the killer who ended him in his first life. It was Axion all along. Burning with pure rage, Theo is actually relieved to verify the identity of his past murderer. On the day of his death, he was far too weak to discover who had actually destroyed the Rose Palace. He had no strength, running blindly. But when Rendon finally unmasked, the puzzle pieces started falling into place. Later on, Evelyn's investigation, connecting the dots from there was simple. The masterminds behind that brutal raid were definitely members of the Troyvon clan. And among them, only one person could pull off that incredibly rare sword-throwing style, that treacherous snake, Theo Ragnar. He only had suspicions before, but now the cold truth is staring him right in the face. Clenching the caught blade, he lets his furious energy explode and shatters the steel with his bare hands. Theo desperately wants to know what kind of sick obsession drives them to go this far just to kill him. Watching this insane display, but honestly, these fools have no idea who they are messing with now. This time, he is absolutely determined to protect himself and keep his allies safe. Theo hurls the shattered blade right back, but Axion slips away easily, mocking his terrible aim and calling it a pathetic copy. Suddenly, a massive wave of raw bloodlust erupts from Theo. His killing intent is so monstrously heavy, Axion's eyes widen in shock as he realizes Theo was holding back his power this whole time. Theo vanishes into thin air, instantly reappearing right under Axion to unleash a massive, devastating blow. The raw power behind the hit sends Axion stumbling backward. Suddenly, he is the one forced to defend himself. Smirking at him, Theo mockingly asks when he plans to quit holding back, driving him crazy with insults. But surprisingly, they are trading blow for blow now. Theo vanishes from his sight once more, executing an incredibly heavy strike that completely disarms Axion. Theo questions his opponent, leveling his blade to pierce his damn stomach. He is ready for the fatal strike at this range. Not even Axion can dodge. Meanwhile, let us shift over to Remington. He notices a trail of fresh blood, clearly left by dragging an injured body. The only suspect is Axion, though it makes no sense for him to act so recklessly when he already secured first place. Remington easily pieces it all together. They are planning to hunt Theo down during this second stage. Holkus is pretty pissed that they had to resort to such cowardly, underhanded methods. But Erica is not surprised at all, pointing out that this kind of betrayal is expected during the clan awakening. Remington knows it. It is the exact reason he hates the Ragnar style. They blindly worship raw power. An annoyed Erica warns him to watch his tongue, but Remington does not give a damn. He is focused on saving his friends. He asks for their help. Holkus is totally down, but Erica does not care and simply walks away. She only came to meet Theo, and the guy is nowhere to be found. She has zero interest in rescuing weaklings. Her brother is left asking if she is really that heartless. Remington, however, gets why she wants to meet Theo. The three warriors rush off to locate the hostages. Remington is praying they are still safe and sound. But a group of warriors suddenly blocks their path. The Scale Dragon Society is confronting them. Orion is pretty annoyed that the white-haired punk ran over to Theo and is now hanging out with meatheads. Holkus is incredibly offended. Remington warns his old friend to take the easy way out and step aside. Left with no choice, Remington draws his blade. All three of them charge ahead to crush the Scale Dragon Society. Shifting over to the hostages, one of them manages to grab the broken blade Theo threw earlier. That weapon was never meant to hit Axion, it was thrown right to the hostages. It is their only shot at cutting themselves free and make. The prisoner struggles on the ground, desperately trying to cut the ropes. Wait, check this out. Axion gets saved at the absolute last second by a high-ranking proctor who finally decided to step in. This man is Liam Trovan, and he is fully prepared to take the blame for interfering in the test. Liam forces a break in the clash and orders his men to look after Axion. He launches a fierce assault on Theo, while the other proctors help the young master up and return his sword to him. Axion does not even look angry, he just looks deeply disappointed in himself. Those furious slashes from Liam are really putting our boy on the defensive, but Theo still manages to hold his own in an almost equal exchange. After this quick exchange, the veteran swordsman is actually quite impressed by how well Theo defended against both. Even so, it is clear as day that Theo is still no match for Liam and his sheer swordsmanship. Since there are no other proctors around to watch this area, it is the perfect chance to eliminate the young prodigy. So, for the sake of the Trovan clan, he leaps into the air to finish Theo Ragnar with a single, devastating strike. Talk about an insane plot twist. It is not Theo who gets run through, but Liam getting skewered out of nowhere. The one who stabbed him is none other than Axion, reminding his men of the strict warning he gave about interfering in his complete and absolute chaos. Axion just turned on his very own allies. The other swordsmen confront their young master for acting so recklessly, but Axion turns on them, absolutely furious they thought he would lose. He calls their help an insult. Seeing this, Theo realizes the guy has gone completely mad. Axion, however, finally acknowledges Theo and his strength as a true Ragnar. His own uncle had filled his head with. Axion claims that even if Theo is pretty strong, he is still weak compared to him. He proudly declares himself as the one destined to become the strongest warrior and claim the throne. So there is absolutely no way he is losing this match. Ready to cut down anyone blocking his path to the top. But that blade does not even touch Theo, who uses his insane speed to leap high into the air. He completely catches Axion off guard with a clean hit. Meanwhile, it turns out Liam is still breathing, though barely clinging. He croaks out orders for his men to back up Axion at all costs, telling them they must kill Theo right now. But the other elite swordsmen hesitate, seeing how quickly helping out led to Liam and his near-fatal downfall. Liam doesn't care and barks orders for them to escape, because if their young master dies, they are all dead anyway. Axion is completely on the back foot, utterly baffled that he is being so easily outclassed right now. He remembers his uncle's warning that the Ragnar clan is a place of absolute chaos, where any impossible odds can be overturned. Axion is in pure denial, just inches away from defeat. He always looked down on Theo Ragnar, calling him a worm, an insect, and an imbecile who did not know his place. But still clinging to the delusion of his own absolute strength, Axion violently lashes out despite being severely mangled. He charges forward completely blind, screaming insane rants about his grand destiny and preordained fate. But Theo Ragnar could not care less about that trash. Those exact grand delusions are what destroyed everything he actually cared about. So if Axion refuses to back down, he will just break him by force. Theo Ragnar channels his energy, summoning a He unleashes a roaring triple dragon's claw, swearing to grow powerful enough to cut down anyone standing in his way. And just look at this frame, his strike impales Axion straight through, tearing his body apart. As the smoke clears, a headless corpse drops to the dirt, and Axion's severed head plummets from the sky. Blood pools across the ground, but the deed is done. The winner of this grueling battle is Theo Ragnar, standing tall after taking his. Liam stands completely frozen at the sight of his young master's headless corpse, a fitting end for such a prideful bastard. Knowing he is dead if the Sky Dragon finds out about this massive failure, Liam orders his remaining. Shaking off their shock, these elite swordsmen from the Trovan protectors draw their blades and charge forward. Theo Ragnar stands tall, with a weary but satisfied smile on his face. But let's be real, he is in massive trouble. Even at full strength, surviving a coordinated strike from 4 elite senior proctors would be a nearly impossible feat, but in his current battered state, it is totally hopeless. His stamina is completely gone, and his mana is bone. His only option now is to drag this out, desperate to buy a few extra seconds with the absolute last of his strength. He calculates that reinforcements should arrive at any moment, just as the proctors close the distance to avenge their fallen young. Thankfully, the brave Remington Narcio and those lanky siblings manage to pull through, arriving at the exact perfect moment. They quickly circle around Theo Ragnar, forming an iron wall of defense to block the incoming proctors. For Remington Narcio, it is just common sense. Comrades always have each other's backs when things get ugly. Theo Ragnar looks at the dependable Silver Lion with sheer relief. Meanwhile, Erica Lanica steals a quick glance, but Hulkus Lanica, on the other hand, is absolutely thrilled to meet someone powerful enough to execute Axion and stand his ground against Master Swordsman. Energized by their arrival, Sybil Drea drags himself up to raise his sword for his young master. He is more than ready to pass judgment on these absolute scum, since they dared to interfere with a sacred tradition. With everything falling apart and new witnesses but honestly, do you see any way they can actually survive this? They failed to uncover a single thing about the Rose Palace artifacts, which was their main mission. They could not eliminate their biggest obstacle, Theo Ragnar, and their own young master died right. With too many eyes watching and endless traces of their massive mess, it is officially game over. And yet, these delusional proctors actually believe that Liam can somehow find a way to wriggle out of. When things get this messy, the easiest path is to just wipe out everyone. Luckily, Liam still has a trump card. They can easily cover up their tracks by staging a wild monster outbreak, making it look like every single candidate got. Spinning their failed torture and murder plot as a freak accident would completely wipe away any connection to the Troyven family. In total desperation, Liam smashes the grade 25 monster marbles onto the dirt. If they can frame this scene perfectly, they might actually salvage this entire operation. Even standing on the brink of ruin, these proctors still choose to put their family interests above all else. But before those marbles can even summon the beasts, Liam feels a sharp blade pierce his spine. Talk about getting stabbed. This time, the person holding the sword is the White Dragon Clan's elite supervisor, Selfred Gardner, standing right alongside fellow supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. Along with the White Dragons, the Plum Blossom Palace and Daffodil Palace sent their own supervisors, Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner. That crafty son of a gun, Liam, finally collapsed onto the freezing dirt. Supervisor Selfred demanded the other traitors disarm right away if they wanted to live. Those Troyven proctors, the clan's most promising young talent, stood behind them, while seasoned veterans blocked the front. Once Theo saw that things were safe, his remaining power evaporated entirely. Catching him before he hit the ground was Ragnar, the very woman who told him not to go. He managed to whisper as the guards dragged the criminals away. Remington finally dropped his cool, fearless act and rushed over to check on his buddy. Then the Lanka siblings interrupted. Erica made sure Theo would never forget her name, shoving those two aside. The kids from Training Ground 4 rushed in, weeping tears of pure joy as they thanked their young savior. Feeling the raw warmth and loyalty of his followers, Theo Ragnar let out a soft smile. This was the true power he always wanted. Ray understood him perfectly. Feeling himself drift away, the young man, he just needed enough to secure that #1 spot. Right after the traitorous proctors were locked up, the shocking news reached family headquarters. Ed Troyven stared at the council room, fell deathly quiet as the messenger forced himself to repeat those words. Hearing about Axion Ragnar's death felt like a literal lightning strike. Discovering his nephew died during a rigged test he personally set up to assassinate another rookie almost made the elder complete. While Unkt struggled hard to keep from going feral, the second stage results ceremony finally got underway. Exhausted survivors slowly gathered at the starting line, looking completely beat. An elder stepped forward, capturing the room's absolute focus to praise the rookies for surviving their brutal, grueling work. This wasn't just any official, it was Theo Ragnar, the legendary Zenith Dragon himself. Since the legendary elder rarely ever appeared in public, the young rookies were completely starstruck to see him standing right there. Looking at his ledger, Old Man Pharaoh announced that 45 out of 87 candidates passed. That might seem low, but it's actually an impressively high survival rate, proving just how insane this year. They might just be the greatest class in history, but even among these monsters, one genius shined brighter than anyone else. No prizes for guessing who that top dog is. Plus, surviving this round meant an automatic promotion to. At this point, they earned the right to be proud. Every survivor was now fully qualified to serve as a Ragnar inspector under their chosen faction. Fanning the flames of excitement, Pharaoh read the scores. In first place was Theo Ragnar, with a jaw. Who could have predicted a guy with 0 points until the very last minutes would somehow rocket straight to the top? But hey, taking down Axion will do that. Trailing him in second place was Remington Narcio with 9. Erica Lenke grabbed third with 843. Ray Ragnar took fourth with 789, and Hulkus barely scraped into fifth. The old man read the names all the way down to the 45th qualifier. While these elite candidates were guaranteed great futures, the actual ceremony wasn't even close to finished. A hidden third round remained, reserved strictly for the absolute cream of the crop. When the call came for only 4. Only those absolute beasts were qualified for the final trial. This hidden piece? It was all about the elite breathing method. collect enough bells. Only then could you study those ancient inscriptions. It sounds pretty straightforward, but actually decoding and understanding these mystical etchings demands an incredibly high level of talent. Anyone talented enough to master these insights can add those visions to their arsenal, qualifying them for one. In his past life, Theo barely managed to secure a single bell, but he couldn't make head or tail of the message. But now, he possessed hatchling synchronization, a cheat-like skill that literally lets him read the thoughts of objects. It let him visualize the core essence of the encrypted text as clear pictures and vivid experience. He witnessed legendary heroes from the past perfect their ultimate skills, instantly flooding Theo with a profound. Usually, finding even a single person qualified for this trial is incredibly rare, but this year, they have 4. As far as Theo remembered, Ray Ragnar and Remington Nardio were not supposed to master the elite breathing. Maybe his own moves affected their growth as well. Standing on the stage, Old Man Ferraro called the top 4. Right on cue, Theo Ragnar stepped forward to perform. Now that Axion was finally out of the way, things were bound to but Theo was completely at peace instead of worrying about what lay ahead. At last, he had the keys to rewrite his destiny. Stepping into the clearing, bright sparks immediately began crackling around his feet. Those sparks quickly erupted into a roaring tempest of lightning. Searching through countless bells finally paid off. To display his deep understanding, he activated the first phase, infusing his mana with the power of roaring thunder. Next came Expression, the second stage of mastery, where seeing their leader stand there like a literal thunder god, the training ground boys went absolutely wild. Under normal rules, any genius would stop here to claim their praise. But wait, we already know this guy is built different. They have not even invented a word to describe his absurd talent. Drawing power from the dragon heart pulsing inside his chest, he unleashed the third phase of mastery, complete and absolute control. Watching from the sidelines, Erika Alenka drooled at the sight of her generation's peak warrior, while her brother, even the mighty Zenith Dragon, privately admitted he never saw anyone reaching this depth of mastery. Naturally, the crowd assumed the show was over. Achieving control was already the absolute peak for most elite prodigies. But no, Theo Ragnar was not about to share the spotlight with anyone. After displaying flawless control, the entire training ground exploded with a blinding golden aura, looking like a legendary warrior about to go. Opening his eyes, he drew his blade swiftly as wild lightning crackled around him. With one powerful slash, he launched a massive electric shockwave cutting through the air. Finally, the energy took on a life of its own, morphing into the terrifying shape of a hungry thunder dragon. This represented the fourth phase. This time, the other competitors were speechless. Every single one of them just stood there with their jaws dropped in shock. Theo Ragnar pointed this terrifying new move straight at Old Man Ferraro. Of course, the veteran master, he was genuinely pleased to watch a once-in-a-generation talent demonstrate this incredible level of expansion. Before the electric beast could reach him, the old man slowly raised his hand, pulling small water droplets out. Those microscopic drops compressed instantly to form a dense shield, completely stopping a massive thunder dragon in it. The powerful Zenith Dragon was not even annoyed that a mere trainee dared to strike him. Honestly, the crowd stood frozen. Is that monster really their peer? Feeling thoroughly entertained, Old Man Ferraro handed Theo an extra 1,000 points for such a ballsy show of. Naturally, Theo had already calculated the Grandmaster's soft spot for brilliant recruits. With that stunt, Theo hit 2,121 points. A mere 1,000 is impossible for anyone else. Yet, this absolute madman somehow doubled that. We can only compare this feat to the legendary. Highly amused by Theo's sheer audacity, the Zenith Dragon invited the final 3 trainees to step forward, who possessed a strong affinity for water, reaching the 3rd level of control and securing an extra 500 points. Ray Ragnar reached the level of Expression, pocketing her own 300 bonus points. Her frosty personality perfectly matched her rare ice element. Meanwhile, Erika Alenka also hit Expression for 3. True to her hot-tempered personality, she wielded a blazing fire element. The old man was incredibly satisfied. Normally, crossing the 1,000-point mark would easily place you at the very top. That meant this single class had 4 distinct monsters who could have been number 1 in any normal year. You simply cannot compare Theo Ragnar to ordinary prodigies. With the regular trainees dismissed to prepare for next week's grand nomination ceremony, only the elite top. Suddenly, a massive wave of pure, suffocating bloodlust washed down from the icy peak. Hostile, heavy pressure slammed down, nearly bringing the elite top 4 straight to their knees. With an unusually serious face, the mighty Zenith Dragon officially started the next phase of their training. Even with his deep knowledge of the future, Theo had never heard of this event. Making things even more baffling, he sensed a highly familiar aura radiating from the peak. The final stage of the blooming ceremony remains a strict secret, reserved only for a chosen few. It is a direct meeting with the family head himself. Nobody knows what actually happens inside, as everything depends on the... With this, a candidate can get chosen to fight for the throne. Currently, all 5 frontrunners for the next family head position are taking part in the ceremony's final trial. Getting picked for the family battle proves you are a top candidate. That is why Kyle Ragnar is currently waiting. Still, that does not explain why Theo can sense Lodbrok's energy coming from up there. Then a terrifying thought hits him. Could the person who took the ancient dragon's heart actually be his own father? Old Man Furo gives the green light for the top 4 to climb up, conquer their fear, and meet the patriarch. Honestly, you can see that is way easier said than done when they cannot even take a single step forward. Trying to help his fellow candidates, Theo tells them to stop fighting the pressure with brute force and match its wave. Remington catches on instantly to what he means. It sounds difficult, but creating an anti-phase wave to neutral. This entire test is basically a harsh way to weed out candidates who cannot properly manage their magic power. Erica listens on the side, totally confused by what these magic nerds are trying to say. Remington happily explains, rambling on about the vibrational properties of mana. Erica just stares at him like he is an alien, speaking an unknown language. Basically, they just need to project mana with opposite properties to block the pressure. Erica quickly snaps at while the others argue. Theo stands with his eyes closed, already on the verge of perfecting his countermeasure. Moments later, he releases a thick aura. When they ask how he solved it so fast, he confidently says that this level of skill is expected. His rivals are completely stunned by his cocky attitude, while the Zenith Dragon just stands there looking sternly. Leaving his rivals in the dust, Theo dashes straight ahead into the deep, snowy woods. Old Man Furo warns the others to pick up the pace, since their overall scores depend entirely on who reaches the peak first. That warning definitely lights a massive fire under their asses. Once the last candidate dashes off into the forest, the Zenith Dragon suddenly grows quite quiet and contemplative. He chuckles to himself. At his advanced age, he has never wanted to teach a kid this badly. Meanwhile, back at the Camellia Palace, a certain elf bursts through the gates laughing loudly while looking for her daughter. The famous demon craftsman, Cursum, is slamming open every single door in the palace, searching for Cecilia. Seeing the maids react, you can tell she has been visiting almost every day since young Master Theo became the family. Ruining an important meeting, Cursum kicks the correct door open and cheers the second she spots her daughter. Cecilia warns her mother yet again about keeping up proper manners inside. Cursum does not care about pointless manners at all, after all. She is about to become incredibly wealthy. She is already loaded, but soon her vaults are going to overflow with insane amounts of treasure. Now keep in mind, she is known as the Elf of Capitalism incarnate, and since Theo became a star, endless work. Naturally, Cecilia is genuinely happy for her mother. More than anything, she always knew her son would excel. Back then, that was all she ever wanted. But watching her little boy constantly jump into danger, a mother cannot help but worry. What if Cecilia feels completely useless standing on the sidelines, unable to hold back her growing frustration? So she turns to the only thing she can actually do, ensuring her son always has the absolute best outfits. Meanwhile, Cursum keeps talking about expanding her business. Beyond crafting weapons, her workshop is about profits from that side hustle alone could easily boost her overall revenue tenfold. Wanting to find more ways to help her son, Cecilia presents her mother with a special request in order for a custom-made. Way up on the snowy mountain peak, Kyle Ragnar is laughing out loud after hearing his son's bold declaration to claim the throne. The family patriarch talks to a tiny blackbird, assuring the little bird that he is not the kind of father who would block his son's dreams. Besides, after all, he was exactly like Theo when he was young. That mountain peak covered in ownerless blades, this massive graveyard of swords, stands as living proof of his undying ambition. All Kyle Ragnar wants is the absolute prosperity of his family, and he will gladly put down anyone who dares stand in. With a graveyard stretching out as far as the eye can see, what is one more body? For some reason, the blackbird seems pretty worried about this year's contenders. Kyle Ragnar outright declares his blade does not recognize family bloodlines when the big picture is on the line. Talk about a family reunion. The peak showdown is finally here. Kyle Ragnar looks at Theo's ragged state, and that casual smirk completely fades away. The playful, happy. Right now, he looks like Death's guardian, surrounded by enemy blades. It took Theo 4 long hours to scale this steep mountain, a climb that usually takes him just one. That suffocating pressure seriously slowed him down. Kyle beckons his son closer, asking if he... Almost every Ragnar child knows the legends of their father and this graveyard. This peak perfectly embodies the heavy burden of being the supreme leader of the Ragnar family. It is a throne where the leader must carry the weight of endless threats and challenges with absolutely nobody to lean. A true patriarch must stand high above all mortals. Asked if he has what it takes to claim the throne, Theo answers, "Don't say that lightly." His father warns him. On Kyle's own brutal path to the peak, he had to send thousands of souls straight to the afterlife. Not everyone can carry that much resentment. Up here, Kyle remembers his bloody path. He can still hear his victims screaming curses and demanding revenge from beyond the grave. And yet, Theo's resolved. This kid knows exactly who he wants to become. His deep drive all traces back to his past life, and taking the throne means ending this clan bloodshed for good. That is his top priority. Obviously, he cannot say all that directly to his father. So, in classic Ragnar fashion, he decides to answer the loaded. Kyle Ragnar grins. His boy definitely knows how to speak his mind in moments like this. Since he chose to speak with cold steel, he will not be treated as a beloved son anymore. But as Kyle is also pretty eager to see what this brat learned from a very special teacher. Theo instantly realizes his father is talking about Lodbrok. This pretty much confirms his suspicion that Kyle Ragnar. He tries to defend. Too late. In a fraction of a second, his father cleanly slices him in half. By the time he registers what happened, he literally cannot feel his lower body anymore. You can feel the sheer terror here. Theo Ragnar feels death creeping in, sliced like meat, as his life fades. This is one of his most terrifying techniques, the heart sword. Having cut his son down, the patriarch looks. He assures the feathered avatar that there is absolutely no reason to worry about the young prodigy. Only the strongest survive. A hardened will is required to shatter his heart sword. It is definitely a cruel test for a rookie in the middle of their awakening ceremony. But if Theo has the strength, he should be able to find a way back. But if his resolve is just half-baked, he might as well die right here as a... The patriarch has no use for a regressor who could bring harm to the clan. Theo's soul is thrown into an endless void bordering life and death. He feels that familiar. He accepts it. The brutal reality of his sudden death. After all, surviving a strike from a literal demigod is pretty much impossible. Theo reflects on his achievement. He seized the Camellia Palace from the Troivans and slaughtered Rendon and that mad dog Axion, the scum who ended his first life. Anything beyond those goals would honestly just be a stroke of pure luck. Compared to his first run, this life was happier, even if it was shorter. Maybe it is fine to finally let go. As his will completely fades and he accepts this sudden demise, the final fragments of his soul evaporate like morning dew. Just before the end, the last drops of his existence are erased. The griffin dwelling inside his sword steps in. This massive bird forces his way into the endless void to yell at his... If his master is going to give up this easily, the griffin is going to be incredibly pissed off. Hearing that familiar snarky voice talking trash, Theo's dying soul sparks once more. That tiny... No way this is where Theo Ragnar's story ends. Fueled by his undying will, his shattered soul begins... After all, he already surrendered once in his past life. He refuses to let things wrap up so fast. Forcing his soul back together, Theo pushes past his limit. Theo remembers the oath he made. His body, mind, and soul can shatter. But Theo Ragnar is never going to yield. Standing in that hollow void of absolute nothingness, he swings his blade, desperately clinging onto his... This is the cleanest, most powerful strike of his life. Sharp enough to cut right through the threat of fading away. The illusion of death cracks and shatters, allowing the warm light of life to pour back onto his soul. Theo snaps his eyes open. Back on the peak, he actually survived that deadly heart sword Jinjistu. If not for the griffin in his sword, he would be a hollow shell. Kyle Ragnar stands right there, watching him closely. The ruthless demigod lets out a cold sneer, a total gamble. But Theo actually won. Fast forward 1 week after the final round of the Blooming. Today is the official nomination day at the massive clan headquarters. The Lanka siblings are waiting around for their names to get called. Hulkus absolutely hates crowds, and Erica keeps teasing. Seriously, you cannot blame him. After all, the commanders, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current patriarch are all watching. Even so, Erica warns her brother to stop looking terrified. Otherwise, no unit is going to want to recruit him. Plus, he failed to unlock elemental breathing despite grabbing so many bells, and Holkus is still incredibly salty about that. On top of that, his sister is hiding what she received on the mountain peak. The big guy complains that Theo is a cool dude who definitely would have shared the secret if he just asked. Alonka lives only to serve as the Sword of Ragnar. Knowing that, Holkus has already decided to follow the he possesses everything: power, character, and massive ambition. No joke. This guy is ready to bet his whole life on someone he has never even spoken to. He figures he can sneakily slide into Theo's camp by simply joining whichever unit the genius chooses. This only works because, for some weird reason, the Patriarch is not keeping Theo in the clan head's estate, so normal rookies can just follow him to whatever faction he chooses. Silencing the noisy crowd in the arena, the heavy ceremonial drum starts beating, signaling that the selection is. Without waiting any longer, the absolute best student of their class, Theo Ragnar, gets called up to take the stage. The stadium is packed with normal citizens and elite swordsmen, all cheering for the kid they use to relentless. Theo takes in the roaring applause with a calm smile, standing confidently right before the powerful Ragnar leader. Standing in the crowd, Evelyn Narvel silently roots for the young master she helped train. If she had her way, but she knows that is just a personal wish. After all, as the top graduate, he proved himself to be a complete monster in every single category, leaving all his peers in the dust. Just as they are about to ask him which faction he wants, an unexpected figure stands up from the 9 dragons. Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon and head of the Central Intelligence Bureau, instantly commands the room without speaking. The mood instantly turns tense. Everyone is thinking this lunatic might actually try to get revenge for his fallen nephew. Obviously, doing that would be insanely foolish, especially with all the other powerhouse leaders sitting right there. The announcer quickly steps in, politely but firmly telling the Sky Dragon to take his seat. Theo assumes the guy is still grieving for Axion, but he feels perfectly safe with so many witnesses. Ed Troyven flashes a highly fake, friendly smile, and offers the kid a job as the deputy director of his intelligence. Wait, what? He killed his nephew, and now he is getting a major promotion? Becoming the top graduate in the powerhouse Ragnar clan is a massive deal, especially since Theo started at the. Now, he is finally breaking out of his shell to take flight. Word of his crazy feats spreads like wildfire. Everyone is talking about how he slaughtered Axion and fought. His journey from the trash of the family to the absolute peak deeply inspires all the other low-ranking. Now he is a legend, transforming the public mockery into total respect. The useless fool of the Ragnar family is officially gone, replaced by an absolute genius with terrifying potential. Standing right in the center of the stage, his system finally chimes. The third scenario quest is cleared, rewarding him with a rare ether core, which leaves Theo pretty shocked. He went so long without a notification that he practically forgot the quest even existed. Given how much effort this took, this ether core has got to be a major power-up, right? But he cannot even enjoy the reward before a total snake offers him a massive seat in the family. Activating his observation skill on Ed Troyven, Theo quickly realizes this guy just wants to use him as a pawn for. He already suspected as much, but getting solid proof feels great. The Sky Dragon definitely thinks he has one of those relics hidden away. Too bad for Ed, because Theo would never serve a Troyven. His goal is to destroy that entire family himself. Right on cue, Julius the Demon Dragon instantly protests Ed's pretty obvious manipulation. Julius openly calls the snake out for trying to scheme his way to revenge, but Ed just laughs it off. Ed admits some personal bitterness, but says as a director he only wants the best. Julius just clicks his tongue because he knows Ed Troyven is a slippery bastard who is still chasing his hidden motives. Luckily, the host stops the bickering, asking the 9 dragons to wait their turn so they can officially start. Asked if he has a faction picked out yet, Theo says he is still undecided. Right now, he wants to see what everyone brings to the table, basically starting a massive bidding war for himself. First to take the bait is the Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar Plunus, who commands the Plum Blossom Palace. She promises to take him as her personal disciple and heir, and since she has no kids, it is a straight shot to her. She is basically offering to make Theo her successor and the next Sword Dragon. 2 offers are already in, which is expected for someone as hyped as Theo, leaving normal commanders completely unable to compete. But even with this fierce competition, another major player decides to jump into the ring. This guy makes a crazy entrance, crashing straight down from the sky, covered in bandages. It is Robert Ragnar, head of Black Snow and the Black Dragon himself, entering the fight for Theo. Theo is stunned. Almost nobody ever sees this guy in public, but he has been watching the whole ceremony. Robert admits that Kyle was right, the kid is pretty damn interesting. If he joins Black Snow, the Black Dragon will instantly grant him the rank of Null Snow. As a secret spy group, they usually stay hidden, except for the Null Snows, who are the top dogs. They are allowed to have public lives to gain massive fame and respect. In his past life, only 8 people held this rank, and Theo failed to reach it despite trying his hardest. Yet here it is, offered to him right from the start. Stealing the spotlight, Old Man Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, speaks up because Theo really impressed him in that 3rd stage. He announces that Zenith Academy would love to recruit the most promising young genius the family has seen in ages. That makes 4 legendary dragons throwing down massive offers for just one kid. Surely Julius Ragnar, commander of the legendary White Armored Dragon Cavalry, wants to recruit Theo too, right? But despite the crazy bidding war, Julius sticks to his principles and refuses to give Theo special treatment. His own troops are literally screaming at him that now is not the time to be stubborn. But Evelyn already expected this, since the cavalry lives and dies by the rule that honor is earned, not given. He wants to keep things fair, but promises to give Theo top-tier training and the ultimate pride of being a dragoon. But just as he is about to choose, a seductive voice echoes directly inside his mind, and his mind alone. Hilda Ragnar, the former clan leader, asks him if he is a regressor. She sounds absolutely certain. Forcing himself to stay calm, he telepathically replies. Hilda actually praises Theo's pretty flawless acting skills. She wonders what kind of life he lived in his previous cycle. Hearing her mention a cycle makes Theo realize he is having a complete existential crisis. The entire arena is still waiting for his choice, so he politely asks for just a little more time to gather his Hilda just smirks at how flustered he looks, telling him there is no need to hide anymore. Turns out she is a regressor too, but the cycles she was allowed to repeat have already run out. His pretty elegant grandmother is basically admitting she has been through this loop multiple times. Honestly, he figures asking Hilda directly for some real answers might be his best bet. When he asks about these cycles, Hilda is shocked he doesn't know the basics. She guesses her own son, Kyle, but then, it is not a huge shock since Kyle absolutely loathes regressors. It is honestly weirder that he let Theo live, even if they share blood. Maybe that explains why the patriarch gave him. Hilda is quite pleased to see the boy hungry for answers. But there is just no time to explain everything right now, if he wants to learn the deepest secrets of the Ragnar clan and the world. After all, during that final round of the awakening ceremony, his father only handed him the merciless hearts. At least now he knows to be incredibly wary of Kyle Ragnar, given how much he hates regressors. Maybe the patriarch took Lodbrok's heart because that ancient dragon was pretty welcoming to regressors. A mere human defeating such a beast sounds impossible, but his father is called a demigod for a reason. Kyle Ragnar is always on absolute demon time. To uncover the truth about these regressions, he is going to need a very serious chat with Grandma. For now, Theo Ragnar has finally chosen his path. Puffing out his chest, he steps up and but hold on, we are not spoiling his choice just yet. First, Remington Narcio, the runner-up, chooses Zenith Academy to train under the Zenith Dragon. In Theo's past life, Remington simply went back to his own clan to train alone. Back then, he ended up launching a brutal, bloody rebellion against the Ragnars. Having the Silver Lion as an enemy is always a nightmare, but thanks to Theo's influence, he decides to stick around this time. So it is a brief goodbye for the two rivals. They are heading to different factions to level up. In such a short time, they have actually become real brothers in arms. As expected, Ray Ragnar heads back to the Daffodil Palace where her mother, the Ice Dragon, rules supreme. Honestly, there is no better home for that girl. Meanwhile, Sybil and the rest of the guys from Training Ground 4 desperately want to follow their young master. It sucks having to say goodbye to his crew, but it has to happen. Theo is excited to see his friends carve out their... Once everyone is dismissed, the Lanka siblings walk right up to Theo. Hulkus tries to act all cool, pretending it is just a coincidence that they chose the same faction. Of course, Theo greets them warmly and thanks them for backing him up during that second stage trial. Erica is definitely going to keep that favor in her back pocket. She likes powerful guys, and her big brother is no different. A supervisor yells at the recruits to stand at attention. The commander is arriving, and you just know it is the ultimate place to build his name and launch his bid to become the next clan head. This white-armored dragon cavalry is led by the demon dragon himself. His chat with Grandma Hilda is going to have to. Right now, it is time for the new recruits to state their goals. Hulkus Lanka loudly yells that he wants to be a legendary dragoon. Some of the others just want fame. Erica vows to become the strongest of her generation. Pretty tough goal. Another kid just wants that gets him some pretty weird looks. Finally, it is our golden boy's turn to speak. To prepare for the massive war coming in 5 years, he vows to become the commander of this elite cavalry. Dropping a claim like that right in front of the actual commander takes some serious guts. Julius does not take this threat to his position as an insult. In fact, he actually loves hearing bold dreams from. No matter why these fresh recruits decided to join the cavalry, they only need to remember one rule. All the blood and sweat they pour into this unit will go down in legend, turning today's grind into tomorrow's ultimate pride. Their shields must never shatter. Their blades can never bend. Bound by a holy creed, they have to protect each other no matter. Because right at the end of this brutal path lies pure, sweet glory. Having said his piece, the demon dragon welcomes his rookies, making quite a massive, crushing entrance on his Meet Gula, the commander's personal flying dragon and the absolute symbol of the entire dragoon order. Right after Gula lands, a massive swarm of dragons blots out the sky with giant wings. Up on their backs sit the cavalry veterans, ready to act as personal handlers for today's rookies. Now the real test begins, meaning these raw recruits have to venture out and tame their own beast. Look at that. Seeing these giant beasts fly in perfect formation is pretty breathtaking. Every kid in the Ragnar clan dreams of this moment, and guess who gets assigned as Theo's handler? Evelyn. He's actually quite surprised to see her out of training ground 4 and back on active duty. Curious, he asks if she is finally back for real. She just smiles. Yeah, she is taking up the armed with a brand new prosthetic from the demon craftsman. She can finally do what she loves most. Just a few days ago, Mommy, Cecilia, and Kirsum paid Evelyn a surprise visit to show gratitude. She was right in the middle of teaching those training ground boys when it happened. Naturally, she brushes off the praise, claiming Theo succeeded purely because of his own genius talent. Even so, Cecilia knows that Evelyn's support played a huge role in his growth. Knowing her son has such, Evelyn still downplays her worth, but Cecilia's not having it. Kirsum chimes in, saying that guides who light the dark are often completely blind to their own brilliant shine. The elf sees that spark in this one-armed swordswoman, and wants to help her shine even brighter for everyone to see. Fast forward to now, her legendary life as a premier dragoon is finally back in action. Cecilia gives her son all the credit, explaining that Theo was the one who requested this massive favor. Because of him, Evelyn gets to hold the reins of her beloved beast again, completely unaware of what Theo did. Seriously, his mom is the absolute best. To repay this life-changing gift, Evelyn Nerval vows to be the. He accepts her oath right away as they glide into the perilous nesting grounds of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The white dragon nest is honestly not a place fit for human settlement at all. Actually, the name is a bit misleading since it mostly houses flying wyverns. This is also where if a rookie cannot find a fitting beast, they fail the test. Though that almost never happens here. Theo is not worried about himself. However, those brutish Lanka siblings? Big concern. Evelyn explains that finding a partner is all about instinct. You just know it when you see it. Their first stop is the territory of the Opterax, a massive, brown, scaly predator known for its tyrannical nature. Next up, the venomous nest of the aviary. These serpentine beasts spit a violet toxic mist and strike with lethal stingers. Then there is the blade dragon. Classified as docile herbivores, they usually burrow underground to nest, relying entirely on sudden. Flying high above are the velociraptors, small, fast, and incredibly smart speed dragons. They hunt in deadly packs and breathe fire. The wyverns managed by the cavalry mostly fall into these 4 distinct groups. No vibe. Unfortunately, none of these options match Theo at all. Searching his past life memories, he recalls a truly infamous wyvern. 6 years into the Great War, a massive mutated, it slaughtered hundreds of premium mounts raised by the white-armored dragon cavalry. They called it the evil shadow dragon. That day, 8 villages burned down and dozens of warriors fell. Terrified, the Ragnar clan officially classified the evil shadow dragon as a Class 2 calamity, a demonic fiend. Ultimately, it took the combined might of both the demon dragon and sword dragon to finally take the monster. Check this out, it literally hides in shadows. A real-life how to train your dragon with blood. Theo would absolutely love to tame that exact anomaly, and he remembers one highly distinct feature about it. He soared around for a bit before finally spotting that one weird detail. While the rookies scramble to find a partner, Commander Julius is just chilling on the dangerous cliffs but his piece is cut short when the sword dragon, Osa, enters his territory. Today he actually after all, he just locked down the greatest prospect in clan history, landing a dragon he never saw coming. And that is exactly why Osa paid him a visit. Knowing Commander Julius wants to make Theo a key pillar, naturally, the commander refuses to confirm or deny her suspicions. Loose lips sink ships, and Osa can clearly tell this man is playing a much bigger game than she first assumed. Luckily, she isn't here to pick a fight. Instead, she's got a pretty wild offer to make for their new golden boy, though Julius keeps his response short. He already secured Theo for his faction, so moving him to the Plum Blossom Palace is completely off the table. So what is she actually planning? Going straight to the point, she suggests they jointly train their rising star. You have to realize how insane this is, because these factions never break their traditions for anyone. Meanwhile, back with our main duo, Theo and Evelyn fly closer to the hidden corner he spotted earlier. Right there, 4 bullies are beating up a lone wyvern with pale blue scales. One Evelyn already knows gets picked on. The riders tried everything to help him, but nothing ever worked. This pack shuns him because he is not purebred, being the tragic child of a female wyvern and a male viper. See, vipers are Class 1 demonic fiends from the deep demon sea, making his very birth an absolute A hybrid like this should be totally impossible, and Theo can barely believe the wild lore he is hearing right now. These Class 1 fiends are actual plagues on humanity, living disasters that only crave pure destruction. If a single one ever crossed the Great Wall, it would cause absolute chaos. Plus, they are incredibly ugly shadow-dwelling ghost monsters, so now it perfectly explains how this future it has to be that viper blood, and his birth caused a pretty massive uproar among the dragon riders. Despite some heavy pushback, they chose to keep him in the nest for observation. Then the relentless bullying started, since the others refused to accept a half-blood, and keeping him isolated is just he hears what the poor little guy went through. Being shunned for his origins deeply resonates with Theo, who learns they named him Umbra, meaning shadow. Theo just smiles, knowing his true partner is right there, and suddenly stands up on the saddle to claim him. Without even waiting for Evelyn to land her mount, this absolute madman jumps right off the flying beast. No parachute, no safety gear, just pure hype to finally meet Umbra. Evelyn almost has a heart attack watching the young master skydive on a complete whim, but Theo is just too to think about it. He got a second chance, so why shouldn't this cursed shadow dragon get his own shot at a new life? Channeling his mana, Theo drops down like a lightning bolt straight from the heavens. Stunned, Evelyn has absolutely zero time to stop the young master's insane stunt, and while his eyes glow as hatchling synchro activates, letting him control the flying weapons with raw telekinesis to break his rapid fall and use the daggers as he literally looks like he is running down the air, completely defying gravity. Learning telekinesis is cool, but using it like this is next-level genius, leaving Evelyn completely speechless. This kid's growth rate is honestly terrifying, and down on the ledge, the bullies screech at Umbra with pure hostility. But the bullied hybrid refuses to back down, snarling right back. Seeing this play out instantly reminds Theo of his own past as the family outcast, when everyone mocked him for being useless. Back then, he just had to take the hits and swallow his pride. But today, he is the lightning sparks around him as he activates his thunder dragon breathing. Getting within range, he finally unleashes the daggers, launching them directly at the aggressive bullies. Packing an insane amount of electric power, he flares his dragon mark, easily capable of killing them, though he only and just like that, the bullies flee with their tails tucked between their legs. Theo Ragnar touched down, openly mocking the pack of wyverns for being nothing but cowards relying on their massive. But looking at Umbra, his eyes instantly softened with deep concern. Feeling threatened by the newcomer, the beast growled warily, ready to strike at any second. But as Theo Ragnar got, Evelyn finally caught up to the young master, warning him that the creature was way too defensive to approach easily. She warned him to take it slow. He refused. Right now, Umbra needs someone by his side. Why else would he linger near the nest while constantly being cast out? Umbra is just incredibly lonely. Scars like that hurt way worse than physical ones, and he cannot be far. So, Evelyn and Theo Ragnar hopped back into the saddle to search for the poor guy. Just as expected, Umbra quickly ran out of energy and landed on a nearby rocky peak to rest. Even though many expert dragoons in the cavalry tried to tame him, but completely failed. He is incredibly suspicious of humans, and with his severe injuries, he will be on extreme alert. So, Theo asked Evelyn to go grab some food for the poor beast. In the meantime, he wants to connect with. Walking slowly toward the beast, it immediately unleashed a wave of wyvern fear. Theo Ragnar quickly countered with Lesser Drake's fear. Man and beast clashed, trying to dominate each other using pure. And look at that, Theo's overwhelming presence steadily pushes past Umbra's defenses. The beast braced for pain, but instead, Theo Ragnar gently poured a healing potion over his open wounds. Once the worst wounds were taken care of, Theo softly petted the hurting wyvern hybrid. Umbra is completely confused. In his entire life, he has only known pain, suffering, and total isolation. Yet here is a human, standing right beside him and offering genuine warmth. Thanks to his dragon heart, he feels at Umbra's red-hot rage toward the cruel herd that abandoned him. But there is also a conflicting sadness, a desperate desire to belong. Deep down, the absolute worst. His feelings are a contradiction. It makes no sense. He is incredibly wary of this random human showing him such kindness. Yet he desperately wishes this warmth would last just a little bit longer. Sensing this, Theo solemnly promises to make things official. Theo pulls out the gem from his last mission and presents it to his new partner. Seeing the sparkling jewel, Umbra is totally mesmerized, though the stubborn wyvern tries to resist temptation. But his resistance completely crumbles once Theo puts it around his scaly neck. Theo promises that if Umbra sticks with him, they will collect endless amounts of shiny treasures. Honestly, to sweeten the deal even more, Theo proposes crafting custom reins and a saddle loaded with priceless jewels. It is going to look incredibly flashy, though we might literally have to rob his grandmother to afford it. And yes, that grandmother is his very own. Far away in her workshop, Kursum suddenly gets hearing these promises of friendship and massive wealth, Umbra roars with absolute excitement. System alert. Theo Ragnar is officially recognized as the Viper Wyvern's master, unlocking the legendary It grants him a master-level scaling with trust, plus a 10% power boost to both rider and mount. A few minutes later, Evelyn returns, dragging two massive bulls by their horns while her own mount rests. The beast no dragoon could tame? He is now happily cuddling with his master. Feeding the bulls to Umbra, the beast happily munches on his massive lunch. When Evelyn asks in total shock, once that was done, the shiny gift easily sealed the deal. The terrifying beast now acts like an adorable puppy, literally offering some of his freshly caught bull meat to his master. By now, Evelyn simply accepts that Theo is an absolute charmer with both people and beasts. Seeing Umbra offer up his back in pure trust, Evelyn congratulates the young master for officially passing this in. Then she realizes something. Theo isn't just planning to stand there, he's actually going to fly right now, and he has not had a single flight lesson, and riding a wild wyvern bareback is just begging for a fatal accident. Theo simply grins, telling her he will be completely fine. Relying on his new wyvern taming skill to balance out his lack of experience, the pair suddenly launch into the air. Watching Umbra practically buzz with excitement to take off, Theo figured the beast was pretty desperate to show. For the first time in his miserable life, Umbra actually looked happy. Watching his new partner soar with childlike wonder, Theo couldn't help but wonder how such a pure-hearted creature eventually became. After making their way across the massive nest, they finally reached the edge of a giant cascading waterfall. Without hesitation, Umbra dove straight through the heavy downpour, slipping right into a hidden cave. Theo honestly thought he knew every single corner of these winter mountains after all his survival time in the black snow. But he had absolutely no clue a massive crystal cavern was tucked behind the falls. Honestly, seeing how much. Looking around, Theo quickly discovered the exact reason why Umbra eventually became that terrifying evil shadow. The dragon had been eating the ghost spirit flowers growing all over the cavern. These things typically only bloom in. Dragons and demons supposedly have totally opposite energies. so it's a complete mystery how Umbra even survived eating them. But either way, burning these corrupt flowers is a top priority. Umbra hated that idea, but Theo promised he wouldn't touch his precious crystals. Then, a severely dried out, rotting corpse was chained right to the stone wall. Theo estimated this guy had been dead for at least. The freezing temperature of the cave definitely helped, but this was also a clear sign of some truly monstrous magical power. This dead warrior must have been an insanely high-level master back in his prime. Theo knew he had to return later. Wait, check this out. The absolute second he turns his back, that dead corpse twitches straight back to life. It began shrieking the name of the current clan head, Kyle. Acting fast, Umbra lunged forward and the shadow dragon roared furiously at the monster, threatening his new master. While the creature kept shrieking Kyle's name, Theo realized his dragon companion was in serious trouble. The monster refused to release Theo's arm, screaming curses at Kyle and Robert Ragnar from beyond the grave. Theo's father and the black dragon itself had to be linked to this mysterious chained-up corpse. Just then, Evelyn rushed to the rescue, unleashing the white-armored dragon cavalry's signature technique Blade Barrage. With a flurry of countless stabs, she completely vaporized the creature's head, finally freeing Theo. He collapsed to his knees, immediately apologizing for messing things up. But right then, an agonizing pain from the bite. That horrific bite was packed with a deadly demonic energy toxin. If he doesn't find an antidote immediately, terrified, Evelyn tried to hoist him up to rush back to headquarters. But Umbra immediately blocked her path. Shoving her aside, the dragon kept nudging Evelyn away from the young master, desperately trying to communicate. Sensing the beast's intent, Theo asked his companion if he had a cure. Without a single doubt, Theo even managed a weak grin, leaving his survival up to the Viper Wyvern. Evelyn, of course, was completely against. A demonic corpse poison like this is a literal death sentence without proper treatment. Theo knew that even with standard medical help, his survival rate was under 30%. So, why not gamble ever? Remember, this beast evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by eating those ghost spirit flowers. He must have dealt with these toxins before and learned how to suppress demonic energy. Right before blacking out, Theo, moving incredibly fast, the Viper Wyvern harvested a handful of ghost spirit flowers and shattered a few glowing crystals. He dropped the pile of materials right in front of Evelyn, silently urging her to crush them together and feed the mixture to Theo. Gritting her teeth, Evelyn obeyed Theo's plea and scooped up the glowing crystals and dark flowers. Funneling her own mana, she forcefully ground them into a dark purple paste, slowly dripping the glowing liquid into. Both the loyal knight and the worried dragon held their collective breath. Oh man, look at this. The exact moment that purple potion hits Theo's chest, his dragon heart starts thrumming wild. With his unique heart acting like a supercharged engine, Theo began rapidly healing, his surging mana crackling. Slowly, the crackling lightning began absorbing the raw corpse poison, shifting the very color of his magical aura. Once the transformation finished, that dark lightning surged right back into his body, restarting his entire system. A deep bodily purification was finally underway, granting him the power. While our boy is literally fighting for his life, Commander Julius Ragnar is back in his office, receiving some highly disturbing. The Black Snow Group had already cross-checked the facts, confirming this report with 89% accuracy. Absolutely furious, the demon dragon shatters his desk. He was riding pretty high until this moment. He expected bad news to ruin his mood. But this is way worse than he ever imagined. Trainer Isvan and 15 of his dragon cavalry platoon are dead. Just like that, completely wiped out in battle. Body cleansing purification is a legendary, ancient secret technique that forcibly purges. It basically reconstructs your body for elite magic power cultivation. Usually, this crazy process requires several insanely powerful experts channeling their energy for days on end. Even then, it only works on toddlers under 5. For Theo to experience this, a lot of coincidences. See, the intense corpse toxin inside him held a massive amount of concentrated magic, infused with demon essence from ghosts. Then, Umbra's antidote acted as a perfect stabilizer. All these wild disasters somehow balanced out, meaning instead of dying or getting cured of the shadow toxin, he fully absorbed its mass. Theo finally wakes up with Evelyn Nerval and Umbra by his side, feeling pretty exhausted but apologizing for causing so much. His loyal soldier and his new partner can finally take a deep breath. When he checks his status screen, he's stunned to see he is now the second iteration of the evil shadow dragon. From that purification alone, he gains an extra 85 status points, which is a seriously massive boost. Now he's certain the glowing crystals in this cavern are condensed, pure energy, which diluted the flower's toxic. Honestly, trusting Umbra with his life was his best move yet. A Ragnar's physical vessel is already basically flawless, but after undergoing this purification and unlocking the but there's still a massive question remaining. Who was this corpse before turning into a vengeful spirit? Looking a bit closer, Evelyn Nerval notices something pretty fascinating carved right onto the cave wall. It's a clean, detailed journal left behind by an incredibly high-level martial master. The text details the man's time hiding out in this cave after being defeated by Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He fully planned to bide his time and plan his ultimate revenge before his body gave out. But Robert Ragnar had badly damaged his mana hole, and eating those toxic ghost spirit flowers to stay alive. Eventually, his sanity slipped away before he could get his revenge, forcing him to accept that he'd die with. He chose to leave a legacy behind, melting down his precious emerald serpent sword to bind himself, hoping and what a legacy it is. The very next section explains the legendary flying sword technique of the Tempest God. This corpse must belong to the legendary swordsman who once commanded the wind itself, a truly tragic hero defeated by. It's the Wind Baron Hector Ragnar, whose legendary tales supposedly ended in that final clash. But in reality, he survived only to die a quiet, lonely death here. As a loyal vassal, Evelyn Nerval immediately drops to her knees. Even though the Wind Baron lost to the current clan head, he was still a true Ragnar who held the right of succession. Since Evelyn Nerval attacked him earlier, she technically harmed a potential successor, a capital crime that demands immediate execution. Theo brushes off her dramatic pleas. He says she didn't kill a Ragnar, just a mindless beast. Besides, she only did it to save the clan's actual successor. Exercising his authority, if her conscience still bothers her, he suggests she take the Wind Baron's secret sword techniques for herself instead. Naturally, she protests, arguing she's not worthy of inheriting power that easily rivals the secret techniques of the Nine. But Theo is absolutely set on making Evelyn Nerval the official heir to Hector Ragnar, believing no one else. Plus, it's the only way the Wind Baron can finally rest in peace. Besides, an official heir can't be executed for a crime. As Theo's trusted sword, this, deeply moved by the young master's words, Evelyn Nerval, a high-ranking swordsman of Ragnar, bows to Theo in pledging her undying loyalty as his faithful knight. She humbly asks him to formally accept her oath, making Theo smirk. Since she's always been incredibly uptight and strictly by the book, Theo draws his blade to satisfy her need for. He gracefully knights Evelyn Nerval, accepting her heavy oath of loyalty and binding it to his very soul. And Umbra stands witness to this sacred pact. With their vassal master bond officially set in stone, sundown arrives, and almost all the rookies finally make. Hulkus is pretty proud of himself, thinking he actually beat Theo back to base. But he and his frog-like mount absolutely freeze when the last rookie lands. Theo Ragnar just brought back. Right away, a few cavalry veterans recognize Umbra, that notoriously disobedient brat. Since Theo somehow tamed the untamable beast, they just shrug and chalk it up to him being the greatest. Poor Hulkus gets his ego completely shattered. Meanwhile, Evelyn hands over the final aptitude test. The other dragoons mention their boss sprinted back to his office just a minute ago after getting some highly urgent message. Right on cue, the demon dragon himself and his terrifying partner crash land back onto the field, looking incredible. Julius Ragnar wastes no time and immediately apologizes for dropping some terrible news right after their test. Every single dragoon here, from the raw rookies to the seasoned veterans, is deploying to Fort Blanky right now. But get this, while the whole headquarters descends into panic, Theo is the only one who actually knows what is coming next. The Cyrus Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Fort Blanky has officially begun. They are about to crash a secret plot to steal the Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, for an upcoming coup, a scheme engineered by the despicable. A confused dragoon speaks up for answers, pointing out they cannot just send raw recruits to the front line. Julius delivers the harsh truth. Trainer Isvan, the captain of the 5th platoon, and his entire unit have Everyone knows Captain Isvan. After all, he is the single most experienced veteran in the entire cavalry. He is not the type to get taken out so easily. Theo realizes this might be yet another butterfly effect of his actions. Black Snow calculates their chance of death at 89%. Even if some survived, they would be in no condition to fight. Because of this, every active soldier will temporarily adopt the 5th platoon's banner. Evelyn Neroville is officially appointed as the new captain. They deploy in 3 days, meaning the rookies must. Julius refuses to believe his old friend fell that easily, but deep down, he is already absolutely starved. With a harsh warning, he storms off. The whole mess kicked off when the Black Skull bandits snatched a Cyrus Merchant Guild. With the cavalry stepping in, this operation should have ended with 0 casualties. But the real goal lies hidden elsewhere. This entire hostage situation is just a massive smokescreen to— The moment Ed Troyvon secures that legendary blade, his bloody coup will officially begin. Clearly, things are spiraling in a different direction than Theo's past life. Since he caused this shift, the hidden quest to claim the Dragonslayer sword is finally on. And just like that, 3 brutal days of training fly by. The freezing weather at the northern stronghold is absolutely brutal. High on his watchtower, a lone bandit guard spots a massive shadow blocking out the moon. Quickly realizing, before he can even sound the alarm, boom, the watchtower is instantly vaporized. Evelyn immediately orders her squad to rain explosives down, making the massive wyverns look exactly like World War II. This highly coordinated airstrike is executed with terrifying mastery, tearing the entire stronghold apart. With the panicked bandits scramble to find shelter deep inside the castle walls, but they are already way too late. Diving from their mounts, the furious dragoons ruthlessly hunt down any survivors as Evelyn smoothly— That is the ultimate price you pay for crossing the white-armored dragon cavalry. Meanwhile, the smuggler carrying the legendary sword is praising his lucky stars that he slipped out of the fortress right before Once he delivers the legendary blade, he can grab his massive payday, finally kick back, and relax. He plans to live out the rest of his days in absolute luxury. But unfortunately, his sheer greed leads to a swift and quiet beheading by a hooded figure. With Balmung successfully— Now that their main objective is locked down, the next phase of their dark plot can begin. Wheeling out heavy long-range cannons, they prepare to completely wipe out the annoying Wyvern Empire pests. Back at the fortress, the cavalry easily annihilates the remaining bandits, clearing out every last lowlife in the area. The veterans laugh, mocking how incredibly simple the raid was. But Theo can't shake the feeling that this was way too easy. It makes no sense for the elite 5th platoon to get destroyed by simple thugs. Activating Hatchling Synchro, he discovers they definitely smuggled Balmung out. But surprisingly, not a single one of these bandits has— Sure, lower pawns wouldn't know anything, but even the bandit executives were completely in the dark here. A senior asked Theo what was wrong, while another told him to relax, assuming the Flash Tiger just— To be fair, the older guys just wanted to finish this job and go home. Right then, a dark feeling washed over Theo. He suddenly bolted, leaving his seniors totally confused. Without saying a word, Theo drew his sword and slashed at a plain wall, revealing tons of hidden explosives. This whole operation was a massive setup. Taking charge, Theo screamed at everyone to get out now. Suddenly, the terrifying whistle of incoming cannonballs echoed closer and closer. Theo yelled warnings to his squad, but the deafening blasts completely drowned him out as the first round of explosions hit. But wait, they are already reloading. Those hooded figures keep raining cannonballs down on the burning fortress from— Their direct orders are to completely wipe out the new 5th platoon, leaving not even a single survivor alive. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this ruthless strike sits alone in a dark room, bathed in cold moonlight. Lady Amel Ragnar, once the mistress of Camellia Palace, cradles the headless body of her crazy son, Axion. She completely snapped. Now she wants Theo Ragnar's head at any cost. Using the chaotic explosions as cover, the trapped bandits tried to break free and escape, but Evelyn quickly— The dragoons slaughtered the criminals as the fortress burned to the ground. Looking at how weak these outlaws actually are, even Evelyn started questioning how the original 5th platoon got— Suddenly, another explosive shell slammed down right next to Evelyn, almost blowing her to pieces. As the second heavy barrage rained down, Evelyn put her soldiers first and ordered an immediate retreat. The remaining bandits would die in the fires anyway, and thankfully, the rookie squad managed to link back up. With the entire 5th platoon back together, their only priority now was escaping this absolute nightmare. Theo suggested pushing toward the outer walls, moving directly away from the incoming artillery fire. Under extreme, life-threatening pressure, he miraculously unlocked his mind gate, pushing past his normal mental limit. Instantly, his cognitive processing and physical senses spiked to an unbelievable degree. As he glanced around, the layout of the entire fortress laid itself completely bare to him, leaving him Evelyn quickly snapped him out of it, trying to drag him toward the exit as planned, but Theo suddenly pulled her back. With absolute certainty, Theo declared that they needed to head deeper into the burning fortress rather than running for the doors. Evelyn trusted her master completely, ordering her squad to follow him with 21 lives hanging in the balance. They were all relying on him to guide them out alive, but with his boosted perception, Theo knew the exit was— Talk about a brutal trap. Combining his unlocked mind gate with his hatchling synchro skill, Theo read the very memories of the structure. The enemy assumed nobody could ever survive inside this collapsing fortress. But with his upgraded view of the layout, he saw a path. Hidden explosives blocked the left, while their only safe escape was down the central staircase. So Theo led his panicked comrades straight down the central steps, everyone sprinting for dear life, while a dead end. All hope instantly vanished. Panic quickly set in as everyone turned to Theo for some kind of miracle plan, knowing they couldn't possibly turn back the way. To make things worse, the ceiling was finally caving in from the heavy blasts above. Massive chunks of stone rained down, threatening to bury the new 5th platoon alive, while the hooded Troyvon agents, they had officially fired off every single artillery shell they brought. This was their ultimate revenge for their young master Axion, and with weapons drawn, the Troyvon agents prepared to enter the ruin. Even if they had to dig through piles of bloody rubble to piece Theo's body back together, they wanted undeniable. But that was not going to happen, as the new 5th platoon barely escaped a horrible death. As the ceiling caved in, the floor beneath them also collapsed, thanks to Theo slashing through the ground at the squad plunged down into a hidden subterranean area, immediately running into hostile outlaws, but Theo, looking past the bandits, he spotted an underground prison sealed with heavy steel bars. Among the prisoners was Captain Trainer Isvan, but Evelyn's troops easily dealt with the remaining bandit jailers. Hulkas did it completely on his own, before Evelyn got the story from Captain Isvan. Nobody could have guessed the Central Intelligence Bureau was actually pulling the strings behind this nightmare. They finally freed the original 5th platoon. No cheering, just heavy, painful silence. Every single one of them was missing limbs, even the captain himself. Evelyn suspected Ed Troyvon was dirt. These cowards actually turned their weapons against their own clansmen. This is straight-up treason, and the only penalty for traitors is death. Captain Isvan understood their rage, but he warned them to move carefully. The enemy is far from stupid. Going in with so few men is suicide. For now, they have to reach the Black Snow agents stationed nearby. But Theo pointed out that since no help has arrived yet, the enemy has probably already wiped out those hidden blacks. Things look hopeless. But our rising star already has a plan. Now here's the crazy part. Those Troyvon agents even tried to blow up their own pawns for a perfect cover-up. That means they will definitely show up soon to confirm their main targets are dead. While they are busy celebrating and sorting through the bodies, the cavalry can prepare a deadly trap of their own by hiding. It is literally their only shot at turning the tables on these guys. Captain Isvan looked closely at the young man, realizing Theo had recently unlocked his mind gate. The old captain sighed, feeling his age, admitting he had given up way too early over this setback. Thankfully, the new generation has what it takes to lead. With his fire reignited, Captain Isvan stood tall on his one remaining leg, rallying his broken troops with pure. Now, both 5th platoons of the white-armored dragon cavalry are moving forward with Theo's insane strategy. A brutal deathmatch between these two Ragnar factions is about to begin, as Troyvon agents swarm the roof. They flipped over every piece of rubble to confirm the kills, ruthlessly executing anyone they found still drawing breath. A bit of time passes, and they still haven't found a single cavalry corpse. The west side is completely empty, and the search on the east side isn't looking good either. Even the scouts at the exits reported absolutely zero sightings of the fleeing dragoons. All that lies scattered across the burning, ruined stronghold are the dead bodies of Black Skull bandits. Realizing something is terribly wrong, the leader calls off the search, but it is already too late as the hidden cavalry. Evelyn's blade comes incredibly close. It almost pierces the traitorous leader's skull. This is a captain versus captain showdown, and though Troyvon tries to pull a cheap trick, Evelyn is far. She flips backward with ease, resetting her stance for the next clash. Captain Troyvon screams to warn his men, but the elite dragoons have already carved through his ranks, leaving nothing but. The treason is exposed. Evelyn steps up as the arbiter of Ragnar law, sentencing them to death on the spot while the Troyvon captain fights back. They trade heavy blows, with him managing to keep her at bay and even throwing out some decent counterattacks. He simply cannot wrap his head around how these wyvern-riding bastards survived a total artillery strike. That split second of confusion is all she needs. Evelyn exploits the opening with a killing blow, almost taking. She keeps hounding this rat, slicing through his flesh and drawing blood with every single strike. She demands that the remaining Central Intelligence Bureau agents throw down their weapons. Any resistance is useless. The second this ambush succeeded, it was checkmate. If they surrender, they live to face a proper trial. But wait before his men can even think about giving up. The dragoons freeze in shock. The enemy has one final gambit left. Right on cue, one of the wild-eyed agents turns completely feral. Theo instantly feels a terrifying, unnatural spike in the attacker's physical strength. These absolute madmen are using the reverse blood surge technique, a forbidden power that sacrifices their own life force. Even with his insane strength, Theo Ragnar was struggling to keep up with an agent fueled by forbidden technology. Seeing him right in the line of fire, an injured officer from the old 5th Platoon stepped up, blocking those crazed blades with his own body. Watching a good man throw away his life like that snapped something inside Theo Ragnar, unleashing a pure, primal rage. He shredded those lunatics with the most devastating triple dragon's claw of his life. Pushing past his limits, the young master tapped straight into his mind gate. Suddenly, the entire battlefield, with an even more devastating triple dragon's claw ready to blow, his blade whipped out in impossible patterns, completely sparing his allies while tearing their enemies to pieces. The insane show of skill left even the seasoned veterans speechless. And when the heavy dust finally settled, only one traitor survived: the Troivan captain. Realizing this outcast had grown way too dangerous, the Troivan captain became utterly obsessed with dragging Theo Ragnar no matter the cost. Activating the forbidden reverse blood surge on himself, the Troivan captain shot forward like a runaway. Meanwhile, the platoon seniors were just standing there praising the rookie. They had no idea Theo Ragnar, controlling that massive, complex energy, was practically impossible. Way too dangerous for his body. And to make things worse, the final fanatic was dropping on him like a very angry meteor, burning his own life. As a devoted Troivan follower, he was going to drag Theo Ragnar to the grave, no matter what. Theo Ragnar tried to brace, but his mana hall was completely warped from his previous strike. This fanatic is showing clear signs of mana hall detonation. Get ready, because he is actually trying to blow. Luckily, Theo Ragnar's official first sword is right there to protect her master. For the very first time, Evelyn unleashed the god of Tempest technique, blasting the suicide bomber straight into. Keeping the rat suspended in midair, Evelyn leaped after him, channeling the raw power of the wind into her fingertip. Theo Ragnar watched in absolute shock as her gale wrapped around the traitor's mana hall, forcefully shutting down the self-destruct. After that, slamming the Troivan captain down? Incredibly easy. Now that the last rat was dealt with, the massive exhaustion finally hit Theo Ragnar. Hulkus, Erica, and beyond grateful that the young master saved their lives. Just as the morning sun finally began to rise, its bright rays catching Theo Ragnar's peaceful smile. The absolute stars of this mission were without a doubt. They literally carried the squad. God-tier skills, start to finish. The heavy tension finally melted away, replaced by pure relief. The dark night was over, and a bright, but get this, inside the miserable walls of the Rose Palace, Lady Amel Ragnar is completely losing her mind, but Ed Trovan has her locked in a brutal chokehold, screaming. It looked like she went totally rogue, calling her own reckless shots during that entire stronghold raid. She stole the sacred Sky Dragon seal, just to forge official orders, wiping out the entire white-armored dragon cavalry, and that bastard son of Ragnar was never meant to happen yet. Now, her madness ruined Ed Trovan's decades of careful planning. Lady Amel Ragnar only snarled back, demanding blood. She wanted to rip that bastard Theo Ragnar to shreds alongside anyone close to him. Also her dead son could find. Ed Trovan was absolutely disgusted that she would throw away her duty to the family over the death of a single, worthless. In a fit of rage, he brutally stomped on Axion Ragnar's rotting, headless corpse. They had lost the dragon. From now on, Lady Amel Ragnar is disowned, cast out by the Troivans. Staring into her brother's cold eyes, she felt the exact same dread as when their arrogant father looked down on her. Before leaving, the Sky Dragon, Ed Trovan, ordered the palace attendants to lock Lady Amel Ragnar up. Realizing she was about to be locked away and forgotten forever, Lady Amel Ragnar snapped out of her rage and begged for mercy. But Ed Trovan mercilessly slaughtered every single palace attendant in the room, doing it purely to vent his explosive. His painstakingly planned coup was in absolute ruins. And if you really think about it, the Sky Dragon, Ed Trovan, was practically itching to rip that boy's throat out with his bare hands. With his first mission ending in success, Theo Ragnar finally had a quiet moment to check out his hard-earned rewards. Amidst all the madness, he grabs the Dragon Slayer sword Balmung and realizes it is currently. Theo has to drop the weapon immediately after feeling a pretty nasty shock. That Dragon Slayer title is no joke, and its properties are the polar opposite of Ragnar blood. If he can unlock these ancient secrets, he might wield it. Mystics are quite literally relics of the mythic age. They are almost like mirages, rarely ever ending up in human hands. But once unlocked, just imagine holding a weapon that can quite literally change the course of history. Back in Theo's past life, a guy named Ed Trovan was the one who solved Balmung's secrets. Recalling how that man moved back then, Theo actually has a pretty solid guess where the Sky Dragon ascended. But until he can visit that spot to solve the puzzle, Balmung is just going to rot in his inventory. Suddenly, it is Evelyn. Even though it is past midnight, she brings a pretty urgent message. The commander wants to see him right inside Julius Ragnar's personal office. The mood is quite heavy despite the polite greetings. Sitting across from him is Captain Trainer Isvan, who is bringing up his own retirement. The veteran is honestly embarrassed. Rocinante, during their last brutal mission, feels like a pretty definitive sign to step down from the cavalry. He is getting old and just cannot fight like before. For his remaining days, he simply wants to go back home, and Julius knows there is absolutely no changing the stubborn old man's mind, so he officially grants Captain while sipping his tea. The old warrior brings up Theo Ragnar, sharing that the rookie has somehow already managed to open his mind gate. Hearing that his rising star rookie has already shattered the massive wall separating normal humans from superhumans makes Isvan is quite certain the kid is not just some naturally gifted genius born with it. Everything points to Theo forcefully breaking through that tough bottleneck entirely on his own. This means his inner power vessel is ready to expand, probably way larger than anyone can even imagine. Julius is definitely excited to fill that massive reservoir and push Theo's growth even faster. And that is Captain Trainer Isvan's final piece of advice to his commander. Now, the future of the clan's cavalry. Later that night, the legendary demon dragon meets Theo at the headquarters training grounds. Commander Julius praises the boys' incredible performance on their last mission, but Theo humbly credits his entire squad. Then the commander asks about his martial theory, but Theo completely mistakes that concept for simple. Julius cuts him off right away. He isn't simply talking about basic moves. Those are just surface-level basics. Real martial theory is about the kind of world your sword is painting. Put that way, Theo is pretty stumped. He has been completely fixated on matching the clan head's sword style. Julius completely expected this response, since almost everyone starts out the exact same way. To widen the young boy's horizons, the demon dragon unsheathes his blade to demonstrate with a single thought, Julius Ragnar completely warps the entire arena into his personal demon dragon isolation zone, a dark, diabolical hellscape. It is quite a contrast from the sword dragon's beautiful, elegant zone. If you are an anime fan, think of this like a literal domain expansion. Julius Ragnar explains that his style is demonic at its core. Just feeling that heavy aura is almost. Then, the commander shifts his stance and begins executing a heavy, incredibly fluid sequence. It is packed with massive slashes, rapid spins, and deadly killing blows. Theo stands completely frozen in a mix of pure awe and genuine terror watching this raw power. After gathering enough momentum, Julius Ragnar shatters the illusion, summoning an enormous crimson tidal wave. It completely traps. The sequence finally ends as the massive wave fades away. He asks Theo what he learned from this demonic style, but he is actually pretty spot on. In fact, he hit the nail right on the head. Raw strength and destruction are the core of demonics, simple, direct, and intuitive. Even if the blade itself breaks, it moves in a straight line, completely determined to shatter everything in its way. That explosion of pure power is the true foundation of his swordsmanship. Julius Ragnar literally embodies death. On the flip side, Julius asked what Theo actually learned from the Plum Blossom sword. Flashy and beautiful. Makes sense, since her Plum Blossom sword is basically the essence of life. She mimics a seed sprouting and blooming into a flower, the absolute purest form of life. It is pretty slow and gentle. It bends, twists, and adapts, never stopping its spread until it finally blooms. Two legendary figures from the Nine Dragons had just handed him two completely opposing paths of martial arts. Watching him think deeply, Julius asked if life and death are truly just opposites with absolutely zero crossover. You would think so, but the commander hinted there is more to it. Still, where is the fun in just spoon-feeding? Julius dropped his barrier, walked off. But not before tossing a heavy book toward Theo. Inside those pages was a massive debate Commander Julius and Lady Osa once had about the true way of the sword. Absolutely wild. Theo somehow ended up as the official disciple of both the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon. Naturally, that clash of ideals and this very book were both born on that fateful day back in the White Dragon. Closing the finished book, Julius immediately pouted that he could not keep the kid's talent all to himself. But hey, Lady Plumblossom only wants the best for him, and Julius is not going to object. Huge pressure. Theo Ragnar now carries expectations matching the other successor candidates. The kid is a monster, growing at an insane pace, which means he is going to hit a wall pretty fast. But here's the catch. Julius is still pretty worried that Theo might eventually turn on the clan. Those at the top know the drill geniuses who rise this quickly usually end up dead or destroyed sooner or later. History repeating? That means their own teachings could turn into a bloodbath for the Ragnars. Hearing those worries, Lady Osa knew for sure that Commander Julius was the perfect man to guard this book and watch over Theo. Only when he was entirely sure the boy was completely untainted by raw greed could he pass the secrets to the young dragon, but that day came way faster than anyone ever expected. Just like that, the wisdom of the two strongest swordmasters is right there in his hands. He honestly wondered if he was even. Since Julius had already tested him and approved, Theo accepted the gift with deep gratitude. Looking back, his crazy fast rise to power was only possible because of a handful of people. They kept backing him up no matter what, pushing him straight to the peak. Ever since the Rendon incident, a heavy debt, one he promised to repay someday. Actually, there is a way to start paying Julius back right now, but it is not going to be fun. The Demon Dragon. It has been a pretty long time since the commander found such a fun new toy. The book helps, sure, but Evelyn looked away, feeling pretty bad for her master. She still locked the arena tight on her way out. She even chained the doors from the outside, apologizing the whole time. The brutal beatdown did not. Once the chains fell and the gates slid open, Evelyn saw the damage. Her usually energetic young man. Overkill, much? The commander definitely went way too far this time. On a brighter note, Evelyn completed her other assignment. She managed to track down a crucial piece of the puzzle. They had broken and locked up the captain of that defeated Troyvon squad. But he is not about to talk, no matter how hard they torture him. So, they just left him there to rot while Theo cooked. He whispered to Evelyn, laying out the exact sequence of events that would unfold over the next few days. A couple of days later, Theo finally made his way to the Plumblossom Palace training grounds. Politely bowing, Osa Ragnar Plunus had been waiting for him, especially after receiving that incredible gift of insight. That debate book had already helped the young man a ton. To test his progress, Lady Plumblossom casually summoned. The moment she gripped the hilt, her incredible martial aura instantly flooded the entire training field. She wanted to teach him the absolute basics of her style that most people ignore the actual foundation of, and once they finished, she really wanted to discuss the secret of how to blossom life itself with him. For the second time now, she formally asked Theo to become her personal disciple. Before giving her a straight answer, Theo wanted to ask one thing. Is she asking him this as the legendary heaven? That caught Lady Osa completely off guard. After all, almost nobody knew about her highly classified title. The Heaven Dragon Sword School only ever passes its secrets to a single disciple. Right now, Lady Plumblossom could tell the boy was trying to figure out her real intentions. So she made a pretty honest confession there were absolutely no hidden strings attached. She wants to hand down every single technique she knows to young Theo. A few minutes later, the boy finally. But as he walks through the gorgeous halls of the Plumblossom Palace, some annoying faction. Theo is definitely not the type to tolerate any disrespect, and his sharp reply immediately triggers these fragile fools. Assuming he is just some lucky rookie who got chosen as the lady's newest disciple, they demand absolute respect as his senior. Theo is just wondering why these stray dogs are barking so loudly, but it's just a sad attempt to protect their egos. Nothing new. Besides, they are not his superiors, so hierarchy really does not matter here. Still, these fools wanted to bully the rising star for some quick clout, but they are completely wrong about one. Now think about it, who would actually say no to two legendary legacies? Anyone would be tempted. Yet he honestly could not understand why Lady Osa favors him so much when he has done nothing for her. She simply admitted there is no secret scheme. The truth is, Theo reminds her quite a bit of a young Kyle. The boy acts and looks exactly like the clan head did back then, relentlessly chasing his dreams and grand ideals. Maybe that man is still chasing those dreams today, because back then, he was never allowed to give up. Kyle worked tirelessly to overcome every single trial on his own, surviving a pretty brutal daily struggle. Even so, Kyle Ragnar never bent his principles. Seeing Theo now instantly reminds Lady Osa of the man she... So how could she just stand by? Honestly, this stepmom is pretty awesome. With her heart fully on display, it was time for Theo to decide. And though the offer was incredible, he chose to walk away. Right now, he simply has too many masters guiding his path. Even Lady Plumblossom herself has shaped him, and the demon dragon took him under his wing, while his senior dragoons, Evelyn Selford and Aaron, guide him daily. Even his close comrades, like Remington Hulkus and Erica, along with the boys from Training Ground 4, made him who he is today. He would even add Axion and Ed Troyvon to that. Lady Osa certainly was not expecting that last part. Everyone knows his brutal history with the Troyvons, but the harsh pain those villains caused is exactly what pushed him to grow. His own sword style evolves because of everyone who ever loved or betrayed him. That is why he cannot bind. Lady Plumblossom fully understood what he meant. Theo's sword style is wild and totally unpredictable, which is both incredibly beautiful and a bit sad. But even if he cannot be her official disciple, he would gladly be her son. That sweet offer touched her deeply. Once he left, Osa Ragnar Plunis sat back with some wine, looking happier than ever. Her attendant immediately noted fate had decided that she would never have a child of her own. Yet here is Theo, offering to be her son. How could she not be overjoyed? Seeing her master happy, wanting to thank Theo for finally giving her the joy of motherhood, Lady Osa decides to write to her husband. She wants to fast-track Theo's upcoming promotion exam, but hearing this, her attendant urges her to slow down. Theo is still a fresh rookie who only recently completed his awakening, pulling too much spotlight onto him, but that is the exact reason why Lady Osa wants to build his influence as fast as possible. He needs to rise high before the massive storms heading toward Ragnar swallow everything in their path. Wait until you see how far she goes to protect her new son. Meanwhile, deep in the dark cavalry cells, their only prisoner opens his eyes as the rescue he anticipated finally arrives. Except that rescue is an assassin sent by the Troyvons to silence him. The captain calmly offers his neck, ready to... But before the lethal blade can strike, a powerful sword wind cuts through the room. Evelyn crashes through the ceiling to stop the killer. She has been waiting for this exact moment for quite a while. This was the trap the young master had set right from the start. Against Evelyn's lethal swordsmanship, a cornered killer stands zero chance. Sure, it is a massive shame they cannot take out Captain Cedric. But things are about to get way worse if their cleanup guy gets caught too. The desperate assassin scrambles for a way, unleashing the secret style of the God of Tempest. She whips up a raging gale that traps the attacker. Inside these tight dungeon walls, he has backed into a corner. The assassin decides to blow up his own mana hall to erase all proof of his mission. But Evelyn keeps shutting him down, refusing to let him pull any dirty tricks. She already knows this exact stunt. It did not work back then, and it definitely won't work now. She easily shuts down the Troyvon family cleanup. Deep inside a nameless forest sits a highly classified black site. Behind closed doors, operatives discuss how Evelyn successfully dragged that dungeon intruder in. They confirm his ties to Serpent Season, a shadow group under the elite Troyvon family from the east. Gathering together, Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a Black Snow agent face a dark reality. The meeting out here in the middle of nowhere is their only way to stop any more info from leaking. Black Snow intel points directly to Calhelm, where Serpent Season is holed up inside an old, ruined castle. In exactly 3 hours, they will write the job off, burn the evidence, and completely disappear. They have to hit that base hard, capture everyone inside, and secure every single shred of proof. The reporting agent is Cleve, a legendary Null Snow operative. Theo never expected to meet. Just before they finalize the strike plan, Commander Julius drops a massive twist on them. This raid will count as the promotion exam for Theo Ragnar. Theo actually thinks his ears are playing tricks on him. He definitely does not feel ready. Honestly, the commander knows that, which is why he is making this test completely insane. When you climb the ladder, the trials are bound to get brutal. But giving a Civil War level crisis to someone just testing for mid-rank swordsman is absolutely wild. Still, so, it only makes sense that he finishes what he started. Air or not, pulling moves behind the commander's back is a pretty disrespectful stunt. He has to nail this critical mission to earn his rank. Julius makes it clear that passing means gaining the power to go on solo missions. And honestly, the way things are moving, just to fuel his fire, the system triggers his fourth scenario quest, a perfect shot to erase his past life's darkest regrets. Theo is more than ready to expose the rot eating away at his clan. He locks in, swearing to finish. With the plan set, Operation Snake Cleanup is officially a go. Because of the mole threat in the cavalry, they are keeping the team down to just 3 people: Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As top-tier swordsmen, they easily hold the combat advantage, but these sneaky assassins have them completely out. Either way, they have to get the job done. Meanwhile, inside the Serpent Season base, assassins gather all documents and look at this. While they prep their escape, a strange little metal ball suddenly rolls into the room. It is a thick smoke screen, the ultimate cover for a surprise attack. Before anyone can react, severed heads start rolling. Cleve is a top Null Snow agent for a reason. She leaves only one survivor, and he is bleeding out from. Cleve is not about to let wounded prey escape, so she quickly cuts him off. Just like that, her sector is secure. While she and Evelyn grab the paperwork, Theo is sent to. He is pretty blown away watching a top-tier powerhouse move with such deadly precision. If those blueprints from the briefing are accurate, the door to the basement should be right around here. But Theo moves a bit too fast and makes a rookie mistake. He trips a hidden wire. A deadly trap fires, nearly taking his eyes out before his insane reflexes kick in. He whips out his activating hatchling synchro to map the room. He suddenly sees a massive web of hidden tripwires and lethal traps, and it's not just mechanisms. A whole squad of assassins is waiting right there to jump him. To sweep them all out at once, he pulls out several daggers and coats them in crackling black lightning. Theo's Thunder Dragon breathing dragon mark just got upgraded, making him way more lethal than ever before. Those poor saps waiting in ambush got wiped out in a single second, stabbed and fried simultaneously. With them gone, the security around here was somehow incredibly tight. A pretty clear sign that something massive is hidden downstairs. Reaching the bottom of the ancient castle, he immediately smelled the overwhelming stench of fresh blood and rot. Standing in this blood priest really does not appreciate someone ruining his crimson ritual. Theo immediately recognized him as a high priest of the Holy Demon Church. This twisted group preaches that a massive apocalypse is coming to consume the world quite soon, and they promise it is a total cult, tricking the desperate masses with cheap promises of eternal salvation. In just a few years, they are going to trigger the war that destroys the entire empire. Keeping his guard up, Theo uses hatchling synchro on the guy. He spots a dark, bloody aura fueled by an unnatural man. So this is probably the grace these crazy blood priests keep talking about. And here's the crazy part: since Theo's an unbeliever, they decide to offer him up as a literal sacrifice. The blood priest lunges forward, reaching out with hands literally stained in crimson. Theo manages to deflect the grab, but the absolute, rock-hard density of the guy's skin is totally unnatural. They trade blows back and forth, but Theo's attacks do absolutely nothing. Every single clash feels, if he gets grabbed even once, it is game over. Then, suddenly, his blade gets caught in the priest's, a maximum power slash, stopped like it was nothing. With the sword trapped, the priest throws. These guys are supposed to be low-tier grunts in the Holy Demon Church, and yet he is already this incredibly strong. His options are vanishing. Unleashing Tribe Dragon's Claw in this cramped basement would bury him alive, but standard mana strikes are totally useless. Time slows to a crawl as he recalls the demon dragon's words: explosive, violent power, that represents. Meanwhile, the sword dragon taught him the living, beating pulse of true swordsmanship. Life and death are not meant to be total opposites. Just then, the mad priest rushes him again, aiming to. Theo barely dodges out of the way at the very last second, desperately slipping past lethal strikes and driving the priest in. That is when the realization hits him: a total breakthrough. Life and death are not enemies. They are two halves of a natural cycle. Death waits for life to fade, and new life blooms directly from decay. They look like completely separate concepts, but they are actually one. Theo realizes he was spreading his energy way too. Focusing all that power into one concentrated flash of light would be infinitely sharper and more destructive. Trusting his supposedly indestructible armor skin, the priest confidently welcomes the next slash. But Theo tests his. The priest chuckles, entirely unbothered by the louder ring of the sword. And you won't believe the sheer panic when that indestructible skin of his gets torn to absolute shreds. The attack acts like a living beast, tearing through the priest's internal systems. Now, it is Theo's turn to send this. The priest spits up blood, calling him a literal seed of evil for leveling up mid-fight. He screams that Theo shouldn't even be allowed to live. But our boy does not care about this cultist's rambling, he's here to finish them. Grabbing the priest's face with a tight grip, Theo activates Hatchling Synchro to dive into his twisted mind. He needs to find out where this terrifying church gets its bizarre powers. Suddenly, Theo's vision spins. It is a pretty familiar sensation, his soul drifting aimlessly through a massive, infinite void. But this feels completely different from any memory dive he has ever done before. Suddenly, his system begins flashing with glitched-out warnings, displaying a totally unreadable mess of broken code. It feels like the system is literally overloading as it screams that a high-level entity is right in front of him. The system begs him to run for his life. But run where? There is absolutely nothing but pure, pitch-black dark. That is when a primal, ancient voice booms through the dark, shaking his soul and demanding to know who he is. As we zoom out, we realize the infinite darkness is just the pupil of an eye belonging to an unfathomable god. Theo just accidentally woke up the absolute final boss of this entire universe. The dark god of the holy demon. Irritated by the silence, the god demanded an immediate answer. Facing the terrifying divine presence those cultists worshipped, Theo froze in pure horror. It felt like the god stared right through his soul, whispering his name, Theo Ragnar. This ancient entity had been hunting him down, viewing him as a cancer on reality. Its massive, infinite, it bent and twisted into shapes that defied logic. Just as his soul was about to be consumed, a brilliant golden light erupted to shield him. The ancient dragon Lodbrok tore right through the god. Just imagine looking up at two absolute gods clashing right in front of you. Calling him her beloved, Lodbrok gave him a very harsh warning. This entity is way out of his league. For now. Lodbrok handles the cosmic threat, slapping Theo's soul straight back into his body. He still has so many questions. The young man can't stop shivering from the cosmic horror that almost devoured him. And to think Lodbrok has been fighting that terrifying entity alone for eons. While Theo tries to process the madness, the blood priest is completely losing his mind. He screams about how a non-believer who spent his entire life serving never received a single glance. Theo ends the talk and cleanly decapitates the bald cultist. That entity might call itself a god, but now he knows for sure the Holy Demon Church is worshipping the nameless sovereign Lodbrok warned him about. Guarding reality from that monster has been her sole duty for ages. Without her heart, Lodbrok only has 3 years left, and the Great War starts in 5. The death of the Guardian Dragon will trigger the end times, fueled by the cult's rise and Ed Troiven's brutal rebellion. Everything connects. It all makes sense now. Theo stumbles, his brain still buzzing from that cosmic trip. Luckily, Evelyn is there to catch him. Cleve is absolutely blown away that the young master defeated an insane feat like that is more than enough to easily ace his test. With every single enemy finally cleared from the castle, they start digging through the cult's damning files. Sadly, these written files are mostly circumstantial. There is no real smoking gun to find, so Theo casually brings out a strange box he allegedly found hidden deep downstairs. Evelyn immediately recognizes it as the item she and Remington chased down before the ceremony. Stashed inside are secret ledger logs detailing transactions between the Ceres Guild and the Troivens. She is amazed by her master's brilliant foresight to drop this trump card now. Cleve flips through the pages and finds official These papers clearly prove the Sky Dragon's treason and his deep ties to the demonic cult. They finally have the ammunition they need to drag that bastard down. First up, they are launching a surprise raid on the Ceres Guild to dismantle Ed's operation. When the Demon Dragon hears about the Sky Dragon's dirty plans, he goes absolutely ballistic. The evidence only marks him as a suspect for now, meaning a deeper probe is coming. Julius receives the official word directly from the Black Dragon. With Robert Ragnar handling the case, given his massive sway, Robert probably knew about these shady deals long ago but chose to watch. Quickly changing the subject, the legendary beast, Robert insists the boy's incredible talent is built for the Black Snow unit, and he belongs under his wing. The kid has insane perception, managing to piece together the entire puzzle from tiny clues. Even his ruthless methods look exactly like a veteran operative. It is like he was born for this. Obviously, Julius has no intention of letting his star recruit get stolen by this sly bastard. First Osa tried, now Robert is hovering. Hearing Julius call him Big Brother brings back some serious nostalgia. Long before they rose to power, Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius were actually sworn siblings. But Julius knows this crafty snake is only playing the nostalgia card to steal away his prize student. Still, Robert cheekily plays along, claiming he is just a caring older brother watching out for him. Before heading out, he casually swipes the commander's expensive wine, demanding even better bottles to steal. Julius could only helplessly curse Robert Ragnar as the man cheerily hopped right into the shadows. Meanwhile, he is actually quite relieved to find this place somehow stayed completely out of the Sky Dragon's clutches. Reaching the door, Robert's body suddenly crumbles, blown away like dust in the wind. He is honestly dying to watch the Ceres Guild fall, and today, of all days, this incredibly corrupt every single top player is gathered right inside the Central Branch's wedding chapel. The groom, Navin Bacchus, formally introduces himself as the proud second son of the Bacchus clan. Quadrak Ceres, the big boss of the Ceres Merchant Guild, arranged this union himself. His fourth, through this marriage, the Ceres family and the Bacchus clan are officially bound together by blood. Quadrak Ceres can barely hide his greedy grin. This marriage finally gets him the title of an elite noble. And it is just step one. He fully plans to talk about a dark storm brewing. While Quadrak the pig is grinning, the patriarch of the Bacchus clan is absolutely for one of Ragnar's famous 6 pillars, marrying into this merchant family is deeply humiliating. But the harsh truth is, they desperately need this massive dowry to save themselves from total bankruptcy. So, the bitter old patriarch sent Navin, his illegitimate son. The bastard is absolute. He sees the old geezers of his clan are absolutely boiling. But he highly doubts these greedy merchants actually. Still, the Ceres main store is on the line as collateral, and Navin is quietly cooking up his own plan. He wants to get rich off blood, just waiting for this cursed family to fall. Putting on a flawless, Oscar-worthy performance, Navin swears to treat his future bride with absolute love and devotion. To his surprise, Lily Ceres immediately tells him to prove it. Realizing she is about to ask for something big, he is happy to help as long as it does not cost him any cash. Just to annoy his bald patriarch, Navin, but Lily Ceres does not give a single damn about some useless family seal. What she really wants is the head of Theo Ragnar, the monster who left her with a horrific, amputated arm. Navin instantly thinks this girl is completely insane. She is asking him to assassinate a prominent heir in public, but what Navin says next is even wilder. He actually agrees to give his young bride exactly what she wants. He would absolutely love to chop Theo Ragnar's head off just to finalize this marriage contract. Meanwhile, outside, the entire city collectively looks up in sheer terror as massive wyverns suddenly fill the sky. Reaching the target, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve ditch their wyverns to make a spectacularly loud landing. Watch closely as they step up to enforce absolute clan justice. Cleve loudly announces the Ceres Merchant Group's massive crimes against the Ragnars. She holds up a search warrant for treason. Anyone who even tries to interfere, executed. On the spot, she demands the culprits surrender peacefully right now and cooperate with their official investigation. Quadrak is fully aware of his long list of crimes, but he chooses to play the tough guy. But Quadrak argues, a simple piece of paper is easily faked and they will never yield. He claims this is just a dirty setup, with the authorities playing extremely dirty. Quadrak firmly insists that his family remains completely loyal to Ragnar. To fight off these unreasonable accusations, he sends his men forward to slaughter the law enforcers. Trapped and tied to these criminals, the Bacchus patriarch tries to wash his hands. Things are turning bad. But the greedy pig is absolutely not accepting that after coming this far. It is way too late because the enforcers already think they are working hand in hand. Quadrak argues that if the cavalry actually had concrete proof, they would not have sent just 3 people. Instead, they would have sent a massive army to block the sky. Now, the pig wants to use the Bacchus clan. Interrupting the 2 leaders, Navin calmly steps in to join the fun. He just sees this sudden mess as a perfect chance to deliver his wedding gift to his bride. Ignoring the patriarch's anger, Navin draws his sword, scales the walls, and leaps straight at the enforcer. The moment he drew his blade, the Bacchus family became active accomplices of Ceres. Playing along, back on the streets, our trio is cornered, surrounded by guards. Cleve gives the terrified crowd one final warning to clear out before she has to execute them all for treason. Just then, Naveen drops right into the center of the action, completely stealing the spotlight. He mocks them, muttering that Ragnar people always rush to execute others at the very first chance. But here is where things get wild. One clean circular slash forces the trio to jump back and defend. That was Naveen's brutal greeting to the Ragnar squad, especially to Theo, who is left completely frozen in shock. Theo instantly recognizes him. In the future, everyone will, since this monster became a force of nature who he eventually marries into the Sarus merchant group and fights right on the front lines alongside Ed Trovan. Known to history as the Ghost Sword, Naveen is dead set on taking Theo's head, ignoring the ladies to focus entirely on. Theo's mind starts racing. If he can exploit the memories of his past life, this deadly clash could become his golden ticket to gaining a massive boost. So he calls for a one-on-one, telling the girls to run ahead while he handles this bizarre swordsman alone. Evelyn hates the idea, but Cleve agrees, knowing those series crooks are probably destroying vital evidence. They must trust Theo's ability to hold off this absolute monster. Naveen playfully warns the young master that he is actually pretty strong, and Theo just smiles, matching his eccentric energy. Before they start clashing again, Theo asks to pose one quick question, and Naveen lets him. He asks if Naveen is committing treason just to drag the Bacchus family down and avenge his late mother, making the ghost sword. Theo just poked a very painful memory Naveen hates, giving the deadly swordsman another reason to take his head. Instead of fighting, Theo asks Naveen to hear him out, offering to help him completely destroy the corrupt Bacchus. A hidden recruitment quest suddenly pops up. He seriously needs some elite talking skills to win over Naveen Bacchus, who is a complete anomaly. He was the strongest sword in his clan, yet he got zero recognition despite having power that could rival the legendary, and all because he was an illegitimate child born in a brothel. Instead of pride, his terrifying talent only brought his poor mother unbearable grief. As a child, Naveen watched his mother end her own life, leaving him with a burning, lifelong hatred toward his. Now imagine the potential here. Theo can use this trauma to recruit a powerful ally. Unfortunately, Theo completely underestimates how sensitive Naveen is about his mother, and he is forced to block. Naveen sees absolutely no reason to take an offer from some random kid. He believes his family will crash and burn anyway, without him teaming up with some cocky young punk. That might be true, but doing absolutely nothing means Naveen will just sink into the grave alongside the family he deep. But that's a pointless worry. Naveen has no regrets and zero hope left for his future. But Theo knows Naveen is only being this hopeless because of his secret sickness, ether fever. His young, fragile body simply cannot handle the immense weight of his own talent, though the fever can actually. Naveen already missed that critical window, meaning he is officially living on borrowed time. His garbage family neglected him from day one, leaving him with only about 5 years of painful life left. Honestly, Naveen is pretty impressed that a noble master dug up so much personal dirt, but he still refuses to budge. Bacchus is going down, and Naveen is ready to sink with them, but Theo just smirks, asking if a cure would change. For the first time, Naveen looks genuinely shaken, snapping back that a cure for ether fever is completely impossible. Strictly speaking, he is right for now, but in the future, the cure was actually discovered and shared. In a sick twist of fate, the medicine was found just a few days after Naveen died, and right now, Theo, brimming with absolute confidence, he promises Naveen that they can cure his deadly ether fever 100. Either way, his trash family is going to burn to the ground no matter what. But if Naveen joins him, he can survive to become an incredibly important figure and a legendary hero who aids the Ragnar clan. Meanwhile, closer to the chapel, the desperate city guards have thrown up various defensive barricades to try. But of course, simple roadblocks are completely useless against high-level fighters like them. Deflecting these pesky arrows is mostly just an annoying chore for her. From afar, onlookers can see that Theo and Naveen have. Cleve is getting quite impatient. She just wants to wrap this up and slaughter every enemy in sight. The only thing holding her back is her superior's command. The Black Dragon needs a lot more data on his true capabilities. One of Black Snow's key tasks is to carefully evaluate the people who will lead Ragnar's future. A Null Snow like Cleve has to keep that in mind during this operation. Before heading out, she wanted to know at what exact point she. Now that the demonic cult is actively involved in this mess, Cleve can unleash her power if someone at bishop level or higher appears. Like a good soldier, she begrudges. Her biggest concern with this plan is the delay. If this drags on too long, she is going to end up working unpaid Wait, what? Mid-thought, Naven Bacchus suddenly leaps right to their side. Evelyn quickly scans the area, terrified that young Master Theo has been defeated. But she is completely wrong. Just a quick talk in the heat of battle, and Naven Bacchus completely flips his allegiance. It is honestly way more reassuring to have him as an ally rather than an enemy. He even apologizes to the ladies for being, since they are fighting on the same side now, there is no point in holding any petty grudges. Theo's secret quest is officially complete, and Navan instantly proves his worth to their cause, going absolute beast. He leaps high into the sky, making the clueless soldiers think he is wide open up there. Utterly annoyed by their clunky wooden toys, Navan tears through rows of anti-siege weapons like they are paper. Anyone standing too close to the war. While Navan goes on this absolute bloodbath, the bald patriarch screams at him, calling him a traitor for turning against. Navan just scoffs at the word. Hearing the concept of family from this trash's mouth makes his blood boil. He finally does what he has been dying to do for years, slicing the lecturing patriarch clean in half. Evelyn is left completely speechless. The man truly lives up to his reputation as an equal to young Lord Thorkel. Theo tells the ladies to exploit Navan's rampage and press forward. Guess what? The path is open to capture that greedy pig. Quadrak series. With things falling apart, he is finally thinking about burning the evidence that could ruin his guild. One assistant advises him to start by burning all the Troyvon papers. But the greedy pig loses his mind at the suggestion absolutely nobody touches those papers except him. His terrified aide is only trying to be logical to prevent a complete slaughter, but Quadrak refuses to listen. If that Troyvon link burns, how will he recover his massive investments? He is simply not the type to let go of any penny he can squeeze, even with the law knocking right on his front door. Suddenly, another voice in the room mocks Quadrak for being a pathetic mortal drunk on salacious greed, and the only man capable of stopping the approaching threat has arrived just in time. Meanwhile, outside, Theo stops his relentless charge the moment he notices a massive crowd stepping out of the building, led by a high-ranking member of the Holy Demon Church. Hundreds of hooded zealots line up to put their dark teeth. Quadrak is thanking his lucky stars for a bishop from the cult. Since these lunatics are also working with the Troyvons, he is hoping they will offer him some aid. The bishop agrees to help out, figuring this greedy pig could still be useful when Judgment Day arrives. His absolute obsession with wealth is actively ruining their grand master plan. A little brute force is needed to set him straight. The bishop has zero patience for a prideful fool, especially one. With a wave of his hand, the bishop orders Quadrak's execution. They do not even need his money anymore. As his neck is getting actively wrangled, the greedy pig desperately gasps out an apology, admitting that he was way too. He frantically argues that killing him will only mess up their connection with the Troyvons. Quadrak might be a greedy coward, but he certainly knows how to stay alive. The bishop grants him one final chance. Their Dark Lord sees everything. Quadrak quickly scrambles to the basement door, terrified the bishop might change his mind. Meanwhile, the fanatics fan out across the area. Their warped holy war is finally starting. Their sickly cult bishop screams to the heavens, chanting about the bloody descent of their god. Brainwashed followers scream back in mindless agreement. There are only 4 fighters on Theo's side, counting himself. They are facing a whole army here. They knew the cult was involved, but seeing a high bishop this early is a shock. Staring into the dead eyes beneath those crimson hoods, Theo does not hesitate. He starts carving a path straight through These absolute madmen do not care about survival. They just throw themselves forward, launching suicidal attacks with zero fear. Even seasoned warriors like Evelyn and Navan get pretty creeped out by this relentless, mindless stampede. Cleve hangs back on the side, quietly thanking her lucky stars that a bishop actually showed up to play. Sure, it is a bit messy, but she can finally go wild. Drawing her dual blades, she is ready to slice and dice. Just as Theo gets bogged down, Cleve dives straight into the middle of the horde with a gorgeous, bloody blade. No more playing safe. She is taking the absolute lead now. To crush anyone blocking Ragnar's path, she will gladly tear down this entire city with her bare hands. Before she goes on a complete killing spree, Theo quickly reminds the Null Snow operative to grab the evidence. Honestly, now that the cult is out in the open like this, do they even need more proof? Theo strongly disagrees. He insists they need solid, undeniable proof right now more than ever. If the cult is desperate enough to send a high bishop, there is definitely something inside the chapel they need to hide. Cleve gives in and asks for the plan. Theo's only goal right now is a lightning-fast speedrun through this sea. He is going to link his lightning gate with hatchling synchro to massively expand his area of attack. Simultaneously, he forces his mind gate to the limit, scanning the entire battlefield like a real map hack. Cleve backs off a bit, quite curious to see what he is planning. Seeing her slow down, an eager blood priest lunges, spinning around instantly. Cleve shreds the muscular creep into absolute ground beef. Theo has to grab the goods while the rest of the crew holds off the cultists. With the entire area mapped out, our young master easily spots the fastest path into the chapel. He tries to push through the ocean of fanatics, but their numbers seem totally endless. A massive wave, stepping up to sweep the trash out of his perfect path. Evelyn and Navin team up to clear the road. But when Navin starts sucking up to Theo, Evelyn's competitive Theo keeps moving forward. He is using his telekinesis to step on his own lightning daggers like floating stairs. He calls this technique the Lightning Dragon Rapid Protection Dragon Gate. Theo knows the job of destroying evidence probably went to the High Commander, that greedy pig Quadrax Saris. Scanning through the chapel walls, he immediately locks onto the pig's location. The fourth scenario quest is still back on the front lines. Evelyn and Navin are turning out to be a pretty lethal team. The arrogant ghost sword introduces himself as Lord Theo's new #1 blade. Check out Evelyn's face. He says he would only accept being second best if that Null Snow Girl was his rival. But compared to Evelyn, Navin Bacchus knows he is way better. To prove it, he quickly drops a few cultists trying to sneak up behind her. Since they are allies now, instead, they can decide who gets the top spot by seeing who slaughters more cultists. Evelyn is way too straight-laced to play these silly games, but when he calls her a chicken who is scared of losing, to answer his little challenge, Evelyn aggressively steals a kill right out from under his nose. Her attack is incredibly brutal and decisive. Navin suddenly realizes he might have picked a fight with the wrong girl. Armed with the Tempest God's legacy, Evelyn is ready to prove she deserves the title of First Sword. Navin is actually quite thrilled to find such a worthy rival in the middle of this bloody war zone. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, that pig is limping his way down to the deepest underground floor. He grabs a torch and busts open locks until he reaches the most secure room. Inside sits a chest. To Quadrax, it is just paperwork to get some Troivan money. If he actually burns these records, he might just avoid getting executed for treason. But greed is a powerful thing. After all, he'd already poured a massive fortune into the Sky Dragon's secret plans. The thought of losing all that cash makes him sick. But then, the bishop's terrifying warning. Sure, that freak wasn't here. But money's useless if you're dead. He drops the torch. Darting in like dark lightning, Theo arrives just in time to save the precious evidence from the flames. The moment Quadrax spots Theo Ragnar, his face drains of all color. Looking like death itself, Theo isn't just here for some minor payback. Recognizing he's complete, Theo doesn't buy a single word. Instantly, crackling lightning energy floods the tight space. For betraying the Ragnar clan, Quadraxarus receives a quick death sentence. With that greedy pig finally dealt with, Theo's fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life, is official. Look closely at this. Even after digging through the piles of secret files, he still can't figure out why the secret ledger he gave Cleve is easily enough to lock away Ed Troivan forever. But he knows the Troivan clan would gladly sacrifice their Sky Dragon connection just to survive. But with this massive mountain of evidence, he can drag their entire bloodline down with them. Sorting through thousands of pages to find the real prize is almost impossible, but pure instinct guides. The title reads, The Rose Palace Investigation Report. Inside are detailed records about the ancient primordial dragon relics, written in Ed Troivan's very own handwriting. Theo reads that the Sky Dragon already grabbed 2 relics, and realizes the third one must be hidden right inside his childhood home, the Rose. Everything finally clicks. The abuse, the framed charges, and his tragic past-life death. It wasn't random. Ed Troivan literally ordered the execution of Cecilia and Theo Ragnar. All of that cruelty, just for a rumor of some. Right now, the young dragon's hatred for Ed Troivan burns hotter than ever before. He tears the pages mentioning his and his mother's names straight out of the infuriating book. Theo forces his breathing to slow, pushing the anger aside so he can focus on carrying out his final. Plus, there are 2 items hidden here that will absolutely destroy the Troivan clan. They were actually just like that. 2 more cube-shaped relics of the primordial dragon are now securely in Theo's hands. Meanwhile, back outside, Navan and Evelyn are holding the line against a massive horde of blood cult. Right now, of all times, she starts thinking about the past. 7 years back, she saw Navan take second place in the blooming ceremony, before completely vanishing from the... Honestly, you have to love his focus here. Sure, he's glad she actually remembers him, but he can't get distracted while desperate to wipe that smug smile off his face. Evelyn unleashes a massive storm using her Wind Thunder God technique. With one sweeping blast, she ties their little competition right back up. Ruining their fun, the bishop's top lieutenant sneaks up on Navan. Navan almost gets flattened, but gripping a massive battle axe, the fanatic refuses to let anyone ruin his master's grand design. Navan and Evelyn instantly agree on one thing: whoever takes down this ugly freak wins the whole game. Evelyn, fueled by the Wind Baron's power, and Navan, the hidden prodigy, both charge in hungry for... But before they can strike, Selford and his wyvern crash down, instantly crushing the target. Trapped in the giant beast's talons, the cult lieutenant screams in agony as Selford smirks at his badass entry. But instead of praise, he just gets death stares. Angry their kill got stolen, both monsters completely snap. Right behind Selford comes the rest of the white-armored dragon cavalry's 5th platoon. They got word of the alliance between the cult and the Ceres Merchant Guild, sparking a frantic emergency deployment. Instantly, the central square of the Ceres territory turns into a bloody war zone between dragoons and cultists. Thanks to those bloodthirsty wyverns, the fanatics completely lose their upper hand. While his brainwashed followers the mad bishop just keeps praying for a new sun to rise in the blood-red sky, begging for the literal end of the world. The freak keeps preaching his twisted gospel while Cleve rests nearby, trying to catch her breath. Honestly, she earned a rest after actually pushing herself for once. This deadly Null Snow operative completely neutral. Once the cavalry arrives, it only takes a few hours to sweep away the corruption and bring peace back to the region. Now, everyone, including Evelyn, gets stuck doing boring paperwork for all the citizens caught in this brief but... The elite dragoons who were slicing through cultists just minutes ago would literally rather be back on the battlefield than... Just about everyone feels like they are being tortured except for Erica Lanka. She might look like a wild savage, but she is surprisingly organized. Her brother, Holkus, is actually enjoying his job of sorting out compensation for those with damaged property. Evelyn, though, is rapidly hitting her absolute limit because everyone keeps coming to her for... It is driving her insane. When she finally snaps, she blasts her annoying subordinates away with a massive sword. While the knights are buried under paperwork, Cleve and Theo Ragnar meet up to go over the massive piles of evidence they secured. Everything from the glowing traces of Ragnar relics to highly detailed plans for high treason is fully documented. With all his incredible contributions to the mission, Cleve is the first to congratulate Theo Ragnar on reaching the intermediate. She strongly believes he would thrive in the elite Black Snow Agency, but Theo Ragnar awkwardly tries to... Luckily, Cleve has even more exciting news. The major mission to capture the notorious Sky Dragon is... That old ledger is plenty of proof to finally start the big hunt. This means the deadly, elite arrest squad of Black Snow has mobilized and is marching straight, but before they can even celebrate, a frantic messenger ruins the vibe. You won't believe this, that elite squad. It turns out Ed Trovan has been hiding his insane, monstrous power level this entire time. Now, he knows showing all his hidden cards right now is not the smartest strategy, but by stacking a massive pile of... Ed Trovan actually congratulates Theo Ragnar for pushing him into such a tight spot. The Camellia Palace, Axion. The Dragonslayer sword, and now the Ceres Guild. Everything Ed Trovan carefully planned was completely ruined by that useless... Look at him, Ed Trovan is seriously striking that classic, unhinged anime pose as he loses his mind. He will let Theo Ragnar celebrate for now, but the Trovan plan is far from over. He lost the legendary Dragonslayer sword, but Ed Trovan already managed to secure a backup plan. Since the Ceres Guild mess is settled, Theo Ragnar can finally head back home to the Camellia Palace. The palace is super busy with various nobles getting their custom clothing fittings. Kirsten looks around the busy estate and is instantly shocked by the sheer chaos. Just taking a simple walk through the hall, she definitely would have gotten lost in the maze if her daughter had not spotted her standing among all the... Cecilia excitedly explains that she is launching a brand new luxury business, utilizing only the most expensive. She continues to happily babble about all the complex details of the trade, while Kirsten just listens absent-mindedly. The loving elf mother is simply too distracted by her daughter's bright smile and intense passion to catch any real detail. Seeing her so happy makes Cecilia look far more stunning than any priceless gem in this estate. But Kirsten actually... A few dark rumors about the Rose Palace recently reached her ears. Right away, Cecilia's worried mind jumped. Seeing her daughter go from pure joy to an absolute, anxious wreck completely breaks Kirsten's heart. So, she quickly assures Cecilia that she actually brings the exact opposite of bad news. Amel, in fact, their severed heads are now hanging on the walls of the Rose Palace. Hearing this, Cecilia feels she is beyond relieved to know that her nightmare is finally over. She never let it show on the outside, but for years, every waking moment felt like walking barefoot on sharp knives. She was framed, constantly blamed, threatened, and even survived multiple assassinations. Now, with the death of that rotten mistress, her immense suffering is finally over. While Theo Ragnar slowly recovers from his injuries, the entire power balance of this world undergoes a massive, bloody shift. Heads roll, and strongholds are painted deep crimson. The powerful Trovan family completely ignored the Draker clan's official summons within the given deadline. Make no mistake, tonight, the Nine Dragons Council gathers for an emergency meeting. They clearly underestimate that dangerous man has been secretly plotting his master plan for a very long time. And now, they suspect a few of the more traditional chamber elders completely refuse to touch the Trovan crisis. To them, that warlord gathering up north is not a big deal. They care much more about filling the empty seat, even though the family head is staying silent for now. Several elders are absolutely itching to settle the succession issue that has been dragging on for way too long. But look at this, the Black Dragon suddenly claims this chaos is the perfect time to choose their next leader. He wants to settle things to keep internal chaos low before actual war starts. But fighting among the heirs, thankfully, one of the Nine Dragons orders the entire room to cool it. He thinks they need a proper meeting with everyone involved, and he is going to set it up right away. In fact, he has the perfect upcoming event in mind to test the waters. They can make their final choice after seeing how. Meanwhile, Theo has been staying cooped up inside Lodbrok's lair. He is recovering pretty well after getting absolutely humbled by his father. Devoid of any outside distractions, the physical scars of his father's wrath are still fresh and visible, but he is in the absolute best shape of. He easily snuffs out the neat row of candles. His body is as sharp as his legendary sword, but mentally, he is struggling. The same voices that drove his grandfather, they maliciously fill his head with thoughts of slaughtering everyone and taking everything for himself. Those voices are begging him to unleash his most basic desires and slice down anyone in his way. Seriously, after a crazy mental workout like that, he still has the nerve to flex his insane, supermodel physique. Once he finally sets his sword down, a familiar voice asks if those whispers are starting to get heavy. The guardian dragon Lodbrok appears to mock the lingering grudge of the mad dragon emperor. Since he trusts his dragon, and even though plenty of time has passed since he got that broken half-sword, that old grudge just refuses to stop messing with his head. It is not completely unbearable yet, but knowing it still, it is not all bad. Thanks to this, he managed to catch a glimpse of the Emperor's domain. Lodbrok completely understands his pain. Honestly, she could never forget that man's name even if she. After all, he was the guy who stole her heart. She told Theo this story before, which only makes him feel it is a major mystery why his father spared his life and handed him this weapon. Sensing that Theo is getting ahead of himself, Lodbrok tells him to stay patient. If he rushes now, he will just end up. Besides, they have time. Thanks to the high priest who treated him immediately, his severed arm was reattached. Just to be absolutely sure everything is healing correctly, Lodbrok gets up close and personal for a quick checkup. Once she is happy with her examination, she casually kicks Theo out of her cave for the day. She can sense someone else is looking for him, but before he leaves, she warns him to stop trashing her home he makes the mess, she has to clean it. That is basically their daily routine. The moment he gets back to the Camellia Palace, he runs right into a familiar face he hasn't seen in ages. It is his massive fanboy, Sybil Drea, who has come to deliver an incredibly important invitation straight to his. According to the letter, the Daffodil Palace is formally inviting Theo Ragnar to a massive banquet celebrating Lady Ray. Sybil points out that this whole thing is pretty weird. Throwing a birthday party for Lady Ray Ragnar with a war coming seems totally out of touch. And judging by all the rumors, this is going to be an absolutely massive celebration. But Theo sees it differently. This party has to be grand specifically because things are so chaotic right now. Troivan's betrayal completely ruined the clan's internal balance. Instead of Axion, who was trained by the Sky Dragon, to make things even worse, one of the Nine Dragons completely blindsided the family with his own treasonous actions. Now, a massive power vacuum has opened up. This upcoming banquet is not just a fun birthday party. It is a calculated show to prove to outsiders. It is also the perfect opportunity for the successors and their supporters to test each other. Sybil is absolutely blown away by his young lord's wisdom. He is incredibly hyped to see his eye. If those stubborn elders are so eager to see what he can do, Theo will gladly put on a show. Besides, the Daffodil Palace is always chillingly beautiful during this time of the year. Deep inside the massive palace, a grand banquet hall was packed with every wealthy family connected to the legendary Ragnar. Nobles were sipping pricey wine and gossiping when the brand new heir suddenly stepped through the doors, making the entire room freeze mid. Every single eye locked onto the newly appointed contender. Young Lord Theo Ragnar stole the show, sporting sharp, dark winter gear and a gaze that could cut glass. Scanning the crowd, he made sure he had their attention because everyone here knew this birthday party was just a convenient excuse. These elites came to size up the next in line for the throne, and Theo wanted to make an unforgettable impression. Fortunately, the guy walking in right behind him was about to make his job a whole lot easier. A loud voice cut through, causing quite a stir. Navin Bacchus gave a formal salute and called Theo his lord, making sure every noble in the hall heard him crisp. Theo smiled, seeing his close friend, though he honestly almost did not recognize the rascal. The guy did not even shave for his own fake wedding, but here he was, clean-shaven, sending whispers. Gossip spread fast about the brutal Bacchus clan purge and how this sole survivor became their brand new leader. They might be weakened, but Bacchus is still one of the 6 pillars, so hearing their new chief call the 6th successor, one perfect entrance, a few loud words, and the entire room was officially hooked. But right as Theo leaned in to tell Navin his next move, a guy built like an absolute brick wall crept up, sensing pure, lethal danger. Both their survival instincts kicked in instantly. The giant dialed back his crushing aura and introduced himself with a casual grin, mentioning he is actually. That threw Theo off a bit. He did not expect this monster to approach him so quickly. Meet the legendary commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and Theo's dangerous rival, Thorkel Ragnar. Towering over the young heir, Thorkel offered a massive hand to shake, making every noble in the room hold their breath. The dominant veteran versus the fresh contender. Tell me, who do you think takes the crown in the end? Flashing a warm, incredibly disarming grin, Thorkel told him to relax, claiming he just wanted. He laughed, saying he was glad the bratty Axion got crushed so a way more worthy candidate could earn the patriarch's favor. The guy sounded incredibly convincing. But Theo was not buying it, since only an idiot trusts a rival in a clan where might makes right. Playing it safe, he reached out to shake Thorkel's massive hand. He offered some polite words about what an honor it was to meet the famous cavalry commander, while smoothly making sure to. Thorkel chuckled, clearly amused by the kid's clever attempt to draw a line between them. Tightening his grip, Thorkel suddenly unleashed a wave of suffocating pressure to crush the kid. He wanted to show him who is boss, forcing the youngest candidate to his knees while making it look like a respectful. Looking down at him, Thorkel told him to relax and just call him Big Brother from now on. This is how a true Ragnar successor operates: completely ruthless, calculating, and ridiculously powerful. But Theo is not about to just roll over in a contest of pure power, and to Thorkel's utter shock, his little standing tall and fighting right back, Theo casually returned the smile and called him brother. Over on the other side of the room, the Lunky siblings had just arrived, and Holkus was already whining about having to dress up in a stuffy suit. His sister was trying desperately to clean up their clan's reputation as wild barbarians, but her brother was not making it easy. While he was complaining, another familiar face walked in: Remington Narcio, the legendary Silver Lion, this Western pretty boy had built a pretty massive reputation for himself over the past few months. Rumor has it he is even rivaling the Ascendant Dragon. Yet Remington has not changed one bit. He traveled all the way north just to see Lord Theo and ask how the famous white-armored dragon cavalry was holding. Talk about an awkward moment. The actual birthday girl overheard his little chat. The proud Silver Lion suddenly looked like a guilty puppy as he apologized to Lady Ray, who just laughed, knowing. Suddenly, they felt a heavy clash of aura coming from the center of the room. Two powerful energies collided in the Grand Hall, and the northern fighters immediately knew that there is honestly nobody better at stirring up a scene than this guy. From the outside, Theo and Thorkel looked like they were just sharing a polite handshake, but the tension kept everyone else. Their overwhelming auras clashed in the air as the terrified guests backed off even further. Finally, Thorkel let go and laughed, playfully admitting he was no match for his little brother before surrendering. Keeping things just as casual, Theo smiled and said he only won because his big brother held back. Thorkel joked that playing too humble is almost like an insult, but his surrender just now was completely genuine. He admitted that if they fought at the same age, it would be a total blowout. Theo definitely felt the weight of that. Having such a fascinating, gifted little brother around honestly fills Thorkel with pride. He faced the watching nobles and yelled out for. Once the party resumed, Thorkel asked his brother if this grand entrance met his high standards, and Theo politely thanked him. Our main character quickly realized Thorkel is more than just powerful, he is incredibly sharp, and that easygoing mask, by putting his own strength on display, he kept his position secure. And by showing support for his newly minted rival, he won the hearts of the crowd, totally overshadowing the heavy mood. He swung public opinion right back to his side. Theo Ragnar might look like some friendly, muscular, but behind that sociable mask is a truly ruthless opponent who plays the Game of Thrones from every single. After that intense confrontation, Theo's classmates crowded him. They drank and laughed late into the night, totally unaware that half the noble girls in the room had just put him right at the top of their target. But while everyone else is celebrating, look at this bitter old guy seething from the balcony upstairs. This elder dragon actually thought he could use a half-blood's bad manners as an excuse to kick him out. If that idiot Thorkel had not stepped in, the old man could have hijacked the entire party for his own petty agenda. He absolutely hates seeing a low-born bastard running around, messing with the hierarchy and getting involved. Since he couldn't touch his main target, he started looking around for someone else to harass. The ancient fossil is just looking for trouble, spotting Captain Evelyn Narwhal drinking happily with her crew. In his arrogant mind, he gets to decide who is worthy of standing in this hall and who isn't. For tonight, Evelyn had traded her heavy steel armor for a gorgeous dress that truly showed off her beauty. Her squad was loaded with praise, since they basically never get to see their captain out of uniform. Being called cute is not really her thing, and every instinct was screaming at her to strip off the dress and put her armor back on. This was meant to be a quiet night of celebration, but some absolute garbage human decided to dump a glass of red wine. The second she heard that cruel voice, deep-seated trauma came rushing right back. This horrible old man marched over to her like he owned the entire palace. Evelyn trembled, shaking with deep fear. The old monster sneered, asking where she got the nerve. Evelyn's loyal comrade bravely stepped in, shouting that even if he is one of the 9 dragons, treating someone like this is. Evelyn quickly held Aaron back from doing something stupid. They couldn't afford to mess with a high-ranking dragon. Evelyn was doing everything in her power to swallow her panic and anger, but it was incredibly obvious on her wet face. This was Aaron's first time seeing her strong captain look so utterly helpless, making her wonder what dark history lay. Standing tall over them, the elder dragon coldly reminded Evelyn of his warning to never show her face to him again. His cruel eyes quickly spotted the metallic gleam hidden right beneath her fancy scarf. With zero hesitation, he grabbed her prosthetic arm and tore it to shreds. The old monster callously shattered the. Then, he threw the broken pieces of metal onto the floor like garbage. He insulted it as a cheap toy on a useless amputee, sneering that literal trash belongs on. He gave her one final threat to get out of his sight before he decided to snap her neck too. Desperate to avoid a scene, she swallowed her pride and ran. Watching her flee like a terrified child made the old He smirked, joking that the foul stench was finally starting to fade. Aaron threatens to report this entire corrupt mess to the authorities, but the old man just stares at her like she's completely. If she wants to snitch, she can go right ahead. But going down that road will only teach her what survival of the fittest. Evelyn runs, sprinting like her very life depends on it. Her dark past catches up to her, and she hates herself for thinking she could ever just enjoy a normal night with her comrade. She worked tirelessly to bury the trauma of being a weak little girl, but just one look at that monster complete. This so-called elder dragon used to beat her half to death just because she dared to call him her father. Back then, she couldn't understand why she deserved all that pain. After all, she was only a child. Deep down, nothing has changed. She's still just that terrified, confused little girl. Tears blind her eyes as she sprints, completely failing to notice the figure standing right in the middle. The demon dragon is confused to see her running away from the party, but seeing his familiar face finally. Meanwhile, back at the party, Theo and the crew are still drinking and sharing laughs. They're totally oblivious to how Evelyn was treated. But hold on, that's about to change. Suddenly, The entire mood of the room shifts as a loud, agonizing scream echoes through the hall. Then comes the sickening crunch of shattering bones, while the old man gasps out furious curses at the white. Julius Ragnar heard every single detail from Evelyn, and right now, he is absolutely bloodthirsty. He drops the broken arm, sending the elder dragon stumbling back as his personal guards quickly rush in. Julius already made it clear, whatever pain Evelyn suffers, he will personally inflict right back on him. The old man immediately calls this a betrayal of their family name, screaming that Julius is a dangerous criminal who must be arrested. Julius stands perfectly still, as the security forces quickly surround him from all sides. Now that the law council is stepping in, even a powerful captain like Julius should be in trouble, right? They coldly accuse him of assaulting the head counselor, threatening him with a life behind bars. They ask him to cooperate quietly, but Julius is absolutely not in the mood to play along. Looking at the pure rage in Julius's eyes, the council leader feels a cold chill down his spine. Then, 4 years ago, he made a blood vow before all those corrupt elders clinging to their old power. They all agreed that Evelyn was completely untouchable. If the elder dragon won't respect that vow, then just like the rest of the crowd, Theo steps closer to the chaos to hear what's going down. This never happened before. You can see how his choices changed everything. From what he remembers, Evelyn Narvael was Wolfgang's illegitimate child. The prestigious Ragnar name was wasted on Wolfgang, who obsessed over pure blood but couldn't keep his own desire. Evelyn's very existence was a massive insult to his pride, and he desperately wanted her hidden from the world. He planned to throw her out forever, but thankfully, Julius stepped up. Recognizing her immense potential, Julius drafted her into his cavalry, completely ruining Wolfgang's cruel plans. She quickly proved herself, becoming a brilliant fighter who easily rose through the military ranks. But when she became a famous young captain, Wolfgang's paranoid fear of being exposed flared up. Disregarding all consequences, he plotted to murder his own daughter, framing it as a tragic accident. The assassination failed, but he still severed her left arm cleanly. She barely survived. Just like that, Evelyn was forced to retire. She spent the rest of her days quietly managing a training hall, completely cut off from high society. But meeting Theo changed everything, putting her back on the path to glory. In a way, since he caused this ripple, he needs to fix this mess himself. But stopping things from escalating will be tough, especially with Julius radiating pure, murderous intent. Wolfgang turns to the other nobles, desperately trying to rally their support. He loudly scolds Julius for disrespecting an elder who has protected the family for decades. He claims using the authority of the 9 dragons to threaten family is nothing short of treason. Hearing the old coward complain only makes Julius even more furious. Things would have ended in bloodshed if he reminds them both that today is supposed to be a happy celebration for his close friend's birthday. It is definitely not the time to terrify the guests, so Julius cools his temper out of respect for the young lord. Wolfgang looks pretty annoyed that his cheap bait got shut down so easily. With 2 top-tier family members ready to rip each other apart, Theo suggests settling this no bloody murder on a party dance floor. They need a proper dual trial instead, but Wolfgang instantly rejects it, claiming he is the real victim. Why would he need a trial when he did absolutely nothing wrong? Theo stays perfectly calm, urging the old guy to just accept it before this mess gets any bigger. He spots the Lord of the Daffodil Palace arriving, looking completely furious that these 2 meatheads are. With every step she takes, the temperature drops and the floor begins to freeze. Let's face it, Theo Ragnar Tone, the legendary ice dragon, is definitely not someone you want to fight. Wolfgang tries playing the victim again, but Neil instantly shuts him down. She wants zero excuses and has no time for petty squabbles. For her daughter's sake, she demands they both follow Theo's proposal right now. That is the absolute last bit of mercy her fading patience allows, making the crowd murmur. Everyone in the crowd assumes Wolfgang and his fellow elders are easily going to win this. After all, they are still elite inspectors. Wolfgang is thinking the exact same thing. He expects his guys to easily dogwalk whoever Julius sends out. The dual trial rules state the leaders must fight in the final round, while chosen champions clash in the first 2. Looking around, Julius only has a 1-armed man and a wretched bastard child in his corner. He figures he won't even need to step up. His boys will take a clean 2-0 victory. Pretending to be reluctant, Wolfgang finally agrees to a pure sword duel to decide who is right. As the guests head outside to watch, everyone is buzzing with theories about who will win. In the crowd, Thorkel just sips his wine, a highly amused smile plastered across his face. Honestly, he did not expect his little brother to step up like this. Knowing the demon dragon's infamously short fuse, this was bound to get ugly. Without Theo intervening, he'd be politically ruined. Yet, in a split second, the young lord found a brilliant way to defuse the bomb on terms both sides could. Thorkel knows whatever happens next is going to be incredibly fun to watch. Everyone sits around the snow-cleared arena outside the Daffodil Palace, waiting as the Law Council officially prepares to start. To keep things completely fair, mana is banned, and everything that happens here is strictly governed by both sides must solemnly swear that any future revenge, no matter who wins, will be heavily punished. No holding grudges allowed. Julius and Wolfgang verbally agree to the terms while staring each other down. With the rules set, the first fighters are called to step into the ring. But check this out, Theo Ragnar steps up first, confidently drawing his sword under the bright moonlight. His friends know Theo is an absolute beast, but they are still pretty worried. Because his opponent is no joke at all. Remington recognizes him instantly, the Elder Dragon's top aide, Gale Sword. Even among high-ranking inspectors, this guy is considered the absolute peak in terms of raw sword skill. Before the match, Wolfgang gives Beta a chilling pep talk, ordering his loyal aide to go straight for a lethal blow. Beta is understandably pretty hesitant to slaughter a potential successor to the entire Patriarch position, but the old bastard assures him that the dual trial rules completely protect him from any accidental kills. Even if he cannot kill the young lord, Wolfgang demands at least an arm as a bloody souvenir. While the enemy corner plots their dirty tactics, Theo just stands calmly on his side of the snow. Julius has finally cooled down and is now deeply worried about dragging such a promising kid into his mess. Earlier, he apologized to Theo for being so reckless, repeatedly asking the young lord if they should really do. With massive confidence, Theo just tells him to trust the process. In this duel, he is not just settling an old grudge, he is also planning to steal the spotlight and make sure everyone remembers. As both fighters took their stances, the Law Council referee blew the starting whistle. Beta starts on the defensive, staying completely still. But Theo? He is already launching a full-on. Seeing the kid rush in, Beta meets him head-on, and their first clash seems pretty even. Since their mana is sealed, it is pure physical strength. Sparks fly as the impact blows them apart. Look at that, they barely touch the ground before Flash stepping right back into the action. What follows is a blur of brutal trades, way too fast for the naked eye to track. The crowd can only watch the bright sparks flying as sword clashes against sword. Beta might have a funny name, but he is quite skilled, going neck and neck with Theo. The Elder Dragon's aide gets increasingly frustrated that he cannot find a single opening to exploit. It is just crazy how this young kid is trading blows so easily with a seasoned veteran. Theo is incredibly talented, but experience matters, and Beta still has a few dirty tricks up his sleeve. Kicking up loose dirt, he easily blinds the young lord. That brief blind spot is all he needs. Beta grins, proud of his dirty battlefield experience. Out of respect for a young lord, he decides to make this execution as painless as possible. A quick decapitation should do, but as the blade nears his neck, Theo suddenly dodges backward with a smirk. He knew Beta would totally underestimate his actual combat experience. So he left a gap on purpose, and the fool took the bait. Now, with Beta's arm overextended, Beta barely dodges out of the way, but as he recovers, he notices something pretty damn weird. For some reason, the young lord completely stops his attack. Why on earth would he pull back on a free kill like that? Theo definitely wanted to end this right here. But those dark voices in his head are back, screaming at him to slaughter everyone who ever mocked him. Thoughts of pure murder cloud his brain, leaving him completely blinded by a sudden urge for violence. Beta sees this weird behavior but hesitates to move in for another attack. He already got burned once, and he is terrified this is just another trap. Honestly, he has offended this kid. A veteran inspector like him never falls for the same trick twice. Brimming with confidence, Beta charges in to kill, but Theo casually raises his sword and blocks it. Screaming at the voices in his head, Theo forces them to shut up with pure willpower. If they want a bloodbath, he can do it without their annoying whispering. Suddenly, he speeds up even more. He unleashes a chaotic storm of slashes, completely slicing off one of Beta's arms. Hurting quite badly and down an arm, Beta desperately tries to defend himself to keep his other limbs. With his last arm, he desperately swings to escape, but Theo turns his survival struggle into a complete joke. Can you imagine the collateral damage if the ice dragon had not stepped in to protect all those nobles? Feeling the raw shockwave of the blow, she silently praises the boy's incredible power, even without using any mana at all. He shattered the arena with a single strike like a monster, leaving Beta unconscious in a massive crater. His drip is ruined, and he got absolutely cooked. The referee takes one look at the body and ends round 1. For this opening duel, Theo Ragnar is declared the undisputed winner. As the crowd goes wild, Theo struggles to fight off his growing bloodlust. Luckily, he gets a grip on those crazy urges, but this grudge feels way more intense than usual. It is almost as if some massive, invisible force is guiding him towards some unknown destiny. Giving into that strange feeling lets him unleash incredible levels of power, but feeding on past grudges is a danger. The risk is high, but if he can truly master it, his strength will skyrocket to a whole new level. Honestly, he could easily double his overall combat power in an instant. Once the arena gets cleared of debris, the second round begins and both combatants step right up. Surprisingly, Theo walks up to the corner and announces he is opting for consecutive battles. The referee approves his round 2 entry as the defense. This move absolutely infuriates Wolfgang, so he sends out his most trusted powerhouse, the legendary Sword of Mystics and former Dragon Gate master. The Lanka siblings are totally hyped, seeing an old guy carry a massive sword without a single drop of mana. Right next to them, Remington is panicking, but the siblings tell him he needs to just chill out. The Silver Lion points out that, unlike that first matchup, where they sent a high-ranking inspector to save face, Paige Grayson is a famous elder himself. Anyone with sense can tell Wolfgang's side wants to murder Lord Theo. Still, after seeing the destruction the second the referee blows the whistle to start round 2, Theo politely raises his hand. Instead of wasting time clashing blades with another powerful old warrior, he literally forfeits the match, leaving everyone, especially Old Man Page, completely stunned. Can you believe? Theo calmly explains that a mere mid-ranked inspector cannot possibly match an established elder. He admits he can see the gap without even fighting. This totally robs the Sword of Mystics of a real match. Even the strict Law Council referee is thrown off guard while announcing the second round winner. The crowd cheers his smart strategic move. He successfully eliminated a massive threat because, remember, both sides are forced to face each other. Wolfgang was so incredibly obsessed with killing this troublesome successor that he got completely blindsided by a simple trick. Now, he must fight with a broken arm. Evelyn has never seen her deadbeat father look this rattled. When Theo walks back, she apologizes for dragging him into her personal problems again. He answers like a true comrade, offering comfort that instantly reminds Evelyn of every single piece. Julius Ragnar was just a rising talent in the cavalry when he eagerly welcomed her to the squad. He was the first to recognize her incredible talent. Even after she lost her arm, that demon dragon stayed by her side, pushing her to make a comeback. Right before she met she swore to become his sword, finally giving herself a real purpose. Lord Theo gave her the strength to fight for her deepest desires. Her past was pure. How could she just stand there and stay frozen in the past, unable to move forward? When these incredible people have so much faith in her, it is finally time to slay the villain. Right before Julius can step into the ring for the final match, Evelyn speaks up. She is completely done playing the victim. It is time to seize her own destiny, even with just one hand. For this final clash, the Law Council referee calls, even with his broken arm tucked in a sling. Wolfgang Ragnar still looks incredibly menacing as he struts in. Internally, he is utterly cursing that sly success. He has already accepted that Julius will likely kill him, but he is dead set on taking at least an arm. Seriously, he loves chopping limbs off. Following a quick talk with the referee, the defense's request to swap out their third-round fighter is officially approved. Wearing her form-fitting dress with blade in hand, the one-armed captain confidently steps forward. But the moment he sneers, asking if she has come to beg for her life one last time. That pathetic trash talk does not faze her at all. Evelyn simply draws her rapier, keeping her gaze low. She only has to whisper one specific word to drive Wolfgang completely insane, because this absolute trash hate. The crowd is left totally stunned when she drops that forbidden word. Nobody in the audience had any clue about the link between this elder dragon and Evelyn Nerival. Sure, panicking and completely desperate, Wolfgang immediately tries to paint Evelyn as some lunatic. If she knew she would get this wild of a reaction, she would have done it a long time ago. Right then and there, she exposes all the horrific abuse she suffered under this absolute monster of a man. She recounts how he beat her nearly to death as a young child, and even tried to finish her off when she joined the war. Outraged, Wolfgang's dark side completely boils over. He claimed that as a respected elder of House Ragnar, he had every right to wipe his dirty slate clean. They baited him so easily that he basically confessed to his pathetic crimes. The watching nobles felt awful for Evelyn Nerival. Nobody expected that this proud and arrogant elder, who always obsessed over bloodline purity, had been secretly having children outside the family. Those aware of they had actually warned him this would happen if he got reckless. Now, the old man realized his. Meanwhile, Julius and Theo just stood by, watching the show. That demon dragon wanted to fight instead to shield Evelyn Nerival from more pain. But the young lord insisted she had. The second the duel starts, Evelyn Nerival launches a brutal attack. With her missing arm and Wolfgang's broken limb, since she is far more used to her handicap, Evelyn Nerival sets the rhythm while the old bastard just defends. Now look at this, she finally. As a seasoned veteran, Julius immediately senses a sudden shift in the entire arena. She is using the legendary Wind Thunder God technique, called Dog Heart, pure skill, literally kicking up a. The older nobles watching faintly recognize this as the Sword of Windstorm. By all accounts, this art was lost. How on earth did Evelyn Nerival master this? Unbelievable. The Wind Thunder God's right at the center, she moves like the terrifying eye of a hurricane. She easily deflects Wolfgang's blade, while steadily forcing him backward. It is pretty rare to see a young warrior push. Theo watches the match with absolute delight. Since this trial completely bans mana, only raw, pure, without any magic to tilt the scales, her insanely refined technique gets to truly shine. At the end of the day, Wolfgang is a total fraud who was carried by his fancy noble bloodline. Strip that advantage away, and he is just a mediocre fighter at best. Feeling completely cornered by her relentless pressure, the old brute forces his way out through raw power. He swings his blade like a wild beast. Forcing a tiny opening, he charges directly at Evelyn Nerival with surviving her first big push. He gets his confidence back and starts talking trash again. He swears to beat her until she begs for mercy. Honestly, our girl Evelyn Nerival has had more than enough of it. She has the power to strike back now. Since this old bastard wants a test of raw force, she will happily. Back when she was a little kid, this monstrous father was her whole world. She feared him more than death itself. But today, she is surrounded by real allies. People she can actually trust with her life. Friends who believe in her completely. Dead and buried. She is no longer that weak little girl crying. She is a fierce warrior in complete control of her destiny. Now she has the strength to finally cut down the monster. The abused, helpless child is officially gone. In her place stands a powerhouse ready to destroy the beast who. Even the watching nobles are deeply moved by Evelyn Nerival's sheer determination. The fight is over. Finally. She is declared the winner, getting her revenge by Despite losing fair and square, Wolfgang absolutely refuses to accept his defeat. He tries to lunge at her with everything he has left, but freezing ice suddenly locks him down. Fortunately, she savagely scolds him for bringing shame to the 9 dragons and acting like a petulant child. Hearing the referee announce her name, reality finally sinks in for Evelyn Nerival. By the rules of the trial, she is walking back to her corner, she feels an immense weight lift off. Evelyn Nerival is finally free. Julius and Theo welcome their teammate back with immense pride. Now, she can truly grow without that dark. She credits this massive win entirely to her lord and her captain. Over in the opposite corner, Wolfgang's subordinates scramble into the ring to drag their defeated boss away for medical treatment. When they hand him his sword, he absolutely loathes seeing a pathetic loser reflected in the blade. Shoving his men aside, he grips his sword and marches menacingly right toward Evelyn Nerival's corner. Wolfgang screams her name with pure hatred, calling her a wretched brat while swinging his sword. It is clear this piece of trash wants to cut her down here and now. But this time, Julius steps in before the demon dragon grabs him tight with his one arm, forcing him to the ground. Blinded by pure rage, Wolfgang must have forgotten that he actually got off incredibly easy losing just one arm. Julius stares the old man down and asks if he wants to lose his other arm too. Inside the arena, tension is at an all-time high, suffocating. Things would have gotten way bloodier if not for an urgent interruption. A messenger rushes in to announce that everyone needs to return to their posts right away. Julius clicks his tongue. This timing is absolutely terrible. He genuinely wanted to break a few more bones, but to turn around and walk away takes real willpower. He summons his aides. War is officially here, and the white-armored dragon cavalry is taking the front lines. But Wolfgang, he keeps screaming that their duel is not finished. But honestly, absolutely nobody is listening to him anymore. The ice dragon has to threaten some serious violence just to shut his loud mouth. She gives him one final warning. If he ever embarrasses the 9 dragons again, her freezing blades will happily turn him into a human pincushion. He tries to argue back and pull rank, yelling that hurting him disrespects the entire Elder Council. Lady Neil tells him to actually look at his peers. Every single elder has already turned away from him. They wash their hands of him, completely done with his shameful actions. They cannot support a leader who ignores a sacred duel and throws a tantrum like a toddler. By tonight, this proud elder has lost his arm, his backing, and any respect from the Ragnar clan. Seeing a greedy old bastard lose everything is a pretty sweet ending to this mess. While the Ragnar elites are busy playing petty politics, Ed Troyven is moving like a total criminal. His private army has already taken the central plateau, and now they are marching straight for Castle Harmon. Reports say the Ragnar forces, including the Lord's cavalry and troops from the 6 Pillars, are gearing up to meet them head-on at the center. Ed Troyven laughs. Classic. Those foolish old dragons are walking straight into his trap. It is time to show them that this conflict is just one part of a far greater plan. Because the One Piece is real. While they waste their soldiers defending the plateau, Troyven is going to steal the actual prize right from under them. Everything is set for his hostile takeover. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Bacchus family territory is strained. One of the legendary 6 Pillars has completely fallen apart ever since that massive disaster with Sarah's guild. The guards on the walls are constantly gossiping about their new master. Ever since Lord Novan took charge, with things getting so dangerous, the local people are starting to doubt if he even deserves to lead them. An older guard points out that with the main family locked away, this entire place is drowning in a lord is completely useless when even the knights and loyal vassals who served the Bacchus family for generations. So honestly, it makes total sense that the new master chooses to drown his sorrows in booze day after day. At least he has the freedom to drink. Lately, some reinforcements sent by the Ragnar clan finally arrived at the gate. These soldiers were supposed to help with their guard duties, but they turned out to be lazy, useless freeloaders. Just like their master, all they do is drink their days away. The leader of these lazy reinforcements is actually Sibel Drea, alongside Aodnaran and a bunch of other Theo loyalists. They are supposed to be running the night watch, but they just end up passed out drunk in the dirt. But one of the guards standing on the wall hears all of this gossip. He looks a little too pleased about it. The moment the sun goes down, he slips away from his post to meet up. He reports that morale inside is at rock bottom. Let's be real, this upcoming raid is basically a game. Dozens of hooded figures suddenly step out from the dark and start marching toward Bacchus territory. They have heard enough. Time to move. With the fallen household in shambles, they will finish this job. Just as they hoped, Captain Siebel, the guy meant to guard the wall, is totally passed out with a bottle in his hand. A dark hooded figure easily sneaks right up to him. Spinning his knife, the assassin curses out the sleeping drunk. He aims directly for Siebel's head. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Cavalry base, Julius just received a completely ridiculous demand. Theo wants to invoke independent operations as an intermediate inspector. Captain Julius, the demon dragon, instantly shut down such a ridiculous idea. In the middle of a war, but Theo firmly insisted that this request is directly tied to the war effort itself. He has the proof right here. Julius's eyes went wide in shock as he read them. Theo quickly explained that Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands are nothing but clever, massive distractions. He is dead certain about the real target, the floating archipelago in Bacchus territory. Looking over the reports supporting this wild theory, Julius had to admit that Theo's prediction was pretty solid. Judging by how the Black Skulls acted during that crazy hostage crisis, they are clearly teaming up with the... Theo pointed out that the Black Skulls started as a pirate league from the floating archipelago, the very hub where the Empire's... That certainly explains how the Troyvon clan secretly amassed such an insanely massive war chest. Because of where the archipelago sits, it's only a matter of time before it becomes a massive threat to our Ragnar lands. So, Theo wants to immediately... But even if his strategy is flawless, The bulk of the Troyvan army has already gathered in the Central Highlands in Castle Harmon. They have more than enough. Julius's own forces are already deployed to face them, meaning their clan has absolutely no spare soldiers left to. But they can't just leave those key areas defenseless. That's exactly why Theo is asking for independent. He'll personally handle fortifying the Bacchus territory while investigating the floating archipelago. By doing this, they can completely cut off the Troyvan clan's financial lifeblood. Give him some elite soldiers and a bit of time, and he'll deal a massive blow to the enemy. Julius is absolutely honestly, how could he ever say no to such a bold plan? In a war like this, they have to use every single option. Still, he warns Theo not to push too far. After the young lord leaves, the demon dragon sits alone. He somehow got access to incredibly high-level secrets. Normally, it would make sense to hand this precious intel over to an expert like Black Dragon, but instead, he brought it straight to his captain. That means Theo wants this operation kept quiet so he can move completely. Honestly, Julius could tell that the kid only asked for permission as a mere formality. Julius figured the kid made his move long before walking in, and you better believe he was right. Theo already planned. Tonight, those soldiers are finally shedding their drunken act to greet the invaders. Captain Sybil drops the drunken act instantly, catching a hooded assassin off guard and slashing him down. As his alcohol bottle flies into the air, the spilled liquid smells exactly like sweet orange juice. Sybil, the guy doesn't touch a drop of alcohol. After days of acting like a total drunk, he can finally stretch his limbs. Once they lose the element of surprise, these Troyvan operatives are absolutely no match for someone who trained directly under Lord. Sybil's squad quickly wipes out the vanguard, and their next task is to light the warning beacon. To be honest, none of them expected their very first real mission to involve slaughtering Troyvan. They never could have imagined this back at the blooming ceremony. But as Sybil tries to light the flame, the enemy the squad got caught slipping, and Sybil almost paid with his life. Thankfully, a sudden strike cuts through the dark, cleanly taking the assassin's head off. It is the head of the Bacchus family, Navan. He immediately scolds the boys for being careless because if they got. Knowing he completely messed up, Sybil quickly stands at attention, showing deep respect to the powerful Bacchus. Navan tells him to relax and stand down. But honestly, if they ever want to rest easy, they need to finish the young. With a grin, Sybil goes right back to spark up the giant beacon. The patriarch quite likes having these energetic kids around. They match his chaotic vibe. As fire illuminates the walls of the territory, crossbowmen line up along the ramparts, ready for the next wave. Meanwhile, just as the young lord predicted, the enemies are coming crawling tonight. You have to wonder, how did Theo predict their entire attack strategy so flawlessly? The kid is seriously just built different. With the fire exposing the invading Troyvan rats, Sybil roars out his orders to defend this castle with their lives. As the hooded invaders desperately scale the massive stone walls, a rain of arrows pours down on them. By the time Theo reached the castle on his Viper Wyvern Umbra, the fighting was already underway. Lucky for them, he flies even faster, totally pumped to see some friendly faces again. As the sun rises over Bacchus Castle, the fields outside the wall are completely covered in the bodies of Troyvan. Just as Lord Theo ordered, the defense mission is a complete success, and Sybil is pretty damn proud of his work. Theo knows the kid can be pretty loud, but this report is on a whole new level of noisy. Pure adrenaline. Wiping out a whole battalion will do that to a kid, but protecting this territory deserves real praise. A single quick compliment sends Sybil straight into tears, making his crew absolutely jealous of their crying cat. Navan definitely did not expect Theo to show up in person, but luckily, Theo did not have to lift a finger. Thanks to the backup squad, the whole operation went so smoothly it actually caught Naveen off guard. Theo gathers up his loyal fanboys and immediately recruits them into the Camellia Palace Guards. He can tell they even impressed Navan, who honestly did not expect much from them at first. They were just intermediate inspectors with barely any real experience. And yet, they clutched up. Sure, their skills are still pretty unpolished, but they are honest people he can fully trust. Hearing Navan sing their praises like this makes Theo feel like a proud older brother. Since Navan likes Sybil and his crew so much, Theo suggests they take over the vacant Bacchus family knight order. Under the training of Ghost Sword, Navan, Sybil, and the boys could truly shine as official knights, and Navan seems. It has been ages since he felt this kind of excitement, glad his crew has a home while still backing his plans. With his job here fully done, Lord Theo says his goodbyes to the territory. He saw what he needed, so it is off to the next stop, a deep dive investigation in the floating archipelago. Navan figured he would be used to his master's wild moves by now, but Theo still surprises him. That archipelago is famous for absolutely hating outsiders, making it nearly impossible to even get inside. But Theo always has a plan, and just like that, he arrives at the port city of Dion. Pulling his hood low to keep a low profile, he heads straight for the pub, immediately walking into trouble. A massive guy intentionally slams into him at the door. He is pretty aggressive, but Theo stays cool and drops a subtle, then crash. He grabs a heavy pint and smashes it right over the guy's skull. The entire tavern goes wild, instantly hyped up and begging for a brutal brawl. Seeing how the bartenders do not even blink while a fight happens at the door, chaos is clearly a daily routine here. Right past the noisy hallway, at the very back of the pub, sits a spotless, quiet office. Inside, the man running this whole place is quietly listening to a report from his right hand. Lately, they have been forced to supply the Troivans with tons of steel and gunpowder, all just to Antonio Spinola, the next head of the family, is absolutely furious. The Troivans wrote this letter as a polite request, but it is actually a bloody threat. They stole the legendary blade, and now they are renting it back to the rightful owners for insane amounts of resources. Our man hates even looking at the report, but they have zero choice. Without that sword, if they had not lost their legendary weapon, they would never be at the mercy of these greedy overlords. He is struggling with the bitter feeling that there might be absolutely no hope left for his people. Right then, the loud, chaotic sounds of the bar fight echo straight through his closed door. Already fuming from getting ripped off, Antonio kicks his door open to yell that if they want to drink, do it. Under the hood, Theo just smirks, because yep, this angry leader was exactly who Antonio Spinola is absolutely crucial for his master plans. Escorted down to the basement storage after starting that wild scene upstairs, Theo immediately demands a ride. He wants to join Antonio's crew as a hired fighter. Pointing out that sea monsters are constantly attacking their shipping routes lately, he offers to lend them his. Having already proved his skills in the bar fight, he knows the Spinola family is pretty desperate for manpower. Antonio has to admit there is truth to his words, and they definitely need crew. Antonio still refuses to let this sketchy kid on his ship. For a supposed mercenary looking for work, his gear is not a single scuff or scratch on him. He just strolls into a pub, starts a fight, and somehow knows Antonio won't let a wild card like him on board. Theo just chuckles. Honestly, he would have been disappointed if Antonio fell for such a sloppy act. Now they can finally get down to real. He slides a heavy coin across the table and brings up the Black Skull, the armed resistance fighting for the islands. Theo came all the way to this port just to cut a deal with their leader Antonio Spinola himself. Antonio feels a chill. This kid knows way too much. But that's not the main issue here. It's not about how he knows, but what he knows. Like the fact that Antonio is desperate for the dragon-slaying. The second Theo mentions the name of that legendary blade, Antonio snaps, calling him a dirty Troivan dog. Theo just laughs and tells the businessman to keep it. Antonio swallows his anger. When his guards rush in at the noise, he quickly waves them away to keep things private. Theo casually hints he actually has the weapon. Antonio calls him completely delusional. He knows those Troivan bastards have it locked up tight, but Theo easily pokes a hole in that theory. Those Troivans are likely just bluffing. There is absolutely zero real proof they actually hold the sword. Honestly, those scumbags never even showed the weapon they were holding for ransom. Antonio realizes his panic over the archipelago might have clouded his judgment. With nothing left to lose, he decides to listen to what this stranger has to offer. Look at this. Antonio actually cools his head and sits back down as Theo starts laying out the ancient, mysterious legend. It is a tale close to his heart. Antonio even keeps the old storybook in his desk drawer. Supposedly, Kriemhild drove his sword right into a sea dragon, sealing the massive beast beneath the waves for. Most call it a simple fairy tale, but Antonio knows it is real history. Rumors say wind currents keep the islands afloat, but that is nothing more than a cover-up. The dragon Kriemhild sealed is sleeping deep beneath that soil, releasing massive mana waves that keep the dragon-slaying sword is the key keeping that seal intact, stabilizing the chaotic flow of magical energy. Ever since those Troivans stole the blade, the mana currents have been spiraling out of control. If that weapon is not returned immediately, the entire region is facing a massive disaster. Every island will plummet into the sea, killing everyone. The lives of Antonio's people are on the line. He cannot afford a single mistake. If Theo truly has the sword, Antonio will gladly give, but just handing the sword back will not solve anything. Those sneaky Troivans would just steal it right back. Plus, Theo has no intention of giving up that raw power. Since the kid wants to make a deal, Antonio steps up. Name a price, his family will pay it. You won't believe it, but Theo actually has a genius plan to keep the blade and save the islands. For now, he just needs passage to those floating islands. Desperate to save his home, Antonio finally caves, welcoming Theo aboard the vessel set for the islands. Theo naturally spends the trip training and flexing his aura. From Dion Port, it is smooth sailing all the way. From a distance, the islands look like any normal port, but this floating federation has a massive history. Even the emperor recognized their independence. But in Theo's past life, the war ruined everything when the Troivans invaded. Their rich history was wiped out, leaving a mere military supply base before the whole archipelago sank off the map. For the sake of Ragnar and these innocent people, Theo is ready to kick those dogs out of his sight. Antonio was promised his home would be safe, but he still cannot fully trust this mysterious kid. Honestly, the kid's plan sounds insane. He is especially skeptical about moving the entire landmass, but Theo confidently tells him it is totally doable. After all, the dragon sleeping down there is actually guarding another ancient dragon relic. Before sailing off, Theo made sure to ask his guardians about that legendary sword. They instantly confirmed the blade is an ancient dragon relic, leaving him completely stumped as to why he can't even touch the thing without feeling a painful, burning rejection. The lesser Drake does not know the exact details, but he can tell the blade's guardian abandoned its duty, and there is actually precedent for this. Mr. Griffin over here tried and failed the exact same stunt. Curious, Theo asks his own guardians if they could escape their relics if they paid a heavy price. They tell him that escaping and surviving was only possible because that specific guy did it, and it is definitely that sea dragon has enough raw power to keep an entire archipelago floating with just its leftover mana. And get this, that is when a crazy, genius idea hits Theo. If he tames this beast, he can move landmasses on. Theoretically, he is not wrong, but the process actually requires resealing the sea dragon first. It might have lost a ton of its power when it escaped the relic, but it is still easily one of the strongest. Griffin just sneered. He mocked Theo for not having a way to reach the sea floor, but he was dead wrong. Theo already has a solid plan for this. From reaching the deep ocean floor to resealing the giant beast, he tells Antonio that the absolute key to this crazy operation is that colossal statue sitting on one of the islands. It holds a hidden power that even the local natives know nothing about. Even after seeing the legendary sword, Antonio is still pretty skeptical. You really cannot blame the guy. The fate of his entire homeland and people is on the line. Either way, they will find. Right on cue, Theo's system pings him with a brand new subquest to return Balmung to its rightful resting place. He has to locate the area, tame the Guardian, and prove he is worthy of being its master. By nightfall, they dock at a port, where the Black Skull revolutionaries have already gathered under Antonio's. Their mission is to guide Theo straight to the Grimhilt statue, then stay completely out of the way while the kid does his thing. As they all know, every single head of the major families has already been bought off by Trovan. Security around the statue is incredibly tight, meaning they will have to use a secret infiltration route. Fighting for the archipelago, the Black Skull members growl with deep resolve. Antonio wishes Theo luck as Theo instantly spots the odd man out. As they feared, the Colossus statue is heavily guarded on all sides. Those corrupt noble families definitely did not skimp on security for this historical site. Little do those guards know, the Black Skull agents have already closed in using their hidden path. Theo follows his guides through a dark tunnel, reaching the target area in almost no time. The roaring waterfall nearby completely masks their sounds, letting them move freely. Theo pulls the dragon's. He thanks the Black Skull agents for the escort. But from here on, he goes solo. Pulling a legendary sword out of thin air completely blows the agents away. Theo notices the painful rejection is growing much stronger the closer he gets to the giant statue. All he has to do now? Climb up the winding statue of the sea dragon and finish this. Relying on his elite footwork and high agility, he scales the stone monument with zero issues. The Black Skull agents still cannot believe the legendary blade they spent years hunting is now. To those who still believe in the revolution, hope is back. The floating archipelago actually has a chance. But wait, the traitor finally makes his move, suddenly turning on his allies and slaughtering the other agents. It turns out the armed resistance is already crawling with rats. With Balmung right there, they drop the act. Meanwhile, Theo finally reaches the top, the peak of the massive stone head. He finds the Grimhilt sculpture. As he plunges the sword into the beast, Balmung's painful rejection peaks. Trying to mimic the pose of the Kriemhild figure, he stabs the legendary sword deep into the colossal statue's head. And yet, absolutely nothing happens. Downing a health potion to heal his badly burned hand, Theo searches for clues in the system quest description. Right then, the spies spring their sneak attack to catch him off guard. It is a pretty solid ambush. The assassin is stunned, thinking this would be an easy kill. He quickly scans the area, but Balmung is nowhere in sight. That split-second distraction is all Theo needs to deliver a brutal kick to the gut, leaving the spy furious. The bald spy struggles pretty hard to hold his ground, gritting his teeth against some painful internal injuries. His fellow spies quickly flock to Lord Grey, extremely worried for his safety. Grey warns his men not to attack Theo blindly unless they want to get instantly deleted. Meanwhile, when they look up, they freeze. Total shock. The ancient statue of Kriemhild is literally falling apart, crumbling down in a massive cloud of dust. Quite a distance away, Antonio and his crew wait anxiously, knowing it has been way too long since. Suddenly, a bloody and battered agent stumbles back through the secret tunnel, gasping out that Grey and his men slaughtered. Antonio realizes it. He screwed up. The Troivan spies had somehow sneaked into his squad right under his nose. While up on the dragon statue, Theo is busy. He is not exactly threatened, but these pests are annoyingly dragging out his mission. To make it worse, Grey and his crew are pretty smart fighters, refusing to overextend even when they see an opening. Theo figures they are definitely stalling, probably waiting for backup now that they have seized the nearby. If they refuse to play, Theo simply has to go on the attack. He strikes relentlessly, shattering massive stone chunks. His wild strikes eventually shave away the stone, exposing an old metal chest hidden deep inside. The moment Grey spots the sword-shaped slot in the chest, he screams at his men to stop Theo no matter what. Theo beats himself up for overcomplicating things, since the subquest explicitly says Balmung must. This legendary sword has to lead him straight to that ancient, hollow slot sitting right in front of him. Inserting the tip is all it takes, but Grey throws his body forward in desperation. Too slow. Theo is simply way too fast. Theo drives the blade home, unleashing a blinding flash of light that blasts the Troivan soldiers back. Gripping Balmung tightly, Theo pushes through the blade's heavy rejection and the crushing shockwave. The loud cracking sound finally alerts the useless guards outside, but when they look at the statue they are protecting, imagine standing there watching a legendary landmark collapse. They never expected to see. The sudden collapse knocks Theo out cold, somehow teleporting him to a completely strange, unfamiliar place. Waking up, he gets hit with a splitting headache. Pure agony. The pain is blinding, but at least he is still breathing. Looking around, he realizes he must have been pulled inside the relic. He is surrounded. Massive, towering plants are everywhere, which is wildly different from any other dungeon he has seen. But as he tries to gather his bearings, surprisingly, all 4 of his guardians have manifested here in their tiny chibi forms. Fairy Dragon explains that they used Theo's own mana to summon these temporary physical bodies. With his low mana, they barely manage these miniature bodies. She also senses a deep feeling of regret and longing for a certain human here. Theo immediately suspects they only pick up leftover thoughts, fading remnants. But connecting the dots, it is pretty obvious that the legendary hero is connected to this place. Since the Guardian left, they think they can investigate safely, but they are dead wrong. Without him noticing, a skeleton archer locks onto Theo, and its released arrow triggers a mass. The sound triggers his fast reflexes as the tip flies right towards his head. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodges the projectile and catches the arrow in midair. Looks like this place actually has an owner. That skeletal archer was just the start. Dozens of skeleton monsters rise up, immediately locking eyes on the only living person in the room. They view Theo as a dangerous intruder who needs to be completely wiped out of existence. These bony soldiers begin chanting Kriemhild's name with intense devotion and deep respect. Little Griffin points out that the original Guardian probably summoned these monsters to guard the area for Kriemhild. As more arrows rain down, nearly hitting the little bird, Theo effortlessly swats them away, shattering a. Theo figures these skeletons are not particularly threatening, but their sheer numbers make them incredibly annoying. If he could just wipe them all out at once. Clearing the dungeon would be simple, but it will not be that easy. Fairy Dragon can tell these are they are undying soldiers who will not stop until they fulfill their duty. They are dragon fangs. Wait for it. Theo draws his blade with a confident smirk, welcoming the challenge before leaping into the treetops. After wasting precious energy trying to cut down the constantly regenerating dragon fangs, he decides it is best to pull, since he is struggling quite a bit. Little Griffin reluctantly gives him some advice, reminding Theo that the legendary Kriemhild was actually just a human. If he can get her to hand over ownership of this dungeon, this whole mess is wrapped up in seconds. Theo snaps at the useless. Assuming she is still alive after who knows how many eons, she would be far from human. Little Griffin sulks, regretting giving valuable advice to an idiot. While Theo tries to think of to focus on reading the notification, he forcefully shuts Little Griffin's beak. It states that this dungeon is the final gift the Leviathan left behind for the hero Kriemhild. Now he has to reclaim ownership of this gift from its landlord. Reading between the lines, Theo admits, thankfully, the dragon fangs are not fast enough to catch him, no matter how coordinated they are. Swinging on vines to stay on the move, he wonders how he can wrestle ownership from a dead hero. To maximize the variables he can process, he activates hatchling synchronization. His vision turns superhuman, processing everything around him at insane speeds. If his hunch is correct, through his synchronization, he spots a lone dragon fang keeping its distance from the aggressive horde. It carries a completely different aura than while the rest of the horde rushes him, he notices that single oddball turn and run away. And just like that, he is sure he needs to hunt down that oddball. Watch how easily he catches up with he triggers his fastest attack, the lightning dragon flash, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. His black lightning cages the lone dragon fang, leaving it with absolutely nowhere to go. The cage triggers a massive lightning explosion, pulverizing everything in range. This lightning needle is not just taking down the oddball dragon fang triggers a new system notification. He has to collect 206 pieces of Kriemhild's remains, and he only got one after all that work. The required number is incredibly high, but at least he has a clear goal now. This specific skeleton dropped with a clear target, he just needs to raid a dead hero's bones. Simple as that. Meanwhile, in the real world, a sailing fleet docks at the floating archipelago port in the middle of a raging storm. Porters swarm the ship while an attendant approaches the only passenger who gets off. The man notes that the thick fog will help his mission, but as the porters step on board, they are frozen by its deck is completely drenched in blood. The entire crew was massacred without a shred of mercy. This man heard that the foolish spies he sent to infiltrate Black Skull let the dragon-slaying sword slip right through, but it does not really matter if those weaklings failed, or who is currently holding Balmung. After all, the entire archipelago is already in Troiven's hands. Noil, number 9 of the 9 lords, has come to finish in the middle of the rainy night. Citizens of the floating archipelago are jolted awake by terrifying explosions. They watch in horror as back inside the relic dungeon, Theo just finished his massive bone-hunting speedrun, hitting the quota of recovering all 206 of Kriemhild's remains. The system asks him to view her engraved. As his surroundings blur, he wonders what the real hero of legend actually looked like. Suddenly, Theo's consciousness is pulled into a snapshot of Kriemhild's past. Back then, a young girl would trek across the tropical island to reach a giant cavern, carrying food. The dragon-slaying sword lies in the nondescript cave. The child excitedly taps Balmung. Slumbering inside the ancient relic is its massive guardian, the Leviathan, or Levi for short. Levi was actually a pretty haughty beast. He constantly told the kid to use his full title, Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's ancient relic. Even the Ragnars wouldn't dare call him Levi, but the kid didn't mind his rough attitude. That huge title was way too hard to pronounce, and Levi worked just fine. Eventually, the guardian, talking to kids, a headache. It literally made his jaw ache. To save his strength, he often shrank into his miniature form just to share bread with the cheerful girl. They hung out together until sunset while she constantly yapped about her simple day-to-day life. Levi got used to her constant rambling, forced to sit there and listen in exchange for bread. Over time, he watched her grow up as the years slipped by, listening to every single story she had to share. Stuck inside the Dragonslayer sword, her daily visits were the only thing keeping him engaged anymore. Through all those years, Levi acted totally aloof, but honestly, the dragon was just a big tsundere. Whenever he heard footsteps approaching his cave, he secretly looked forward to whatever crazy story she brought. But get this, things take a dark turn. He smelled fresh blood. Severely wounded, Grimhild used every drop of her remaining strength to run to her friend for help. With her sobbing, she screamed that strange invaders had attacked her village, killing everyone in sight. Before she could even reach Levi, a soldier grabbed her by the hair and stabbed her without a second thought. The soldier twisted the blade deeper, treating the poor girl like a total savage. They were just carrying out the Emperor's. To them, this cruelty was mercy for a backwater island, and now, this disgusting soldier wanted to have. As he salaciously grabbed the dying girl, Levi's fury reached a terrifying, absolute peak. Breaking his ancient restraints, the legendary guardian sprang into action. He snapped. Driven by pure rage, he shattered the cave he called home for years. Meanwhile, Grimhild's village, they threatened to burn the helpless villagers alive if they didn't cooperate. And this brutal invasion would have gone on if a massive, terrifying beast hadn't swooped in seeking blood. Levi roared, launching a devastating blast that completely wiped out every single soldier nearby. But miraculously, Grimhild survived her horrific encounter with that vile, disgusting dog of the Empire. On that day, she unlocked it. The true strength to carry the Dragon Slayer sword. The moment the surviving troops spotted her riding the dragon's head, they focused all their fire to take her down. But they stood absolutely no chance against such an unstoppable, devastating force of nature. When the dust finally settled, the Imperial forces were completely eradicated, though the entire village had burned down to ashes. She felt terrible. Grimhild repeatedly apologized to Levi for grabbing the sword. She genuinely thought she ruined everything by not waiting for the actual chosen hero to claim the blade. Levi comforted Grimhild, telling her things actually turned out pretty great. He wrapped her in. The crowd chanted her name, singing her praises for rescuing them from the ruthless clutches of Imperial greed. Levi admitted it. He had completely abandoned his sacred duty. And yet, he felt totally at peace. For the first time in his long existence, he acted on his own. Just to protect Grimhild's bright smile, Levi would gladly disobey his creator. Around that time, word of the mighty Imperial army getting crushed by a wild girl riding a sea dragon quickly reached the ears of much bigger. The proud emperor refused to accept such an embarrassing defeat, immediately sending his elite royal guards to Those elite royal guards actually managed to do the impossible, wounding and successfully binding the mighty Leviathan. And of course, they played dirty. Are we even surprised? They held the innocent villagers hostage, threatening to execute them all if Levi kept fighting back. Those royal dogs cornered Grimhild, demanding the secret to slaying the beast, but Levi desperately urged her. He was an immortal guardian. For him, dying simply meant falling into a slightly deeper, peaceful slumber. The lingering magic inside the Dragon Slayer sword when he surfaced would easily put him to sleep. Compared to his endless lifespan, the precious time they spent together was incredibly short. Even so, he had never felt a stronger bond with anyone. Grimhild climbed onto her best friend's head and, using water to manipulate her limbs, Levi forced the poor hero to commit an incredibly cruel act. He knew that once he escaped his fate, this tragedy became inevitable. Levi begged her to never. This was the very last time he could ever help her. The past few years had been the absolute best of his life. To spare her and her people, the sea dragon chose to end his own life. Imperial soldiers just stood there, watching the massive beast collapse without ever raising a finger. The ruthless commander of this twisted operation cackled like a maniac at the heartbreaking sight. But his laughter died instantly as a terrifying storm gathered overhead. In a final act of pure defiance, drowning, they screamed and begged for mercy. Miraculously, the terrifying waters parted around the villagers, sparing them from a freezing death. Now this is where the puzzle pieces finally start clicking together. Theo watches as the entire landmass is. So, as it turned out, Grimhild was never the triumphant savior of legend. She was just a tragic victim, an unfortunate young girl who shared a beautiful, rare bond with a relic. While still trapped in this vivid memory, the spectral form of Grimhild approaches Theo, calling him the chosen one Levi had been waiting. Even beyond the grave, she felt deep regret for stopping Levi from performing his sacred duty. But now, with a gentle smile, she surrenders ownership of the legendary Dragon Slayer sword and hands the relic to Theo. She asks him to bring joy to that stubborn dragon. Accepting the blade with deep gratitude, hearing his sincere words, her spirit is finally at peace. Back in reality, the incompetent guards crowd around the shattered Colossus ruins, trying to evaluate the damage and out of nowhere, a shadow appears. A lone figure stands atop the rubble. The heavy clouds break, letting sunlight wash over the wreckage. Looking up, the guards spot the familiar blade in his. To them, this is a divine sign that their savior has arrived to rescue their drowning homeland. Meanwhile, the wealthy elites who control the floating islands gather in a secret underground room to plot their next. Troyvon's ninth dragon, Noil, is actually quite pleased to see these greedy leeches assemble so fast. One of the elder merchants snaps that they cannot afford to relax, not when their grand plans have been completely derailed. As far as the public is concerned, the legendary sword was supposed to be safe under Troyvon's lock and key. Instead, a total outsider just crawled out of the rubble holding that legendary weapon. Thanks to him, the commoners are rallying behind a new savior, calling him the second coming of Kriemhild. This is definitely not what they signed up for when they made their deal with the Troyvans. After all, they practically handed over the sword Balmung just to secure their own luxury and power. Noil casually brushes their worries aside as utterly trivial. Honestly, just listening to their pathetic, one brave mogul actually dares to talk back, furious that a mere Troyvan messenger would dare disrespect their. Talk about a brutal reality check. Noil raises one hand and instantly vaporizes the loudmouth into a bloody mist. He did not come to babysit greedy pigs, and the peasants do not matter either. To him, they are just in truth, Noil absolutely despises these wealthy moguls. They are nothing but cheap traders. If these fools had just followed their instructions to the letter, none of this would be happening. With control over their sinking homeland slipping away, panic sets in. One of the remaining moguls desperately calls. They know exactly how heavily the treacherous Troyvan clan relies on this island's rich resources. The ninth dragon gets right up in his face, towering over the old man for speaking the truth. Noil keeps his final directive, incredibly simple: shut up and do as you are told. If you want to live, go. Speaking with deep respect, one of Noil's elite guards asks if leaving such an important task to these useless merchants. He gets his point. Noil would honestly love to handle this personally, but the current board does not let him make a move just yet. Reports just came in that one of Ragnar's fearsome 9 dragons is already heading toward this archipelago. Stopping that. Meanwhile, out on the streets, almost every single citizen has gathered just to catch a glimpse of their new savior. The crowd roars Kriemhild's name with absolute adoration, repeating the ancient praise of their very ancestors. Theo always knew people treated Kriemhild like some goddess, but he never expected this level of pure fanaticism. Honestly, he might be the only one who knows the real Kriemhild. No god, no hero, just a kind, normal girl. On top of that, this ancient dragon-slaying sword is a relic meant only for a true Ragnar. Suddenly, a frustrated voice from the crowd shouts out a desperate request. Everyone here knows those Troy invaders and local scoundrels are slowly sinking their home. And to make all they want? Their legendary hero to return and save this floating archipelago. Honestly, you can't even blame Theo for playing along here, raising the legendary blade to speak. He solemnly vows to save their home. His sword? It will bring salvation. Slipping away from the loud crowds, Theo runs right into a pretty strange character, backed by a group of. From now on, they serve Theo, wholeheartedly. Guided by Marty, Theo begins his journey to the sacred temple. Behind them, the massive crowd follows. Marty dismisses the crowd. They walk alone. He explains that Theo's arrival was prophesied long ago. In fact, their family kept this temple safe. Walking through the quiet halls, Marty presents a beautiful necklace worn by Kriemhild hundreds of years in the game system registers it as a heavily enchanted key to a hidden gate. This is the ultimate key to reaching the massive sea dragon sleeping far below. But seeing the priest give him such, Marty simply smiles, assuring him that he already knows Lord Theo Ragnar's real identity. That completely catches Theo off guard. Surprise. The priest already knows Balmung is a primordial. He is fully aware that such a powerful relic only awakens in the hands of a true Ragnar. But even knowing that truth, Marty still insists on calling him the reincarnation of Kriemhild. Going even deeper, Marty explains that the temple guardians have always known the legendary hero's actual. They understand the crushing sorrow of having to strike down a friend. Since Theo has been chosen by their reluctant savior, this temple naturally treats him with the highest honor and respect. At the end of the hall, they stand before endless stairs plunging straight down to the bottom of the archipelago. Marty instructs Theo to drop the necklace into the abyss to trigger the gate leading to the sleeping sea dragon. Wearing the relic will also let him breathe and move freely deep underwater. The young priest places all his hopes in Theo. Outside, the citizens huddle together, desperately praying for salvation. They beg for Kriemhild's blessing and the safety of their floating home, but their peaceful prayers are suddenly cut short. The 3 clans arrive. They want this crowd gone. Now. They loudly announce that their investigation proves the man claiming to be the hero is actually a dangerous terrorist. This corrupt coalition is completely hell-bent on framing him for stealing the legendary dragon-slaying sword. Disperse immediately. That is the harsh order. Umberto Spinola, head of the shipping clan, stands firmly by his Antonio might share a name with this absolute bug of a man, but the two are completely different. Umberto knows his reputation will take a hit, but his very life is on the line if he fails to retrieve the sword. Screw reputation. He absolutely refuses to die at the hands of that cruel Noel. Even if it means slaughtering every innocent soul present, he will gladly trade their lives to save his own skin, ordering his slaughter above. Below, Theo quietly and cautiously descends into the deep cavern. After a long climb, freezing water touches his boot. Finally, he reached the bottom. This quiet, tranquil cavern must be the spot where the ancient gate is unlocked. Pulling out Kriemhild's necklace, he tosses it gently into the water. A soft ripple forms, quickly morphing into the rushing water forms a massive, swirling door in front of him. No hesitation. He dives straight in, letting the current carry him into the unknown. Instantly, he finds himself gently drifting along the ocean floor, surrounded by all kinds of alien sea life. But lurking nearby, something vicious and hungry is waiting. Drawing Balmung, he scans the dark water. He just has no idea which direction to search first. Reaching his goal is not going to be smooth sailing today. Theo senses a dark killing intent circling close. Now get ready. When he finally catches a glimpse of the beast, he is completely stunned. A whole army of starving sea serpents surrounds him from every angle. All of them are staring at him like he is while the massive sea serpents circle closer, slowly cutting off every single escape route. Theo Ragnar just smiled. They might look pretty terrifying down here in their home court, but these monsters have nothing on our guy. Back on the surface, the Spinola Patriarch is officially throwing down the hammer to slaughter anyone who dares block. Naturally, they band together to fight. They try reasoning with the armed guards, but the pleas fall on deaf ears. Only when the young priest he is furious that these idiots are accusing the temple and normal civilians of being terrorists with absolutely zero. Marty firmly states that the man he brought here is clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhild. He swears it on the sacred honor of all the priests before him, going back generations. If anything, the ones who need to explain themselves are the three clans and their hired thugs. Marty exposes the shameless Spinola Patriarch for dragging dirty Troyvan mercenaries right into the middle. Hearing that the very people who stole the dragon-slaying sword are back to cause chaos, the entire crowd, that boiling rage quickly turns a tense standoff into an absolute all-out brawl. And they should be. Devout temple believers form a human wall, putting their own lives on the line to shield their hero. Umberto thinks he can easily bulldoze through the crowd without a fight, but he highly underestimates their incredible faith. They need to pull back and plan their next move more carefully. But since the local soldiers refuse to raise weapons against their own people, Umberto just hands the job to the Troyvan mercenaries mixed in the ranks. These ruthless killers have fast, vicious, and operating like a cold death squad. It is a straight-up massacre right out. Umberto's top advisors try their absolute hardest to get this stubborn old man to stand down. A brutal move like this will only fuel intense hatred and completely ruin their family's name. The ruthless patriarch snaps back that he is only doing what is necessary. He tells them to deal with it, because once this floating archipelago becomes nothing but a Troyvan factory, the three clans will just have to adapt and play the part of loyal hunting dogs. Regular soldiers, who thought they were only catching a terrorist, watch in absolute horror, as men in their same uniform. Troyvan mercenaries dive straight into the crowd, slaughtering everyone in sight, but Marty refuses to run. Right now, he has to fight alongside the people. And incredibly, the civilians hold their lines, refusing to run. They desperately want to fight back. But staying tough is hard when a spear is aimed at your chest. Luckily, and we needed this, Antonio Spinola arrives to stop his. He brings his own secret resistance group, the Black Skull, to start taking down the Troyvan mercenaries in the crowd. Absolutely shocked to see his son ruin his bloody party, Umberto starts throwing a massive tantrum like the powerful Antonio slowly walks straight toward his father, effortlessly parrying attacks coming from left and right. Umberto cannot comprehend how his own son would throw away the chance to inherit the family throne just to protect these. Antonio is completely furious. He is disgusted that his selfish father would sell their entire nation out to, even resorting to murdering innocent citizens just to get a few scraps from the Troivans. Driven by pure rage and a need for, Antonio orders his Black Skull force to take down every single one of these Troivan dogs while keeping the citizens safe. His powerful war cry instantly boosts everyone's morale. But they are still heavily outnumbered in every single way. If this battle drags on, their only hope is currently deep underwater, surrounded by a swarm of hungry sea monsters. Admittedly, even Theo Ragnar is getting a bit nervous looking at the sheer number of sea serpents sizing him up. He has already given them a few open chances to strike, yet they are showing zero signs of actual hostility. It felt like they were just watching him. Theo realized that the Leviathan's aura inside his dragon's, trusting his gut, he reached out and gently touched one of the massive serpents. He stroked its snout, and a system alert popped up. The sea serpents now recognized him as master. Who knew his wyvern taming skill would actually work on giant draconic beasts deep underwater? It felt just like taming Umbra back then. Their emotions surged straight into his dragon heart. Sharing their minds, Theo suddenly felt the exact emotions the Leviathan had when it sank deep down. He felt curiosity, fear, and awe. Levi definitely went through some pretty complicated stuff. These serpents were originally drawn by the Leviathan's sheer force, eventually claiming this whole trench as home. So it makes complete sense why they gathered to stare at Theo. He literally reeks of their old master's power. Now that he can talk to these serpents, he finally understands what's actually going on in this dark abyss. And he's pretty sure he has exactly what it takes to set things right. Theo climbed onto a serpent's back, and the whole scaly army swam off to guide their master. The deeper they dived, the more intense and crushing the water pressure became. Swimming through this warped mana on his own would have been downright suicide. To make sure he didn't miss a single throw. Once they reached the deepest trenches, the violent currents finally went quiet. Wait until you see this. Theo finally laid eyes on the strongest relic guardian, the Leviathan. It was sleeping heavily right on the ocean floor, but even unconscious, its raw, ridiculous mana and titan. But unlike the clean energy of the other guardians, its mana felt pretty warped and strange. This had to be the problem the serpents warned him about. Griffin popped out of hiding and cringed hard at the rotting state of. The fairy dragon usually keeps things polite, but she definitely agreed with the bird here. She figured Theo already knew what was wrong, since his soul carried that exact energy. And she was right. The beast is suffering from a severe dose of demonic corruption. It seems Levi has fully succumbed to. With Levi completely compromised, chaos was breaking out on the surface as wild currents sent massive waves crashing onto the shores. Noil, the ninth vassal of Troivan, stepped inside to grill someone about the brutal war dragging two superpowers down. Despite being on opposite sides, they had a lot to discuss in private. His partner in crime, Baryon, just gave an easy smirk. It had been quite a while since Noil sat down to talk dirty business. Seeing that dumb grin made Noil snap. He didn't have time for small talk. They only teamed up because they had to. Baryon's job was to take the northern lands while Troivan dealt with Ragnar, keeping the takeover of the islands. The shoeless musclehead didn't think he ever broke their little deal. But seeing Noil's raging face, he knew something had gone pretty wrong. The vassal was right on the edge of snapping. Noil suspected Baryon was playing dumb. That annoying outsider Theo Ragnar had somehow reached the islands and started messing up their. There was absolutely no way a royal heir like Baryon could somehow miss a major rival's movements. Dropping a pretty clear threat, Noil demanded that Baryon speak honestly. To prove he wasn't playing around, the vassal unleashed a wave of raw, choking bloodlust right at him. Since this cheeky heir wanted to act like an idiot, Noil decided to call off their entire little pact. Now get this. Deep underwater, Theo was facing a pretty brutal reality. The legendary, indomitable, its massive body was on the absolute edge of being completely consumed by the dark rot. Judging by its quiet but wild fury, its mind was almost certainly completely gone by now. He didn't have solid proof yet, but Theo had a pretty strong feeling those Troivan bastards were behind this. The fairy dragon noted that normally, pulling the dragon sword and breaking the seal would have woken Levi up to. She was actually more curious about how mere humans managed to infect a literal godlike guardian with such a nasty. It had to be some pretty messed up ancient curse. Either way, the Leviathan is on the verge of snapping. With its mind completely twisted by demonic energy, it's about to unleash. Luckily, Theo somehow manages to slip past undetected for now. Normally, you would back off and make a real plan. But our chosen hero prefers a much more straightforward. Unsheathing Balmung, he charges straight ahead to strike before the massive beast even realizes he is there. He triggers hatchling synchronization, pinpointing exactly where the corruption first broke out. With his heightened senses, he spots the target right on the Guardian's forehead. The toxic pool had already seeped deep inside, seizing complete control of its mind. If he can shatter that source of agony, he might just stop this madness. He drives Balmung toward the glowing crystal with insane force, but a powerful barrier blocks him just centimeters away. It blasts him backward, sending him flying completely out of range. Talk about face-planting hard. That brutal barrier showed him zero mercy for making a dumb move. Whoever set up this nightmare left a defensive ward to ensure the infection keeps spreading. Good news is, he found the sweet spot. Bad news? The colossal dragon finally notices him. That shield nearly flattened him, and trying to tank a Leviathan's full fury is just suicide. The beast thrashes, whipping up a massive underwater storm. Since he poked the dragon, running is off. All he can do now is gamble everything on another strike to its forehead. No room for failure. Sounds simple, but this monstrosity is basically a legendary boss card come to life. He desperately racks his brain for a way out of this absolute nightmare. Giving him no breathing room, the sea dragon opens its jaws, charging up a terrifying blast of energy. It fires a city-flattening laser beam, and Theo barely manages to dodge the outer edge of the blast. Staring down that terrifying divine power, a crazy plan suddenly flashes through his mind. He leaps back to buy some precious time. Luckily, a massive ally shows up to cover his escape. One of his tamed sea serpents heard the noise and rushed in to join the fight. Breathing underwater is one thing, but maneuvering is a nightmare. Thankfully, this mount changes the... Now moving at blistering speed, he commands his serpent to dive bomb straight back toward that forehead wound. Look at that poison. The closer they get, the worse it gets. Getting right into strike zone, Theo leaps off. Time to use the lessons from his griffin fight. His eyes shift to a predatory red, unleashing his inner dragon. He stacks every buff from his beast allies, activating the griffin's pressure and the fairy's demonic immunity. Flame Eater's raw offensive power and the lesser drake's terrifying presence also kick in. Only a true Guardian's relic can ever hope to overpower another one. Channeling his peak strength, Theo unleashes the legendary power of 5 dragon talents. His absolute max power strike pierces the crystal, completely bypassing the defensive shield. Theo pours everything into one ultimate slash. With the shield shattered, there is nothing. He keeps pushing, refusing to stop until the job is done. A massive explosion rings out, sending violent shockwaves through the deep ocean. He completely drains his tank, but he pulls off the impossible just like Kriemhild would. With the source shattered, Levi's own divine energy instantly starts burning away the leftover corruption. A moment later, life and sanity finally return to the giant Guardian's eyes. Still dizzy from the poison, he thinks he sees an old friend. Looking at that dragon-slaying sword, Levi and Theo quickly snaps him back to reality, introducing himself as the next chosen master. He's here to deliver the deceased hero's final words. Hearing this, memories of Kriemhild flood Levi's mind. He accepts the truth and quietly mourns her spirit had held on all this time just for him. Griffin breaks the emotional silence, urging the massive sea dragon to quickly return to the relic. Fairy chimes in too, assuring him that Theo is indeed the chosen savior they must all support. Even though Levi had yearned for this very moment, doing the right thing is impossible now. He already defied. The second he abandoned his sacred relic, his guardian status was stripped away completely. Furthermore, even though Theo Ragnar's intervention saved his mind, his body suffered permanent damage from the demonic. His physical form is doomed to vanish soon, so Levi proposed a different way. Before Levi fades into nothing, he wants to hand Theo Ragnar all of his remaining power, warning the chosen few can endure this agonizing process, but Theo Ragnar accepts without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to swallow dragon energy for a massive power-up? That confidence was exactly to Levi's liking. All Levi asks is for Theo Ragnar to protect the people Kriemhild wanted to save. Since that was his original plan anyway, Theo Ragnar swears on the hero's sword as Levi offers his final. Levi's body dissolves into an ethereal mass of remaining energy and life force. Thanks to Theo Ragnar, Levi can finally rejoin his old friend. But the moment Levi's body disintegrates, the magic currents holding up the floating archipelago weaken. No time to waste, let's see if Theo Ragnar can absorb this final gift quickly. Diving straight into the wild vortex housing the crystallized dragon power, Theo Ragnar grabs hold of the treasure. Once he takes this power, Theo Ragnar intends to move this entire floating archipelago completely by himself. His confidence was sky-high after successfully saving Levi from that nasty demonic poison. He is quickly humbled the moment he absorbs Levi's power, as Theo Ragnar's flesh begins tearing from the arrogance was his mistake. His guardians warned him that Levi was on a completely different level, but the energy vortex from Levi's power completely dwarfs his body. At this rate, there is no way he can absorb all of it. His physical body will collapse first, but suddenly, Levi's booming voice echoes in his mind, giving him a quick tip. He draws Balmung, channeling the power through his blade instead of absorbing it directly. Thanks to the deep connection between Levi and the relic, the strain on Theo Ragnar's body decreases, making this wild energy. Holding his ground, Theo Ragnar absorbs every last drop, making the griffin reluctantly praise his math. Fairy agrees. Funneling that insane power through the dragon-slaying sword dramatically reduces the lethal strain on his. Even in death, Levi still lends a hand at the absolute final moment. After what feels like forever, Theo Ragnar finally claims the dragon's gift. He feels incredible mana coursing through his veins, as if Levi himself is within his grasp. The agonizing pain was definitely worth it, but Fairy quickly ruins the mood by warning him that he cannot relax yet. If he wants to guide this entire landmass to safety, he has to do it now while holding the full weight of Levi's power. Taking her advice, Theo Ragnar commands the ocean itself to bend to his will. After taming the wild currents, he forces them to hoist the giant landmass upward, having already chosen their final destination. Honestly, there is no better location than the one Theo Ragnar picked. This floating island is heading back to the northeastern region of Ragnar, its original resting place. Powered by a dragon right in front of the hero temple, the brutal war between the three clans and the Black Skull still rages on. The bloody clash only stops when massive tidal waves slam into the battlefield. Caught in the crossfire, the terrified citizens pray to their hero, fearing their entire homeland is about to sink. Regardless of their side, everyone on the archipelago is gripped by the exact same terror. Suddenly, a soldier realizes the coastline isn't sinking at all, it's actually moving. Carried by the massive tidal waves, the entire continent slowly drifts away from its ancient, lifelong position. Mountains, cities, and every living soul are being pulled straight toward the northeast. As the island shifts, the ruined temple housing Noil and Baryon begins to fall apart. Feeling the ground shake, the ninth vassal Noil is deeply confused, figuring that the outsider finally Baryon wears a smug grin, casually apologizing as he prepares to cut their little meeting short. There is no time to linger, yet Noil refuses to back down, furious at Baryon's clear lack of commitment. The heir figured even he could not have predicted Theo Ragnar's wild moves. Still, the plan is almost finished. In fact, Theo taming the sword is actually pretty convenient. With Balmung unlocked, they just need to kill him and take the blade. Basically, Baryon is using Noil to take out a growing rival. Talk about getting someone else to do your dirty. That homeless-looking powerhouse completely ignores Noil's whining and tells him to get to work. Plus, this could make the Troyven clan incredibly rich. Meanwhile, back at the front, Antonio knew Theo he actually did it. Kept his word. Antonio orders his men to stop fighting, since the threat of the island sinking is finally gone. And of course, someone immediately takes advantage of his soft heart. Just watch how dirty this gets. Suddenly, a sneaky blade lunges from the shadows, aiming right for the Black Skull leader's exposed head. Luckily, Theo steps up just in time. Antonio is saved once again. As for the treacherous soldier who tried to ruin the peace, Theo has zero patience for him. He slices. The crowd goes wild, believing Kriemhild has returned to protect them after sealing away that massive sea dragon. Antonio quickly checks to see if his home and people are finally safe. When Theo nods, a massive weight lifts from the leader's chest. He deeply thanks his savior. Theo does not even let him finish. He already knows exactly what the man needs. He looks across the bloodied battlefield, seeing fallen civilians and badly wounded survivors. It is pretty obvious what happened in this supposedly sacred place. The Black Skull and his citizens risked their lives to protect this sacred island. It is only right that Theo pays them back now. Seeing him get closer, the enemy troops panic and almost throw their weapons away in absolute terror. But Umberto Spinola, however, only sees this as a legendary dragon-slaying sword, literally walking right into. He barks at them to grab the prize, and terrified of their patriarch, they blindly charge right at Theo. But wait, look who just crashed the party. A terrifying powerhouse suddenly crashes onto the battlefield, filling the entire area with an incredibly heavy pressure. Theo's instincts scream out in warning. An absolute monster has just arrived. With all his might, he screams for everyone, ally and enemy alike, to hit the ground. The unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire never even realize what hit them. For a brief second, it feels like time itself. First, the heavy stone railings of the bridge are sliced clean off at their base. Next are the heads of every single soldier who ignored Theo's shout. At least they got to keep half their brains. The blood-soaked ground gets stained an even darker shade of red. In a literal blink of an eye, the entire those surviving behind Theo only made it because they actually trusted his quick warning. High-ranking nobles and common soldiers alike are slaughtered like helpless animals. The killer is none other than Noel, the 9th vassal of the Troivan clan. He furiously curses the useless pirate. Umberto Spinola is also among the dead, his head sliced completely open just like the rest. Though his mustache somehow survived, Antonio is paralyzed with fear. Even though Theo has to snap him back to reality. The Black Skull leader must pull his thoughts together and save his people. The islands will need him to rebuild later on. Pushing his shock aside, Antonio runs to help. While the survivors flee inside the temple, Theo stands his ground. Noel's hatred for the Ragnar family burns hot. He wants to butcher the arrogant brat, ruining Troivan's grand ambitions. He is dying to tear the young master apart. With every step he takes, Noel's bloody aura chokes the air. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth. An enemy this strong means the Troivan family must have sent one of their elite. From what he remembers, these modified warriors were created specifically to counter the legendary 9 dragons of Ragnar. In the past war, Theo had absolutely no clue they had already perfected this technology so early in the timeline. Theo is busy wondering who this monster actually is, barely dodging another massive long-range slash. There is zero time to think now. This masked freak is forcing a brutal fight right to his face. Showing off some terrifying vertical speed, Noel suddenly appears directly above him before he can even react. Built specifically as a biological weapon to counter the 9 dragons, this servitor can slice through absolutely. Speed is bad enough, but Noel possesses raw physical power far beyond anyone Theo has ever fought alone. Let's be totally honest, when facing a legendary monster like this, our young lord does not stand a chance. After testing out his prey's reactions, Noel finally closes the gap to end this game. Throwing up the dragon-slaying sword just in time, Theo blocks the crushing blow and gets blasted backwards. Just blocking that single probe leaves his entire body screaming in pain. Noel is genuinely shocked the kid could survive that strike. He figures the divine power of Balmung. Refusing to stop, the killer charges right back in, keeping the pressure on so Theo cannot even breathe. Ed Troivan's old research literally states that, yet Theo defies reality. But Noel does not care, keeping up his relentless onslaught before pausing to tell him to surrender before things get truly agonizing. Hiding behind the rising cloud of dust, Theo throws out a volley of hidden blades crackling with lightning. Noel easily predicts the trick, snatching the lightning blades straight out of the air like they are nothing. He laughs at the pathetic attempt, but those flying weapons were just a clever distraction to close the distance. Too bad Noel sees right through the sneak attack, meeting his eyes with a cold scoff that triggers immediate survival instincts. Before he can even swing Balmung at his enemy's side, Noel's heavy blade slams him straight to the ground. Now this terrifying monster finally understands why Ed Troivan warned them all about this dangerous Ragnar brat. Out of the family's entire new generation, Ed kept his eyes locked on Theo, telling his minions to do. The absolute rule is simple: if they ever run into Theo, they must put him in the ground permanently. And Noel intends to complete that mission right now on these floating islands. He unleashes a massive circular slash that carves through everything around him, but the boy has vanished. The monster knows for sure that this kid will become a massive problem in the war if he lives. Meanwhile, that last strike definitely hit. Now Theo is desperately clutching a deep gash to stop the bleeding, while trying to his guardians need way more time before they can help their chosen master. Even facing this absolute nightmare of an opponent, Theo refuses to back down. Wait for it, he needs exactly 2 minutes and 15 seconds for the dragon-slaying blade to stabilize. If he can survive that long, he can tap into Leviathan's strength. But Noil is not going to let him buy any. Catching a reflection in the water, he spots the deadly killer diving straight down toward his position. This peaceful floating port had remained untouched by war for hundreds of years. But now, a single terrifying strike from Noil instantly blows it to pieces. The blast leaves him bleeding out even faster, but some quick thinking keeps him alive as he watches for the next strike. Just as expected, Noil continues tearing up the terrain to take the boy's head. Theo bends his body completely backward, barely dodging a lethal slash that cleanly slices the massive. Using the momentum, he flips inside the crumbling building, grabs a stray chair, and bursts out the other side. He chucks the heavy wooden chair as a quick distraction while leaping backward to create some much-needed space. The split-second delay lets him use the collapsing structure as the perfect cover. Hidden behind the falling rubble, Theo channels a massive tide of mana directly into Balmung. He fires off a brilliant energy slash that tears through the battlefield, completely ignoring the massive. Hoping this desperate all-out attack would bury his opponent under the burning ruins, he is quickly proven wrong when Noil walks out. With his dark blade glowing in eerie crimson, Noil suddenly vanishes from the ruined land, leaving Theo. The killer drops right on top of him, unleashing a vicious storm of steel. Theo is forced onto the defensive, barely surviving this terrifying assault. One slip in his focus for even a split second, and he gets sliced clean in half like those port buildings. His defenses barely cushion the impact of those brutal strikes, sending him skimming across the water. The instant he plunges into the sea, Noil pursues him, frightening precision. Leaping high, the servitor rains down countless aura blades that crisscross and blanket the open sea. By now, the port looks absolutely nothing like a port, total ruin. Wreckage completely litters the water, with the young lord nowhere in sight, but once the onslaught finally stops, he somehow dodges those deadly crisscrossing blades underwater. Even so, evading that savage combination takes absolutely everything he has. The kid is running. Luckily, his frantic dodging buys him almost 2 minutes, and the system shows Balmung stabilizes in exactly 17 seconds. But Noil is utterly bored and annoyed with this slippery fight. Determined to end this, the servitor gathers a terrifying surge of energy in his sword. Theo cannot fall here. He just needs a few more seconds, so watch what he does next. He actually baits the beast using Balmung itself. Since Noil is likely here just to recover the legendary weapon, Theo chucks Balmung away with all his might, forcing this Trovan dog to play fetch, and before the servitor can grab, Noil is absolutely furious at this kind of childish trickery, while Theo just flashes a smug, mocking grin as the rest of the sea serpent pack emerges behind him. Totally within their gaping jaws, massive surges of water power condense, shocking Noil. The servitor is vastly superior in raw strength, yet this brat keeps pulling wild tricks to drag things. Suddenly, the serpents unleash their combined breath from a distance, which is normally too weak to scratch Noil, but together. Now, the servitor has to focus his entire attention on blocking this heavy combination. He is highly annoyed that the brat actually thinks a few mere fish can stop him from completing his mission. With one incredibly powerful sword slash, he completely obliterates their combined wave. Theo spent the entire fight running, but now he charges straight in, totally abandoning any sense of defense. Noil has no idea what the young lord is planning, but he welcomes the challenge, unleashing his aura, and right in the middle of their clash, Theo's timer hits 0, and the dragon-slaying sword Balmung finally stabilizes. Time completely freezes for a second, and the deep voice of the Leviathan echoes inside his head. Levi thanks the Chosen One, and hopes the remnants of his power will protect Theo. And for the first time, at last, the young lord unlocks the ultimate skill Nibelung sealed within the blade. Instinctively activating the power, Nibelung manifests as a colossal dragon mimicking the raging Leviathan. This monstrous draconic construct tears right through Noil and his weapon, crushing them under the heavy pressure. The impact blasts Noil clean off his feet, sending him flying. Talk about a flawless execution. He bought enough time to unlock a devastating new weapon for his arsenal, and Nibelung is a true force of nature. That attack, infused with a guardian's raw will, tears Noil apart, shattering his bones and leaving him He sinks deep into the sea as the heavy currents drag him down, while Theo lands back on what remains of the ruined port. But as an artificially enhanced freak, Noel is incredibly durable. Even after tanking that direct hit, he clings to life and desperately swims upward against the crushing vortex, breaking the surface for a breath of air. He mockingly laughs at Theo for failing to finish him with that final trump card. With the servitor's mask shattered, it exposes a grotesque body and face warped by the side effects of human experience. Luckily, Theo isn't foolish enough to believe that a single ultimate attack would put an enhanced monster down for good. No matter how deformed he looks, Noel is still a noble servitor rivaling the 9 dragons, and they are quite notorious. Even so, Theo is fully confident his newly unlocked strength can easily tear right through human experiment. Channeling the sea itself, he reshapes Nibelung's energy into a colossal, watery hand rising directly behind Noel. If he cannot break that artificially modified body, he decides he will simply sink it to the deep ocean floor, and Noel, to guarantee that the beast cannot resist his grip, Theo unleashes enough force to encompass the entire archipelago, letting out one final roar as he commands swept away by the crushing currents, Noel realized he was completely done for. The massive whirlpool dragged him down into the black abyss, utterly helpless. With Noel completely out of the picture, Theo slumped over. His painful wounds flared up once more. His legs completely gave out and he collapsed onto his back, huffing for air but feeling so glad to have fulfilled his one more favor from that giant dragon. Honestly, he might not even survive the ordeal. Having dealt with one of the noble servitors of Troyven, Theo pulled himself together to steer the massive archipelago to sea. Watching from a distance, his navigator, Antonio Spinola, carefully plotted their course. Moving at a slow 2 knots, crashing into the shore was not a major concern. Just days ago, when the young lord told him they were going to move the floating archipelago, Antonio thought it was a joke. Honestly, can you blame the guy? Watching a whole island move is just unreal. Some folks wondered why he went through the trouble of dragging an entire island when sealing the dragon was supposed to be easier. Theo got where they were coming from, but leaving the islands floating meant a disaster like this could easily happen again. He made them realize, real security takes some hard work. Thugs like the Troyvens would never stop hunting for the dragon-slaying sword, so removing the danger of sea, the archipelago was heading for the safe, shallow, northeastern bay of the Ragnar territory. There, the people could finally rebuild and live in peace. Since their home was no longer floating, they would probably need to pick a brand new name for it. Watching Theo pour his heart into saving his people made Antonio feel absolutely terrible, forcing him to bow. He admitted that his own crew, the Black Skull, was behind the hostage crisis with the Ceres Merchant Guild. The noble dragon cavalry took a massive hit during that ambush. The Troyvens forced them, but Antonio was ready to take all the blame anyway. Theo put a hand on his shoulder, agreeing that yes, he absolutely had to answer for his crimes. Antonio expected to pay with his life, but instead of executing him, Theo offered the man Antonio Spinola was the perfect choice to lead the new Northern Maritime Alliance. Since the Ragnars wiped out the Ceres Merchant Guild, there was a huge gap in northern trade routes. Theo figured this new alliance could easily step up and take over the entire market. Before Antonio could claim he was not worthy, Theo turned to the crowd to see what they thought. The local temple priest raised his hand first, testifying to the man's sincerity, and a few others. Within seconds, the remaining citizens voted unanimously to make Antonio their official leader. He saved their lives. Theo fully expected this kind of loyal turnout. He has his flaws, but the man is exactly what they need right now. The Alliance will prioritize sending supplies and wealth straight to Ragnar, and in return, Theo swore to keep their He swore a solemn oath under the legendary Ragnar family name. Antonio knew he was incredibly lucky to receive such immense kindness from the young lord. On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, Antonio Spinola swore to work with and serve House Ragnar with all his heart. With a strong gentleman handshake, their historic bond was officially sealed. As the grateful citizens right on cue, the ground shook. They finally arrived. The archipelago locked in beautifully next to the closest shore, and while the locals celebrated, the ocean waved. And here is the twist, with Theo too far away, his trap weakened and Noel somehow survived. The beaten noble servitor floated to a nearby rock, barely able to lift his head above water for a breath. His lungs were filled with seawater. He took a heavy beating. But the worst damage was to his massive ego, and he wanted nothing more than to rip that Ragnar brat limb from limb. His rage cooled down instantly when a familiar voice spoke up. mocking the servitors for pretending to match them. His partner, the tyrant dragon, looked down at his pathetic state with absolute disgust. Noyle insisted they could still save the plan, but he needed a favor from Baryon. Maybe that giant homeless guy expected way too much from this gross abomination. Noyle still has absolutely no idea what is actually happening. From the beginning, Baryon wanted this whole archipelago for him. He was only playing around with that Troivan dog. It was all a game to claim this entire land. Baryon plans to call this a campaign to reclaim stolen land. That has a pretty nice ring to it. He would have crushed that annoying brat himself, but he expected too much from Noyle. This modified worm, offended and totally threatened by the tyrant dragon's harsh words. Noyle raises his arm as it twists and mutates in a pretty sickening way. He starts chanting that the age of the 9 dragons is. His skin literally rips wide open, replaced by a monstrous blade crafted from bone and raw flesh. Too late. He instantly regrets playing his trump card. Just watch this with one blow. Baryon turns his upper body to pure mist. He scoffs, calling them fools who talk too much instead of fighting. The old geezers and the 9 by his guess, even the old man or that annoying lizard might struggle against these enhanced freaks. Either way, the tyrant dragon now has a massive fascination with Theo Ragnar. Way up in the freezing north, Troivan soldiers are absolutely tearing through the Ragnar camps. With Ed Troivan in charge, these battles were already lost before they even started. It does not matter how much the Ragnar survivors curse at these filthy traitors, they are already beaten. Lord Ed has zero patience for anyone screaming about the pride of Ragnar. He just cuts their throats he chops off heads without even blinking a single time. He is honestly just sick of hearing the exact same final word. Right in the middle of his executions, a messenger arrives with terrible news about their failure at the floating archipelago. No signal. All contact with Noyle is totally lost. Suddenly, another noble servitor appears out of thin air, bowing to apologize for the failure of that. Wearing a metal plague doctor mask, he knows losing their main distribution hub will completely shift the entire war. Ein, the top-ranking Troivan servitor, wants to take charge and fix this massive screw-up himself. But he is shocked when his master orders them to completely abandon the archipelago. After all, a financial loss, sure, but they cannot lose sight of the big picture. Ed Troivan orders all remaining forces to gather in the center of the battlefield. It is a massive show to keep. He reminds his loyal servant that they only care about one thing. It is all for one thing, resurrecting the Mad Dragon Emperor. Back at the relocated archipelago, things finally calm down and rebuilding starts moving fast. This brand new Northern Maritime Alliance can easily use the rails left by the Sayers Guild, but the Southern... Meanwhile, Antonio is buried alive in his office under a mountain of boring paperwork. Theo walks right in and notices how stressed the new leader looks. Though managing Ragnar's supplies is... Moving goods is going to be so much simpler without dealing with the chaotic ocean. To be totally honest, Antonio is terrified of Ragnar's power. He is happy his people are freed from Troy with one flick of Theo's finger. They could easily end up enslaved again, just under a brand new master. Here is a question for you. Was this... The young lord completely understands his fears. Any smart leader should worry about a hostile takeover, but Theo actually sees things from a different angle. He believes being out in the open ocean actually made the archipelago incredibly weak. Sure, isolation kept enemies. That recent invasion proved it. They cannot solve national defense by just relying on outsiders to save them. Even if this new land brings danger, a nation has to stand on its own feet. It is honestly great that Antonio is thinking. Theo actually has a clever plan to help, and it involves the white armored dragon cavalry. That elite unit rides airborne wyverns, and this archipelago is already surrounded by some pretty similar beasts. Antonio instantly realizes he is talking about the sea serpents, but those monsters usually just go wild. Lately, these beasts have brought him nothing but major headaches and emergencies. Right on cue, massive sea serpents appear at the docks, sending panicked citizens running while the local fighters... But before Antonio can even panic, Theo Ragnar calmly tells him there is absolutely no reason to worry. Look at this. The young lord welcomes these giant serpents with open arms, leaving Antonio completely stunned. Antonio only knows them as brutal ocean thugs, but Theo Ragnar promises he will show everyone how to... He envisions building their very own squad of dragon riders, just like the legendary white armored cavalry. To the locals, That sounds completely insane since flying on dragons is something you only hear about in fairy tales. Theo Ragnar smiles. It is perfect. Since their ancient hero Kriemhild fought alongside a sea serpent in those legends, they can simply name their new rider. Plus, one of the friendly serpents is already getting quite close to Antonio. While Theo Ragnar enjoys watching the people bond with the creatures, a messenger arrives to report that an unexpected visitor. Inside a nearby dock warehouse, Theo Ragnar catches someone digging through private files. She is Black Snow operative Cleve is already nursing a major headache. Only the elite Null Snow ranks in her organization are supposed to know about this highly classified island situation. Cleve reveals her team has been quietly investigating the Troivan's floating trade hub and secret financial cache. This means they knew losing these islands would hurt the war effort long term, yet they chose to do absolutely nothing. Before Theo Ragnar can ask more, a massive figure suddenly storms in, loudly demanding to see the kid. It is the infamous Dante role. The 9 Dragon Lords have been talking non-stop about the kid, raising his expectations, but actually seeing this famed boy wonder in the flesh, he finds nothing but a weak, pretty boy. Yet Theo Ragnar immediately recognizes this intimidating warrior, as Theo Ragnar offers a highly respectful salute, while Dante Roll tells him to relax, offering Cleve a Cleve immediately calls out Dante Roll for letting the island situation spiral out of control without informing Black Snow. Theo Ragnar quickly realizes that Black Snow and Dante Roll have been running this top-secret operation together. She blames Dante Roll for putting her entire group in an incredibly tough spot. Dante Roll absolutely hates her tone. Instantly, he unleashes a heavy, suffocating aura that forget apologizing, he forces them straight to their knees without even raising a single finger. Watch this. The intense pressure gets so extreme it literally shatters the glass windows. Theo Ragnar knew Dante Roll was a beast, but this terrifying power is just completely absurd. Now he gets why Ragnar failed to free these islands in his past life. Dante Roll looks like a rugged bum. It is utterly overwhelming. After basically torturing Theo Ragnar and Cleve, the giant suddenly he casually claims he was just wandering around and simply missed the right time to send updates. Dante Roll insists he was keeping a very close watch on the Troivan's activities the entire time. To Dante Roll, the 9 dragons do not waste time on small details. He wanted to let the issue grow, but then, this young Ragnar kid showed up and solved everything for him instead. He gives Theo Ragnar a playful slap on the back that nearly knocks him flat. He might act friendly, but Dante Roll sits at the absolute top echelon, even among the elite 9 dragons. This guy is purely driven by an insatiable hunger for raw power, joining Ragnar solely to satisfy that greed. He exploits every ounce of authority to gain strength. In his past life, Theo Ragnar remembers It makes total sense now. He definitely sees this floating archipelago entirely for himself back then. Dante Roll is easily one of the most dangerous enemies among the 9 dragons, so it is best to play along for now. Theo Ragnar acts like a humble soldier, politely apologizing for stepping in the way of Dante Roll. Dante Roll roars with laughter, saying absolutely no harm was done. In this first meeting with the 6th candidate, he offers a firm handshake, officially giving Theo Ragnar his seal of approval as a candidate. But the more he deals with this eccentric musclehead, the more confused Theo Ragnar gets about his true. He happily shakes it, offering some more humble greetings that Dante Roll thoroughly enjoys. Breaking up their little moment, Cleve walks over to deliver Theo's brand new orders. Since the island mission is done and deployment is cancelled, every single operative must head straight to the central front line. Dante actually likes this plan. He thinks the kid needs to get his hands dirty out there to keep the home base, but right before he goes, he wants answers. The tyrant dragon glares at Cleve, demanding to know if these interrogation orders about the island scouting came directly. Pure anger dripping from his voice, he calls the leader of Black Snow that damn Robert Ragnar. Nearly suffocating under his terrifying pressure, Cleve nods. So Dante tells her to deliver. If Robert wants real answers from him seriously, that bastard should have shown his face here himself. Without wasting a single second, Theo answers the call and joins his allies fighting Troivan in the north. The main clash on the central plateau is tearing through the Blade Mountain range right now, as steel hits steel and massive. Riding his powerful mount Umbra, Theo Ragnar puts on his white armored dragon cavalry gear and dives straight into the action. He flies fast, completely tearing apart the enemy front lines. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, he cuts down enemy heads with zero hesitation. High above them, Captain Evelyn Narvel leads the charge while keeping a close eye on the Great Fear debuff. The moment she spots an opening, the entire white cavalry group drops down to strike, But off in the distance, another squad is Black Iron Cavalry Commander Theo Ragnar grins as he watches the sky units do their deadly work. His vice commander immediately snaps. Thorkel just laughs it off, claiming he was only joking around. Slowly sliding his helmet on, he tells his second-in-command that his soldiers are too smart to feel bad. But the playful Thorkel completely disappears the second his helmet locks. He gathers his entire army, flatten absolutely everything in their path. With today's enemies completely wiped out, they can claim a better future. Led by the sharpest spears, and Lord Thorkel instantly shows why he is an absolute god of war. Every single swing of his legendary spear sends dozens of Troivan soldiers flying. This total battle maniac is literally grinning while chopping off heads. With the sky and ground units working together, by nightfall, they secure the ground and burn the bodies on a massive pyre. While the camp celebrates their victory, Thorkel decides to stop by his younger brother's tent to offer some personal. Theo humbly accepts the nice words. Standing right next to each other, they look incredibly alike. Thorkel tells him to just call him Big Bro, even inviting his little brother for drinks sometime soon. Theo and his comrades stand perfectly respectful as Commander Thorkel leaves, but the exact moment that Selford immediately starts teasing Theo about acting so cozy and friendly with the Black Iron Commander. His annoying senior demands he spill the secrets about what went down on the islands. Luckily, Erin saves the day by giving Selford a hard smack on the head. She actually has some real sympathy. The young lord literally just arrived at the front lines today. The least they can do is let him catch his breath. Theo asks Erin how the fighting is actually going, since he was only deployed a short while ago. Erin explains that while they clearly have the upper hand, something has been bothering her lately. They are pushing closer to the main Troivan camp, but the rebels are not moving at all. It is almost, honestly, we would all be worrying about the exact same thing right now. Their tacticians probably think this defensive play is just a massive trap, but Theo knows the truth thanks to his past. He sees the real picture. Troivan wants to capture the White Tower ruins where a legendary dragon relic lies sleeping. All of this brutal bloodshed is just a massive distraction. And speaking of spilled blood, a mysterious fighter is quietly moving through the pitch-black night, easily wiping out sleeping Troivan soldiers right inside their camp. He looks up at the sky. He is honestly getting pretty sick of slaughtering useless weaklings day after day. Working with a woman, he wipes out an entire platoon easily. This is normal business for Ragnar candidates. Ancio immediately called her brother out on his lie. She knew better than anyone that this maniac loved bullying unsuspecting. Just then, a familiar face strode in to back up her claims. It was the tyrant dragon, Dante Roll. He had already scolded Gishar for mindlessly swinging his sword around. The tyrant dragon was not pleased to see this young lord's rash habits. Gishar respectfully addressed. Gishar even brought up how some parasite had stolen all the credit for Dante Roll's achievements back in the archipelago, but the tyrant dragon had already moved on. He preferred to look at the setback as just a ticket price for a fun show. He warned Gishar that someone new was rapidly rising through the ranks. Gishar immediately assumed his master. Ancio, on the other hand, knew exactly who their master meant. He was talking about heir number 6. The mention of some fresh meat instantly excited Gishar. He truly believed that with a legendary master like Dante, but Dante Roll casually floated the name Theo Ragnar. Now look at their faces. Both Gishar and Ancio went complete. Their master simply told them to stay completely prepared for the critical days ahead. The absolute second they get the chance, they must crush Theo Ragnar completely. A few hours before Theo Ragnar arrived on the battlefield, he was riding a carriage straight to the northern front. The fairy dragon was briefing him on the White Tower, which housed the relic of the primordial dragon. Frankly, thankfully, these guardians could easily track each other's locations. But the fairy dragon warned him that the White Tower's guardian held the largest fragment of the primordial. The other guardians concurred. After all, not all relics are built the same. Each relic has a unique role and distinct powers. Some were gifted with massive strength and equal. The White Tower's guardian was the most extreme example of this exact principle. Unfortunately, this incredibly powerful relic is deep within Troivan territory. Who knows what those snakes are planning? Theo Ragnar had already seen what those scumbags did to the Leviathan. They literally knew how to, no matter the cost, they had to reach that White Tower before the Troivans could touch that ultimate relic. Back in the present on the central plateau, Theo Ragnar headed straight for the Demon Dragon's command tent. He requested permission to go solo and investigate the Rocky Mountains, where enemy troops were strangely clustering. Since he couldn't just reveal everything he knew, Julius Ragnar immediately shut his request down. The demon dragon simply couldn't let one of his absolute best soldiers abandon the front line for some mystery mission. Even if Theo Ragnar was a newly named heir candidate, he still couldn't just duck his military duties. Theo Ragnar argued he was doing the exact opposite to offset his absence. Seeing the young lord so worried, he was really just messing with the kid. Theo Ragnar had proven repeatedly that he could be trusted on these things. The commander promised to cover for him. Talk about a legendary boss. Besides, his elite white-armored dragon cavalry wouldn't lose its edge just because one soldier decided. Julius Ragnar made him swear he wouldn't return empty-handed. Deeply grateful for the trust, without wasting another moment, Theo Ragnar hopped onto Umbra and stealthily flew toward those guard camps will spot him instantly if he gets any closer. He had to use the massive mountain ranges as cover to touch down. Even now, he was totally amazed by Umbra's ability. The unique genetics of an evil shadow dragon mixed with viper blood was nothing short of flawless. Umbra's incredible skills made infiltrating enemy territory a breeze, but Theo Ragnar had to move alone from this point, so he ordered Umbra to head back to base. Moving in absolute silence, he skillfully parkoured his way. He made sure he was totally undetectable, even throwing on some spy gear. Scouting the situation at the base of the tower, he saw that security was as tight as he feared. Even though Theo Ragnar was still a good distance from the gates, some of those patrolling guards seemed to sense his. One guard in particular felt quite on edge, deciding to check out the exact rocks Theo was using for cover. Carefully circling the seemingly harmless rock, the guard slowly drew his sword. But when he peeked behind the rugged, after a few cursory checks, the guard sheathed his sword. He completely let his guard down. His partner, who was just waiting around while he checked the rocks, was already knocked out cold by a stealthy intruder. That guard tried to do things by the book, calling in a quick warning. But Theo moves way too fast. Miles away from that tower, Ed Troyven stands admiring a gross blob of pulsing flesh, sitting on top of a blood dragon. A creepy hermit priest creeps up behind him, giggling like a lunatic at the bloody shrine. The priest never imagined the Troyvens would team up with the Holy Demon Church for a forbidden ritual to bring back. Deep inside that gross mass of flesh, a creepy figure curls up in a tight fetal position, slowly drinking. It just keeps throbbing and pulsing like a raw organ. Ed absolutely hates how casual this priest is acting with him. And hearing the Emperor called dethroned makes him see red. To him, there is only one true Ragnar master in this. The guy currently wearing the crown is just a cheap fake. Soon, the Mad Dragon Emperor is going to take. Ed Troyven and his loyal crew are nothing more than humble servants to the one true king. He wants this holy demon priest to remember that. Right now, the dark ritual they started is almost complete. But pulling their mighty lord back from the underworld requires one last thing, the ultimate flesh vessel. Specifically, a Ragnar body holding the primordial dragon power. Ed is pretty confident he can track that down. Honestly, his real headache is taking over the White Tower. The latest reports say the energy inside it, they keep flooding it with shadow demon poison, but the defense is putting up a massive fight. Even with their high priest pushing past his limits and barely holding things together, taking the place, Ed hates this progress report a lot. Boiling with intense rage, he flares his heavy pressure, slamming his own messenger face first into the ground. He just needs that dragon energy to finish this. Ed is absolutely not taking no for an answer. Ed Troyven orders his squad to throw everything they have at this, no matter how dirty they have to play. Terrified of getting executed, the messenger begs for forgiveness and swears he will get the job done. He actually gets lucky here, leaving with a bloody broken nose instead of losing his head entirely. Talk about a major win. But right then, another guard rushes in with terrible news for junior clan head Ed. Whoever this shadow is, they stripped a guard clean and took his uniform. Once the patrol finds their naked, unconscious teammate, they immediately sound the alarms and begin a massive. Far off, the watcher spots a masked guard blending perfectly into the frantic crowd. Looking closely through his skill, Gisharu is pretty shocked to see the new heir candidate sneaking right into enemy. He figures Theo only killed who he absolutely had to, blending in without leaving a single trace. This clean style reminds him of the Black Snow group. Gisharu seriously wonders if the kid worked for those stealthy killers. He has to admit this young lord is way more exciting than he expected. Ancio just snaps at him to stop. They already screwed up once with Thorkel, so Gisharu knows exactly how high the stakes are. He promises to behave himself, but that creepy grin on his face says otherwise. Hearing that someone cracked his tower security makes Ed completely crash out. Like seriously, this shouldn't even be possible. Only a tiny group knows the real goal here. Honestly, this entire war is just a massive distraction. His gut tells him there is only one specific guy capable of throwing a wrench into his flawless operation. Theo Ragnar has been a massive thorn in his side forever. But before he lets total rage completely blind him, the trembling guard suggests flooding the area with extra troops to corner the rat and capture him immediately. But Ed has a completely different plan. He orders a full retreat from the camp, leaving behind only a skeleton crew. They are completely switched. It is a pretty bizarre move. Leaving the place unguarded just makes it easier for the thief to steal the dragon power. But get this, that is exactly what Ed wants. He is absolutely certain that this sneaky rat is indeed Theo Ragnar. With how fast the kid is growing, he will definitely clear the tower alone and walk out with that dragon power. Flicking his wrist, Ed summons his elite personal guard, his noble servitors. If taking the tower is too hard for them, they can just let him do the heavy lifting and steal it from him. Right next to the plague doctor stood Sway, a giant Goliath carrying a massive heavy warhammer. Rounding out the crew was Dre, a sadistic, leather-clad lieutenant and Ed's number 3. Seriously, do not let her touch you. If they prove this young Ragnar has the primordial dragon power, those are their strict orders, and they will carry them out, no matter what. Meanwhile, down at the White Tower camp, clueless guards wandered around with torches searching for the... Since the retreat left them short-handed, the captain decided to split his remaining men into 2 separate squads. One squad searched the tower area, while the other covered the south. Naturally, Theo joined the tower search team. And get this, these idiots do not even question his mask. No wonder Theo feels super suspicious right now. Sure, it made his job easier, but a nagging doubt kept bouncing around his head. These supposedly elite soldiers did not even use standard challenge passwords, and those expected reinforcements never actually... In fact, compared to his earlier scouting, security here had gotten shockingly worse. It was almost as if someone was leading him right inside. The second he reached the entrance, his system pinged a primordial dragon relic was nearby. It is highly likely a trap, but Theo does not care. He touches the ancient walls, and the towers even if he gets trapped. He must seize this power before Ed Troyven gets his hands on it. Dropping his torch, he steps through the gates that willingly open. At last, the trial of the White Tower begins. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the hunters tailing him make their move. Their master warned them about this place, but Gishar never expected a real primordial dragon relic to be sitting right. No wonder that tyrant dragon has been fighting the Troivens. Gishar laughs like a maniac watching Theo. Ancio admits that being the chosen one sounds pretty nice. But fancy titles are useless when you are trapped in a corner. The twins grab Theo's discarded uniform off the ground. They can definitely use this to cause chaos, though the setup feels a bit like bait. Bait or not, it does not matter. They must fall back and prepare before the chosen one returns. But Gishar refuses to leave, wanting to wait for Theo right here, which totally annoys Ancio. This absolute combat maniac wants to see the look on the golden boy's face when he dies by a fellow Ragnar's sword. Step inside, and the blinding light slowly fades away. Theo's eyes struggle to adjust to the sun. When he blinks, he finds himself inside a massive white superstructure filled with endless columns and mysterious. Knowing how dangerous this place could be, Theo instantly draws his white moonlight blade. Since the Guardian here holds the lion's share of the dragon's strength, he expects a total monster. Right on cue, a draconic figure with glowing red eyes steps out from one of the massive doorways. Theo grips his blade tighter, ready to go all out in a split second. But wait until you see the Grand Guardian, because out walks this tiny little lizard with cute beady eyes. The tiny creature literally starts crying, whining about weirdos trying to sneak in and poison him with demon shadow toxin. Theo honestly thinks he is being pranked. Completely speechless, he just stares at this flailing lizard, genuinely wondering if he summons his guardians to double-check, but the fairy dragon tells him to stop judging this tiny guy by his cover. The griffin chimes in that Theo cannot talk when he looks like a pretty boy instead of some epic hero. Watching his beasts tremble in fear actually makes Theo relax a little. The tiny creature apologizes for crying, introducing himself as Keratokus Kerato for short. He claims to be the great dragon. He has been guarding the legendary gate of the Pantheon since ancient times. Naturally, Theo has never heard of this gate of the Pantheon. Corrado casually explains it is where the gods dwell, and these relics are just tiny fragments sharing the dragon's power. Back in the day, the master of all guardians had endless sacred duties to manage. Guarding the gate connecting the Pantheon to the mortal world was one of them. Little Corrado is the one carrying this heavy duty, serving as the boss's most loyal subordinate and the upright vassal. Theo only knows about the gods from old dusty books. Hearing that these divine beings are actually real, he tries to get more answers from Corrado, but the happy little lizard just stares back with a totally blank smile. The creature zones out completely before slowly muttering his full name, Keratosuchus. Theo repeats the question. The tiny guy snaps back to life. He is one strange little critter. Guardians are never normal. He asks Corrado if God actually exists, and the lizard happily nods. In fact, the Chosen One should know them pretty well by now. After all, they have been sending him messages every single breakthrough, every trial he survived, and every reward he ever got. Even those blue system notifications were actually direct messages from the gods. High up in the Central Highlands, the Ragnar executives gather for an incredibly tense strategy meeting. The Black Dragon leads. No pleasantries. Everyone already knows why they are gathered at the front line. 7 of the 9 dragons are sitting here right now, including Robert Ragnar himself. Ever since Troy Vaughn's 9 servitors joined the fight, this war has dragged on way too long. That is exactly why the 9 dragons have to step onto the battlefield. The Black Dragon stresses that questions can wait. Before Robert Ragnar can even start to speak, the Tyrant Dragon raises his hand, claiming he has far more pressing matters to deal with than just fight. He wags his finger and signals for one of his followers. Right on cue, Anzia Ragnar steps into the tent. She politely apologizes for interrupting them so suddenly and drops a piece of highly urgent news. Anja presents a white armored dragon cavalry uniform to the 9 gathered dragons. Theo Ragnar betrayed them. She saw it herself, and this armor is the absolute proof. Naturally, the Elder Dragon jumps at the chance to ruin the heir candidate. He is the very first to— The other dragons are a lot more cautious with their reactions, but the Demon Dragon is left in a tough spot. He is trying to figure out what Theo Ragnar was actually planning when he ditched that armor. But while the leaders fight over his fate, check out where our main character is having a complete existential— If he is reading Corrado right, that blue screen that has been helping him this whole time is actually God's own voice. A quick shrug. The little guardian confirms it without a single shadow of doubt. Theo asks if every chosen candidate gets this same system, but Corrado insists he is a very— But when the lizard tries to explain why, a deafening, high-pitched screech rings in Theo's ears, nearly knocking— Corrado scratches his head. Looks like Theo is not allowed to know that yet, so the higher powers are censoring. Theo presses him for more details, but Corrado's adorable smile suddenly twists into something pretty sinister. His sacred duty. He has been waiting for this exact moment. Suddenly, a giant stone door rises right in front of Theo. According to his strange little guide, his main job is to hand down the trial of the Pantheon to the Chosen One. The Pantheon trial. Theo has no idea what that means or what it even entails. Corrado explains that this challenge forces him to dive deep into his own soul to find his true self. Stepping through will let him uncover his past lives hidden in his subconscious mind, which is a pretty dangerous place. It is a whole hidden world inside him that regular people can never reach. If he fails or gets lost in those memories, his brain will completely shut down, leaving him a hollow shell. Honestly, getting trapped inside your own mind forever sounds like a total nightmare. But if he actually survives— Zero cute charm. Corrado is suddenly not looking very friendly at all. The tower has 12 tiers in total, and that is all the info Theo gets. The choice to enter is completely— Once again, the divine system leaves the ultimate choice to him: enter the first tier of the trial or walk away. Theo grips his sword and steels his mind. He needs answers. He taps yes on the screen and steps right into the unknown. The real truth of this entire world lies just past Corrado's summoned door. Endless questions race through his mind, especially the big one: is another massive war about to destroy his life again? Theo needed to know why they chose him. He throws open Kerato's door with pure determination, letting the strange, stepping into the Pantheon's first tier, he instantly finds himself in a bizarre, twisted dimension. It looks like a ruined Colosseum floating out in the deep expanse of space. As Kerato's door fades away, he is clearly not inside that white tower anymore. The system alerts him that to enter his own subconscious, he needs to suppress his mind and unlock the inner gateway. Seconds later, something starts bubbling up from the ground. A creepy black sludge sizzles and spreads. Before long, the goo rises up into a featureless humanoid shape. The system confirms this first trial is directly tied to his own consciousness. This blank figure doesn't look half as terrifying as Corrado made it sound, but that careless thought vanishes the instant it throws a very familiar throwing blade straight at his skull. Theo barely ducks the attack. A razor-sharp edge slices his cheek. He locks in. His eyes widen as that dark goo finally takes shape. And honestly, this is the ultimate mental trap. The entity named I stands before him. The system orders Theo to take him down. This thing is a flawless match of Theo, down to the smallest detail. The chosen one and his own mirror image just stand there. Fighting yourself is a pretty creepy concept at first. But actually, this could be a major advantage. Instead of some random monster with unknown tricks, that logic makes perfect sense, until his clone decides to go completely all out. Seeing that thunderous aura explode makes Theo instantly regret his confidence. With zero wasted motion, it is his first time ever facing his own deadly skills. Reading the trajectory, he swings his white moonlight blade to deflect the main barrage while desperately, by the time he recovers, the young lord is pushed to the very edge with absolutely no room. Before he can even find his footing, another wave of daggers charged with thunderstab rips through the air. Theo is ready. He is not getting wrecked by the exact same move twice. The moment the blades get close, he unleashes a powerful quintuple dragon's claw, tearing up the stone ground. This heavy counterattack completely wrecks whatever was left of the crumbling floating platform. Theo lets out a quiet sigh. His clone's attacks are way too strong for comfort. He stares at his double and gives a stretch. He hoped that using the quintuple dragon's claw would handle both attack and defense, but that was pure wishful. If this copycat fights exactly like him, then Theo realizes he has actually gotten incredibly strong over time. With perfect form, his duplicate drops into a low stance to strike again, gripping his own white moonlight blade. This time, the clone is the one unleashing a massive, supercharged quintuple dragon's claw. Theo counters with a lightning-fast dragon flash to block the 5 claws. It is a head-on collision of identical power. Their warm-up strikes are already insanely destructive. But check this out: when the smoke clears, Theo realizes the copy literally got the jump on him, exploiting his blind spot to dive down from the heavens. Theo doesn't even notice the threat from above, until the clone already has another quintuple dragon's claw fully charged. The clone somehow chains 2 separate attacks together to unleash their maximum, combined power. It feels like a real dragon's rage. 10 massive claws rain down right on top of Theo, forcing him to think. He relies on sheer blistering speed to barely escape the lethal blow. Still, he takes some pretty heavy damage, leaving his clothes completely shredded. Gritting his teeth, their swords slam together. With matching power, neither of them gives an inch. Theo goes on the offensive, sending sparks flying with every single swing. But no matter what trick he tries, it is a total mirror match. Neither side gets an advantage, and neither side backs down. All they are doing, the copied white moonlight blade is surprisingly durable, matching the original weapon pound for pound. Theo is starting to realize just how annoying he is as an opponent. Their sword paths and habits are freakish. His clone effortlessly evades almost every attack, acting like he already knows what Theo is going to do next. He even shuts down the young lord's biggest moves by copying and firing those exact same attacks back. Bit by bit, Theo struggles to find any weak point in his own fighting style. Honestly, by all accounts, unlike Theo, he is not tiring. This copycat seemingly has a tank of infinite stamina. Knowing he is losing this war of attrition, Theo suddenly gets a crazy idea to blow this whole farce wide. Even dodging lightning strikes, his brain is working overtime to find a way to crush this evil clone. The copycat is not giving him any time to think, but Theo already expected this relentless pressure from himself. Since this copycat is backed with a seemingly endless supply of mana, it keeps spamming massive attacks over and over, turning the entire Colosseum into a total disaster zone. So instead of matching that unfair power, Theo pivots and his next move is delightfully sneaky. For the first time in the entire duel, he actually catches his clone off guard with a weirdly timed sword throw. The copycat freezes for a second, totally confused, before quickly deflecting the weapon without. Theo realizes his best bet is to do something that would totally confuse himself, like tossing away his main weapon. That tiny window of distraction is all he needs as he pulls out his dragon-slaying sword to strike. Nobody would ever expect him to just throw away a rare legendary sword, not even his own clone. With his clone's flank wide open, Theo drives his blade straight into the copycat's chest. The dark clone's body dissolves, the black sludge unable to hold form after taking that fatal blow. The system registers his victory. Tier 1 is officially clear. Right after that, strange black goo completely melts away. Another of Karado's massive doors. As the system asks him to accept the Pantheon's second-tier challenge, the young lord just offers a confident smile. Theo always finishes what he starts. Without wasting a single second, he steps forward and pushes open the next tier. Back in the Central Highlands, the Elder Dragon is still yapping away, desperate to slap Theo Ragnar with a treason. The Demon Dragon questions Theo Ragnar's claim. She is claiming that Theo abandoned his post to join the Trovan army, a massive accusation she swears she saw happen. She claims the young lord crossed over willingly, and the uniform she brought back is proof of his ultimate betrayal. But having known Theo since his academy days, the Sword Dragon simply refuses to believe these wild allegations. She sends a telepathic message straight to Julius, demanding some real answers. The Demon Dragon smugly replies that he is the only one who actually knows what Theo is doing. Totally love. Still, he never expected this. Things are spiraling into a massive mess. The last time they spoke, he simply told Theo not to dare coming back empty-handed. Back then, the kid just smiled and promised not to disappoint. But right before heading out, he warned that candidates number 3 and 4, Guishar and Theo Ragnar, had been secretly stalking him and were currently sitting right outside the camp, watching his every single move. Julius is shocked that those notorious twins are targeting Theo. But according to the young lord's own those two have been sniffing around his tail ever since he got back from the islands and joined the front lines. They want him disqualified from the entire competition. But Theo already has a plan to flip their scheme right back on them and expose his rival's key weaknesses. To pull this off, he needs Julius to play along and do exactly what the twins want. Watching Theo Ragnar throw these heavy accusations around makes Julius realize what Theo is actually up to. The kid is, since the brat is bold enough to play games with the major players, Julius is not about to ruin the fun. To everyone's absolute shock, the Demon Dragon completely backs up. Theo is happy with that, but the Tyrant Dragon hates this complete lack of pushback from the command. The Black Dragon can sense something is off when Julius suddenly takes charge and suggests forming a squad. Robert's spies already confirmed Theo vanished right after talking to Julius, meaning there is a massive chance this entire and honestly, reading Julius's obvious signal, the Black Dragon decides to join the act just to see. From this point on, Black Snow will officially label Theo Ragnar a deserter. He actually bought into that ridiculously flimsy evidence supporting Theo's bold claim. Then, he immediately ordered his group to gather an elite pursuit squad. Talk about a chaotic mess. Theo is clearly calling the shots here, forcing those 9 dragons to play his game. Meanwhile, our suspected traitor is facing mind-bending trials. When Theo stepped into the Pantheon's second tier, he definitely did not expect to get thrown back to the Burning Rose Palace from his past life. Just like before, this second-tier trial is all about plunging straight into his own subconscious mind. Dragged into his own history, Theo's eyes narrow as he hears an incredibly grating, familiar voice. The exact trash who murdered him are standing right there, mockingly calling him the Ragnar family idiot. The system orders him to conquer the heavy trauma that has haunted him forever. But instead of losing his mind and honestly, whoever designed this second-tier trial totally dropped the ball. Seeing these jerks did not trigger any trauma at all. It just triggered pure, unbridled bloodlust. To Theo, sure, these guys used to ruin his sleep back then, but not anymore. Axion loses his mind over Theo's laughter, thinking they can easily cut him down. But before they can he casually raises his blade and cleanly slices the first idiot in half. He already slaughtered his corrupt instructor once before, so doing it a second time is child's play. Theo even takes a second to aura farm with his abs on full display, letting his enemy's blood rain down. And just like that, the second floor's mental trauma test is cleared. The system clears him to move straight on up. As he opens the third door, climbing higher, Karato watches Theo closely through his creepy, all-seeing eye. The tiny guardian is highly amused and genuinely wants to see just how high this kid can actually climb. Plus, he knows someone else is eagerly tracking Theo's fast progress, none other than the god of causality. From there, Theo absolutely speedruns the next few floors. He crushes his persona on Tier 3, and the fifth trial forces him to fight the collective unconscious, but he naturally wipes the floor with them, too. His rapid ascent is unstoppable. By the 10th floor's trial, he easily beats down the raw, primal instincts. Sure, Theo is looking slightly banged up after running up those floors, but it is nothing serious. In fact, the higher he climbs, the faster he clears them. Honestly, the only floor that actually gave him shoving open the 10th door to reach the 11th floor, he cockily tells Karatosicus to throw a real challenge his. The tiny guardian just chuckles at his bold attitude, promising him that the real nightmare is finally begin. Suddenly, the 11th floor teleports him straight into the Cave of Origin, a weird cavern meant to mimic childbirth itself. To pass, he has to march directly against the natural flow of life. But unlike the previous tests, he is not getting. The task is simple, just walk through the cave. And you can feel it immediately, this vibe is completely different. The system warns him that reaching his source requires returning to the quiet void before birth. As he walks backward in time, talk about a bizarre challenge Theo never could have planned for. Halfway down the path, his sense of smell completely cuts out. Theo can no longer perceive the physical sense of the world. Taking one more step, the damp, fishy, just a few more steps forward, and his hearing goes completely silent. He can no longer hear a single thing, and as he keeps pushing forward, the sensory shutdown only gets worse. Once his touch disappears, 4 out of his 5 senses are totally gone. Finally, his vision starts to fade. Theo can no longer see anything around him. Worse still, with all 5 senses shut down, his ability to. This sudden loss of mana completely blindsides him. He feels like a formless soul drifting through a vast, infinite. Navigating the dark cave in this state feels like a totally impossible task. Still, he has actually dealt with this exact feeling before. It feels just like the moment. Maybe he can break through this eerie void, using that same mental strength. He calls out to Griffin, begging the fairy dragon, desert worm, and lesser drake to aid him. But there is only silence as he falls deeper and deeper into the abyss. Soon, even his formless spirit begins. The sole thing remaining is his fading consciousness. Everything started to slip and scatter frighteningly fast once his senses vanished. Without his guardians, Theo dig deep. That was the only way to find any answers. While he fought to keep his existence from erasing itself altogether, his guardians watched his lifeless body, worried absolutely. To explain the situation, Corrado entered the Cave of Origin, stopping the guardians from uselessly screaming at the. He quite adorably explained that Theo's senses and mana are currently blocked, meaning their voices won't reach him, no matter how. Senses are what let us perceive space and time. No senses left. Suddenly, one terrifying thing becomes exceedingly clear. The only tangible thing left in that nothingness is the primordial fear of being abandoned by your own world. For humans entering the Cave of Origins, the self and the world are quite literally one and the same. At this rate, he failed. Corrado genuinely thought this kid was different, especially given how quickly he climbed to the 11th tier. But at the end of the day, he is just another disappointment. Just as he prepared to abandon Theo's lifeless body inside the cave, the boy's mouth twitched open, repeatedly. Wait, here is the scary part. A dark power suddenly hijacked his body. A thick, bloodthirsty aura exploded from him as he demanded everyone's blood. Corrado was shocked. Theo dragged himself up from the cold, hard ground, moving with the posture of a wild animal. The remaining ego of the Mad Dragon Emperor, planted inside Theo, had completely seized control of our chosen one. It was inevitable. Given the cave's effect, this had to happen. Corrado felt utterly fascinated by the young lord's strange method of pulling together his rapidly dissipating. Deep inside the void, the remnants of Theo's sanity were actively enticed by the Emperor. In exchange for help overcoming this brutal trial, Theo must agree to steal, violate, and destroy absolutely. All he had to do was grab that hand and offer the entire world to the dormant wisp. Instead of taking the easy way out, Theo's sheer willpower absolutely crushed the external. He crushed it. Theo ruthlessly destroyed the Emperor's will with a very confident smirk. Apparently, the old demon claimed Theo only woke up because of the power already injected into him. But no matter how hard the Emperor's ego tried to protest, Theo simply scraped the pesky wisp right out. Theo even did the honorable thing, giving every single bit of that monstrous energy back to the Mad Dragon before crushing. He told the old demon to consider that tiny bit of help as some simple grandfatherly kindness. The Mad Dragon Emperor laughed quite maniacally at his defiant grandson, warning Theo that he would definitely remember this. Theo completely triumphed over the void. With his senses and mana fully restored, his self-awareness tier 11 cleared, Theo finally managed to regain his sanity. Now, he is not entirely sure if waking up and deeply offending the Mad Dragon Emperor will bite him in the ass, but that is a problem for the future. The collective call of his worried guardians snapped Theo out of it. All of his adorable relic guardians were incredibly happy to see him back on his feet, swarming their master and the Desert Worm and Lesser Drake were far more honest with their affection, while Griffin and Fairy Dragon pretended they were not worried at all. As Theo wrestled the critters away, all he had to do was follow that resplendent light out of the Cave of Origin. Knowing he was finally safe, Theo sat down to bask in the refreshing light. Now check this out, he enters the 12th tier trial, only to wake up in a completely different body. He slid out of the soft bed, his bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. Curiously, there were nothing. Theo recognized absolutely nothing here. Yet he felt an odd familiarity with the place despite never stepping foot here. Finding a nearby mirror, staring back was the face of the man from that weird dream he had last time. He had absolutely no idea why. After trying and failing to find any explanation, an absolutely brutal headache suddenly assaulted his. Following a few agonizing moments, the system finally cleared him to begin the 12th trial. He also received a sudden system notification that the primordial dragon's legendary relic, the white, as a grand prize, he earns entry to the 13th and final floor, the Pantheon itself. Just a second ago, now, he is staring at endless stars, drifting through the cold emptiness of deep space. Unconsciously, his feet take him up a flight of invisible stairs toward an ornate gate. Hidden behind this massive doorway lies, thanks to conquering the White Tower, his mind gate gets a massive upgrade. But before he can a playful, seductive voice echoing across the endless void suddenly catches his attention. Lodbrok is right there waiting for Theo. This stunning avatar of the ancient dragon, his sworn partner under oath, her twins are healthy as always. Theo wonders how she even got out here, since she is supposed to be trapped in her nest. She explains that her what he sees right now is just a projection of her lingering thoughts. Because Theo expanded his mind gate, she can easily wander around the outside world by using him as a spiritual This mental upgrade deepens his link with Lodbrok, letting them talk anytime, anywhere. Boosting his mind gate definitely raised his overall rank quite a bit. Even so, she knows better than anyone else just how hard Theo worked to climb to these insane heights. He plays it cool, claiming his achievements are nothing special. He is just doing his duty as her partner. She loves how easily he sweet-talks her. He is just as bold as ever. Lodbrok gently touches the colossal gate with a conflicted look on her face. She feels certain that Sigurd is. But wait, instead of swinging open, the massive gate suddenly starts to violently rumble. That nasty black sludge from the first floor begins seeping through the tiny cracks. Everything happens in a flash. Lodbrok barely retreats, casting a shield while screaming at the young Ragnar to stay close. Within mere seconds, the dark slime hardens into an eldritch monstrosity way beyond human comprehension. The horrific beast growls out in deep anger. It rants about how it never deserved this torment, promising to destroy all existence. Theo's internal. Nothing out there is deadlier than this creature, but something feels completely off right now. Lodbrok warns him that this multi-eyed freak is one of those legendary outer gods. She has zero time. Her absolute priority is keeping Theo alive, and they need to escape this place immediately. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, completely piercing the darkness. To her absolute shock, the god's Miraculously, the massive energy wave pouring from the open doorway totally ignores both Theo and the dragon. A mysterious figure steps out from the 13th gate, casually greeting Lodbrok after eons apart. Instantly recognizing that voice, she looks up at the man she could never. Boasting a chiseled physique and a face that looks exactly like a much older version of Theo, this absolute legend has finally arrived. Sigurd Ragnar reveals his majestic presence. Meanwhile, the young lord hangs back to watch the situation unfold. This guy is supposed to be the ancient founder of the Ragnar clan, but instead of an old geezer, he looks like a supermodel. Nearby, the obliterated outer god begins piecing itself back together from the tiny particles that survived the light. It is way more aggressive this time around. Completely desperate to rip Sigurd apart and kill him for good, the beast fires its newly grown tentacles straight at him. Yet, Sigurd Ragnar remains perfectly calm. Check this out, that single movement looks both incredibly slow and lightning fast. Regardless, It packs enough raw power to slice the beast, cleanly cutting its hideous body in half. The monster, that clean hit completely halts its ability to heal itself back up. Totally ignoring the twitching god floating above, Sigurd turns to Theo with a surprisingly warm welcome. Now, even more figures step through the gateway, all radiating godlike power. Sigurd instantly knows Theo. He promises to share whatever he can. Seizing the opportunity, Theo immediately asks about that sickly. Sigurd simply points out that since Theo is a regressor, that mysterious sickly man might be directly tied to his past. Maybe he regressed as well. Theo desperately begs for more details to solve this crazy mystery. But Sigurd is heavily restricted in what he can actually. Without wasting any more breath, the legendary ancestor casually summons thousands of glowing swords of light. Just one of them could easily wipe out an entire continent. Sigurd wastes no time, sending his summoned swords crashing straight into the nameless sovereign trapped inside the gateway. The ancient ancestor actually felt pretty bad that he could not answer all of Theo's endless questions. But once the boy enters the pantheon, he will find the truth himself. Seeing Sigurd walk away, Lodbrok, she refuses to let him abandon her without answers again. The dragon lunges toward her old master. Lodbrok instantly recognizes this terrifying, incomprehensible presence as the god of causality. Avoiding her gaze, Sigurd can only apologize for leaving Lodbrok behind like this for the second time in thousands of years. Not yet. She just cannot enter the pantheon. As the mighty gates of the pantheon slowly grind shut, Sigurd keeps his back turned. She cries out before the gate completely shuts. Watch this. The god of causality locks his chilling gaze directly onto Theo. Those cold, calculating eyes could easily stare straight through his soul. Both Theo and Lodbrok are left completely unsatisfied, with so many questions still burning. Lodbrok warns him that the horrific beasts past that gate come from outside their world, just like the nameless. Right now, Sigurd and the other deities are holding them off. But eventually, Theo must face them himself. Normal laws of reality do not apply to these monsters. The only real advice Lodbrok has for the young master is to spread his wings and grow much stronger. He has to do whatever it takes to protect the home he cares about. Out of nowhere, the system drops an extra reward just for setting eyes on the pantheon. He now controls Nirvana as the master of the White Tower, the ultimate primordial dragon relic. Plus, quite surprisingly, the system actually wishes him a wonderful path forward. It calls Theo the bearer of causality's blessing. After surviving 13 wild tears of the pantheon, he flashed. The little guardian is pretty amused watching Theo play around with his massive new power. He does not even notice the insane transformation happening to his body. Heavy dragon scales crawl over his skin like armor, and his hands morph into thick, sharp claws. Massive, menacing horns sprout from his forehead. Dragonization is fully active. Finally realizing the crazy physical shift his body just went through, Theo stretches out to test this wild new. Corrado explains that gathering all these primordial dragon relics has made his dormant dragon blood run incredibly hot. Just testing it, Theo can tell dragonization boosts his strength and stamina. It literally feels like a whole. But the biggest change is his magic. Managing his mana in this form is now as easy as taking a breath. He turns dragonization off, finding it easy to trigger. He has absolute control over it. Next, Theo wants to test his other reward, Nirvana. Let us see if this thing is actually real. The moment he activates this newly unlocked ability, you can practically feel his mind expanding to a terrifying degree. He has never even heard of a skill that boosts the mind like this. It is incredibly strange. It literally feels like holding this entire space in the palm of his hand. His control is still pretty. He also has to be careful about when and where he unleashes Nirvana. Every single Ragnar kid grew up on stories of ancestor Sigurd ascending to the heavens, the legendary realm of gods. And he just got solid proof that those old myths are totally real. Sigurd's words keep echoing in his head. His ancestor heavily implied that to uncover the deepest secrets of this world, Theo needs to climb up and join them. Besides Sigurd's cryptic warnings, seeing the god of causality standing right there really threw Theo for a loop. Looking at the big picture, it seems like the Ragnar clan is not just some northern ruling house. They are guardians protecting the world from terrible cataclysms, and according to Corrado, he is absolutely right. Guarding humanity is the Ragnar duty, even if it requires the ultimate sacrifice. Basically, a chosen heir with Ragnar blood has to ascend as a god to fight those vicious outer deities along. Taking a shot in the dark, Theo asks Corrado if this is all connected to that strange man from another world back in the 12th. The little guide admits that even he was quite fascinated by Theo's 12th trial. But he genuinely has no idea. Theo will just have to figure this one out on his own. Despite seeing all those insane, godlike sights in the 13th tier, his mind kept drifting back to that strange foreign trial complete. Corrado quickly shoves his chosen successor, rushing him out of the door. Before booting him back to his own world, Corrado warns the kid about an uninvited guest waiting just outside. His bait worked. Perfect. It would be pretty rude to keep a visitor waiting anyway. Theo cracks his knuckles as he warps back to the material world, one of the white tower gates exploding with blinding. Standing at the snowy base of the tower, freezing winds blast right against his bare skin. But the cold does no need to search. Gishar is already marching right up to him in the open field. The total maniac complains that a little brother should never keep his older brother waiting around like this. And get this, Gishar actually thinks Theo should be the one waiting on him hand and foot. Hostile stance, giant double-headed scythes in hand, his deadly intent is pretty obvious. He keeps calling him little bro, hoping to get a rise out of him. But Theo just bows slightly, off pure edge. Gishar keeps playing the tough guy, claiming that only a select few people alive are worthy of knowing both his face and his name. But Theo actually remembers him from his past life. He briefly spotted this absolute freak years ago. Operating as a spy back then, he remained completely hidden. And everyone's eyes were glued to the center stage. That day, the crowd quickly realized that some heir candidates are just... Back then, Gishar was thrilled to see a fresh heir candidate climbing up the ranks. But when he clashed with Axion, he did not even need a sword to utterly humiliate his little brother. Dominating Axion Ragnar barehanded was quite a feat back then. But this time around, Theo just keeps wearing his casual happy-go-lucky smile while talking to Gishar. He even throws the psycho off by thanking him for traveling all this way to save his life. Gishar is absolute. Theo's incredibly naive act makes him burst out laughing like a total lunatic. Unlike Thorkel, laughter over. Gishar instantly transitions back to cold reality. Gishar instantly vanishes in a flash. His sheer speed and blade control are supremely lethal. As his blade inches right toward Theo's throat, his real intentions are brutally clear. He is here to eliminate, but Theo casually blocks the strike with his moonlight blade and drops the innocent act. He asks Gishar, by his estimation, the hostile Troivan forces will be storming the tower any second now. Foaming at the mouth. Those greedy dogs want to capture the tower's legendary conqueror. Theo knew beforehand that escaping this inevitable trap alone would be almost impossible. So, he used the twins, leaving his uniform behind knowing they would rat him out and bring a massive pursuit. Gishar had his doubts about how perfectly placed that uniform was. Even if his sister fell for it, he feels totally... Theo casually parries and blocks every fierce strike from Gishar, making bright sparks fly everywhere. Getting frustrated, the psycho pours more power into his next heavy swing, forcing his little brother back by quite a bit. Before Theo can even regain his balance, Gishar is already hunting him down like a relentless predator. Now check this out. Gishar admits it is a brilliant plan, but he refuses to lower his weapon. If he chops off, no point talking. Theo never expected words to get through this nutjob's thick skull. As far as he's concerned, Thorkel is the only relatively normal person in their entire crazy family line. Among these heir candidates, might makes right, and every single one carries an absolutely unshakable conviction. As a true successor, that same rule applies to Theo. He finally stops playing defense and aggressively brandishes his... Then crash. A third party wielding a massive warhammer suddenly interrupts their fight. One massive swing of that warhammer sends a shockwave through the area like a violent earthquake. Naturally, both of them are quick enough to easily leap clear of ground zero. Even Gishar realizes this is no longer the time to bicker with his younger sibling. Standing nearby, Svak, he really wanted to take them both out in one swoop. Theo steels himself for combat as the heavy hitters finally arrive. Speaking through her mask, Dry praises Theo for raising his guard the split second she and her partner... She figures the young lord must have realized they were intentionally dragging their feet before finally launching this assault. Frankly, it wounds her pride that the Ragnar clan thinks a couple of rookies can handle two of Troivan's legendary 9 Since they are servitors number 2 and 3, Zwei and Dry were honestly expecting a much bigger challenge here. On the bright side, they basically hit the jackpot. 2 prime heir candidates just fell right into their hands for free. Facing executioners trained to slaughter the 9 dragons, Theo and Gishar are at a massive disadvantage on paper. When Dry casually mentions turning them into a sacrifice, Zwei snaps at his loudmouthed partner, telling her to watch, but she does not see any point in staying quiet, since they are going to murder both brothers anyway. If that giant meathead actually wanted Dry to stay silent, he should have hit them with a surprise attack so they could finish. These two keep bickering and trading insults, treating the Ragnar candidates like they are absolutely nothing to worry. It is definitely a tough pill to swallow, but Theo silently admits that their raw magical presence is Luckily, these deadly killers do not cooperate. Just as Theo tries to find an opening to exploit, Dry suddenly lunges straight at him with her razor-sharp. Within just a few split seconds, her strikes start carving up Theo like a piece of raw meat. Thankfully, he parries enough to keep the gashes shallow, counting 30 distinct strikes in that single, brief. Even worse, he can tell that last slash was aimed directly at his throat, carrying enough force to decapitate. Dry actually looks impressed that he survived her opening gambit, since she was fully intending to take his head off with that final. Then it clicks, she remembers that Theo is the kid who defeated Noel back at the archipelago. Dry mutters that a useless failure like Noel should never have been sent on such a crucial mission. Had she been assigned the task, things would have ended differently. Hearing her call, such a day. After all, Noel was the very first enemy to push him to his limits in a long, long time. Look at that. Dry can clearly tell she is flustering the young lord, and honestly, she loves teasing. This sadistic, busty villain promises to keep his pretty face intact, but instead of playing defense, Theo matches her sheer aggression. Just a short distance away, Ragnar conjures identical shadow clones of himself and charges straight into, slamming into his target. Both his physical body and his clones unleash a perfect, multi-angled assault with a flying shadow sword strike. Unfortunately for the bloodthirsty maniac, Dry is far too quick to fall for a flashy surprise. No matter their bitter rivalry, they are still brothers. Deep down, maybe Gishar actually cares about his sibling. Glaring with absolute bloodlust, the Dry completely brushes off his edgy warning. Besides, she is really not a fan of sharing her targets. She only wants some private, uninterrupted time with her handsome little honey, Theo. Having zero interest in some annoying brat trying to chase him away, she closes the gap and starts slashing again. Her movements are completely inhuman, leaving Gishar struggling just to track her blinding speed with his eye. To make matters worse, Zwei finally decides to join the party, swinging his massive warhammer from behind. And just like that, she instantly switches targets. Yes, friendly fire is officially active. Scaling the giant brute's shoulder, she runs her sharp claws along his neck, warning him to stop messing around. But Zwei was only trying to get the job done quickly. After all, the person who claims the kill gets the credit. Dry absolutely detests her partner's guts. Theo is completely baffled watching these two deadly enemies bicker and threaten one another. Honestly, their toxic dynamic reminds him of a certain older brother who was trying to murder him just a few minutes ago. Luckily, Gishar's boiling rage has completely pivoted away from Theo and onto the servitors. He unleashes. Gishar has pure murder on his mind as he claims the giant brute for himself. Watching from a safe distance, Dry playfully warns her massive teammate to watch out for the angry Ragnar kid. To pay him back for earlier, she intentionally keeps the big hunk of muscle pinned down as an easy target. The moment Gishar gets close enough to fire off his 1,000 ink daggers, Dry casually leaps away, leaving Dre was giggling to herself now that she could finally solo the handsome young lord again. Now they just had to pick up where they left off and let their blades do the talking. Theo adjusted his strategy to raising his weapon for a direct clash. He managed to clean block both of Dre's lethal claws. Theo soon realized a lightning-fast showdown like this was far tougher than a simple contest of brute strength. A single slip or one bad call, and he would end up as minced meat. He could confidently tell she was even faster than Novan, keeping her strikes pinpoint accurate despite her So, Theo came up with a pretty risky gamble. He intentionally left a vital spot wide open as bait. And right on cue, Dre instinctively lunges, leaving herself completely wide open. With the crazy girl exactly where he wanted her, Theo gripped his sword and burned through his mana. He merged his signature moves, Dragon's Claw and Dark Thunder, boosting their range and destructive power tenfold. But sadly, his relentless barrage of lethal slashes was just a tiny bit too slow to land. She got hit by the residual shock of Dark Thunder though, letting her know Theo wields lightning-infused. Her dodge was flawless, but the paralyzing lightning still seeped into her body. As the final shockwave passed, Dre realized the true goal of his onslaught. The clever kid had It definitely looked like a desperate last resort, but honestly, it was pretty smart. Too bad a messy battlefield won't do much to slow her down. flat ground or rugged ruins, she always makes. This time around, Dre used the jagged, broken rocks as stepping stones, making her wild trajectory even more impossible. Watching from afar, the third servitor on this hunt gave Dre a pretty solid passing grade. Even as an unfinished specimen, she still boasts 30% of the Black Dragon's power. Ain furiously scribbled notes in his journal, treating this life-or-death battle like a mere science experiment. The first servitor was quite shocked that Theo Ragnar actually managed to block and counter Dre. Watching close, and Ain could tell the next few minutes were going to be pretty entertaining. Right now, Dre was building up momentum while leaving obvious openings, trying to bait Theo into the very. But our young master stayed patient, staying completely hidden behind the rising smoke and rubble, while she kept. Dre complained that she absolutely hates guys who make a lady wait. So, like a true gentleman, Theo summoned his dragon construct, Nibelung, to tear her head clean off. Even floating in midair, Dre managed to twist her body away from the jaws. But as the smoke cleared, she froze and their master had warned them about this. The kid can actually perform dragonization. Theo hoped to catch her off guard in midair, and though it failed, Dre couldn't help but blush at how incredibly wild. In this state, Theo had absolutely no issue keeping up with her ridiculous movement speed. While speeding up, Dre jokingly teased him about doing some shady dragon research behind closed doors. Just like the servitors. She even admitted she preferred this monstrous look over his plain human face. He is totally her type looking like this. Theo warns her that the real fun is just starting. Channeling way more dark thunder into his sword, he used his boosted speed to corner Dre in a bad spot. Theo unleashed a wild flurry, leaving the fast servitor to tank the full force of his strike. His beastly eyes locked onto his target, a smirk on his face. For the first time in this clash, Ain climbed up a cliff to get a better view, thoroughly impressed by the young lord's combat skills so far. It was his first time witnessing dragonization. The kid went from barely defending to completely overpowering Dre. Ain had to admit that in this state, Theo was probably stronger than all 9 servitors in their base forms. They were walking a pretty dangerous tightrope, but Ain could still see the beauty in this peril. Drawing first blood made Theo even more aggressive, continuously hacking away at her defenses. Dre finally shut her mouth, realizing that playing around would get her killed. Before taking any more damage, if her earlier attacks were just playful scratches, Dre's next strike was basically a bomb. Up on his cliff, Ain muttered to himself that Theo Ragnar had across the battlefield. Gishar is showing everyone that his title as the heir candidate is 100%. He matches the brute force of this musclehead with pure, refined skill. Even better, he throws himself right into danger with a wild, manic grin. But Ain doesn't look worried about Zwei. Honestly, Gishar has the worst luck picking a close-range fight with this beast. Zwei quietly tracks. The moment Gishar slashes downward, Zwei slips away with some seriously incredible speed. His warhammer swings high, ready to turn some Ragnar flesh into mush. Zwei kept his insane speed hidden, waiting to dodge and crush Gishar's massive ego. The proud heir candidate. Just because Zwei is huge doesn't mean he's slow, and his strength is even more terrifying than his speed. One single swing of his hammer completely shatters the ground around them. Ain jots down his disappointment in his notebook. Zwei was crafted after the demon dragon, but right now, he is. Either way, this field test gives Ain plenty of new ideas to upgrade his creations. The creator is pleased, but Gishar refuses to quit. He is still in this fight, even if he was too cocky before. The pure destruction this heavy hitter can output is way past what Gishar ever imagined. Especially, inside information reveals the Ragnar clan already knows these servitors are just fake copies created to fight. Gishar absolutely refuses to believe he is not even strong enough to destroy a cheap, low-grade counterfeit. The painful truth is starting to bruise his massive ego quite a bit. If basic strength won't cut it, then it's time to play the hidden trump cards he's kept secret. Leaping high into the sky, he unleashes a rapid wave of sword energy, using his shadow-slaying style. That giant, heavy warhammer suddenly looks as light as a feather in his hands. He stops spinning only when Gishar halts. Calling Gishar pathetic, he sneers, "Come on, dig deep." No problem. Gishar is not phased, and his real trap is just starting. Behind that flashy first attack, dark chains of ink suddenly burst from his body, anchored by black blades that bury them. This clever, pitch-black trap locking Zwei right where he stands is a special shadow sword technique. It genuinely looks like the muscular giant is having a tough time ripping himself free from the inky trap. Still, Zwei laughs at the thought of a little toy web stopping him. Gishar realistically admits that this move won't be nearly enough to keep a beast like him tied down. But that's fine. Zwei isn't even his main target here, and Gishar is just using the chains as footholds. No more tricks. Zwei is done with these petty games. He shatters the cosmic web with a simple flex of his massive muscles, but that instant, the snapping chains ignite a massive explosion, burying Zwei under a mountain of heavy rocks and dust. Meanwhile, Theo has been absolutely dominating his own fight on the other side of the field. Once he got used to utilizing his dragon form, handling the super-fast female servitor became pretty easy. With her arms cut off, it is simple to pin her down. Theo decides to keep her alive, planning to bring back a living captive is the perfect offering for the demon dragon. Hearing this, Dry's cold heart skips a beat. She is totally falling for his brutal but caring style, even if he is actually being incredibly harsh. Theo glances over to check on Gishar, just as Zwei finishes clawing his way out of the heavy pile of stone. Before Zwei can even blink, Gishar drops right out of the sky with a flawlessly aimed strike. Zwei's instincts scream danger just in time. Gishar doesn't let him breathe, immediately locking him in a... Amazingly, Gishar managed to land some pretty solid damage on the monster's tough hide. Frustrating, Gishar put everything into that last combo, but barely even scratched Zwei's absurdly thick skin. Watching his older brother struggle against this titan. Get ready, because the kid jumps in to make this a chaotic 2-on-1 showdown. Armed with Balmung and the white moonlight blade, Dragonized Theo is a total cheat code. He smiles at Gishar. Gishar looks pretty embarrassed, immediately spitting out a curse at the smug kid. Watching Theo's dragon power clears up any doubts about who the chosen heir is. He casually warns his brother. Theo just smiles confidently and accepts the challenge without hesitating. But before dealing with family, they need to clear out the traitors. Gishar actually claims Theo is getting soft, warning. He figures this guy Sly is on a completely different level than the woman Theo just dismantled earlier. Theo completely agrees. Meanwhile, the Black Iron Cavalry commander, Theo Ragnar, gathers his troops. He announces, deep down, the big brother refuses to believe Theo would ever betray them. That would mean rejecting the patriarch himself. If the target resists arrest, martial law permits immediate, on-the-spot execution. As the Black Iron Cavalry marches out, rumors of Theo's betrayal hit the white-armored dragon cavalry. Stunned, but Commander Julius shuts down the chatter, ordering them to move out right now. Captain Evelyn hates this, struggling with the command to hunt down one of their own comrades. Yet the demon dragon reminds her that their unit ignores petty politics. They only need to place their faith in each other. Evelyn takes flight right behind the commander, leading the entire squad into the sky. Watching the wyverns soar away, the tyrant dragon feels an intense wave of irritation wash over him. The man leading those beasts is someone who literally shattered an ancient dragon's arm just to protect a single. There is no way Julius Ragnar accepts a discarded uniform as real proof of treason, let alone hunts down. Those annoying flies are clearly plotting something. Furious, the tyrant dragon crushes a cliffside to absolute. Meanwhile, Theo and Gishar Ragnar are forced to work together. Gishar warns his little brother to stay sharp. This massive opponent is on an entirely different level compared to the woman he fought before. Theo tries to suggest a plan, but his wild brother flat out refuses to listen. He hates taking orders. Theo backs off. You simply cannot stomp on the fierce pride of a succession candidate. Gishar locks back onto the target, gathering massive power before launching himself forward. He strikes from the shadows, unleashing a deadly assassination technique. Dark heavenly daggers soar, yet the massive servitor barely flinches, easily swatting every dagger away. The moment the attack stops, Zwei goes on the offensive, moving with terrifying speed despite his massive frame. Seriously, it is like fighting Prime. LeBron James taking that Warhammer head-on is a death sentence. Gishar can only block for so long before his guard breaks. He patiently bides his time, waiting for any slight opening. To make things worse, Zwei starts throwing disrespectful trash talk at the legendary Gale Dragon. Theo respects his brother's wishes and waits on the sidelines, but this duel is dragging on. He decides to use this downtime to interrogate his helpless prisoner. Suddenly, the lead servitor, a plague doctor named Ain, appears before the captive. She is absolutely obsessed. Theo has never felt a magical energy this incredibly dark and foreign. Ain admits that 30% of the Black Dragon's power is not enough to beat dragonization. Essentially, They experiment on humans to create monsters that rival the 9 legendary dragons. The third subject, Dry, only held 30% of that dragon power. Theo calls this pathetic, which deeply angers the masked one. In response, Ain violently jams a massive syringe into Dry's neck, injecting a strange chemical. Dry desperately begs for mercy, promising she can still fight. But it is useless as her body starts mutating, and just like that, she literally explodes into pure gore. Talk about an incredibly brutal way to go. Theo recognizes this horrific mutation. Ain happily explains that the syringe held exactly 40%. In reality, they have already fully mastered powers that rival the ancient original. Their only remaining issue is finding a physical vessel strong enough to handle that massive energy. And Theo Ragnar is the perfect test subject for her research. She even promises to make him far stronger. Suddenly, the violent battle nearby cuts their conversation short. Gishar actually manages to damage Zwei enough to tear his armor away. But as he celebrates, with a single gesture, she commands Zwei to stand up and finish this. Despite the heavy damage, while Gishar is distracted, Zwei's aura turns into a massive spike, skewering him instantly. Ain's real plan from the start was to take out Theo and steal the ancient dragon's power. But for now, she is totally fine grabbing a weaker candidate and dipping. Even Theo is completely stunned by how fast she... Feeling unwanted guests, Ain vanishes straight into the darkness while reminding the young lord that her offer still stands. The first to track down the missing Theo is his older brother, Thorkel. He almost stops her escape teleport. Thorkel's insane charge leaves some pretty serious destruction in the dirt. Theo goes to ask his brother for a chase team, but gets shut down instantly. Thorkel straight up arrests. It does not take long for the rest of the Black Iron Cavalry to catch up. Right on their heels, Julius and his white armored dragon cavalry show up too. You can feel the crazy tension with two heirs squaring off, but wait, it gets worse. The tyrant dragon and Ancio is instantly panicked because her brother is totally gone. She figures the interference of the 9 servitors must... Worst case scenario, Gisharu is already captured by them. Even knowing his own student might be in deep trouble, the tyrant is just happy he can use this to absolutely... That tyrant, Dante Roll, struts right in, shouting that in times of war, the only real punishment for a traitor is instant... Theo wants his say. Desperately. But there is no time. And now, the tyrant actually tries to lay a hand on the young lord. Luckily, Commander Demon Julius is right there to back up his kid. Julius is not letting anyone push his kid around with zero proof, especially when Theo just killed a literal servitor. When the tyrant keeps whining like a baby, Commander Julius snaps. Anyone spreading lies is going to face... No surprise here, the tyrant is always ready to fight Julius. Right before they trade blows, Theo steps in to break the tension, shouting that Gisharu was actually beaten and captured. They can still track those servitors down. Hearing that a high-rank heir was snatched quickly turns the soldiers. He promises to face any trial they want later. Saving his brother comes first, and Evelyn figures that even a crazy tyrant should care far more about his student than... She is dead wrong. He ignores Gisharu. Honestly, he is just completely sick of all this useless yapping around here. He would rather fight right now. So if Theo cannot prove he is clean, Dante is ready to execute the young lord on the spot. Gearing up to face the tyrant's wrath, Theo triggers his dragonization. Right in front of the entire army, he calls out the tyrant while keeping Gisharu's rescue the main goal. Theo demands to know if the family or the throne he wants so badly actually matters more. The young lord's energy keeps surging like a tidal wave. All eyes are glued to his epic transfer. By flexing his guardians in front of his hostile family, Theo Ragnar proves he is the legendary descendant. Griffin is not happy about being used like a prop. Theo figured out how to use Nirvana to fake a glass domain, but at his current level, he can only project their images. They look absolutely massive and terrifying, but they do not have the real power to stop the tyrant. Let's face it, Theo does not actually want to fight. He just needs to win over the crowd to shut this guy down. Showing off the legendary power of a true dragon tamer is the perfect way to influence a family obsessed. Soldiers from both sides start cheering for the true heir and his honorable quest to save a fallen comrade. With the tide finally turned, Theo can lead the rescue mission himself, but the tyrant easily sees through his flashy little trick. With a single blow, Dante shatters the fake domain into pieces. The massive illusions instantly dissolve and the tyrant yells out so everyone can hear him mock Theo and his fake lizard shows. He starts screaming about how the family is full of pathetic losers who believe in childish stories and cheap magic tricks. Before he even realizes what he is saying, it is too late. He just called the troops stupid and gullible. Dead silence. Everyone is staring at the tyrant like he just totally shat his pants. Even the old-school elder dragon is pissed that he called them lizards. Theo stays quiet and lets this hot, without even lifting a finger. Theo just made his own job a whole lot easier. Dante's real feelings just got exposed right in front of the clan. The very legends he mocked might actually become him, but the tyrant just doubles down, unleashing even more brutal force. He scoffs that if these legends are really so impressive, they should easily survive a single strike from him. Theo seriously underestimated how completely insane this guy actually is. But mid-strike, a presence, crushing and heavy, stopping everyone cold. Landing heavily, he casually asks why his own men are clawing at each other's throats instead of bringing him enemy. The mighty patriarch of the Ragnar clan, Theo Ragnar, has officially arrived, and he is definitely not recognizing their supreme leader. Every single soldier drops to their knees instantly to offer a formal greeting. Julius wisely keeps his mouth shut, while Dante desperately claims he was only trying to punish a traitor. He points out that Theo is wearing enemy clothes, basically dragging the honorable Ragnar name right. Because of this, he begs the patriarch for permission to execute the kid on the spot. Kyle's dog has clearly forgotten its place. It is barking way too loud today. A hound that tries to bite whoever it wants right in front of its master needs a harsh lesson. With a sudden surge, Kyle turns his back on him, demanding an immediate status report. Commander Thorkel Ragnar is one of the... He reports that the fourth successor, Geishar Ragnar, was kidnapped by Troyven. Fully agreeing with Theo, Thorkel suggests they form a pursuit squad immediately, instead of arguing over petty political drama. Kyle looks directly at Thorkel, reminding him of their absolute family rule: the clan only operates under the law of the losers deserve death. Yet, Thorkel simply refuses to lose his own brother. How can they call themselves a clan if they abandon family? But once again, the patriarch shuts him down. Ragnar is no place for playing happy family. Even so, Theo steps up to back Thorkel, though not out of... If they abandon Geishar, they are not just losing a successor, they are throwing away the fear and honor of their... The Ragnars have to instill a terror far greater than death into their enemies. They must brutally punish anyone who dares to lay a finger on a Ragnar, making sure nobody ever dreams of doing absolute terror. That is the only way to ensure they are never looked down on again. Dante desperately calls Theo's brilliant speech pure nonsense, pathetically trying to drag the focus back to... Annoyed, the patriarch faceplants him into the dirt with a single gesture. Honestly, Kyle is... The kid talks about family honor as if he is already running the place. Still, it is a clever excuse. The patriarch immediately organizes everyone into rescue squads to retrieve Geishar right now. As the troops begin to march, Kyle tells his son to stick around and have a little chat with his old man. Seeing their father show clear favoritism toward Theo, Thorkel feels a bit conflicted before finally rejoining his unit. Meanwhile, the first servitor, Aine, is getting absolutely ripped apart by her angry boss. Ed Troyven violently grabs her by the neck, furious that she failed to bring him either Theo or the dragon. Aine blames the sudden arrival of the Ragnar main army for her failure. But honestly, she just wanted to keep... After striking her a few times, Ed Troyven reluctantly accepts the failure. After all, the grand resurrection ritual is completely impossible without that ancient dragon relic. The Dark Priest assisting them suggests they use the legendary dragon sword as a backup option instead. But the mad dragon emperor is going to need a weapon like that to fight Kyle, so they cannot sacrifice it. To make things even worse for Ed Troyven, the main Ragnar army has finally launched their massive assault. They are tearing through the front lines at lightning speed, shouting that they are here to retrieve their kidnapped successor. Ed Troyven knew the patriarch was cold enough to abandon a successor, always preaching about how only the strong deserve. Talk about a painful misunderstanding. Geishar wakes up and taunts Ed Troyven, thinking his master is... The priest warns him that it is only a matter of time before their secret headquarters is completely exposed. Even with the demonic cult barrier protecting them, time is quickly running out. But if they pack up and run now, to make matters worse, resurrecting the Mad Dragon Emperor is strictly impossible outside of these northern lands. They barely manage to secure a foothold in the north, and if they retreat now, they might never set foot on this icy... Desperate to succeed, Ed chose to sacrifice Geishar Ragnar right along with the legendary dragon sword. It was a pretty messy workaround, but they had absolutely no other choice. Realizing he was bound for a gruesome ritual, Geishar screamed for help, but they quickly silenced him. The cult offering Geishar up as a sacrificial lamb to the Mad Dragon was a brutal, bloody process. Fleshy tendrils from the altar tore deep, horrific wounds across Gishar's entire body. Under a crimson, using the blood of a Ragnar and their sacred relic, Ed Trovan initiated the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection. And get this, Kyle's idea of father-son bonding is totally insane. He literally ripped open the very fabric of space and time, stepping right through to show his boy what lay on the other side. It seemed like a pretty quiet spot for a talk. Lodbrok's spirit materialized beside Theo, sensing he had stepped into a rift. Frankly, what Kyle Ragnar could do with a blade went way beyond normal swordsmanship. To Lodbrok, the patriarch did not even seem human anymore. Naturally, he brought his son out here for a private talk, and his personal dimension was no place for a ghost from a bygone era. With one cold glare, he slammed her Thundergate shut, instantly severing her mental link. Violently booting her out hurt the ghost, giving Theo a pretty nasty headache too. Our main character never really understood his dad's limits. Exactly how far ahead could the patriarch see? Then, surprisingly, Kyle quietly asked Theo if he ever hated him for the years of neglect, and Theo was stunned, but he chose to be honest and nodded. Kyle liked that his kid actually had the guts to tell the truth, instead of stuttering out a desperate lie to appease him. Swiping a single finger, the patriarch showed him the raw force needed to keep their world stable. His whole life, he never hesitated to sacrifice the few for the many. Through sheer ruthlessness, the clan, those rumors about him being a crazy regressor hunter, mostly true. He hunted down the pet, and it turned out most regressors were exactly that vermin. The biggest pest of them all was his own father, the mad. So, Kyle had to put the old man down permanently just to keep the clan alive. His hands were covered in his own family's blood to protect the future, but in chasing that peace, Kyle Ragnar had grown. Theo recognized the glowing, divine structure forming right on his father's back. He had only seen a halo like that once before, back in the Pantheon. What's more, Kyle was partially wrapped in the chains of the very second his power surpassed the human realm. A massive calling from somewhere beyond started dragging. He was being pulled to a much larger battlefield, but he refused to abandon his clan. To dodge that calling, he forced a seal on. The more power he reveals, the tighter those cosmic chains squeeze him. Pretty crazy reason to rule through fear, right? With fear, he did not even need a sword to keep the family from collapsing. Honestly, at this point, Kyle Ragnar was more of a god or a monster than a man. Now it was up to the kid to break those cosmic chains. Honestly, Theo did not even know if his current path was the right. Activating Nirvana to instantly expand his mind, he tapped into an entirely new level of focus. The rift shook as he boldly declared that the clan, the calling, and this entire realm would be his responsibility. His ultimate goal was to become a patriarch who completely surpassed his own father. Kyle absolutely loved that fire. The kid was arrogant as hell, proving he really was his father's son. In that case, Kyle had one more reason to stay and fight off his calling a little longer. Now, it was up. Kyle would be watching his every move. This was a direct challenge to prove he was worthy of taking the crown. Back in the real world, Thorkel and his scouts had been widening their search far beyond the edges of the map. It was pretty bizarre that they had not spotted a single living soul. He cursed himself for realizing the truth a bit too late. Sensing a weird warp in the empty air, sure enough, they had been running in circles around a massive illusion barrier put up by the demonic cult. The commander ripped the veil open, exposing the bloody horror hidden underneath. The flesh altar had ruptured. Ragnar scouts quickly fanned out, searching every single corner of the blood-drenched clearing. Soon, the grim identification came through. They had found the shriveled, lifeless body of Lord Gishar Ragnar, completely drowned. Hearing something that utterly ridiculous, Theo Ragnar shoved her way right to the ruined flesh altar. She screamed that she would slaughter anyone in her path, and the Black Snow investigators quickly backed off. Losing her idiot brother hit Theo Ragnar pretty hard. Geyser had barely been gone. Thorkel could not stop torturing himself, thinking they might have saved his brother if only he arrived. Luckily, Julius was right there with him. The whole area was absolutely crawling with dark demonic cult energy. Between a dead successor and a faint relic trace, the ugly truth was clear. While Theo Ragnar fell apart in grief, her master Dante looked like he did not care even a little bit about. She will never forget this. Instead of checking on his grieving student, the tyrant Dante was busy. Meanwhile, Kyle and Theo finally stepped out of that secret spatial rift. A horribly familiar stench filled the air. Knowing something in the world had just shifted, Kyle even joked. The patriarch warned Theo to stay completely focused, because in this life, trials always show up way too early. Get ready, because the legendary Mad Dragon Emperor is now officially back. Resurrecting their dead previous patriarch had been Troyvon's main goal for this entire war from the very beginning. The Ragnar clan could not prove it initially, but the horrific ruins of the altar confirmed the Mad Dragon's return. They had to end this. Facing a brutal, aggressive offensive, the Troyvon forces lost almost all their territory and got pushed right to the end. Yet a whole month of searching yielded absolutely zero useful clues in the end. The 9 dragons met to plan their next move, though Julius felt their quick victories were just dragging them into it. The tyrant Dante arrived late, his mouth still just as toxic as ever. Straight from the front lines, the tyrant Dante snapped that some resurrected old fossil was not even worth worrying about. The tyrant only cared about one thing, slaughtering every single enemy standing right in front of them and letting the bloody Another member of the 9 dragons called him a short-sighted idiot, warning him that the Mad Dragon excels at the moment that ancient monster starts acting for real. The Ragnar clan could collapse from within. She even hinted that the tyrant Dante might already be under his. Dante barked back, telling her to worry about her own pathetic daughter instead of sticking her nose in his business. The Black Dragon stopped the fighting, since momentum was clearly already theirs. Taking the capital meant Troyvon would be totally finished. Backing up the Black Dragon, Dante demanded they let 3 days before their final epic assault. The white-armored dragon cavalry prepped for battle. Everyone wanted this war over. Selfred even teased Aaron. Big mistake, because mocking a dress made by Aaron's mother was a terrible idea. They were clearly on the winning side, but Theo still had this pretty bad, lingering feeling. Remember, in his past life, this war was 5 years away. His actions might have forced the. Theo had altered the timeline too much. When things go this smoothly, unpredictable wildcards always start popping up out. Luckily, there was still one reliable person he could turn to for real answers. While he was overthinking, his big brother Thorkel dropped by. The 2 brothers talked about how incredibly weird this whole. Thorkel teased his little brother about worrying like a traitor, then quickly laughed it off. Come to think of it, Theo never actually got the chance to thank Thorkel for his help last time. Despite Gishar's tragic death, the Ragnar family will definitely come out on top. Commander Thorkel truly believed their strong family bonds would bring victory, but his voice suddenly dropped as he asked, "What kind of Ragnar clan do you want to build?" Theo answered honestly, his ideal family would not rely on brute. It sounded pretty naive, but he wanted a family built on trust, not fear. Thorkel loved that answer. He headed back to his unit, telling Theo to get some real rest over the next. Watching him walk away, Theo realized that Thorkel had not changed a single bit from his past life. They still shared almost the exact same views on everything. Sure, they are rivals competing to become the family head, but as an ally, there is absolutely nobody more reliable. With a little downtime, Holkus invited Theo to a quick friendly spar, but unfortunately, Theo had somewhere else. Theo summoned Umbra and mounted his partner to check on what lay ahead. Meanwhile, isolated and completely honestly, he was just incredibly proud to have a brother he would never want to fight against. While he was resting, he spotted a random old man trying to cross a raging river. The old man buckled. Luckily, Thorkel was right there to save him. The commander suggested taking a safer, longer route around, but this old guy seemed to be in an absolute rush. Turns out he had some special herbs packed away for a sick grandson waiting on the other side. Known for being a pretty kind soul, Thorkel offered the guy a piggyback ride. The 2 of them after sharing some heartwarming stories about his own family, the old-timer asked the commander about his. In truth, Thorkel never felt close to his father. Kyle Ragnar made it brutally clear that his clan was no. The question left him feeling pretty down, but just as the opposite riverbank finally came into view, the old-timer invited Thorkel over for dinner. Our polite commander tried to decline the offer, but the entire atmosphere shifted as the old man wrapped his arms tighter. Thorkel tensed up. He had just shown vulnerability to the absolute last person on Earth you want to expose your weakness to. Honestly, he is completely hooked by this. The Mad Dragon Emperor formally invited Thorkel to join the dark side. But while his brother was dealing with that creep, his destination was Ghost Castle, a mysterious ruins hidden away by a magic barrier. At midnight, when the seal weakens, this hidden fortress is the retirement spot of the former clan head from 2 generations back, Hilda Ragnar. Theo and Umbra arrived just in time to slip inside. Despite the spooky name, the entire castle grounds were surprising. Walking past the gates, he felt quite excited to finally meet this mysterious woman. After all, Hilda showed him some real warmth and curiosity back at the ceremony. Surely she wouldn't try to kill him, right? But even if things went south, Theo already had an escape plan ready. He pushed forward, exploring. Suddenly, the walls around him began projecting memories of a woman training incredibly hard. The sights were completely intangible, clearly created by high-level illusion magic. It was pretty soon, the quiet training montages melted into chaotic scenes of brutal war. Theo stood frozen right in. Her presence felt so overwhelmingly heavy that his body tensed up on instinct, despite knowing it was just a fake projection. For some strange reason, the Grand Matriarch wanted him to see everything she had gone through. Before long, he stepped into her throne room. In yet another echo of the past, rows of heavily armored soldiers were bowing. But then the scene shifted, showing one of her past timelines where she met a bloody, tragic end inside her own home. Watching such an incredibly strong warrior suffer such a brutal death felt completely surreal. Then, look at his face. Seeing these endless, tragic lifetimes play out made Theo realize the truth behind her words. With a single glance, she had immediately recognized him as a fellow regressor. But unlike him, her own dying simply forces a regressor right back to their fixed starting point. The illusions detailed her rise to power across multiple timelines. In one ruthless run, she seized control by cutting off. Back then, she was completely unstoppable. But her only defeat came from the very man she loved. As punishment for her sins, he drove a blade. She had become a total monster he could no longer stand to look at. Yet, she felt no regret, only pure, feeling absolutely furious at herself for having such a blind spot. She swore to return and crush him with unmatched. If he did not want to look at her anymore, then so be it. What followed was an absolute montage of slaughter for Theo to witness. Even though she died endless time, eventually, all the brutal deaths and endless destruction just blurred together. Theo realized that despite trying countless times, Hilda could never escape her tragic fate. Honestly, could this vicious loop of repeating lives eventually rot someone's mind? If so, was Theo doomed to follow the exact same tragic path as those before him? Cutting right through the illusory landscape melted away, leaving Theo standing in the actual, quiet throne room. She wanted to know if the kid enjoyed her little illusion show. Not wanting to be rude, Theo bowed and formally greeted Lady. The last time they spoke was way back during the nomination ceremony. She is definitely the type you can never. Hilda told him to relax. No worries. After all, they already share some pretty deep secrets. With a quick flick of her finger, reality bent to her will as the empty throne room shifted into a cozy dining hall. Surprisingly, Theo was escorted by a very familiar face. The Ascendant Dragon. He had heard the rumors, but seeing this was ultimate confirmation. People always whispered that Grand Matriarch Hilda kept the Ascendant Dragon as a servant, and that clearly seems to be. I mean, can you even picture a god-tier powerhouse serving you steak and wine? No wonder Theo was on edge. She assured Theo the Ascendant Dragon is trustworthy since she has kept him close across countless lifetimes. Unfortunately, she was reaching the limits of regression, and she has no idea if there is a way to calculate. For her, it was just a gut feeling, a pure hunch. An abstract intuition that somehow senses how many loops she has left. One thing is certain: Hilda knows absolutely nothing about Theo's system, which gives him actual concrete data. Changing the subject, he asked Lady Hilda about his father, Theo Ragnar, sharing their recent. Hilda's mood turned instantly sour at the mention of ascension. She demanded to know if the boy had already seen the Pantheon. She refused to believe a brat on his very first regression cycle had made it that far. The Ascendant Dragon stepped in to calm her down, which worked surprisingly well, even though she looked ready to shred Theo. She admitted it. She was a bit too sensitive about ascension. Hilda confirmed that Theo Ragnar is currently suppressing the call of the Pantheon with raw force, just to stay in the. He won't ascend right away, but if he keeps meddling in worldly affairs, those spiritual chains are going to tighten. The call cannot be ignored anymore, which is why the Patriarch sits back like an idiot while his kids try to slaughter each other. Hilda did not hold back, pretty much daring the Patriarch to kill his own grandmother before leaving this world behind. Theo was glad. He got a solid second opinion on his father's ascension. Now it finally makes sense why Theo Ragnar went into seclusion before the Great War in his past life. But Theo did not come all this way just for old news. Appetizers, he was done. He wants the main course, and since Hilda understands regressors, she was not surprised. You see, Theo had snagged some valuable details on Hilda back in his Black Snow days. Hilda was basically worshipped as a god thanks to her parchments, which were prophetic future records given to anyone off. Since she had regressed countless times, the sheer accuracy of her scrolls made perfect sense. She collected info, endless cycles of it, over and over. With the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor looming, Theo desperately needs one of her parchments. But today, she specifically brought up records about the future magic empress, Cassandra. Obviously, info this valuable was not going to be free, but Hilda offered a fair price as a fellow regressor to get that prophetic future knowledge, real foresight. Theo just had to become her disciple and share every detail of his regressions. He did not even let her finish before refusing. She was not used to being rejected after all these years. But Theo had zero desire to get dragged into her. She stepped down decades ago. Still, she wanted control. There was still one way to meddle in Kyle's era, become the power behind the next family leader. This woman only showed Theo her past lives to build some quick trust, but it completely backfired. It only made him realize her obsession with power was no different from the Mad Dragon Emperor's madness, making Hilda turn cold. She realized she was far too gentle from the start, and in this family, only the strong make the rules. Reality warped and became suffocating around Theo. In an instant, he was pulled directly into her deadly domain. One last time, Hilda gave him a choice. Be spared and become the Grand Matriarch's disciple, or face. Inside her domain, Theo was surrounded by beautiful but deadly apparitions that pinned him down and slowly began taking over. The Grand Matriarch unleashes a terrifying glass domain right away. Honestly, how many of us would have folded? Hilda had never once failed to get exactly what she wanted. Even if she has to crush it to dust, she will own it. A fresh regressor rookie won't be any different. According to Farrell, exactly 1 minute had passed. Theo spent an hour in there. By now, his spirit should be sufficiently broken. But get this. Her own glass domain actually cracks first. With both Dragonization and Nirvana active, Theo's sheer willpower and endurance skyrocketed. Yet, no matter how many clones he destroyed, their numbers just kept growing. Theo was forcing himself to push an hour of struggling. Then, he finally cracked the domain. The gap was tiny, but he had to move fast before it sealed shut. While barely holding on, Theo, pointing at the tiny opening, he sent Umbra out in his hidden form. The Shadow Dragon knew the drill and rushed straight toward the crack. It was an incredibly close call, but he squeezed through just in the nick of time. Waiting outside, Hilda spotted that tiny shadow slipping through the fracture. She was already well aware of Theo. Farrell wanted to chase it, but Hilda didn't care about a runaway beast. More importantly, cracking her glass barrier was quite an impressive feat. Even Robert the Black Dragon, since Theo shattered that record, she wanted to play with him a bit longer. Farrell subserviently praised his master. On the inside, he worried his master's toxic habits were coming back. Successor or not, Theo Ragnar is just a kid. She was going way too far. Hilda's current cycle had already lasted one. With all her past lives combined, nobody truly knows how old she is. Farrell hated seeing a rising but then, everything paused. An uninvited guest had just arrived. She ordered Farrell to step back, fully expecting a grand entrance. Right on cue, the intruder crashed straight through the ceiling. Out stepped none other than the Black Dragon himself. Robert glared at the familiar glass cage, instantly remembering the sheer torture he endured there, and with just a casual tap, he shattered the entire construct from the outside. He was never one for games. Seconds later, Theo coughed up a pool of dark, nasty fluid and finally woke up. Seriously, thank goodness Umbra came through to fetch the help he desperately needed. He already knew Robert had been shadowing him since his meeting with the Patriarch. It was an open secret. The Black Dragon had dropped plenty of hints before. While likely sent by his father as a simple observer, Robert always, even though Theo tried to play clueless, Robert knew exactly how smart this kid really was. He quietly thanked the Black Dragon. From this point on, Theo figured he could manage the rest of his. Hilda was not about to make escaping that easy. She blasted fire at them while whining about just wanting. Maybe her naughty grandson came to join. Robert completely ignored her abusive antics. Instead, he quickly synced up with Theo to coordinate their exit. To escape, Umbra had one final task to pull off. As Hilda Ragnar kept unleashing her reality-bending tantrums, Robert gave Theo the signal to run like absolute. Matching the Black Dragon's intense pace, he sprinted alongside him while Robert absorbed the brunt of Hilda's The second she caught on to their plan, she lunged in for close combat, but Robert anticipated her move and clean. Even though the Grand Matriarch cannot regress anymore, her endless greed remains entirely alive. To crazy regressors like her, this entire world is just a plaything to be conquered, no matter who gets hurt. Hilda desperately tried to intercept Theo, but Robert did a pretty good job holding her off. The young lord's, it was quite a drop. Luckily, Umbra was waiting right there to catch him mid-flight. Just like that, Theo Ragnar slipped away from his complete. The moment he flew off, Hilda stopped swinging her blade at Robert. She dumped the cleanup on Farrell and announced. Robert was actually pretty surprised to hear she had no interest in chasing him. Hilda totally lost her appetite after watching the boy leap from her highest window just to escape her, but when she checked her documents, Hilda let out a laugh. Somehow, that cheeky brat had swiped a price. Following his daring heist and getaway, Theo headed straight to the Priamos East slums of the Ida Empire. Deep inside a rundown shack in those slums, a terrified little girl woke her mother up from another nightmare. The mother gently assured her little girl, it was just a dream. Even though those bad men brutally killed her mother in that nightmare, she gently asked if little Cassandra got hurt by them too. Tied up, she was forced to watch her mother die. Still, Mom promised her everything would be okay. Tucking her in, Mom made it clear. Even if dreams come true, it is never her fault. They would always stand together, mother and daughter. But tonight, the bad men arrived. It was real. Theo had not even changed his clothes yet. He just flew nonstop, following the exact directions written. It is pretty hard to believe that the rightful heir to the entire empire, the future Magic Empress, Cassandra Ida, she actually spent her earliest years surviving in the slums. See, the Ragnar clan serves the continent's absolute great. Conquering the continent, the Ida clan used their special hereditary gift of seeing the future. But over generations, those with foresight dwindled, almost completely. Maybe they were punished for relying way too much on that godlike power. Today, the imperial family is. Right now, little Cassandra is the absolute only person in the entire empire who still holds that gift of. Now think about this, if Theo can secure her early, she will become his most powerful ally. But she won't even. The filthy slums simply hid her too well. But as Theo approached the exact house marked on the map, he slipped inside cautiously. No ambush. The entrance was completely clear. Upstairs, he heard loud, rowdy men playing cards without a single care in the world. Theo quietly sneaked onto the second floor to scout the room. A gang of hooded thugs had completely overtaken. Stuffed inside a sack in the corner was Princess Cassandra Ida. Right before her, her beloved mother lay motionless. Theo wondered if the imperial family was behind this bloody mess. But it was far too early for their move. To figure out what was going on, he decided to interrogate the scarred thug leading the group. Lurking behind the door, Theo charged up an electric strike that only the scarred leader sensed. The scarred leader lunges forward, too slow. Lightning-charged daggers pin him instantly. Scar immediately tries the "Do you know who I am" routine, which works out perfectly for Theo. Right away, Scar recognizes the famous young lord who should actually be serving at the front lines. Since he knows a surprising amount about Theo and the war, this guy is definitely working for Troyvan. Even if he was pretty confused about how their paths crossed, the 8th servitor of Troyvan, Oct, wanted to take Theo's head by force. Honestly, you have to laugh at his confidence, because a single dagger is all it takes to stop him dead in his tracks. Theo has been fighting god-tier interdimensional threats lately, so seeing him easily squash this scrub is. His skin turned steaming red like second-gear Luffy, desperate to drag the young Ragnar down to hell with him. Honestly, Oct did not want to die in this place. Everything just went completely sideways when he tried to meet up. That squad was supposed to grab Cassandra soon. Theo isn't surprised by number 8's desperate, mad rush. These cultist servitors always resort to killing themselves when things go south. Dodging effortlessly, he dances around Oct's predictable pattern and severs the red bastard's head. Both pieces. Theo heads back inside and respectfully covers up the mother's lifeless remains. Hilda's secret parchment never mentioned Troyvan targeting Cassandra this early. The return of the Mad Dragon Emperor must have triggered some wild, unexpected variables. Somehow, Theo feels quite. Hearing him, Cassandra senses some movement and begs him to tell her if her mother is okay. Upon taking a much closer look at this future empress, he realizes she is completely blind. The girl who can foresee the future is completely blind to the present. Theo hesitates to tell her the truth. She had already seen this exact night play out in her dreams. Every single nightmare she has always comes true exactly as she saw it, but tonight was different. In her dream, those evil men always took her away. But in reality, someone actually came to. And just like that, the 5th scenario quest officially begins: locate and protect.